The Lord's Empire Chapter 29:13 to Chapter 29:99. Book 1, Chapter 370 translated by Hypersheep 325 edited by Mike. Xiaofu said, I have my own plans, if it's very dangerous, I will give up. There's no need for you to say anything else. Hearing this, everyone could only sigh. Xiaofu was the hope of the 8th Sun God Palace. Xiaofu started to prepare for ascending to the sun. The sun gave off terrifying heat that could instantly turn steel into molten iron, and it was much more dangerous than ascending to the moon. Xiaofu did not dare to be careless and started to prepare seriously. No matter if it was ascending to the sun or the moon, one had to have a guiding force. Without this guiding force, it would be easy to get lost in other spaces. Xiaofu had absorbed the divine power from the 8 Sun God Palaces and could sense the guiding force from the 8 suns. He could follow the guiding force to the suns, so this should not be a problem. Moreover, Xiaofu now had the ability to ascend to the moon, so ascending to the sun would be quite easy. Apart from this, the most important thing was to resist the heat. The heat from the 8 suns was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Xiaofu thought about it and decided to first turn his body into a sun-fire body. That way, he would be able to withstand that terrifying heat. After making this decision, Xiaofu had the sun god emissaries build a sun-ascending platform to help them ascend to the moon. During this period of time, Xiaofu stayed within the sun god palace by himself and started to turn into a sun-fire body. 8 massive golden rays of light descended from the sky, giving off searing heat that seemed to be able to burn everything. Xiaofu was under the 8 rays of light and absorbed this massive amount of searing heat. His body gradually started to burn and his body started to turn into energy. In the end, Xiaofu became a person of fire and gave off boundless golden flames and immense heat. After making these preparations, Xiaofu came to the sun-ascending platform. Looking at the fiery Xiaofu, the 8 sun god emissaries looked quite worried. Day 1 said, Godchild, are you sure you want to ascend to the sun? It's not too late to regret it. Day 1 also said, ever since the 8 godly spirits died, it has been very difficult to ascend to the sun. This is simply too dangerous, I hope Godchild can consider this carefully. Xiaofu said, I've already made my decision. You can leave now. The crowd did not say anything and could only retreat to the side. The sun ascension platform was made of gold and was a few hundred meters tall. There was not a single person around because no one else had been informed of this. After all, someone as important as Xiaofu was going to ascend to the sun, and it would cause a huge commotion. Xiaofu chose to ascend during the day because there was sun during the day, which was beneficial to Xiaofu's ascension. He also chose to ascend to the moon at night because there was moon, which was beneficial to ascend at night. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the 8 suns in the sky gave off intense light. A massive wave of sun power spread out, causing the entire sky to become golden. Countless people raised their heads to look at the golden sky, unsure of what had happened. Boom, a loud roar resounded in all directions, and a powerful pulling force descended, pulling Xiaofu's flaming body upwards. The scene was very spectacular. It was as if Xiaofu was chosen by the gods. His body continued to fly upwards, and his figure became smaller and smaller. The 8 sun god emissaries could only stand on the spot and watch as Xiaofu's figure disappeared in front of him. Rishu let out a long sigh, I hope the godson is fine. Rihu said, he's the one who made the prophecy, so he might be able to ascend to the sun. Over the years, people have ascended to the sun. I wonder what the scene on the sun rock is like. Ri Qing said seriously, as the sun god emissaries, we don't even have the ability to ascend to the Sunday. It would be very shameful if word got out. We need to cultivate as soon as possible. If our cultivation reaches half immortal, I think we might be able to ascend to the moon. Ri Qing said with a worried look, how could it be so easy to break through to half immortal? If the 8 Sun Temple had 8 half immortals, it would immediately become a peak faction in the primal chaos world. Rihu thought for a moment, things are not so absolute. Didn't something big happen recently? That person from the 12 moons ascended to the moon with the help of a mysterious person, and his cultivation also broke through to half immortal. The 12 moons instantly became one of the strongest factions. Ryu nodded. They have the mysterious person's help, we have the one who made the prophecy. The 12 of them broke through to half immortal, so the 8 of us will definitely be able to do it too. I believe that the one who made the prophecy is not weaker than others. The others nodded in agreement. However, they did not know that Zhao Fu was that mysterious person. The 12 moons immortals who are cultivating on the 12 moons, because of the close connection between the sun and moon, they also sensed a trace of change in the sun. However, they did not pay too much attention to it and continued to cultivate in the moon palace. On the other side, Zhao Fu's body continued to rise straight up. It is different from ascending to the moon. The higher he goes, the higher the temperature. It is as if a bottle of water can instantly evaporate. If an ordinary person flies to this distance, they would immediately turn into a dried corpse. However, Zhao Fu has already transformed into sun-fire body, so he is not affected by this terrifying temperature. Of course, this is just the most basic temperature. As he continues to rise, the temperature will get higher and higher. Zhao Fu continued to rise. The terrifying heat dyed the void scarlet red. It looked very scary. If a weapon was thrown out, it would probably turn into molten iron. Although Zhao Fu has sun-fire body, he felt some discomfort from this terrifying heat. He is not as relaxed as before. He continued to rise straight up. The rising temperature caused Zhao Fu's body to become very uncomfortable. It is as if his body is being assimilated by the heat. He is not even close to the barrier between worlds, and such a situation has already occurred. No wonder it is much harder to ascend to the sun than to the moon. If he continues to be assimilated by this heat, Zhao Fu will eventually become a part of the surrounding heat. This is naturally not good. Zhao Fu began to absorb the heat and use this method to resist the assimilation of the heat. The effect is pretty good. Although Zhao Fu absorbs it slowly, he can resist the assimilation of the heat. After rising for a while, Zhao Fu is forced to stop because the heat is even hotter. The flames that Zhao Fu's body gives off are devoured by this heat, and Zhao Fu's absorption speed becomes extremely slow. Zhao Fu sits cross-legged on the spot, and the round crystal on his forehead shoots out countless rays of golden light, devouring the surrounding heat. Zhao Fu plans to adapt to this terrifying heat before continuing to fly up. Otherwise, his body will not be able to withstand it. As Zhao Fu devoured the boundless heat, the crystal on his forehead started to go through changes, and it started to become a trace of gold. Apex Book 1, Chapter 371, Ascension. There was a slight change in the crystal, and Zhao Fu felt that his surroundings were not as hot as before, so he continued to fly upwards. The round crystal on Zhao Fu's forehead continued to give off golden light, absorbing the surrounding heat and reducing the pressure on Zhao Fu's ascension. 2 hours later, Zhao Fu once again stopped. The heat above had reached a limit, causing space to distort. It was like a twisted fiery painting, giving off a soul-stirring aura. Zhao Fu could only stop and continue to absorb the heat. The round crystal on Zhao Fu's forehead gave off an even more intense golden light, covering the surrounding tens of thousands of meters. Within these tens of thousands of meters, the temperature plummeted. Even ordinary higher beings would find it difficult to withstand this heat. As the person who made the prophecy, Zhao Fu already had the 8-day divine flame, but it was still so difficult. Zhao Fu absorbed a large amount of heat, and his body gave off a powerful heat. The flames around him became even larger, and the crystal on his forehead now had a trace of gold. After making some preparations, Zhao Fu continued to ascend. The moment Zhao Fu flew up, he felt a wave of heat twisting at Zhao Fu's body, as if it was going to twist Zhao Fu's body apart. Even though Zhao Fu had withstood that wave of heat, the distorting power formed by this heat was not so easy to resist. With this distorting power, Zhao Fu could not continue to ascend. In the end, Zhao Fu retreated and thought about how to pass through this place. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu thought about how he had already turned into a sun-fire body, which was an energy body, and there was no need for him to condense into a human form. As such, Zhao Fu turned his body into a flame and continued to ascend. Entering that area, Zhao Fu still felt the power of distortion, but Zhao Fu's body had turned into a flame, allowing the distortion of the power of distortion. His body continued to move forward, looking somewhat like a slowly moving red earthworm. After a while, Zhao Fu once again stopped. Zhao Fu was about to pass through this area, but he was blocked by a huge vortex. Zhao Fu could pass through a small area, but with such a large vortex, once Zhao Fu got close, he would be sucked in, unable to come out. In the face of such a twisting vortex, Zhao Fu had no way of dealing with it. He could only choose to slowly circle around it before finally passing through this area. After passing through this region, Zhao Fu finally reached the realm barrier and let out a sigh of relief. As long as he passed through the realm barrier, he would be able to reach the space where the 8 suns were. The 12 moons and the 8 suns each had their own independent space, and there was no connection between the two spaces. If they were connected, Zhao Fu could directly enter the space of the sun from the moon, and it would not be as difficult as it was now. Zhao Fu's body once again turned into a human form and flew upwards. The moment he touched the realm barrier, Zhao Fu felt a pain in his body and immediately retreated. The heat contained in the realm barrier was actually more than 10 times that of the outside. Moreover, it had the laws of the sun, so the temperature inside was definitely even more terrifying. Zhao Fu controlled the round crystal on his forehead to emit a golden defensive barrier, and he continued to fly upwards. When he touched the realm barrier, countless fiery threads stretched out, lightly melted through the golden defensive barrier, and continued to extend towards Zhao Fu. As soon as Zhao Fu's body touched the fiery threads, he felt an intense burning sensation. In the end, Zhao Fu could only stop with a headache. It had not been easy to reach this place. Could it be that he could not pass through the realm barrier? Zhao Fu stayed where he was and pondered. There did not seem to be any way for him to pass through, so Zhao Fu could only rely on the round crystal on his forehead. If it was useless, then Zhao Fu had no other way. Looking at the realm barrier, Zhao Fu steeled his heart and continued to fly upwards. When Zhao Fu's body touched the realm barrier, countless fiery threads stretched out towards Zhao Fu and drilled into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu immediately felt an intense burning pain, as if his body was being roasted. Zhao Fu endured this pain and started to absorb the fiery threads. He wanted to use this terrifying heat to form a new body of the sun. That way, he would not have to worry about the heat inside the space. The fiery threads entered Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu devoured this heat. His body also gave off a terrifying heat, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Zhao Fu did not care about this and continued to absorb the fiery threads. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as a powerful heat burst out from Zhao Fu's body. The flames around Zhao Fu's body disappeared and a fiery humanoid body of energy appeared. Even though it did not burn like before, the heat it gave off was even more terrifying. The round crystal on his forehead also became a faint gold color. It could be said that Zhao Fu's body had undergone a qualitative change, and the burning pain was worth it. Zhao Fu continued to fly upwards and touched the realm barrier. Zhao Fu did not feel the burning sensation, and the fiery threads continued to extend and drilled into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu did not feel anything and continued to fly forwards, disappearing. Following the pulling force, Zhao Fu continued to fly upwards. The temperature he felt became more and more terrifying, and he finally passed through the realm barrier. 8 massive suns appeared before Zhao Fu, giving off blinding light and making it difficult for Zhao Fu to open his eyes. The space was completely white, and the surrounding temperature reached an extreme point. This space was like a heaven and earth furnace that could burn everything in the world. Zhao Fu was like a speck of dust within this place, unable to resist at all. The humanoid body of energy that Zhao Fu had formed before started to show signs of collapsing, and Zhao Fu stood where he was, unable to take even a single step forward. This wave of heat was dozens of times greater than the heat outside, and in order to stop the collapsing sounds, Zhao Fu could only sit cross-legged in the air and continue to devour this wave of heat. The temperature he felt did not decrease, and Zhao Fu still felt as if he was within a furnace. After enduring for a while, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. He found that even though this heat was quite painful, it could strengthen one's constitution, and the effects were not weak at all. If an ordinary person could withstand this wave of heat and stay here for a while, they would definitely obtain a powerful sun spirit body. Of course, if an ordinary person came in, they would be burned into ashes in an instant and would not be able to resist at all. Zhao Fu absorbed this wave of heat for a while, and his body once again adapted to this wave of heat. He did not feel as hot as before, and the round crystal on his forehead became completely golden. Zhao Fu endured the pain in his eyes as he looked at the 8 massive suns and flew towards the closest one. Book 1, 372 Whoosh. Just as Zhao Fu flew a bit closer, a massive gust of wind blew towards him. This gust of wind was solar wind, and it was shockingly hot, enough to burn rocks into dust. Xiaofu immediately unleashed an energy barrier, but it was unable to withstand the berserk wind. He was blown back to where he was, and his body was slightly injured. Apart from being extremely hot, the solar wind also had a terrifying wind that could cut into Xiaofu's body. Looking at the sun in front of him, Xiaofu thought to himself, and the crystal on his forehead gave off an intense golden light, once again forming a golden defensive barrier. Xiaofu continued to fly forwards. Whoosh, the solar wind pushed Xiaofu's body backwards, but luckily he was not blown away like before. Xiaofu controlled the crystal on his forehead and released even more power to resist that push as he flew forwards with great difficulty. Just like that, Xiaofu slowly advanced, and after 7 or 8 hours, he finally landed on the first sun. When he landed, he was quite surprised. From the outside, the sun gave off a blinding light, but after landing on the sun, the light was not as intense, and it was only slightly brighter than the moon. The ground was a charred black color, and Xiaofu squatted down and grabbed a handful of it. He found that the soil was warm and smelled like sunlight, just like the smell of a blanket under the sun. There were some plants around him, but they were purplish-red in color and there were not many of them. There was a small stream that flowed with magma, but it did not seem to be very hot. There did not seem to be any animals around or on the moon, and it was quite peaceful. It had been a long time since anyone had come here, and Xiaofu did not have anyone to guide him. Xiaofu carefully walked forwards because he did not know what would happen. 10 or so minutes later, Xiaofu arrived in front of a gigantic tree. This tree was not very tall, only a dozen or so meters tall. The crown of the tree was very big, and there were many branches and leaves. The leaves were purplish-red, and the tree trunk was black. There was a human face on the tree trunk, and it was a very beautiful woman. As Xiaofu approached, the face on the tree looked at Xiaofu with a smile and said, "It's been a long time since someone has appeared here." Xiaofu looked at the tree and asked, "What are you?" The face smiled and said, "I'm an ordinary little tree on the sun. After countless years of growth, I gained intelligence." Hearing this, Xiaofu was a bit disappointed. He had thought that she was related to gods, but it turned out that she was just an ordinary tree. Xiaofu asked, "Do you know where the temple is?" The tree replied with a smile, "I know. You want to go to the shrine to obtain the source sun power, right?" Xiaofu nodded. The tree said happily, "I also want to go there to obtain some source sun power because there are restrictions there. Can you take me in?" Xiaofu thought about it and said, "Sure." The tree smiled as she said, "Thank you." The tree started to change. The branches and trunk started to shrink, and it turned into a tall and slim woman with a head of purplish-red hair and a few leaves on her head. She had an incredibly beautiful face and wore a black robe. Xiaofu's gaze became serious as he sensed the divine power that she gave off in her human form. He found that she had become a godly spirit, and in the outer world, she was a postnatal godly spirit. The tree smiled as she said, "Let's go." Xiaofu asked, "What's your name?" The tree replied, "You can call me Tree Sap." Xiaofu nodded. Tree Sap led the way while Xiaofu followed behind. Tree Sap asked as they walked, "I'm curious about who you are and why you have 8 types of sun power within your body." Xiaofu smiled as he replied, "I don't know who I am. The people who made the prophecy were the 8 sun god emissaries, and they had nothing to do with the 8 innate sun gods." Xiaofu had absorbed godly power from the innate sun god palace, so he was not the legatee of the innate sun gods. Tree Sap replied, "Oh. However, since you can come to the sun, you should be able to enter the innate sun god palace." Hearing this, Xiaofu did not know if he could enter the innate sun god palace. He had only been able to enter the moon palace because of the moon immortal, or else he would not have been able to enter the innate sun god palace by himself. As such, he said, "I'll give it a try after entering the innate sun god palace." The two of them came before an innate sun god palace that was made of gold. This innate sun god palace was incredibly big and gave off a holy and majestic aura. Xiaofu walked forwards and was repelled by a formless energy. Indeed, Xiaofu could not enter this place. Tree Sap frowned and said, "What do we do now?" Xiaofu was thinking of a way. The sun god emissaries should be able to enter this innate sun god palace. Fortunately, Xiaofu had absorbed a portion of the sun god emissary's power. This sun was the sun that the vast sun god palace worshipped, and it could be called the vast sun. Zhao Fu released the vast sun god palace's sun god emissary's power, and a golden ball of light floated out from his forehead. It floated forwards and disappeared into the void, and a 3-meter-wide golden light hole appeared. Tree Sap smiled in delight and said, "It's done." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded as he walked towards the light hole. Tree Sap followed behind Zhao Fu, and the two of them passed through the light hole and came before the innate sun god palace. The innate sun god palace's doors were also made of gold, and there were 2 mighty god generals carved on it. Zhao Fu placed his hand on the doors and pushed them open. It was a pity that Zhao Fu was not a godly spirit's legatee, or else he would be the innate sun god palace's master. However, there was not much use for the sun god emissaries here. They were not the innate sun god palace's masters. Sun god emissaries and moon immortals were 2 different things. Moon immortals were the innate moon immortals' legatees, while sun god emissaries had a portion of god power. However, they were only servants of the innate gods and not legatees. After entering the innate sun god palace, they walked through a long corridor and came to a very large hall. There was a 10-meter-tall throne, and it was most likely the throne of the innate gods. In front of the throne, there were 16 beautiful women with graceful figures, purplish-red hair, and wheat-colored skin. They wore long dresses, and their eyes were closed. They stood in 2 rows in front of the throne and did not move at all, as if they were statues. The auras they gave off were very powerful and ancient, and they felt as if they were people from the same era as the innate gods. Tree Sap asked, "What do we do now?" She did not dare to casually barge into this innate sun god palace. Even though she was a rare postnatal god, she could still die here if she was not careful. She understood how terrifying this place was. Zhao Fu walked over. At that moment, the 16 women opened their eyes, revealing violet pupils. Looking at Zhao Fu, one of the heroic-looking women asked, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu thought about it and replied, "I'm the vast sun god palace's sun god emissary." The heroic-looking woman was quite surprised. "Is that so? It's been so many years, and yet a sun god emissary has come to the innate sun god palace." Book 1, Zhao Fu. A noble-looking woman said, "You're just a lowly sun god representative from the lower world, yet you're not surnamedly?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu knew that sun god representatives in the lower world had very low statuses. In the past, the people with high statuses in the 8 sun god temple all stayed on the sun, and the people in the lower world did not have high statuses. These women's strength was quite terrifying, and Zhao Fu obediently bowed as he said, "Greetings, lords." Tree Sap also bowed. She could sense that these people were even more ancient than her. The noble-looking woman gave a satisfied look. The valiant-looking woman asked, "Why have you come to the temple?" Zhao Fu replied, "I want to obtain source sun energy." The noble-looking woman said with a trace of anger, "You're just a lowly servant and you want to obtain source sun energy?" Zhao Fu felt quite displeased towards this woman, but he endured it and asked, "Why can't I have it?" The noble-looking woman felt quite angry and was about to attack Zhao Fu. The valiant-looking woman stopped her and said, "According to Lord Godly Spirit's rules, you sun god representatives can only obtain ordinary source sun energy and cannot obtain true source sun energy." Zhao Fu frowned. He had never thought that it would be like this. The sun god representative, who had the most prestigious status in the lower world, could not even obtain true source sun energy. What should he do now? After thinking about it, Zhao Fu said, "If I pretend to be a friend, will I be able to obtain the source energy?" The valiant-looking woman said, "No." Zhao Fu felt a headache coming on. "Then is there any other way to obtain source sun energy?" The valiant-looking woman replied, "Only godly children personally chosen by Lord Godly Spirit have the right to enter the vast sun palace and obtain source sun energy." This basically cut off Zhao Fu's hopes of obtaining source sun energy. He was not a godly child chosen by an innate sun god, and the 8 innate sun gods had disappeared for who knew how long, and Zhao Fu would not be able to find them. Zhao Fu asked in dissatisfaction, "Is there any other way to become a godly child, such as passing some sort of trial?" The valiant-looking woman replied, "Lord Godly Spirit did not leave any legacy trials." Zhao Fu sighed. There was no other way. The heroic-looking woman looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Is there anything else?" "If there's nothing else, you can leave the shrine. Also, do not touch anything in the shrine. Otherwise, you will be severely punished." Zhao Fu stood in the same place, still unwilling. He had flown up with so much difficulty, and now he was being chased back. All his efforts were in vain. He could not beat these women, so he could not force his way through. Sap looked at the women with a nervous expression as she advised in a low voice, "Let's leave first." The noble woman snorted, "If you don't leave, we'll drive you away." Zhao Fu glanced at her and left the celestial palace. The heroic-looking lady and the others closed their eyes again. They were the maidservants that served the innate gods and also the managers of the celestial palace. They were usually in a state of deep sleep like this. This was the only way they could survive for so long. Otherwise, they would have died of old age long ago. After leaving the shrine, Sap asked, "What do you plan to do now?" Zhao Fu sighed, "I don't know what to do either." Sap said disappointedly, "There's nothing I can do either. I thought that I would be able to obtain source sun energy after entering the celestial palace, but I never thought that there would be such a powerful existence protecting it." Zhao Fu said, "I won't give up like this. It wasn't easy for me to ascend, and I don't want to go back like this." Sap smiled as she said, I'll fully support you." Zhao Fu and Sap found a place to sit down and think about how to deal with this. If he wanted to obtain source sun energy, he had to become a godly child. However, the innate gods had long since disappeared, and there was no legacy trials, so how could he become a godly child? After thinking for a while, Zhao Fu thought of a way, which was to impersonate a godly child. Firstly, Zhao Fu had the god race's emperor star and the 10,000 god body. He was a very powerful godly spirit, but he belonged to the heaven-awakened world. However, Zhao Fu could change his element to become a godly spirit in the outer world, which was quite different from a true godly spirit. Zhao Fu then thought about how the innate sun god representative had been born from the sun, so his legacy power would definitely be innate divine power. If he could find a godly spirit with the same element and the 10,000 god body, perhaps he would be able to impersonate a godly child. It was incredibly difficult to find a sun-type godly spirit in the outer world, but there was a sun-type godly spirit next to him. However, she was not innately born. Seeing that Zhao Fu was looking at her, Sap asked curiously, "Is something the matter?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I've thought of a way to give it a try." Sap smiled as she asked, "What is it?" Zhao Fu smiled as he told her the method. Sap's face became red, and she thought for a while before nodding, "I'm willing to pay for source sun energy." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "I won't mistreat you. I can promise that as long as I obtain source sun energy, I'll definitely give you a portion." Sap blushed and said softly, "Thank you." A few hours later, Zhao Fu sat cross-legged on the ground and started refining Sap's godly power. Sap laid powerlessly on the side, her face flushed red, and she seemed to be infatuated with Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's method was to absorb Sap's source sun energy through dual cultivation and fuse it with his 10,000 god body. That way, he would be able to impersonate a godly child. Of course, this was just Zhao Fu's personal assumption, and it would depend on the actual situation. If this method didn't work, then Zhao Fu had no other way. No matter what, Zhao Fu would not return just like that. The sun energy spread out from Zhao Fu's body and slowly fused with Zhao Fu. Countless golden auras flowed into Zhao Fu's body like a tidal wave, causing Zhao Fu's body to emit golden rays. Boom, a muffled explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu's body gave off a powerful wave of sun energy. This wave of sun energy was affected by Zhao Fu's 10,000 god body and origin bloodline, and adding on the god flame's power, it became like an innate godly spirit. Sap happily smiled and asked, "Did you succeed?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, "Let's go and give it a try. You stay here for now, there might be danger." Sap said shyly, "I'm yours now, so I want to go with you. Perhaps I can help you." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Mem." The two of them once again came to the god palace, and Zhao Fu directly walked forwards. The barrier protecting the god palace did not react to Zhao Fu at all. It seemed that Zhao Fu's effect was quite good. Sap smiled and followed Zhao Fu forwards before coming to the god palace. The heroic-looking woman and the others once again opened their eyes, and the noble-looking woman said angrily, "You still dare to come here? Didn't I tell you that only godly children can obtain source sun energy? It seems like you're asking for a beating." Book 1, Zhao Fu was stunned. Zhao Fu said, "Didn't you say that only god children can obtain sun origin energy?" How can I prove that I'm a godchild? The heroic-looking woman lightly laughed as she said, if you can ascend to the god throne, you can be called a godchild, and we will listen to your orders. Xiaofu nodded, I want to try. The noble-looking woman lightly harumphed, we can give you a chance. If you can't ascend to the god throne, don't blame us for punishing you. Xiaofu looked at the noble-looking woman and asked, how do you want to deal with me? The noble-looking woman thought for a moment before saying, just be our slave and listen to all of our orders. Do whatever we want you to do. Hearing this, Xiaofu inwardly let out a sigh of relief and said, all right. The heroic-looking woman laughed as she said, are you sure? If you fail, you'll have to stay here for the rest of your life. Moreover, I feel that you're not a godchild. A beautiful woman said, don't try to persuade him, there are only so many creatures left in the god palace. I want another slave for me to play with, after sleeping here for so long, I'm starting to get sick of it. The flirtatious-looking woman lightly laughed as she said, me too. Also, boy, what do you think? Take off your cloak for us to see, I'm not interested in ugly men. If you're not good-looking, I might kill you. The radiant-looking woman laughed as she said, there's no need for that, we can let him do other things. At that moment, Xiaofu took off his cloak, revealing an extremely perfect face. Seeing this, the god emissaries all felt quite dazed, they had never seen such a perfect face before. The noble-looking woman said in surprise, I never thought that you'd be so good-looking. The flirtatious-looking woman said with a trace of pity, it's a pity that we can only serve Lord Godly Spirits. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind playing with you. It's quite a pity for your face. The voluptuous woman laughed as she said, even though I can't do those things, having such a perfect slave is quite a joyous thing. Xiaofu said, are you really that confident? The beautiful woman lightly laughed as she said, what? Do you really think that you're a godchild? If you were a divine son, we would have sensed it long ago. Giving you an upper deity position was just a test. When Sap heard this, his heart sank and he said, Xiaofu, how about we leave this place first? Xiaofu said, I want to give it a try. The fiery hot woman happily said, not bad. I admire you. The heroic-looking woman smiled and said, everyone, move aside and let him have a try. Hearing this, the 16 women withdrew their powers and stood at the side. They looked at Xiaofu, and some even smiled as they discussed how to deal with Xiaofu. Xiaofu walked forward. Boom, the throne gave off a powerful aura and countless rays of golden light shot out. The throne seemed to become as tall as a mountain and mortals could not get close at all. Xiaofu took a step forward. A wave of golden energy spread out from the throne. The noble-looking woman lightly laughed as she said, I knew he wasn't a godchild. If he was, he could directly ascend to the throne and would not have such a reaction. The beautiful woman flirtatiously smiled as she said, I've already thought of how to deal with him. He looks so perfect, and I want him to wear women's clothes and dance for me to see. A vivacious woman giggled as she said, I have the same idea, he's simply too good-looking. The noble-looking woman lightly harumphed, I don't have the same interests as you weirdos, I want to train him into a good slave who is hell-bent on me. The heroic-looking woman laughed as she said, your way of thinking is quite strange. I'll treat him like a normal slave, and he'll just take care of me every day. Boom, an explosion sounded out, and hearing this, the women looked over and saw that Xiaofu's body gave off an intense golden light. A golden orb of light covered his body, making him look like a golden sun, and an extreme wave of godly power spread out. Sensing this aura, the women felt as if they had fallen into an abyss, and they felt terror within their hearts. The women all looked incredibly shocked. This wave of godly power was not the vast sun godly spirit's godly power, but the godly power that a higher grade godly spirit gave off. However, it contained a portion of the vast sun godly spirit's godly power. Xiaofu walked forwards. The throne gave off a powerful wave of golden power that spread out in all directions, and a powerful wave of power tried to send Xiaofu flying. Xiaofu vigorously stomped on the ground, and the golden orb of light around his body gave off powerful energy, blocking the spreading golden power. Xiaofu continued to walk forward step by step, and the throne continuously gave off waves of powerful godly power, wanting to push Xiaofu away. The women looked incredibly shocked. The beautiful woman asked, what should we do now? This boy's background is incredibly terrifying, and he has such terrifying godly power. The noble-looking woman said seriously, we've underestimated him. Also, just who is he? We've lived for so long, and yet we've never seen anything like him. A gentle-looking woman asked, should we stop him from ascending to the throne? The valiant-looking woman said, according to the rules, as long as he ascends to the throne, he can be called a son of God. His body also has powerful sun power, so I think it's best not to stop him. If he really does become a son of God, I believe that it's fate. Hearing this, the women nodded. By now, Xiaofu had reached the stone steps of the throne, and as soon as he stepped onto the stone steps, a powerful wave of godly power blasted down from the sky. Xiaofu unleashed all of his power related to godly spirits, forming a formless force field that actually caused that terrifying wave of godly power to become ineffective. Xiaofu continued forwards. Boom! Boom! The throne gave off waves of incredibly powerful godly power that could annihilate all godly spirits that came close. No one could resist such terrifying godly power. However, under the force field that Xiaofu released, this wave of godly power was completely ineffective. Xiaofu's myriad god body could become the bodies of 10,000 godly spirits, and it had powerful accommodating power that could be used as all sorts of godly power. Xiaofu came before the throne, and the throne also released all of its godly power, pressing down on Xiaofu's body like a few mountains. The women looked at Xiaofu in shock, their hearts beating very quickly. Boom! A massive sound rang out as Xiaofu resisted that wave of godly power and sat on the throne. His body gave off boundless godly light, and behind him was a massive sun, making him look like a real sun god. A massive wave of golden light instantly spread out, covering the entire vast sun god palace. The vast sun god palace had welcomed its new master. The women reacted and knelt on the ground. Greetings, son of God. Xiaofu revealed a trace of a smile and retracted all of his power. Do you still remember what you just said? Book 1, Xiaofu's eyes lit up. The women looked quite awkward as they replied, yes. They had never thought that Xiaofu would be able to ascend to the god throne. Moreover, this matter was quite strange. They were certain that Xiaofu was not a god's son, yet he had ascended to the god throne. Xiaofu smiled as he said, now that I've become a god's son, does that mean I've become your new master and that you have to listen to all of my orders in the future? The women nodded. Xiaofu smiled as he said, then come here. The women walked over to Xiaofu in confusion. The next day, the god palace was in a mess, and Xiaofu looked at the two women in his arms and lightly laughed as he said, do you know your wrongs now? Do you still dare to treat me like before? The noble woman hugged Xiaofu and lightly laughed as she said, I do, I like it when you treat me like this. The woman said with a red face, we originally served Lord Godly Spirit, but now we belong to you. You can treat us as you wish, and we're also very happy. Xiaofu lightly laughed as he said, I'm also very satisfied with all of you, and I'm also very happy. Beside him, Tree Sap said, now, we can obtain Source Sun energy, right? The woman nodded, now that he's a god's son, we have to listen to all of his orders, and Source Sun energy belongs to him. Xiaofu smiled as he said, bring us there. The woman nodded. The women's faces were red and they looked quite alluring as they led Xiaofu and Tree Sap to a golden door. The woman smiled as she said, the Source Sun energy is inside, and only a god's son can open it. Xiaofu smiled and nodded as he vigorously pushed open the golden door, causing a massive wave of heat to flow out. There was a sea of flames inside, and there was a 2-meter-wide crystal in the air that gave off a blinding light, making it look like a small sun. This place was similar to the Moon Palace's source space. The Source Sun energy was pure sun energy extracted from the sun, and only a trace of it could be extracted every year. The Source Sun energy in the Sacred Hall had already crystallized. This meant that the Sacred Hall extracted more sun energy and took longer than the Lunar Palace. The Moon Palace gradually declined. In the beginning, there were still Moon Immortals who could ascend to the Moon Palace. However, each generation was weaker than the last, and in the end, no one managed to ascend. With the disappearance of the 8 sun gods, the sun god envoys of the lower realm did not have the right to come up, much less the right to obtain the true source sun power. With this comparison, one could understand why the sun origin power had already crystallized. Xiaofu turned to look at Tree Sap and said with a smile, I fulfilled my promise. Come in with me and absorb the sun origin energy together. Sap smiled sweetly and nodded. The noble woman called out tenderly, Divine Sun, we also want to enter. Zhao Fu's expression froze. You guys don't have true sun origin power? The noble woman nodded. The heroic-looking woman explained somewhat dejectedly, only Lord God spirits can possess true sun origin energy. Although we are more noble than the sun god emissaries, we are still just maids. Zhao Fu went up and hugged them as he smiled and said, Come in. Also, you're all my women in the future and not maids. You don't have to call me Divine Sun. The women all happily smiled. It was the first time they had received such attention, and they felt a warmth in their hearts. The heroic-looking woman shyly called out in Zhao Fu's embrace, Husband. Zhao Fu nodded. The noble woman said apologetically, I'm sorry, husband. I should not have spoken to you like that before. In the future, I'll properly serve you. Zhao Fu laughed, It's all right, there's no need to say any more. Let's absorb the source sun energy together. The women all smiled and nodded. After entering this room, the sea of flames could not harm Zhao Fu and the others at all. They came to the crystal and sat cross-legged on the ground and started to absorb the source sun energy. The other women's bodies gave off powerful suction forces, and traces of golden energy descended from the air and floated into their bodies. The round crystal on Zhao Fu's forehead shot out a golden ray of light towards the crystal that he controlled. A massive wave of source sun energy flowed through the light and entered Zhao Fu's body, and a massive wave of sun energy spread out from Zhao Fu's body. This caused the other women to look shocked, but thinking about Zhao Fu's status, they did not need to compare themselves to Zhao Fu. The massive wave of source sun energy entered Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu felt his body tremble. His mind was filled with intense light, and Zhao Fu immediately gathered this golden light. The golden light continued to condense and finally turned into a golden ball. Zhao Fu's body continued to absorb source sun energy, and large amounts of source sun energy entered Zhao Fu's body and flowed into the golden orb. The golden orb continuously absorbed the light and became larger and larger, and the aura it gave off became stronger. Boom, the golden orb exploded out with massive power, and Zhao Fu's body turned into light. More accurately speaking, his body was made of golden light, and within the round crystal on his forehead, a pearl giving off blinding golden light appeared. It was not very big, and it was about the size of a mung bean. The cultivating women all opened their eyes and looked at Zhao Fu. The beautiful woman smiled in delight as she said, Now that husband has Lord Godly Spirit's power, he's a true God's son. The valiant-looking woman smiled as she said, Looks like our previous choice was the right one. The noble-looking woman smiled as she said, Our husband is too powerful. Zhao Fu slowly opened his eyes and his body became corporeal again. The aura he gave off became a bit stronger, and it also contained a searing aura. Looking at the women still absorbing source sun energy, Zhao Fu smiled as he said, You can all continue absorbing here, I'm going to another sun. The valiant-looking woman asked curiously, Husband, why are you going to another sun? Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, Of course I'm going to absorb other sources of sun energy. The valiant-looking woman said, Husband, it's very difficult to fuse two types of sun energy into your body, and there will be great conflicts. This will be very disadvantageous to you, so I think it's best if you stay here. As long as you can grasp this source sun energy, you'll become a peerless expert. The gentle-looking woman said, That's right, husband, you should first grasp a type of sun energy and then try again later. The noble-looking woman also said, Husband, it's best if you don't go. You shouldn't go. Stay here with us. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, This isn't difficult for me. I already have 8 types of sun energy, and my goal here is to absorb the sun energy of the 8 suns. Hearing this, the valiant-looking woman said, Husband, be careful. Also, when you go there, just say that you're a godchild and they most likely won't harm you. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Apex Book 1, Chapter 376, Battle Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. After coming to the second sun, Zhao Fu found that it was different from the first sun. There were many magma lakes, and there were almost no plants. The temperature was not very high, and the surroundings were quite peaceful. Zhao Fu walked forwards, and soon, he came before a massive lava lake because he had heard sounds coming from here. He saw 10 or so beautiful women washing and playing in the magma lake. they all had fiery hair and looked different. Some had otherworldly auras, some were quiet, some were bright, some were pure, and some were cute. However, their figures were all extremely hot. Xiao Fu had not even taken a few glances when a mature woman discovered Xiao Fu. Because it had been a long time since anyone had come to the sun, they did not pay attention to their privacy. Now, not only had someone come, but it was also a man. The mature woman said, "Sisters, hurry and put on your clothes, there's a man." Hearing this, some people did not believe her and looked at Xiao Fu. They found that there really was a man, so they immediately swam to the other side and changed into fiery robes. The women angrily surrounded Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu bowed, "Greetings, seniors." The mature woman lightly harumphed, "Who are you? Why have you come to our sun?" Xiao Fu replied, "I'm a godson of the vast Sun God Palace, and I came to the vast Sun God Palace to obtain the vast Sun God Palace's source energy." The mature woman asked in surprise, "The vast Sun God left behind a legacy? I never thought that there would be a godson." A gentle-looking woman said, "Big sis, don't trust him so easily. Back then, the 8 sun gods did not leave behind any legacies, so it's impossible for there to be a godson. Let's see what his identity is first." The women all nodded and looked at Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu immediately unleashed the vast sun's source energy, and countless rays of golden light shot out in all directions as a powerful sun's might covered the women. This was true sun origin energy, and all the women revealed shocked expressions. The gentle-looking woman looked quite confused, she had never thought that Xiao Fu was a true godson. The mature woman asked, "Did you just say that you want to obtain the vast Sun God Palace's source energy?" Xiao Fu nodded. The mature woman said, "Although you are the godson of the vast Sun God, you are not the godson of the heavenly Sun God. We cannot give you our origin energy." A pure woman said with a red face, "You peeked at us, you should be punished a little." The gentle-looking woman said, "If you weren't a godchild, we might have just killed you. We're the servants of the heaven Sun God, so even though you're a godchild, you can't escape punishment." Xiao Fu chuckled. "It's just a glance. How can I be punished?" The gentle and quiet woman snorted lightly. "I didn't expect the divine son of the vast Sun God to be such a scoundrel." Xiao Fu said with a smile, "All right. Bring me to your shrine. After that, not only will I be able to look at you, all of you will be mine." Hearing this, the women were a little angry. The mature woman looked at Xiao Fu coldly. "We're the servants of the vast Sun God. You're looking down on the vast Sun God. Do you think that we won't do anything to you just because you're a godchild?" Xiao Fu smiled and said, "Actually, I'm also the divine son of the vast Sun God. If you don't believe me, you can let me test you." Hearing this, the mature woman looked quite confused. The gentle-looking woman immediately said, "That's impossible. Our vast Sun God definitely did not leave behind any legacy, nor would we have any divine sons. We're very clear about this." The gentle-looking woman said seriously, "Aren't you the divine son of the vast Sun God? Even if the vast Sun God did leave behind a legacy, you're already the divine son of the vast Sun God, so you can't be the divine son of the vast Sun God. The two powers cannot fuse." Xiao Fu smiled confidently and said, "I've already said it. If you don't believe me, you can try." The mature woman thought about it and said, "All right, we'll give you a chance." The gentle-looking woman said, "If you're not, we'll punish you doubly. Don't blame us." Xiao Fu smiled and nodded. Everyone came before the divine throne of the vast Sun God, and the mature woman said, "Only you can ascend it, so we'll acknowledge your identity." Xiao Fu smiled as he said, "All right." Xiao Fu walked forwards. Because of his previous experience, Xiao Fu did not feel any pressure this time. Boom, the divine throne gave off a powerful aura and a peerless divine might, making it so that no one dared to take a step near it. Under this terrifying power, the women all felt a trace of fear and slowly lowered their heads. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Xiao Fu released all of his divine power. A massive sun covered Xiao Fu's body, and an even more peerless divine power covered the temple, suppressing the divine might that the divine throne gave off. The women all looked shocked. They had never thought that Xiao Fu's divine power would be of a higher grade than the sun god's divine power, and their hearts could not help but beat faster. Even though the sun god's son was an innate godly spirit and had source sun power, Zhao Fu's divine power was also creation god power. Adding on the god race's emperor star, the three of them were definitely more powerful than innate godly spirits. The sun god 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 sun. Zhao Fu walked forwards. The divine throne continuously gave off waves of powerful divine power, wanting to push Zhao Fu away and not let Zhao Fu get close. However, Zhao Fu's divine power was able to stop it. The gentle-looking woman looked at the mature woman and asked, "Big sis, what should we do now?" From the current situation, it seemed that Zhao Fu was not a son of God, but his divine power was above the sun gods. The other women looked at the mature woman. This was a difficult decision for them. Both choices could have massive consequences. The mature woman thought for a moment before saying, "We've waited for the sun god for countless years, and today, it's time for change. I think we should let nature take its course." The gentle-looking woman thought about it and nodded. The gentle-looking woman said with a red face, "He just said that we're still his people, so we shouldn't stop him?" The gentle-looking woman replied, "We're just the sun god's female attendants. If he becomes a son of God and wants us to serve him, we won't be able to refuse." Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu sat on the throne. Even if the women wanted to stop him, it was too late. A golden wave of light spread out, covering the entire temple. The throne's powerful ripples spread out and everything returned to normal. Zhao Fu sat on the throne and gave a calm smile as he looked at the 16 women below and said, "I'm the owner of the temple now. Do you have anything else to say?" The gentle-looking woman said, "We made a bet with you that you were a son of God, but now that you're not, it should be our win." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "However, I'm the owner of the temple now and will soon absorb the vast sun source energy to become a true son of God." The gentle-looking woman pouted, "You're being shameless." Zhao Fu chuckled as he said, "What can you do to me now?" Book 1, Zhao Fu. Hearing this, the women could not do anything to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at the women and looked at their fiery figures. This was the sun god's hobby, and Zhao Fu liked it as he said, "All of you, come here." The women's faces became red and understood what Zhao Fu wanted to do to them, but they still walked over. The next day, Zhao Fu lifted the mature woman's chin and looked at her red face as he smiled and said, "I already said that you'll all be mine." The mature woman rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu as she said, "Now that we're all yours, are you still going to be so shameless?" Zhao Fu chuckled as he said, "All right." The quiet-looking woman hugged Zhao Fu and asked, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu said, "I won't tell you for now. I need you to come with me to the room with source energy and absorb it together." The mature woman said in surprise, "You're saying that we can also obtain source energy?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Of course, you're all my women now and not some godly spirit's maidservants. I'll treat you well." The mature woman smiled as she said, "I believe you." Following this, they came to the room. The door was also made of gold, and apart from the temple master, the women were unable to open it. Zhao Fu went up and pushed open the door, and a wave of heat flowed out. Just like the room before, it was a sea of flames, and there was a 2-meter wide round crystal floating in the air. When the girls saw the spar, they were all excited. In the past, they had followed the sun god here, and every time, they could only wait outside. Today, they could also enter and obtain the true sun energy. This would be of great help to them. All of this was because of this man in front of them. The women were willing to submit to Zhao Fu not only physically but mentally as well. Zhao Fu said, "Let's go in." The women smiled and nodded. After walking into the room, Zhao Fu did the same thing as before. The crystal between his eyebrows shot out a beam of light into the crystal in midair. A powerful power of the sun flowed into Zhao Fu's body through the beam of light. Zhao Fu condensed the light in his brain into a golden ball and continued to absorb large amounts of sun power. The girls sat cross-legged on the side and focused on absorbing it. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu's body exploded out with terrifying sun power. His body became a body of light, and a small sun appeared from the crystal on his forehead, giving off resplendent light. Only then did the girls notice that there were two small suns inside the round crystal on Zhao Fu's forehead. He waited for Zhao Fu to return to normal. The mature woman asked with concern, "You already have two types of sun essence energy, do you want to obtain all of them?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. The gentle-looking woman asked worriedly, "Just one type of sun essence energy is already extremely powerful, will your body be able to withstand fusing 8? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Don't worry, this is nothing to me." The mature woman smiled as she said, I'm also curious about what changes you'll have after fusing 8 types of sun essence energy. Perhaps you'll be able to become an existence on the same level as innate godly spirits." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "You're underestimating me. In terms of divine power and physique, I've long since surpassed innate godly spirits." The mature woman came back to her senses and smiled as she said, I almost forgot, your divine power is of an even higher grade than the sun gods." Zhao Fu said, "I'm going to go to the other suns to continue obtaining sun essence energy." The mature woman nodded. The pure-looking woman's face became slightly red as she said shyly, "Come back soon, don't be bewitched by the other sun's goddesses." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I know. You can all continue to absorb sun essence energy here. In the future, you will all be the mistresses of this temple and will not have any restrictions." The pure-looking woman smiled as she nodded. The gentle-looking woman suddenly said, "Then can we call you husband?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Do you still need to ask me?" The gentle-looking woman smiled as she said, "I understand, husband." Zhao Fu then went to the third sun. The environment here was even worse, and it was almost completely filled with magma. The magma was still slowly flowing, and there were pieces of cracked, charred rocks. There were no plants here, and the temperature was quite high. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been roasted into a dried corpse. Before Zhao Fu could move, a flame whipped towards Zhao Fu. Before Zhao Fu could react, his body was wrapped by the flame whip and pulled into the magma. Fortunately, Zhao Fu's body was already immune to the magma, and he was not injured at all. In the end, he was dragged into a very large cave. One of them was a beautiful woman with a pair of black horns on her head. She had long purplish-red hair and a sexy and fiery figure. She only used some simple cloth to cover her important parts, and she held a fiery whip in her hand. She was the one who had pulled Zhao Fu here. The cave was quite big, and the walls were dark and shiny. There were some stone lanterns on the walls, and there were stone tables and chairs in the middle. There was also a stone bed covered with fiery animal fur. It looked quite crude and primitive. Sensing the woman's power, Zhao Fu immediately said, "I'm the vast sun god's godly son." The woman licked her lips and smiled flirtatiously, "I don't care who you are, I've never seen a man before. You won't be able to escape today." The woman went up and grabbed Zhao Fu's clothes, lifted Zhao Fu up, walked to the bed, and threw Zhao Fu onto it. A few days later, the cave was in a mess, and Zhao Fu looked at the unconscious woman in his arms and sighed. He had just come to the third sun and had never thought that something like this would happen. This woman did not seem to be a goddess, and Zhao Fu did not know what her identity was. However, seeing that she was not afraid of being a godly son, Zhao Fu felt that she was not someone to be trifled with. His 6 desires demonic qi could not control her, and if she forced him to stay here for her to play with, he would not be able to resist at all. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to leave this place first. He carefully pushed away the beautiful and fiery woman. Luckily, she had not woken up yet. Zhao Fu immediately left and flew in another direction. The ground was covered with flowing magma, and he did not see any living creatures. After flying for another day, Zhao Fu finally found a god palace. This god palace was floating on magma, and it was quite big. It was a fiery red color and looked quite exquisite. Zhao Fu went up and was once again blocked by a barrier. Zhao Fu immediately unleashed his godson's power and successfully passed through the barrier. At that moment, a flirtatious voice sounded out, "Boy, I haven't had enough yet, and you're already leaving me behind?" Zhao Fu was quite startled. He turned and saw that it was the beautiful and fiery woman. However, thinking about how he was within the barrier, Zhao Fu was not as afraid as before. He did not believe that this woman could pass through the barrier and catch him. Book 1, Zhao Fu, Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu said, "I don't have time to play with you. The beautiful woman lightly harumphed, don't think that you'll be fine just because you hide in the temple. If you have the ability, don't come out for the rest of your life. Also, I'm very satisfied with you, you're 100 times better than that sun god fellow, I won't let you off. Zhao Fu felt quite curious as he asked, who are you? The beautiful woman smiled as she said, I was born in sun lava and am a sun demon. I was once the sun god's concubine. Zhao Fu asked, since you're the sun god's concubine, why can't you go near this temple? The sun demon said somewhat angrily, it's nothing, I just had some things with those cheese and was forbidden from going near the temple. Zhao Fu found out about the beautiful woman's identity and was not interested in her, so he turned and walked towards the temple. The sun demon called out, why are you going to the temple? I can give you anything you want as long as you're my male concubine, no, my man. Zhao Fu turned and looked at her as he said, I'm here for origin sun energy, do you have it? The sun demon gave a trace of a smile, of course I do. The sun demon stretched out a hand and a massive wave of origin sun energy flowed out, forming an orb of light above her palm that gave off blinding light like a small sun. Zhao Fu asked in surprise, how do you have origin sun energy? The sun demon gave a pleased smile as she said, I already said that I was born in sun lava, and just like the sun god, I'm an innate spirit born from the sun. Of course I have true origin sun energy. Zhao Fu felt quite shocked, he had never thought that the sun demon would be in existence like the sun god. However, there was a great difference in their power, and it was most likely that a large portion of the sun had given birth to the sun demon while a small portion had given birth to the sun demon. The sun demon flirtatiously smiled as she said, what do you think? As long as you're willing to be my man, I'll give you origin sun energy. No. Zhao Fu rejected without thinking. Although he could obtain the sun origin energy, he would lose his freedom in the future and would have to play with her every day. Sun demon looked angry. He clawed at Zhao Fu fiercely. A purple-red claw clawed heavily on the barrier, making a loud noise. However, the barrier was not damaged at all. This made Zhao Fu feel completely at ease. Zhao Fu smiled and said, goodbye, I'll play with you when I'm free. Sun demon looked even angrier, thinking that when Zhao Fu came out, she would imprison him in the cave and have fun with him every day and night. Zhao Fu continued walking towards the entrance of the temple. At this moment, the door to the divine hall slowly opened. Over 20 beautiful women in fire-colored dresses walked out. They had a short horn on their foreheads, and their figures were mature and sexy. Seeing Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and looked at the sun demon outside the barrier. The beautiful woman in the lead said, Mo Yan. Why have you come to the divine hall? Mo Yan coldly harumphed, do you think I want to come here? I don't want to see you sluts. Hurry up and hand over that man, and I'll leave immediately. A seductive woman angrily called out, you dare to speak to us like that? Don't think that we won't do anything to you. If you dare to speak to us like that again, we'll forcefully seal you and make you stay under the lava forever. Mo Yan did not show any weakness as she called out, do you think I'm afraid of you? If you have the ability, come at me one at a time. In terms of individual strength, Mo Yan was definitely the strongest because she and the sun god both had innate power. However, if everyone attacked together, Mo Yan would not be a match for them. Another seductive woman lightly harumphed, why do we have to attack one at a time? What can you do even if we attack together? Mo Yan cursed, you sluts are shameless and lowly. The seductive woman angrily called out, let's go out and teach her a lesson together. The women all agreed and prepared to rush out, and Mo Yan immediately prepared to retreat. Even though she spoke so domineeringly, she understood that she was not a match for these women. At that moment, the beautiful woman in the lead stretched out her hand and stopped them. She looked at Zhao Fu, who was watching the show, and asked, who are you? Why have you appeared here? Before Zhao Fu could reply, Mo Yan smiled as she said, his origins are not simple at all. Mo Yan smiled as she said, his origins are not simple. Not only does he possess 2 types of pure sun essence energy, but he was also able to spend a few days with me. In the end, I was subdued by him. As long as you hand him over to me, I can forget about what happened in the past. The women all looked at Zhao Fu in shock. They did not know if it was because Zhao Fu had 2 types of sun energy or because he wanted to do it with Mo Yan for a few days. The beautiful woman looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Tell me who you are." Zhao Fu replied, "I'm the godchild of 2 suns and the master of the sun god emissaries in the lower world. I'm ascending and I want to fuse 8 types of sun energy." Everyone felt even more shocked, including Mo Yan. After so many years, no one had ascended, and they had thought that the sun god emissaries in the lower world had long since disappeared. They had never thought that they still existed. The beautiful woman asked, "You have the ability to fuse 8 types of sun energy? It's impossible for outsiders to obtain our God Hall's sun energy." Zhao Fu nodded, "I just need everyone to take me to the God throne." The beautiful woman asked, "Why should I take you there?" "I already said that the God Hall's sun energy will not be given to outsiders." Zhao Fu could only helplessly say, "I'm the godchild of the divine sun God Hall. If you take me to the God throne, I can prove that I am," the beautiful woman said. In the past, the divine sun God Hall said that it would not have its own godchild. "I think you're lying, you definitely have other motives." Zhao Fu felt quite troubled, this trick was not going to work here. The beautiful woman looked at Zhao Fu and smiled as she said, "I think he has other motives, I'll take him down and interrogate him." A beautiful woman lightly smiled as she said, "I want to go as well." The other women also started to make requests. Mo Yan said furiously, "He belongs to this old lady, and it was clearly this old lady who captured him. If you do anything to him, this old lady definitely won't let you off." The beautiful woman mockingly looked at Mo Yan and stretched out her hand, taking off Zhao Fu's cloak, revealing an extremely perfect face. The beautiful woman said enchantingly, "No wonder Mo Yan desperately wanted to wait for him, he indeed has this kind of charm. It's the first time I've seen such a good-looking person." The beautiful woman smiled as she said, Even I'm tempted." A mature woman smiled as she said, "I think that the divine sun god Hall was afraid that we'd be lonely and specially gave us a gift. I won't stand on ceremony then." The mature woman stared at Zhao Fu, looking as if she wanted to eat Zhao Fu up. Apex Book 1, Divine Palace. Zhao Fu looked quite troubled, he had thought that coming to the God Palace would be better, but Mo Yan was outside and there were many goddesses within. Even though he liked beauties, he did not want to be forced. What should he do? Zhao Fu did not know what to do, he could not beat them, nor could he escape. In the end, Zhao Fu said, "I'm the son of 2 sun goddesses, if you do anything to me, aren't you afraid of the goddesses of 2 sun goddesses?" The bewitching woman lightly laughed as she said, "We're not afraid, we have reason to suspect that you're plotting something." The mature woman came before Zhao Fu and raised Zhao Fu's chin with her white hand as she said flirtatiously, "Don't worry, be obedient and we won't harm you." The other women smiled and came over. Seeing this, Mo Yan felt like she was going to explode from anger. She wanted to immediately kill everyone and furiously curse and ferociously attack the God Palace. The beautiful woman in the lead did not have the time to care and joined in. In the end, Mo Yan voluntarily sealed her cultivation, and Zhao Fu satisfied her, he would not have to worry about her threats in the future. After a few days of hard work, Zhao Fu looked at the women sleeping at the entrance of the God Palace and gave off a trace of a helpless smile. They had gone too crazy, and this was most likely because of the divine sun god. Moreover, there were no restrictions on who they could be with, and they had true sun essence energy within their bodies, which they could absorb through their origin grounds. Now that they were sleeping, Zhao Fu could enter and obtain sun essence energy. Zhao Fu did not waste any time and immediately entered the God Palace. He came before the throne and gave off a boundless divine power as he sat on it. Boom, a massive wave of light once again spread out, covering the entire God Palace. The God Palace gave off a golden light as it welcomed its new owner. The women sleeping at the entrance of the God Palace were immediately woken up by this wave of energy. Without even putting on their clothes, they hurried into the God Palace and saw that Zhao Fu was already sitting on the throne. Seeing the women run in, Zhao Fu did not panic at all. He was now the master of the God Palace and had the right to banish these women. Mo Yan chuckled and said, "Good husband, you're truly amazing." The girls never thought that Zhao Fu would be able to ascend to the divine throne in such a short period of time, but this divine throne could only be ascended by the sun god. They couldn't even go up if they wanted to, so how did Zhao Fu do it? The beautiful woman looked at Zhao Fu and said, "I knew you weren't the son of God, but that's not important anymore. Tell me your plan." Zhao Fu chuckled and said, I've already told you that I'm only here to obtain the sun origin energy. I have no other plans. The mature woman said softly, then what do you plan to do with us? Mo Yan said with a flirtatious smile, good husband, I want you to chase them out of the palace. In the future, I'll serve you alone. The enchanting woman gave an alluring smile as she said, husband. How can she compare to 27 of us sisters? I think it's best to chase her out of the god palace. Let me tell you, this woman is quite ambitious. Back then, after the sun god disappeared, she wanted to become the master of the god palace and the new sun god. In the end, not only did we stop her, but she also suffered from the divine sun's backlash. You can't keep such a woman by your side. Mo Yan coldly harumphed, if it wasn't for you people stopping me, I might have been able to become a sun god. It was all of you who caused me to suffer the pain of the backlash for 1,000 years, I'll definitely take revenge. The beautiful woman said, even if we didn't stop you, you wouldn't have been able to become a sun god. The sun gods have to be men, just like how the moon immortals have to be women. You can't change these two rules. Mo Yan turned her head and said coldly, I don't care, it was all your fault. The enchanting woman lightly laughed as she said, husband, you've seen for yourself that she's like this. If you're willing, we can seal her forever. Mo Yan immediately said flirtatiously, good husband. Are you willing to seal me? In the past, it was because the sun god disappeared, now that I have you, I'll definitely submit to you 100%. You're hundreds of times more powerful than that sun god, I'm willing to be your woman, and I'm even willing to be your slave. Hearing this, the women could not help but think of what had happened over the past few days, and their faces became red. Zhao Fu felt a headache as he said, I don't care about your matters, just get along well. If you don't perform well, I'll immediately expel you. The women started to feel quite nervous. They were far more powerful than Zhao Fu, but Zhao Fu was the master of the god palace, and Zhao Fu could expel them at any time. The enchanting woman and Mo Yan looked at each other and did not say anything. Zhao Fu asked, where's the origin ground? The beautiful woman smiled as she said, husband, I'll take you there. Zhao Fu nodded. The group came before a golden door, and Zhao Fu vigorously pushed it open. Within was a sea of flames, and there was a 1-meter-wide circular crystal in the air. The origin crystal here was quite small, and it had most likely been absorbed by the other goddesses. That was why they had origin energy within their bodies, and it was not weak at all. Zhao Fu came under the crystal, and a ray of light shot out from the crystal on his forehead into the crystal in the air, and a massive wave of origin energy entered Zhao Fu's body. The women looked at Zhao Fu, who was absorbing origin energy, and the mature-looking woman said, I feel that his identity is quite terrifying, perhaps he'll be able to fuse 8 types of origin energy and become a new sun god. The enchanting woman smiled as she said, I also have this thought. The sun god disappeared for so many years, and we did our best to be loyal to him. However, we need to make plans for the future. I don't know what kind of power he has, but I've already been enchanted by him. The beautiful woman replied, we don't have any other choice. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a small sun giving off golden light appeared from the crystal on Zhao Fu's forehead, and a powerful aura spread out. Seeing this scene, everyone found that Zhao Fu had grasped a 3rd type of origin energy and had become a true 3rd-day god child. Mo Yan was now certain that they had also absorbed origin energy in the past, but they had not become god children. However, Zhao Fu had absorbed origin energy and become a god child. The sun god could only be a man, and she could not change this rule. As such, she did not feel that angry. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he got up from the ground, came to the door, and said, I'm leaving. The beautiful woman asked, are you going to another sun to obtain origin energy? Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. The enchanting woman flirtatiously smiled as she said, don't be like that, hurry up and leave. Stay with us for a few more days. Mo Yan lightly harumphed, I haven't had enough yet, you have to stay for a few more days or else I won't let you go. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, all right. Book 1, Zhao Fu was stunned. After coming to the 4th sun, Zhao Fu found that this place was filled with lava and there were no plants or animals. It was deathly silent and the temperature was not very high. After learning his lesson from last time, Zhao Fu was more careful this time. He first sensed his surroundings and found that there were no dangers before continuing onwards. Not too long after, Zhao Fu arrived before the god palace. There were two tall lava statues, one of which was wearing armor and holding a weapon. The statue had a dignified expression on its face, and it looked holy and inviolable. Zhao Fu unleashed his holy sun angel's power, and the barrier in front of the god palace did not stop Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu easily entered the god palace and continued onwards. After coming to a large god palace, Zhao Fu saw that there was no one around the throne, and he felt quite surprised. Could it be that there are no goddesses managing this god palace? However, there was no one here that was beneficial to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu released a boundless divine power, and a golden sun once again covered Zhao Fu's body, giving off an intense piercing light. He looked like a real sun god as he walked forwards. Soon, Zhao Fu ascended to the throne and became the god palace's master. Zhao Fu came before a golden door and pushed it open. There was a sea of flames, and there was a golden crystal that was 1 meter wide floating in the air, giving off boundless golden light. Below the crystal, there were 8 tall and beautiful women with fiery hair, pointy ears, and tall figures. They sat cross-legged on the ground and focused on absorbing sun essence energy. Zhao Fu had thought that there were no goddesses, but it turned out that they were here. Zhao Fu did not disturb them and sat cross-legged under the crystal. A golden ray of light once again shot out from his forehead, and a powerful wave of sun essence energy entered Zhao Fu's body. Boom! An hour later, a vast amount of sun power exploded out from Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu's body once again became made of golden light, and the crystal on his forehead shone with golden light. The powerful ripples caused the 8 cultivating divine daughters to open their eyes. When they saw the unfamiliar man in front of them, they revealed stunned expressions. They had been cultivating here for countless years and had always been focused on one thing. Their minds had long been immersed in it and they didn't care about anything else. If it wasn't for the powerful fluctuations around them, they wouldn't have woken up from their cultivation. A sweet-looking woman asked curiously, "Who is he? How could it appear here and even absorb sun origin energy?" The noble woman shook her head. "I'm not sure, but he has ascended to the divine throne and become the master of the temple. He has absorbed the prime sun power and has become the divine child of the holy sun god." The cold-looking woman said earnestly, "This matter is troublesome. We were too immersed in cultivation that we didn't even know such a big thing had happened." The mature woman said, "This place is quite special and we can't sense any changes in the temple." The noble-looking woman asked, "This person already possesses 3 types of solar essence powers. Something must have happened while we were cultivating." The sweet-looking woman smiled as she said, "We'll ask him when he wakes up." A small golden sun once again appeared from the crystal on Zhao Fu's head, and Zhao Fu's body gradually turned into power as a powerful aura spread out. Zhao Fu opened his eyes and found that the women were all looking at him. The sweet-looking woman smiled as she said, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'm someone from the lower world, and I've come to the sun to collect 8 types of prime sun power." The noble woman said, "Since you have such abilities, your identity must not be simple. Now that you're the master of the temple and have grasped prime sun power, we can't change anything. We acknowledge your identity." A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. The mature woman looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "Tell me about what's happened recently. We feel that many things have happened." Zhao Fu nodded, "I don't know if everyone wants to hear about what happened on the sun or what happened in the lower world." The mature woman replied, "I want both." Zhao Fu told the women about what had happened recently in detail. After hearing about what had happened, the women all looked quite complicated. This was especially so for the 8 sun god temple in the lower world, which made them feel angry, uncomfortable, and somewhat sad. The noble woman smiled as she said, "Those 8 sun god emissaries used some sort of prophecy technique to prophesize your existence. We believe in you, and under your leadership, the 8 sun god temple will welcome a glorious revival." Zhao Fu said humbly, "You flatter me." The cold woman asked, "You still haven't told me why you want to collect 8 types of prime sun power, why you have such abilities, or what your future plans are." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "This is my secret, I won't tell you for now." The mature woman lightly smiled as she said, We understand you and wish you the best of luck in fusing the 8 types of prime sun power. I believe that when that happens, the 8th Sun God Temple will welcome a final change. Xiaofu smiled as he said, I'm going to head to the next sun. The women nodded. Xiaofu got up and left the room and flew towards the 5th sun. After Xiaofu left, the mature woman asked seriously, do you think that he will become the new sun god? The cold woman said, he will become the new sun god, but he will definitely become a sun god in the future and cannot compare to an innate sun god. However, with a godly spirit, the 8th Sun God Temple will be reborn. The sweet-looking woman said, what about us? What should we do? The noble woman said, of course we'll focus on cultivating. If he needs anything, we'll do our best to help him. We'll cultivate for now and wait until the day we become immortals before going to find the missing sun god. The sweet-looking woman pouted and said, we're sun elves and have endless life on the sun, but our cultivation increases too slowly. The noble woman smiled and said, we'll continue to focus on cultivating. Who knows, the next time we wake up, we might be immortals. The sweet-looking woman smiled sweetly and nodded. The group continued to close their eyes and focused on absorbing the prime sun power. Xiaofu had already arrived at the 5th sun, and what surprised Xiaofu was that this place was filled with purplish-red plants. The ground was a dark red color and the temperature was not very high, making it suitable for humans to live in. Xiaofu even saw a few small beasts running over. This 5th sun was evidently more lively than the previous 4 suns, and Xiaofu smiled as he flew towards the side. Swish, a fiery red arrow shot towards Xiaofu. This arrow's power was very weak, and Xiaofu only took a glance at it before the arrow combusted and turned into ashes. Xiaofu looked at the ground and saw a young man trying to escape in fear. Xiaofu revealed a trace of a smile as he disappeared and reappeared in front of the young man. Book 1, Xiaofu. Seeing Xiaofu appear in front of him, the young man cried out in fear, outsider. Xiaofu smiled as he said, I want to know some things. If you tell me, I won't kill you and will spare your life. The young man's gaze was resolute as he cried out, I won't tell you. If you kill me, the goddess will take revenge for me. Xiaofu grabbed at the air, and a formless hand grabbed the young man. The terrifying power seemed to be able to instantly crush the young man. The young man's face was red with pain and he could not resist at all. Xiaofu continued to ask, are you going to tell me or not? A figure sounded out from within the forest, let go of him. Xiaofu looked over and saw a young woman in red clothes with exquisite features running over and smiling as she said, I just need to know some things. If you tell me, I'll let you two go. The young woman looked at the young man who was about to be crushed and nodded. The young man called out with great difficulty, Goddess, don't mind me. Xiaofu threw the young man in front of the young woman and asked in surprise, you're that goddess? The young woman looked at the young man on the ground and saw that he was not injured. She then nodded at Xiaofu. Xiaofu lightly laughed as he said, I thought you were the sun god's goddess. The young woman said, that's the great goddess, we're just ordinary goddesses in charge of managing the temples, there's a huge difference between our statuses. Xiaofu smiled and nodded. The young man said, Goddess, he's an outsider, I saw it with my own eyes. The young woman said seriously, I know that he's incredibly powerful, apart from the great goddess, he's the most terrifying person I've ever seen. It's best if we behave ourselves, he can casually kill us. The young man looked quite shocked, he had never thought that Xiaofu would be so powerful. Hearing their words, Xiaofu asked, do you dislike outsiders? The young woman said, it's because you outsiders have done many bad things in our place, so we all hate you. Xiaofu frowned and asked doubtfully, did many people ascend to the 5th sun? The red-dressed young lady asked curiously, what do you mean by ascending to the 5th sun? The young man thought of something and looked at Xiaofu in shock. He's not an outsider. He's someone who ascended from the lower realm. Xiaofu nodded, that's right, I ascended from the lower realm. The young woman looked at Xiaofu in shock. They had only heard of people ascending to the sun in ancient times, and they had thought that it was just a legend. They had never thought that it was true, and they had personally witnessed it. No one else had ever seen it before. However, how could there still be people who could ascend? What status and ability did Xiaofu have to be able to ascend from the lower realms? The two of them were very curious about Xiaofu. Xiaofu asked, tell me what an outsider is first. The red-dressed young lady explained to Xiao Fu. It turned out that after the sun god disappeared, the fifth sun's 9 great goddesses split into 2 factions. One faction had 5 great goddesses, while the other had 4 great goddesses. As they split, the countless people living on the sun also split into 2 factions. In order to fight over the god palace, a massive war erupted, resulting in the deaths of countless creatures. In the end, the 5 great goddesses faction won and took control of the god palace. They could be called the Guardian faction. The other faction was chased out and brought some people to live in the border regions, becoming the Destruction faction. The outsiders they were talking about were the people from the Destruction faction. Because the border regions lacked resources and the terrain was quite dangerous, the people there were quite ferocious. They often went to the Guardian faction's territory to steal resources, kill people, and do many evil things. This was why the Guardian faction hated outsiders so much. They would normally attack anyone they saw, which was why the young man had attacked Xiao Fu. However, he had never thought that Xiao Fu's power would be so terrifying. There were not many people living on the fifth sun. The Guardian faction had roughly 10 million people, while the Destruction faction only had 1 million. The Guardian faction had enough of an advantage, and the Destruction faction did not dare to go head-on against the Guardian faction. The great goddesses of the 2 factions were in a deep sleep, and the ones in charge of these places were the lesser goddesses. After hearing the red-dressed young lady's words, Xiao Fu started to think to himself. He had never thought that the matters of the fifth sun would be so complicated. Xiao Fu had planned to go to the God Palace and ascend to the throne like before to obtain source energy. However, this method might not work. Who knew what the great goddesses would do to him? In the end, Xiao Fu thought about it and said, "I want you to take me to your city." Xiao Fu planned to investigate some information before making any decisions. Safety was the most important. The red-dressed young lady said, "Sure, but if you dress like this, people will think that you're an outsider. You need to dress up a bit." Xiao Fu took off his black cloak and asked, "How should I dress up?" Looking at Xiao Fu's extraordinary looks, the 2 of them immediately froze and looked at Xiao Fu dumbly. They had never seen such a good-looking person before, and their hearts rapidly beat. Xiao Fu asked, "What is it?" The 2 of them came back to their senses, and the red-dressed young lady's face blushed as she shook her head. Following this, the red-dressed young lady took out all sorts of items and started to dress up Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu's clothes were now purple robes, which were made from this region's special materials. There was also a red sun insignia on his arm. The red-dressed young lady looked at Xiao Fu. Compared to before, he now had a trace of a noble and mysterious aura, and he gave off a formless charm. He was like a noble young master, causing the red-dressed young lady's heart to race. Xiao Fu looked at his clothes and asked, "Is this okay?" The red-dressed young lady shook her head, "You're too good-looking, and you still have to wear this." The red-dressed young lady handed Xiao Fu a wooden mask that covered the upper half of his face. Xiao Fu took the mask, put it on, and thanked her. The red-dressed young lady happily said, "You're welcome." The young man looked at the red-dressed young lady, who seemed to be infatuated with Xiao Fu, and he could understand why. As a man, he was almost infatuated with Xiao Fu, let alone a woman. His relationship with the red-dressed young lady was only that of good friends and nothing else. Xiao Fu waved his hand and 10 or so treasures appeared in front of the 2 of them. Xiao Fu smiled and said, "These are my rewards for you." The young man looked at the spirit light that the treasures gave off. To him, these were incredibly precious treasures, and there were so many of them. The young man looked incredibly excited and hurriedly thanked Xiao Fu. Looking at these precious treasures, the red-dressed young lady realized the difference in status between her and Xiao Fu, and she looked quite disappointed. Following this, Xiao Fu followed the red-dressed young lady and the young man to the city. Book 1, Chapter 382. When Xiao Fu came to the city, he found that the people here all had a red sun pattern on their arms. After asking, he found out that the Guardian faction had such a pattern, which was also a proof of loyalty to the great goddess. As for the Destruction faction, they were loyal to another great goddess and had a different pattern on their arms. The youth smiled and said, "I'll go home first." The red-robed girl nodded lightly. The youth looked at Xiao Fu and said respectfully, "If Lord needs me, just come and find me. I will do my best to help Lord." Xiao Fu lightly nodded in agreement. After the youth left, Zhao Fu followed the red-robed girl to a temple. A tall red-robed girl smiled and said, "Did Ri Yan just go there?" The red-robed girl smiled and said, "I just went to collect some spiritual herbs with Ryu." Zhao Fu found that this woman was also wearing a red dress with a dark red sun pattern. She should be a great goddess. The tall woman's name was Ri Lu. She smiled and reminded, "Be careful outside. I heard that some outsiders have come to our area." Ri Yan smiled and nodded, "Sister Lu, I know." Ri Lu looked at Zhao Fu and asked curiously, "This is?" Ri Yan replied with a red face, "He's a good friend of mine. He wanted to see the temple, so I brought him here." Ri Lu looked at Ri Yan's shy look and said with a smile, "Then I won't disturb you anymore." Seeing Ri Lu leave, Ri Yan turned to Zhao Fu and said, "Let's go." Zhao Fu nodded. Ri Yan brought Zhao Fu to a room and said, "You can stay here first." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Actually, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I'll just collect some information and leave." Ri Yan asked in surprise, "So soon?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, "I won't hide it from you. I came to the fifth sun just for the sun origin energy. Moreover, I've already collected the sun origin energy of 4 suns." Ri Yan looked at Zhao Fu in shock. She had underestimated Zhao Fu and could not say anything. Zhao Fu said with a smile, "After I have fused with the 8 suns' origin powers, I might return for the 5th sun and solve the problem of your 5th sun. In the future, you won't have to worry about outsiders anymore." Ri Yan's eyes widened as she looked at Zhao Fu. "You're so strong." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "I also need your help." Ri Yan nodded seriously. "I believe you. I'm willing to help you." Zhao Fu asked Ri Yan to help him gather information. He also went outside to inquire, mainly to gather information about the few great goddesses and the great shrine. As long as Zhao Fu could enter the great shrine and absorb the sun origin energy of the 5th sun, Zhao Fu would become the new owner of the 5th sun. After 2 hours of asking around, Zhao Fu obtained some information. Now that the great goddesses had fallen asleep, the ones truly in charge were the 12 high-level goddesses. They were all at the Dao realm, and if Zhao Fu tried to force his way in, it would not be very likely. The great shrine was also protected by all sorts of barriers. Not only were there barriers set by the sun god, but there were also barriers set by the few great goddesses. The goal was to prevent the great goddesses from the other faction. After obtaining this information, Zhao Fu was prepared to say goodbye to Ri Yan and head to the great shrine. But when he arrived, he realized that a few goddesses were surrounding Ri Yan like they were scolding her. Ri Yan had a wronged expression and tears welled up in her eyes. Zhao Fu walked over and asked, "What is going on?" An average-looking woman who looked like an auntie shouted, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Ri Yan said, "He's my friend, I brought him to the great shrine." The auntie coldly harumphed, "Not only do you dare to steal, but you also dare to bring an outsider to the great shrine. It seems that you don't want to be a goddess anymore." Ri Yan hurriedly explained, "I didn't steal anything." The auntie's expression was cold as she took out a golden gem. "This is a high-grade sun crystal, how could an ordinary goddess like you obtain it?" It turned out that Ri Yan had taken out a sun crystal in order to obtain some secret information for Zhao Fu. However, she had been caught by the auntie and the others and thought that Ri Yan had stolen it. In order to hide Zhao Fu's identity, Ri Yan could not explain herself. Zhao Fu said, "I gave this to her." The auntie looked at Zhao Fu and said coldly, "You gave it to her? Who are you? Why do you have a sun crystal?" Zhao Fu said calmly, "I have a lot of these things. Also, apologize to her now or you'll all die here." The auntie and the others looked at Zhao Fu angrily, and the auntie screamed, "You dare to kill us? Why don't you give it a try now?" Zhao Fu's gaze turned cold and was about to make a move. Ri Yan knew how terrifying Zhao Fu was and quickly pulled Zhao Fu back, "Don't." At this moment, Ri Lu walked over and asked, "What's wrong?" The auntie spoke bluntly, "This person stole things and even brought outsiders into the temple." Ri Yan hurriedly explained, "I didn't steal the sun crystal, and the temple doesn't have any rules saying that we can't bring people into the temple." The auntie shouted, "You still say that you didn't steal it? Then tell me, where did the sun crystal come from? Do you have any proof that he stole it?" Ri Yan did not know how to explain herself. Zhao Fu frowned and waved his hand, causing a pile of sun crystals to appear on the ground. Is this thing very valuable? The auntie and the others looked at the pile of sun crystals on the ground with looks of surprise. Their eyes shone, they had never seen so many sun crystals before. Rilu also looked at Zhao Fu in surprise, he never thought that Zhao Fu was not simple. Zhao Fu said, I can give you these things, but apologize to her now. The auntie's expressions immediately changed, and that auntie chuckled and said, I'm sorry, we misunderstood you. I apologize to you. Another auntie said with a smile, it's our fault for misunderstanding you before investigating the matter. We sincerely apologize to you and hope that you won't bother with people like us. Another auntie said with a smile, it's all our fault, we're really sorry. We promise that there won't be a next time. The aunties could tell that Zhao Fu had a noble status and did not dare to offend Zhao Fu, they also wanted to obtain those sun crystals. Facing the enthusiastic looks of the aunties, Ri Yan felt a bit embarrassed. Zhao Fu said in disgust, take these things and scram. The aunties smiled and picked up the crystals on the ground before leaving this place. Ri Yan looked at Zhao Fu and said, thank you. Zhao Fu smiled and said, you're welcome. Ri Yan looked at Zhao Fu with a smile and unknowingly liked Zhao Fu even more. Ri Lu asked curiously, I wonder who you are? Zhao Fu smiled and said, guess. Ri Lu rolled his eyes at Zhao Fu. Ri Yan said apologetically, I'm sorry, I didn't get any useful information and caused you trouble. Apex Book 1, Chapter 383. Zhao Fu smiled and said, I've already heard some news and am preparing to head to the Grand Temple. I came back to bid farewell to you. Ri Yan said reluctantly, so soon? Zhao Fu replied, yes, I want to resolve this matter as soon as possible. I still have other things to deal with. We will definitely meet again in the future. Ri Yan smiled and nodded. Lu Ri listened on the side and felt that what Zhao Fu was doing was not ordinary, so he asked, what's the matter? Maybe I can help you. Ri Yan smiled happily and said to Zhao Fu, Big Sister Ri Lu is an intermediate goddess, she should be able to help you. Zhao Fu looked at Lu Li and said, I want to enter the Grand Temple and obtain the Sun Origin power. Lu Ri had already prepared himself, but he was still shocked. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. His voice trembled as he spoke, who the hell are you? Ri Yan smiled and explained, Sister Ri Lu, he ascended from the lower realms and has already obtained 4 types of origin energy. Ri Lu looked at Zhao Fu and asked, is it true? Zhao Fu took off the mask, revealing the crystal on his forehead. Within it were 4 small suns that gave off the pure aura of the sun. Lu Ri was astonished. Zhao Fu had 4 kinds of sun source power, and he was also very good-looking, which made her heart beat faster and faster, and a blush appeared on her face. Ri Yan said with a smile, Sister Ri Lu also said that he wants to change the situation of the 5th day in the future, so that we don't have to worry about outsiders in the future. Azure Ri came back to his senses and thought about how Zhao Fu had already obtained 4 types of sun origin power. Not only was this ability extraordinary, but it was also related to the other sun goddesses. Azure Ri believed that Zhao Fu could do it, so he smiled and said, yes, I can help you. My cousin was a high-grade sun goddess when he was young. Zhao Fu felt quite delighted, this made things much simpler, and he smiled as he said, thank you. Lu Ri smiled and said, you're welcome. I think your identity may be far more distinguished than we thought. You can change the situation of the 5th sun, which is a great thing. Zhao Fu said, let's go. Lu Ri smiled and nodded. Ri Yan could not help but ask, can I go with you? Zhao Fu thought for a moment and nodded. Ri Yan revealed a smile. The 3 of them left this place and spent half a day to arrive at the Grand Shrine. Lu Ri opened his mouth and said, now I'll take you to my cousin's house. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Ri Lu asked, what are you going to do when you see my aunt? You won't tell him your identity, will you? There might be a certain degree of danger. Zhao Fu replied, I will be careful. Lu Ri smiled and spoke, well, I think with your identity, my aunt would not dare to do anything to you. The 3 of them came to a building, and a handsome-looking young man grinned as he ran out and said, cousin, you're here? Ri Lu smiled and nodded, is aunt here? The young man replied, my mother will be back soon. Lu Ri chuckled and said, well, then let's wait here for a while. The handsome young man looked at Ri Yan, who was next to Lu Ri, and asked, "Cousin, who is she?" Lu Ri chuckled and said, "Her name is Ri Yan, an ordinary goddess. Moreover, she already has someone she likes." "Oh." The young man replied with a disappointed voice. Ri Yan's cheeks turned slightly red as she quietly glanced at Zhao Fu. The three of them sat on the stone benches outside the pavilion and waited. Not long after, a mature, serious-looking, beautiful woman walked in with a gentle-looking woman. Lu Ri smiled and called out, "Aunt." The serious-looking woman turned to look at Lu Ri and asked, "Why are you here?" The serious-looking woman was called Huan, one of the 12 high-grade goddesses. The gentle-looking woman next to her was called Ri Xiu, also one of the 12 high-grade goddesses. Lu Ri smiled and said, "I have something important to talk to you about." Huan Ri said, "What is it?" Lu Ri said mysteriously, "This matter is quite important. Let's find a place with no one around." Seeing this, Huan Ri nodded. The group came to a room, and Huan said, "You can tell me what you want now." Ri Lu said with a smile, "Let me introduce you. He is a person who ascended from the lower realms and is also the possessor of 4 kinds of origin sun power." Zhao Fu took off his mask and revealed the crystal. Huan and Ri Xiu looked at Zhao Fu in shock, and only after a while did they calm down. Huan and Ri Xiu looked at each other and understood how important this matter was. Huan asked seriously, "What do you want from us?" Zhao Fu said, "I'm here for the 5th sun's origin power." Huan wanted to ask how Zhao Fu could obtain sun essence, but thinking about how Zhao Fu already had 4 types of sun essence, it was naturally possible for him to obtain the 5th. Huan thought about it and said, "How do you obtain the other sun's origin power?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "It's very simple. I just need to ascend to the throne and become the lord of the temple." Huan asked in confusion, "How can you ascend to the throne?" Zhao Fu said confidently, "It's almost impossible for you, but it's very simple for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said that I need to collect 8 types of sun essence." Huan asked again, "What's your relationship with the other goddesses?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Them? They're all my women now, but they're all cultivating right now. I came to the 5th sun alone." The women were all shocked, and Huan said, "Goddesses can only serve gods, how can they become your women?" Zhao Fu said with a light smile, "Because I'm the sun god's child and the lord of the temple. They naturally have to listen to my orders." The women became even more shocked. Ri Yan and Lu Ri felt somewhat inferior, even such powerful goddesses had become his women, how could they compare? Huan and Ri Xiu did not suspect anything, the 4 suns above Zhao Fu's head were the best proof. Ri Xiu looked at Zhao Fu and said, "If you control the 5th sun's origin power, will you become the sun god's child?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Ri Xiu continued to ask, "If you become the sun god's child, what benefits will it bring to us?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I will end the status quo of the 5th sun, and you don't have to worry about the other faction. As for your power, I will not change, and I can guarantee that you will not be in any danger. If necessary, I will have other goddesses descend." This gave Ri Xiu and Huan enough confidence. Whether this matter succeeded or failed, it would not harm them. It was time for the 5th sun to change. Apex Book 1, Chapter 384. Huan smiled and said, "All right, I promise you." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Thank you." Everyone started to discuss how to enter the grand shrine, especially the throne. There were many restrictions and formations around it, and even high-level goddesses would find it hard to get close. In order to break these restrictions, one would need a token of a great goddess. It just so happened that Ri Xiu had a blood relationship with a great goddess, and was also valued by the great goddess. She had a token in her hand, which could be used to break the restrictions. After making the plan, Hikari and Huan brought Zhao Fu to the grand shrine. Because Hikari and Huan were high-level goddesses, no one dared to question them on the way. However, just as they were about to enter the throne, a beautiful woman passed by. She was called Sunberry, and she was also one of the grand goddesses. Sunberry smiled and said, "Why are you two here?" Huan replied calmly, "Nothing, we just came to take a look." Sunberry smiled and did not mind. Just as she was about to leave, she looked at Zhao Fu and asked with interest, "Who is he? I don't think I've seen him before." Huan replied, "He's just a subordinate that I just took in." Sunberry smiled and said, "Tell him to take off his mask and let me see what he looks like." Huan frowned and said, "Don't go too far." Sunberry smiled and said, "Alright, I won't look anymore, alright?" Huan said, "Let's go." Xiaofu followed behind Huan and hid his aura. He did not change his appearance and tried not to let others notice anything wrong. Japanese Berry didn't pay too much attention and left the place. After she left for a while, Huan brought Xiaofu to the grand shrine. There was a golden throne in front of them. It was more than 10 meters tall and was 300 meters away from Xiaofu. It seemed like they could easily walk over, but it was filled with restrictions and was extremely dangerous. Hikari took out a round jade ring that had some patterns carved on it. It was the size of a palm, and Hikari threw it forward. The ring floated in the air and gave off a white light. A 2-meter-wide ring of light appeared in front of everyone, giving off a faint light. Ri Xiao said, "If you enter from here, you won't be attacked by the restrictions." Xiaofu nodded and entered the ring of light. In that instant, he felt his body turn into a blur that quickly arrived at the foot of the throne. Ri Xiao couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Do you think he can ascend to the throne?" Huan looked at Xiaofu and said, "There shouldn't be a problem. He already obtained 4 types of sun power. Also, let's leave first. He might cause a huge commotion. The 2 of us can only help him until here." Ri Xiao lightly nodded. Boom, an explosion sounded out as Xiaofu released a boundless divine power. A golden sun covered Xiaofu's body, and Xiaofu gave off this powerful sun aura as he walked towards the throne. The throne naturally released a powerful power to stop him, but it was suppressed by Xiaofu's divine power. In the end, Xiaofu still ascended the throne. A golden wave of light quickly spread out, and the entire shrine gave off a golden light. The advanced goddesses looked quite confused and could not understand what was going on. Why did the entire shrine change like this? Ri Xiao and Huan looked quite shocked. They had expected that Xiaofu would ascend to the throne, but they had never thought that Xiaofu would ascend so quickly. It seemed that they had only been away for 20 minutes. At this moment, they still had not discovered that the shrine had a new owner. Even though they were advanced goddesses and great goddesses managed the shrine, they were not the owners. After managing the shrine for so many years, they were used to it. Boom, boom. Boom, within a flaming mountain, there was a large cave with 5 fiery red jade beds. 5 beautiful women in red clothes lay on them. They opened their eyes and released powerful divine power. The advanced goddesses could not sense any changes, but they could sense that the shrine had a new owner. Their first thought was that someone from the other faction had somehow obtained the management rights of the shrine. Whoever obtained the shrine would obtain a massive advantage and would be able to absorb sun origin power. After the 5 women opened their eyes, they turned into 5 rays of light and flew towards the shrine. On the other side of the underground cave, on 4 fiery jade beds, 4 beautiful women in red clothes woke up. They were the 4 great goddesses of the destruction faction, and they could sense that the shrine had a new owner. At the same time, they felt that someone from the Guardian faction had found a way to become the new owner of the shrine. If that was the case, they would be in great danger. The Guardian faction had 5 great goddesses, while the Destruction faction only had 4. They could barely resist the 5 great goddesses, but if the 5 great goddesses absorbed true sun origin power, the difference in strength between them would be massive. Boom. Boom, explosions sounded out as they exploded out with great power, turning into fiery rays of light as they shot towards the great god hall. The Guardian faction's 5 great goddesses were the first to arrive. They stood in the air and gave off a massive aura, causing the sky to become fiery red. Seeing the great goddesses appear, the 12 advanced goddesses looked quite surprised and hurriedly walked out and bowed as they said, "Greetings, great goddesses." Seeing the 12 advanced goddesses, the 5 advanced goddesses felt quite startled. They thought that someone from the other faction had forced their way into the shrine, and the 12 advanced goddesses should have gone all out to defend. However, it seemed that nothing had happened to them. A mature great goddess said angrily, "You bunch of trash, you don't even know that the shrine has a new owner." Hearing this, the 12 advanced goddesses looked quite shocked. The shrine had a new owner. The golden light that the shrine gave off had caused this, a quiet great goddess said. "They don't know about this, so it's definitely another great goddess who snuck in and became the shrine's owner." Let's go to the god throne and have a look. A great goddess with a fiery figure said hurriedly, let's hurry, the longer we take, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. The great goddesses quickly flew towards the god throne. The 12 advanced goddesses' expressions were quite unsightly, such a big thing had happened and they had not sensed it at all. It could be said that they had made a huge mistake. They did not know that their identities would be in danger, so they hurriedly ran over. Everyone came to the outside of the shrine and looked at it seriously. Just as the mature woman was about to speak, boom! Boom! 4 explosions sounded out as 4 fiery figures appeared in the air, giving off powerful auras that spread out like shockwaves. Book 1, Chapter 385. The 5 great goddesses of the Guardian faction were stunned when they saw the great goddesses of the other faction. The 4 great goddesses of the other faction were also stunned when they saw the 5 great goddesses standing outside the temple. Both sides said at the same time, "It's not you who became the shrine master?" Hearing the 2 sides' words, they confirmed that it was not Zhao Fu who became the shrine master, and they let out a sigh of relief. After all, it was not that easy to ascend to the throne. However, since it was not Zhao Fu, who was the new shrine master? Everyone continued to look at the shrine. At this time, a young man wearing a mask slowly walked out. Seeing Zhao Fu walk out, Berry looked quite confused. No matter how she thought about it, she would never have thought that Zhao Fu would become the God Palace Master. Berry turned to look at Xiao and Huan. This person was someone they had brought in, and with their help, Zhao Fu had been able to come here so easily. Berry immediately reported, "Goddess, this person was brought in by Huan and Xiao." Hearing this, the 5 goddesses looked at Huan and Xiao angrily. The mature woman said coldly, "Speak, why did you bring him in? If you don't give us an explanation, we will kill you both." The quiet goddess also said angrily, "Xiao, I trusted you so much, but you betrayed me." Xiao and Huan's expressions changed. The other faction's 4 great goddesses revealed traces of smiles. One of the charming great goddesses smiled and said, "What's so good about following those 5? If you submit to me, we might save your lives." Just when Huan and Xiao were about to speak, a light laugh sounded. A light laugh sounded out, and everyone's gazes fell back onto Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "You seem to have forgotten that I'm the Lord of the God Palace, and those 2 are my people. I won't allow you to harm them, or else don't blame me." The mature woman coldly snorted and said, "Yes, you are the shrine master, but I don't believe that you can hide in the shrine forever. You dare to threaten us? Let me tell you, you are dead." Zhao Fu took off his mask, revealing the crystal on his forehead, as well as Zhao Fu's perfect appearance. The goddesses all looked incredibly shocked, and the mature woman called out, "How can you have 4 types of sun essence energy?" Zhao Fu said with a confident smile, "Aren't you going to ask about my identity? Now, I am the godchild of 4 suns, and the goddesses of the other 4 temples have to listen to my orders. Let me tell you, I will not die, so you can only die." Hearing this, the goddesses' expressions became a little serious. At this moment, Huan said, "You promised us that you wouldn't hurt our people." Zhao Fu chuckled, "The premise is that they won't force me." The mature woman snorted lightly, "Every sun has its own rules. Deities and their previous matters cannot be interfered with. We each manage our own forces." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "But don't forget that I'm now the son of God of 4 temples. Goddesses have to listen to my orders." The mature woman did not say anything because she understood that Zhao Fu was right. The quiet woman asked, "Can you tell us just who you are? Why can you become the son of God of 4 temples?" Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "I ascended from the lower world, and my goal is to collect 8 types of sun essence energy. The power of your sun is the 5th type of sun essence energy that I've collected." Hearing this, Zhao Fu's identity became quite terrifying. They now understood why Zhao Fu could easily ascend to godhood while they could not. The flirtatious woman from the other faction lightly laughed as she said, "You're the ruler of a temple, and you'll soon become the son of God of the 5th sun. The 4 of us are willing to submit to you." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. The Guardian faction's people's expressions became serious. Now that Zhao Fu had become the ruler of a temple, they had become outsiders. Moreover, he had the help of the other 4 sun goddesses. If they did not choose to submit, their situation would become quite difficult. Huan said, goddesses, submitting to him is the trend of fate. Not only will he become the fifth sun shrine, but he'll also unify the 8 suns. This is why we're willing to help him. Ritsura also said in a soft voice, the sun god has disappeared for so many years, and the temple has been split for so many years. Goddesses, it's time for a change. The mature woman let out a breath and looked at the other goddesses as she asked, what do you all think? The quiet woman replied, we have no other choice. The voluptuous woman nodded, it's not just our temple, all 8 temples will go through great changes. A beautiful woman said, I don't have any other thoughts right now, let's just submit to him. Finally, the mature woman looked at Zhao Fu with a trace of bitterness as she said, we're also willing to submit to you. Are you satisfied now? Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Now that your 2 factions have submitted to me, you're also my people. I want you all to fuse together again. The mature woman glanced at the flirtatious-looking woman as she said, we don't have any objections, but they might not. Back then, it was the 4 of them who rebelled. The flirtatious-looking woman lightly laughed as she said, things are different now. Before, we didn't want to listen to your orders, but now we listen to the ruler of the sun god shrine. I have no objections to fusing with you. A flirtatious-looking woman smiled as she said, I'm also tired of fighting and killing all day. I also support fusing. A fierce-looking woman said calmly, I have no objections either. A woman with an alluring aura smiled as she said, I have no objections either. Hearing their words, the Guardian faction's people did not say anything else. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, since you're willing to submit to me, I won't mistreat you. I can see that you don't have true source energy within your bodies, so come with me to absorb it. The mature woman asked in delight, really? Zhao Fu nodded. The goddesses all smiled and looked quite excited. They had waited for this moment for too long, and they were about to obtain the power that they dreamed of. Huan looked at Zhao Fu and asked softly, can we go in as well? Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, both great goddesses and advanced goddesses can go in. Hearing this, the advanced goddesses all smiled. Hikari looked quite awkward, her report had offended Zhao Fu and Huan, so she said, I'm sorry for what happened just now. Zhao Fu felt that she had not done anything wrong and that it was just that they were on different sides, so he did not mind and said, I'll let it go this time. Hikari smiled as she looked at Zhao Fu. Apart from Zhao Fu's terrifying identity, Zhao Fu's appearance and aura were also quite attractive. Book 1, Zhao Fu, Book 1, Chapter 386 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlals 123. The women came before the golden doors, and Zhao Fu vigorously pushed them open. The room was still a sea of flames, and there was a 2-meter-wide crystal in the air that gave off blinding golden light. It looked like a small sun, and it was the Essence Sun's power crystal. Because the goddesses here could not absorb Essence Sun's power, the amount of Essence Sun's power here was also quite large. Zhao Fu said, let's go in. The women smiled as they walked in and came to the Essence Sun's power crystal. They all sat cross-legged on the ground and started to absorb Essence Sun's power. The round crystal on Zhao Fu's forehead once again shot out a ray of golden light that entered the crystal, and a massive wave of Essence Sun's power entered Zhao Fu's body. Boom, an hour or so later, Zhao Fu's body exploded out with boundless golden light, and a massive wave of power spread out. The women were woken up by this wave of power, and they opened their eyes to look at Zhao Fu. They looked quite shocked. They had guessed correctly, Zhao Fu had absorbed Essence Sun's power and had become the 5th sun's godchild. A small sun giving off intense light appeared from the crystal on Zhao Fu's forehead. Now that there were 5 small suns in Zhao Fu's crystal, the power that Zhao Fu gave off was even more terrifying, and the goddesses felt some pressure. Zhao Fu opened his eyes and gave a trace of a smile. The mature woman smiled as she said, congratulations, you've become the 5th sun's godchild. Zhao Fu nodded. The seductive woman lightly laughed as she said, now, we're even more willing to submit to you. You're the true owner of the God Palace, and we're yours. The seductive woman said seductively, we're willing to listen to any of your orders, godchild, we can do anything. Zhao Fu said, I'll treat all of you well. Huan said, you're absorbing Essence Sun's power so quickly, you absorbed so much in such a short period of time. We've only absorbed a trace after so long. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, I can help you. Huan asked in confusion, how can you help me? Zhao Fu smiled as he walked up and hugged Huan, and Huan struggled in panic. The seductive woman smiled as she walked towards Zhao Fu. After hearing that Zhao Fu had become a godchild, Ri Lu and Ri Yan were quite happy and followed Zhao Fu to the origin crystal room. Looking at the chaotic scene before them, their faces became red and they hesitated before joining in. A few days later, Huan lazily lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and asked coquettishly, "Did you have designs on me from the start?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded as he said, "You beauties suit my taste." The charming woman said seductively, "Don't you like us?" The mature woman smiled as Fu and said, "I God, son." Fu said, "Dragon Zhao Chen," and Li Zhao Fu replied, "I'll be leaving soon. I've been with you for a few days, can I leave now?" Zhao Fu had planned to leave the next day, but a group of women pulled on Zhao Fu and did not let Zhao Fu leave. The mature woman blushed and said shyly, "Hurry up and leave." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "I'll come back to accompany you after I fuse with the 8 sun origins." The mature woman blushed and lightly nodded. Zhao Fu left the 5th sun and went to the 6th sun. The two factions of the 5th sun officially fused together, and some of the previous rules were restored. Killing within the Sun clan was strictly forbidden, and some vicious and violent people were eliminated. The 5th sun welcomed a long period of peace. With Zhao Fu's help, the relationship between the two factions' goddesses was not as bad as before, and it became much better. Zhao Fu came to the 6th sun, and it was different from the other suns. There were many lava peaks, and some of them flowed with fiery lava. There were very few plants here, and most of them were fiery red grass. Zhao Fu looked around before flying in a direction. After a few hours, Zhao Fu found the God Palace. This God Palace was located on a large mountain, and it looked incredibly tall and majestic. There were 12 people in front of the God Palace, and they had purplish red hair and beautiful faces. They had a pair of red wings and were dressed in red armor. They held a red spear and gave off a powerful aura. They were most likely the goddesses of the 6th sun. The 12 women stood in a row at the entrance of the God Palace. Their eyes were still closed, and they were most likely in a deep sleep. Zhao Fu landed in front of the God Palace, and the 12 women opened their eyes and looked at Zhao Fu. The middle-aged woman with short androgynous hair asked, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu did not hide himself and took off his black cloak, revealing the round crystal on his head. The women looked at the 5 suns within the crystal in shock. At that moment, Zhao Fu said, "I'm here to collect source sun energy, and I'm the godchild of the 5 suns." After saying this, the women felt even more shocked. They could not imagine how Zhao Fu had done such a thing. The middle-aged woman thought about it and said, "If you want to obtain our 6th sun source sun energy, you need to take our test." Zhao Fu asked, "What test?" The middle-aged woman replied, "There are 7 tests in total, and they were left behind by the sun god. Anyone who can pass 5 tests will be able to obtain source sun energy." Zhao Fu nodded, "What's the first test?" The middle-aged woman replied, "The first test is to go to the 100 melting spring in the east to find a spirit-fusing pearl." Zhao Fu immediately flew away from this place and found the 100 melting spring. The 100 melting spring was a magma lake with 100 springs, and there were 8 springs that continuously emitted magma, giving off an extremely terrifying aura. Seeing this scene, Zhao Fu lightly laughed. Now that he had 5 suns, this temperature did not affect him at all. Zhao Fu walked into the magma lake and came to the center of the spring to sense it. He stretched out a hand and grabbed, and a fist-sized, fire-colored, round jade flew into Zhao Fu's hand. This was most likely the spirit-fusing pearl. After returning to the God Palace, Zhao Fu took out the spirit-fusing pearl and said, "I'm done." The middle-aged woman nodded and said, "The second test is to enter the magma lake and capture the lava god snake." Zhao Fu asked, "There's such a snake in the magma lake?" The middle-aged woman replied, "There's a huge mountain in front, and there's an entrance there. You can enter the mountain from there and enter the magma lake. There's a lava god snake there." After a while, Zhao Fu took out a cobra made of fire-colored rocks and said, "This is the lava god snake, right?" The middle-aged woman nodded. She said, "The third test is Apex Book 1, Zhao Fu was stunned. Zhao Fu cut off the androgynous woman, "Your tests are too simple and can't stump me at all. I want to directly skip them." A short-haired woman with a seductive figure said, I also feel that there's no need to waste time. He already has 5 sons, those tests won't stump him at all. A tall and slim woman with a cold aura said, I also feel that there's no need to continue. Let's directly proceed to the final test. Hearing this, the short-haired woman nodded, very well, let's begin the final test. You need to defeat the 12 of us. Xiao Fu frowned, these goddesses were above ordinary higher beings, so how could he defeat them? This test was almost impossible. He said, the difference in our cultivations is too great, I'm not a match for you all. The short-haired woman said, we'll suppress our cultivation to the same level as yours. Xiao Fu lightly laughed, then you're not a match for me. The short-haired woman laughed as she said, you're that confident? Xiao Fu laughed as he said, of course. A woman with an alluring figure and a wild-looking aura laughed as she said, since you're so arrogant, I'll be the first to test him. The other women smiled and nodded. The wild-looking woman came before Xiao Fu and said confidently, I'll let you attack first. As long as you can force me back by a step, I'll admit that you've won. Xiao Fu laughed as he said, I think you're too overconfident. The wild-looking woman laughed as she replied, I think you don't know how powerful we are. Even though we have the same cultivation as you, we can still suppress you. Don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you have 5 types of source energy. Just as she finished speaking, Xiao Fu stretched out his hand and pushed forwards, causing a formless energy to force her back by a step. The wild-looking woman looked quite startled and could not react in time. Xiao Fu laughed as he said, if you take a step back, I win. The wild-looking woman lightly harumphed as she said, you've lost. You win. The wild-looking woman returned to everyone's side and said, this boy is quite strange, you all need to be careful. A radiant and beautiful woman laughed as she said, but you were too careless just now. This time, I'll test him. The other women nodded. The radiant woman came before Xiao Fu and lightly smiled as she said, I'm the same. If you can make me take a step back, then you. Before she could finish speaking, Xiao Fu stretched out his hand and pushed. A formless energy lightly pushed the radiant woman, causing her to take a step back. The radiant and beautiful woman looked quite confused. Xiao Fu smiled as he said, I won. The wild-looking woman laughed as she said, Xiao to say, and Fu the wild-looking woman chuckled and said, how are things now? I already told you that kid isn't simple, but you didn't listen. The sunny woman said, I was prepared, but I didn't know I would take a step back. Fu Zhao Zhao Fu Fu and I Fu Zhao Fu looked at the mature woman in front of him and smiled as he said, are you going to lose if you take a step back? The mature woman smiled and said, my condition is a bit more difficult than theirs. As long as you let me take 2 steps back, I'll admit that you've won. Xiao Fu nodded and his body instantly disappeared. The mature woman looked quite startled, and before she could react, a hand lifted up her snow-white chin. Looking at Xiao Fu, who had a playful smile on his face, the mature woman felt quite startled and retreated 2 or 3 steps. The mature woman's body stiffened, and she also retreated 2 or 3 steps. Xiao Fu said with a smile, I won again. The mature woman glared at Xiao Fu before turning around and returning to her original position. The wild-looking woman said with a smile, you can't either. The mature woman said, that boy's strength is extremely terrifying, and he might be invincible among those of the same level. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost so easily. A tall woman said with a smile, let me do it. The tall woman walked up to Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu chuckled and said, how many steps back is considered a loss? The tall woman said with a smile, I'm not like them. As long as you can knock me down, you win. Xiao Fu gave a slight smile and his body once again disappeared. The tall woman immediately became wary and sensed her surroundings, but a figure pushed her down. Looking at Xiao Fu pressing down on her, the tall woman's face became red. Looking at this enchanting goddess, Xiao Fu could not help but kiss her. The tall woman hurriedly pushed Xiao Fu away and ran back to the others with a red face, wiping her lips. The short-haired androgynous woman looked at Xiao Fu and frowned, you're going too far. Xiao Fu lightly laughed as he said, what's wrong with that? You'll all be my women sooner or later, so I won't hide it from you. I've already obtained all of the other sun goddesses. Hearing this, the women thought about how Xiao Fu had become a god's son. If he asked them to serve him, they could not refuse, and their expressions were all different. Some were angry, some did not want to, some were shy, some were expectant, and some were expressionless. The tall woman blushed and thought about the feeling just then, and her heart beat faster. She did not feel any aversion towards becoming Zhao Fu's woman. A gentle woman at the side asked in surprise, "Don't tell me that you've been captured by him just like that?" The tall woman blushed and hurriedly said, "No." However, she looked like she had fallen for Zhao Fu and even tried to explain herself shyly. The gentle woman looked at Zhao Fu and said, "The person in front of them is more terrifying than they thought." The androgynous woman said, "This time, I'm here to compete with you. If you win, you will pass the test and I'm willing to serve you. However, I want to raise my cultivation to the emptiness realm. If you lose, please leave immediately. Do you accept the challenge?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "No problem." The androgynous woman came before Zhao Fu and an enormous power exploded out. Her body gave off an intense golden light and a wave of air blew out in all directions. Zhao Fu also gave off a powerful aura. The androgynous woman dashed towards Zhao Fu with extreme speed and slapped towards Zhao Fu's chest. Zhao Fu blocked with his hand and deflected the androgynous woman's arm. The androgynous woman's other hand struck towards Zhao Fu's abdomen, causing Zhao Fu to retreat hastily. The androgynous woman kicked forcefully. Zhao Fu blocked with his hands in front of his body, but he was still kicked back a few meters. Zhao Fu was invincible among those of the same level as him. However, if he had the cultivation of the emptiness realm, it would be very disadvantageous for Zhao Fu. The androgynous woman kicked Zhao Fu away and slapped her palm forward. A wave of flames emerged from her body and formed a huge flaming tiger. With a powerful force, the tiger charged towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu channeled a wave of power into his fist, which shone with a golden light as he punched forward. Bang! A huge explosion sounded and countless flames flew everywhere. Zhao Fu was also sent flying by the force. Apex Book 1, 388. The androgynous woman caught up to Zhao Fu and heavily slammed her palm against Zhao Fu's chest, sending Zhao Fu flying 100 meters back and causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he got up from the ground. The androgynous woman was quite surprised that Zhao Fu had only been lightly injured after taking such a powerful attack from her. She said, "Even though you're invincible in the Emperor Heaven realm, your cultivation has not reached the Void realm. You're not a match for me, so you should leave as soon as possible." Zhao Fu coldly harumphed, "That's not for certain." Boom! Zhao Fu exploded out with a massive amount of power and the crystal on his forehead shot out a golden ray of light towards the androgynous woman. The androgynous woman stretched out a hand and a wave of golden energy flowed out, forming a golden semicircle. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as the androgynous woman was sent flying back, a look of confusion on her face. Her power was unable to defend against that golden ray of light. This was the sun power that Zhao Fu had gathered from the 5 suns, and it was extremely powerful against the androgynous woman. Boom! Another golden ray of light shot out from Zhao Fu's forehead, giving off immense power as it shot towards the androgynous woman. The androgynous woman did not choose to defend and instead chose to dodge. After dodging this golden ray of light, the androgynous woman rushed at Zhao Fu. Even though Zhao Fu greatly suppressed her in terms of power, she still had a great advantage. Seeing her rush over, Zhao Fu did not panic. He raised his head and the crystal on his forehead gave off a massive golden energy. 5 golden suns flew out from the crystal, and a golden wave of light containing terrifying power spread out, sending the androgynous woman flying back. The androgynous woman stopped and her expression became serious. Zhao Fu controlled the 5 suns to fly into the sky and heaven and earth power quickly gathered. The 5 suns instantly became massive and gave off searing heat. It wasn't just the androgynous woman. All the women present felt their powers being suppressed by a powerful force. The androgynous woman coldly harumphed and unleashed all of her power. Her body shone with an intense golden light as she charged at Zhao Fu like a warrior of light. Zhao Fu stood beneath the 5 suns, feeling incredibly confident. He stretched out a hand and grabbed towards the androgynous woman. The 5 suns in the sky gave off 5 powerful waves of sun power, forming a golden sun god hand that grabbed towards the androgynous woman. The androgynous woman quickly dodged to the side, and the sun god hand slapped down, sending the androgynous woman flying. She fell to the ground, and a trace of blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth. Xiao Fu raised his hand again. Boom boom boom, massive explosions sounded out as golden pillars of light containing shocking power blasted towards the androgynous woman. The androgynous woman quickly dodged, and the golden pillars of light blasted out craters on the ground. The androgynous woman used this attack to rush in front of Xiao Fu and ferociously punch towards Xiao Fu. The powerful fist force once again turned into a fiery tiger. The 5 suns in the sky gave off a wave of power, and countless rays of golden light descended, forming a golden wall in front of Xiao Fu. Boom, the fiery tiger slammed against the golden wall of light, turning into countless flames and dissipating. The golden wall of light only trembled slightly. Xiao Fu vigorously slapped down, and a terrifying wave of golden force blasted towards the androgynous woman. The androgynous woman dodged to the side, dodging Xiao Fu's attack. Boom, boom. Boom, at that moment, 5 rays of golden light descended from the sky and blasted against the androgynous woman's body. The androgynous woman screamed and coughed up a mouthful of blood as she fell to the ground. Xiao Fu smiled as he said, I advise you to admit defeat. As the sun goddess, even if you use emptiness realm power, you will still be suppressed by the 5 types of sun power. Moreover, ordinary emptiness realm cultivators are no longer a match for me. The androgynous woman did not say anything, and she looked slightly unwilling. The alluring woman sighed, forget it. This kid is too powerful. We need to be at least at the spirit realm to defeat him. We were too careless this time. The aloof woman nodded, yes, it's a pity that it's too late now. We don't even know who this kid is. The valiant-looking woman said calmly, actually, I expected that we would lose because the previous 5 sun goddesses all submitted to him. How could we be an exception? Perhaps this is fate. The tall and slender woman said disappointedly, if he obtains the power of our suns, he will obtain the 6th type of sun power. There are still 2 left, and he will obtain all of the sun power. The 8th sun god temple will welcome new changes. The pure woman said, I don't want to say anything about submitting to him, and I don't have any objections. Xiao Fu looked at the androgynous woman and smiled as he said, do you admit defeat? The androgynous woman thought for a moment and lightly nodded. Xiao Fu smiled and put away the 5 suns in the sky. The 5 suns flew into the crystal on Xiao Fu's forehead and turned back into 5 small suns. Xiao Fu walked forwards, squatted down, and picked up the androgynous woman. The androgynous woman's expression became cold, what are you doing? Xiao Fu lightly laughed as he said, did you forget what you just said? Hearing this, the androgynous woman's face became red, but she did not say anything. The next day, Xiao Fu looked at the androgynous woman in his embrace and smiled as he said, get up. I haven't absorbed the sun power yet. The androgynous woman's face was red as she left Xiao Fu's embrace. The aloof woman asked, can we have the sun power? Xiao Fu smiled and nodded, yes, not only can you obtain the sun power, but you are also the mistresses of the god temple. I'll leave everything to you in the future. A trace of a smile appeared on the aloof woman's face as she said, at least you have some conscience, it's not a waste for us to give our virginity to you. The 12 goddesses were all virgins, and the sun god had not been interested in them before. In the end, they had all benefited Xiao Fu. The seductive woman smiled as she said, if we had known this would happen, we would have submitted earlier. Those tests were just a waste of time. Xiao Fu lightly laughed as he said, that's right, they wasted a lot of my time. Didn't you all seem to hate me before? The androgynous woman said with a red face, hurry up and get up, let's go obtain the sun power together. Xiao Fu smiled as he got up from the ground, and the women got up as well. They walked into the god temple and came before the throne. Boom, Xiao Fu once again gave off boundless godly power, and a golden sun covered Xiao Fu's body, giving off boundless golden light as he walked forwards. Boom, not too long later, an explosion sounded out as Xiao Fu easily ascended to the throne. A golden wave of light spread out as the god temple gave off golden light, welcoming its new owner. Apex. Book 1, Xiao Fu was stunned. Everyone came to the room with source sun power and pushed open the golden door. Inside was a sea of flames, and there was a 2-meter-wide golden crystal in the air, giving off boundless golden light. An hour later, Xiao Fu absorbed the 6th sun's source sun power, and another small sun appeared in the round crystal on his. forehead. Now, Zhao Fu had 6 types of source sun power, and the sun aura that he gave off was terrifying to the extreme. If he absorbed the remaining 2 types of source sun power, he would definitely go through massive changes. Zhao Fu looked at the women who were also absorbing source sun power and smiled as he said, "I'm going to go now." The cold-looking woman said with a trace of reluctance, "After absorbing source sun power, come back soon." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. The androgynous woman said, "Head to the 7th sun and be careful, there are many sun beasts there." Zhao Fu smiled and hugged her as he said, "I understand." The androgynous woman's face became red and she leaned into Zhao Fu's embrace. After talking for a while, Zhao Fu came to the 7th sun. What surprised Zhao Fu was that there were massive pieces of lava floating in the air, and there were fire-colored plants growing on them as well as some small animals. The ground was covered in lava and there was not a single place to stand, and the lava was even bubbling. "Who are you?" a little boy's voice sounded out. Zhao Fu turned and saw a fire qilin that was about the size of a rabbit. It had a dragon's head, a horse's body, and scales. It looked at Zhao Fu with its large eyes. Looking at this fire qilin, Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I ascended from the lower world and came to the 7th sun to absorb source sun power." "Oh," the fire qilin replied. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Where's the God Palace? Take me there and I'll give you some good things." The fire qilin asked curiously, "What good things?" Zhao Fu took out all sorts of spirit fruits, spirit liquids, and meat as he smiled and said, "These are for you." The fire unicorn tried eating some and discovered that it was something it had never eaten before. It happily ate it in big mouthfuls. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Can you take me to the temple now?" The fire qilin burped and giggled as it said, "You're a good person, so I'll take you there. Come with me." The fire qilin moved its 4 hooves and turned into a flame as it flew forward. Its body looked small, but it was very fast. He was about to disappear in the blink of an eye. Zhao Fu immediately followed the fire qilin. After a while, Zhao Fu arrived in front of a floating temple. This temple was built from fire-colored rocks, and there were many animal carvings on it. It looked both magnificent and majestic. "Wait here for a moment. I'll go ask my mother if she'll let you in." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "No need, I can go in by myself." The fire qilin said curiously, "Really? Let me remind you that there's a barrier here." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. He released his sun god representative's power and entered the barrier. The fire qilin looked shocked. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Let's go in." The fire qilin nodded. After entering the temple, Zhao Fu directly walked into the depths of the temple. As long as he ascended to the throne and became the master of the temple, he would not have to fear anything that happened on the 7th sun. However, not long after, a little fire-colored fox ran out and angrily said, "Hualin, you ran out again." The fire qilin nervously said, "I'm just going to play for a bit." The little fox lightly harumphed, "I'll tell Auntie." The fire qilin quickly said, "Don't tell my mother. I'll give you some good things." The little fox asked in a tender voice, "What good things?" The fire qilin took out the things that Zhao Fu had just given him. The little fox looked at them curiously because it had never seen these things before. The fire qilin took out an egg-sized red fruit and said, "Little sister fox, this is very delicious, try it." The little fox took the fruit and took a bite before sweetly laughing, "What fruit is this? It's so delicious, I've never eaten it before." Zhao Fu waved his hand and took out a pile of red fruits, and he smiled as he said, "You can all eat here, I'll be leaving first." Zhao Fu still had things to do and could not waste his time here. Just as Zhao Fu finished speaking, a cold-looking woman with a qilin horn on her head and wearing a fire-colored dress walked out. Seeing Zhao Fu, she looked quite surprised before saying, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Zhao Fu lightly smiled as he said, "I'm here to collect the 7th sun source energy." The cold-looking woman said, "Only people from our 7th sun can obtain source energy, no one else can obtain it. It's best that you go back." Zhao Fu felt quite helpless and took off his cloak, revealing the crystal on his forehead as he said, "I want to collect all of the sun's source energy. I've already collected 6, and the 6 goddesses of the 6 suns have pledged their loyalty to me. Please make an exception." Looking at the crystal on Zhao Fu's head, the cold-looking woman felt quite startled. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, she felt a trace of anger as she said, "Are you threatening us?" Zhao Fu lightly smiled as he said, "I don't have that intention, I just want to obtain the seventh sun's source energy." The cold-looking woman said, "I've already said that only people from our seventh sun can obtain source energy. Please go back. Also, we're not afraid of the other goddesses, so don't use them to threaten us." Zhao Fu frowned, "Why are you so confident?" The aloof woman said coldly, "You don't have to care about this. In any case, we're not afraid of those goddesses." Zhao Fu looked at the cold-looking woman and said, "I don't want to fight, but please don't force me. I didn't lie to you, if I want to, all goddesses will come to the seventh sun." The aloof woman said provocatively, "You can try. Every sun has its own rules. Our seventh sun has the protection of the sun spirit. If those goddesses of yours enter the seventh sun, their powers will weaken. If they come here, they will just be sending themselves to their deaths." Zhao Fu coldly looked at the cold-looking woman and thought about how to resolve this matter. Seeing how confident the cold-looking woman was, it was likely that the other goddesses would not be of much help. At that moment, the fire Qilin said, "Mother. This big brother is a good person, don't quarrel." The little fox nodded. "It's not good to quarrel." The cold woman looked at Zhao Fu and said, "I cannot hurt you. You can leave now." Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to leave this place first. He would think of a way to obtain the seventh sun's origin sun power later. Apex Zhao Fu felt quite displeased as he walked out of the temple. More accurately speaking, he had been chased out. The cold-looking woman stood at the entrance of the temple and watched as Zhao Fu left. She waved her hand and a golden light shot out, adding a restriction to the temple's entrance, making it impossible for Zhao Fu to enter. Zhao Fu thought to himself, "If I have the chance, I'll definitely take care of this woman." The cold-looking woman turned and left, and the temple's entrance once again closed. Zhao Fu left and found a quiet place to think about how to resolve this matter. Zhao Fu really wanted to gather all of the goddesses to attack the seventh sun together. Suddenly, Zhao Fu heard some voices and flew over. He came to a small floating island and saw a voluptuous, beautiful woman with a pair of horns on her head. She had fiery red hair and a voluptuous figure, and she was playing with a small tiger. The small tiger also had a pair of horns on its head. The beautiful woman saw Zhao Fu and looked quite surprised as she asked, "Who are you?" Seeing that she was also a seventh sun spirit, Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'm someone who ascended from the lower world." The beautiful woman replied, "Oh." The little tiger said in a little boy's voice, "Mother, when can we leave the seventh sun? I want to go take a look at other places." The beautiful woman lovingly smiled as she said, "As sun spirits, we cannot leave the seventh sun without Lord Godly Spirit's orders." The little tiger looked at the beautiful woman with teary eyes and said, "But Lord Godly Spirit has disappeared for so long, will we have to stay here forever?" The beautiful woman could not reply to the little tiger. If the sun god did not return, they would indeed have to stay here forever. At that moment, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and said, "In actuality, I have a way for you to leave. You can go anywhere first." The little tiger happily asked, "What is it?" Zhao Fu took off his cloak, revealing the crystal on his forehead. "I came to the seventh sun to collect source sun power, but I was stopped by another goddess. As long as I become a godly child, I can let you leave. You don't have to doubt my abilities, I'm already a godly child of 6 suns." The beautiful woman looked at the 6 suns on Zhao Fu's crystal in shock. The little tiger happily said, "Mother, can you promise it?" The woman hesitated. Zhao Fu continued, "If you don't agree, then I'll head to the last sun. The 7th sun is protected by the sun spirit, but I don't believe that the power of the 7 suns can't deal with the 7th sun. However, when that time comes, the 7th sun will suffer a terrible fate." The beautiful woman's face was somewhat pale. Their sun spirits could protect and weaken others, but they could only resist 2 or 3 suns at most. If 7 suns attacked them, they definitely wouldn't be able to resist. This was also the reason why the aloof woman did not dare to make a move against Zhao Fu. If Zhao Fu directly used the full power of the 6 suns, they would definitely not be a match for him. Seeing her like this, Zhao Fu felt a trace of confidence and smiled as he said, "I'll be leaving now. See you on the battlefield." The beautiful woman hurriedly said, "Wait." Zhao Fu asked, you agree? The beautiful lady nodded lightly. However, I have a condition. You're not allowed to harm anyone from the seventh son. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, no problem. The beautiful woman looked at Zhao Fu and asked, what do you want me to do? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, first, I need you to tell me about the seventh son. The beautiful woman nodded and said, I can tell you everything I know. Zhao Fu said, let's find a place to talk first. A while later, the two of them found a hidden place, and Zhao Fu started to ask the beautiful woman about all sorts of information. He also gave a pile of delicious food to the little tiger, which happily ate by the side. After talking, Zhao Fu found out what a sun spirit was. Sun spirits were powerful spiritual bodies condensed by the sun god. They did not have consciousness and were only responsible for protecting the seventh sun. Because they could use the sun's power, they had terrifying power. The seventh sun had 7 kinds of beasts. The first was a fire qilin, the second was a fire fox, the third was a fire tiger, the fourth was a fire phoenix, the fifth was a fire snake, the sixth was a fire ox, and the seventh was a fire butterfly. These 7 kinds of beast spirits were born from the seventh sun and had innate spiritual bodies. They were creatures from the sun god's generation, and the little tiger, little qilin, and little fox were not the beautiful woman's children, they had been born from the seventh sun. Every once in a while, the seventh sun would give birth to innate beast spirits. However, it would take a very long time, and after so many years, only 7 little beasts had been born. The little beasts were born in beast forms, and they would only become human forms when they reached adolescence. This process would take a very long time. At the same time, Zhao Fu found out that there was an extremely rare plant in the seventh sun that could restrain the 7 beast spirits, called the 7 beast spirit grass. This grass had 7 leaves, and each leaf had a different mark. They were the marks of the 7 beast spirits, such as the fire qilin mark, fire ox mark, fire butterfly mark. If the 7 beast spirits ate the leaves with their marks, they would become powerless and lose all of their strength, and they would only return to normal after 7 days. Zhao Fu asked, do you have the 7 beast spirit grass? The beautiful woman nodded, in order to prevent others from using this grass against us, as long as it grows on the 7th sun, we will collect it. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I want to use this method. The beautiful woman thought for a moment before replying, all right, but you must promise me that you won't harm the people on the 7th sun. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, don't worry, I won't harm you. I still want to rely on you to manage the 7th sun. The beautiful woman looked at Zhao Fu and trusted Zhao Fu a little more. The beautiful woman and the little tiger returned to the shrine. At that moment, the cold-looking woman was gathering the other beast spirits, and they saw 7 women sitting at a mahogany table. Apart from the cold-looking woman and the voluptuous woman, there were 5 other beautiful women. One was extremely beautiful and had long, fire-red hair. There was also a butterfly on her head, and she was Dai Ling. Another had a pair of fire-red bull horns, short hair, and a beautiful figure, she was Niu Ling. One wore a red dress and gave off a noble aura. She had a pair of red pupils and a pair of fire-red wings, she was Feng Ling. Another had a mature figure and a flirtatious aura, and she had a fire-red tail, she was Fox Ling. The last one had an enchanting figure and a pair of snake eyes, she was Snake Ling. Niu Ling said, do you need something from us? The qilin spirit was also a cold-looking woman, and she said, I indeed have a serious matter to discuss with you. The fox spirit lightly laughed as she said, what's the matter? Why do you look so serious? The snake spirit also smiled as she said, I'm also quite curious. You wouldn't normally be like this, right? The qilin spirit said seriously, today, a youth came and said that he wanted to collect all of the sun source's power. The Niu spirit said somewhat disdainfully, who is it? He wants to obtain the sun source's power? Does he think that he can obtain it so easily? The qilin spirit looked at the Niu spirit and said, he has already collected 6 types of sun source's power. The women all looked shocked. The Niu spirit asked in disbelief, how is this possible? How did he do it? The qilin spirit said, I'm not too sure either. In any case, he does indeed have 6 types of sun source's power. This time, he came to our 7th sun to obtain the 7th type of sun source's power. The butterfly spirit could not help but ask, how did you deal with it? The Qilin spirit replied, I rejected him, but I don't think that he will give up so easily. We have to make preparations for battle. The snake spirit nodded, looks like this matter is quite troublesome. If we don't deal with it well, we will be in danger. Hu Ling was also a voluptuous woman. She sat by the side and didn't say anything. She just sat by the side and listened to the women talk. At that moment, the fox spirit asked, do you know that person's identity? I feel that he is definitely not an ordinary person. What will happen if we give him the sun source's power? The snake spirit said in a deep voice, then he will grasp 7 types of sun source's power. Perhaps he will collect all of the sun source's power and become an existence that surpasses us. No one has ever been able to fuse 8 types of sun source's power. The Qilin spirit said, I can't determine his identity. According to the rules, I did not give it to him. If you want to, you can say it. The fox spirit said, every sun has its own rules. He is not someone from our 7th sun, so how can he obtain our sun source's power? Even the other goddesses are useless. The Qilin spirit glanced at the fox spirit and said, I forgot to mention that he is a godson of 6 god halls. He even used the other goddesses to threaten me, but he did not succeed. The Niao spirit said in shock, is it that serious? If they really fight, we won't be a match for him. The serpent spirit said worriedly, yes, if there were only 1 or 2, it would be fine. However, there are 6 of them. How are we supposed to stop them? I wonder how those goddesses approved of him. The Qilin spirit said seriously, things might not be certain. He said that he was the divine son of the 6 divine halls, but he didn't prove his identity. Maybe he said that to scare us. Suddenly, Niao Ling sniffed and said, do you guys smell anything? The snake spirit also sniffed and frowned. This smell is a little strange. The fox spirit said somewhat powerlessly, what's going on? My power is disappearing. The Qilin spirit also sniffed and was startled. It cried out, this is the aura emitted by the 7 beast spirit grass. The women's expressions changed, but it was already too late. Their strength was quickly disappearing, and it was difficult for them to even walk. The tiger spirit sighed. He is indeed the god-child of the 6 temples. He has shown me that kind of power. Niao Ling shouted angrily, you were the one who made the tiger spirit? The tiger spirit nodded. I was the one who ignited the 7 beast spirit grass. However, I did it for everyone's sake. With our power, we won't be able to stop him. The Qilin spirit said coldly, tiger spirit, you have to pay the price for your actions today. Zhao Fu walked out from the side and lightly laughed as he asked, what price do you think I have to pay? The Qilin spirit looked at Zhao Fu coldly. The phoenix spirit looked at Zhao Fu and said, you're that person who grasps the 6 types of sun origins power? Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Actually, even without the tiger spirit, you won't be able to stop me from obtaining the 7th type of sun origins power. It's just a matter of time. I believe that you should thank her. The Qilin spirit said coldly, she betrayed us and caused us to become like this, and you still want to thank her? Zhao Fu had long since disliked her. He gave a trace of a mischievous smile and walked towards the Qilin spirit. The Qilin spirit said sharply, what do you want? Zhao Fu pulled her into his embrace and smiled as he said, what do you think? Because the tiger spirit had also breathed in the scent, her body was powerless, and she reminded him, you promised me that you wouldn't hurt anyone else. Zhao Fu smiled and said, I won't hurt anyone. The women watched as Zhao Fu started to bully the Qilin spirit. Some were angry, some were shy, some were disgusted, and some were expressionless. However, in the end they couldn't escape Zhao Fu's ravages. The next day, Zhao Fu hugged the Qilin spirit and the tiger spirit in his embrace and smiled as he said, do you have anything else to say? The Qilin spirit coldly harumphed. The tiger spirit blushed and said, to think that I trusted you. I never thought that you wouldn't even let me off. If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, you can't blame me, you can only blame yourselves for being too alluring. Moreover, it's not just you, the other sun goddesses are also my women. The fox spirit said in surprise, really? All of them? Zhao Fu nodded, as such, you'll all be my women sooner or later and won't be able to escape. Hearing this, the women felt a bit better. The Phoenix spirit looked at Zhao Fu and said, "How are you able to fuse 6 types of Sun Origins power?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "This isn't much to me, I'll tell you some things in the future." The Qilin spirit suddenly said, "What will happen if you collect 8 types of Sun Origins power?" Zhao Fu thought about it and said, "I'm not sure, but there will most likely be great changes." "Why are you asking this?" The Qilin spirit said with a cold expression, "Nothing much. Also, let me remind you that I won't submit to you just like this." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, I know. However, I've become the 7th sun god's son, so you can't hurt me." The snake spirit flirtatiously laughed and said, "I don't have anything against you, there's no point in resisting anyway. It's fine as long as you don't mistreat me." The fox spirit lightly laughed and said, "It's the same for me, I quite like men like you." The Niao spirit lightly harumphed and said, "I won't submit to you so easily unless you become an existence on the same level as innate godly spirits. Only then will I consider becoming your woman." Zhao Fu's tone was quite condescending as he said, "They're just innate godly spirits. With my constitution, bloodline, and power, I've long surpassed them." The Qilin spirit looked quite shocked and asked, "Is this true?" The others also looked quite shocked. They could not imagine that Zhao Fu was an existence that surpassed innate godly spirits. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Come with me." The women looked at each other and felt quite expectant as they followed Zhao Fu to the throne. Zhao Fu once again unleashed his peerless godly power, and a golden sun covered Zhao Fu. After personally sensing this peerless godly power, the women looked quite shocked and their hearts violently thumped. Just what sort of existence was this man in front of them? Peak. Book 1, Chapter 392, Divine Light. Zhao Fu ascended to the throne and a golden wave of light spread out, causing the entire God Palace to shine with golden light. Zhao Fu had become the new lord of the God Palace. Seeing that Zhao Fu had become the lord of the God Palace, the beautiful women understood why Zhao Fu could become one of the 6 sun gods' children. This person in front of them was an existence that reigned above innate godly spirits, and all restrictions on him had been weakened by his divine power. Zhao Fu looked at the beautiful women and smiled as he said, "How is it now? Can you prove it?" The Phoenix spirit nodded, "We have nothing to say now." The Niao spirit crossed her arms and lightly harumphed, "Even if we have objections, you're the lord of the God Palace, what can we do to you?" The Qilin spirit looked at Zhao Fu and her gaze became gentle and was no longer as cold as it had been before. The Qilin spirit asked concernedly, "Can you allow us to leave?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. "You can take the little Qilin spirit and leave at any time, but you have to come back after playing outside." The Qilin spirit smiled and nodded. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "All right. I'm going to absorb Origin Sun power, do you want to come with me?" The Qilin spirit glanced at Zhao Fu and said, "We can go absorb at any time, you should go by yourself." Looking at her, Zhao Fu gave a trace of an evil smile as he said, "You have to come, I can help you cultivate." The Qilin spirit felt quite angry at how overbearing Zhao Fu was, but she could not disobey Zhao Fu's orders. Zhao Fu came to the room where the Origin Sun was. The crystal here was less than 1 meter wide, and it was the smallest crystal in the 7 god palaces. It seemed that the 7 beast spirits often absorbed it, and because they were sun spirits, they did not have to worry about their lifespans being consumed. Zhao Fu hugged the Qilin spirit and started to cultivate. Boom, an explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu sat cross-legged on the ground. His body gave off intense golden light, and a small golden sun appeared on the crystal on his forehead, giving off resplendent light. There were now 7 small golden suns within the circular crystal, and they gave off massive amounts of sun energy. It would be best if there was still one left, and Zhao Fu would collect all of the sun spirits. Zhao Fu looked at the rosy and enchanting beast spirit lying on the ground and said with a smile, "I want to go to the last sun to obtain the source sun energy." The Qilin grumbled coquettishly, "Hurry up and leave. You only know how to bully us." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "I'll deal with you when I come back." The Qilin blushed. Zhao Fu came to the last sun. The ground of this sun was scorched black, and there were almost no plants or living creatures. Some places spewed out hot air, accompanied by rainbow-colored balloons. It felt like a dream. After coming to the entrance of the sanctuary, Zhao Fu released his sun god representative's power, but he found that he was still unable to enter the sanctuary. The sanctuary seemed to be sealed, and no one was allowed to enter. The sun god representative's power was useless, and Zhao Fu did not know what to do. The other sun's power was even more useless. Zhao Fu stood in the distance and a massive golden light shot out from between his eyebrows, bringing with it shocking power as it shot towards the sanctuary. The sanctuary released a massive semicircle barrier, blocking that golden light. The light did not cause any damage, and Zhao Fu had wanted to use this method to wake up the goddesses within the sanctuary and have them open the barrier. With his own power, he would not be able to break through such a powerful barrier. After waiting for a while, Zhao Fu frowned as he asked, "Why is no one coming out yet?" Boom, Zhao Fu released an even greater golden light, bringing with it an even greater power as it shot against the barrier, resulting in a massive explosion and a shocking aura spreading out. In the end, there was still no reaction. Zhao Fu frowned as he asked, "What's going on?" A while later, Zhao Fu tried a few more times, but it was to no avail. The sanctuary did not react at all, and no one came out. After thinking for a while, Zhao Fu decided to call the 7 sun goddesses over. Since the sanctuary could not be opened, they would destroy the barrier together. The 7 goddesses would most likely be able to do so. Zhao Fu condensed 7 orbs of light and sealed his words within them before shooting off in different directions and disappearing. The 7th sun's beautiful women were the first to arrive at the 8th sun. The Qilin spirit looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "What's going on here? Why can't the sanctuary open?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'm not sure, so I called you over." The Qilin spirit observed the sanctuary for a while before saying, "It's possible that the 8th sun's goddesses sealed the sanctuary forever. Without the sun god herself, it is impossible to open the sanctuary." Zhao Fu said, "I plan to forcefully break through the sanctuary's barrier." The Qilin spirit said, "With the 7 of us, we might not be able to do so. The sanctuary's barrier is the most powerful barrier set up by the sun god." Zhao Fu lightly smiled as he said, "That's why I called all of the 7 sun's goddesses over." At that moment, the 6th sun's middle-aged woman and the other women arrived. They were called Ri Ning, Ri Zhu, Ri Xiao, and Ri Qing. Ri Ning arrived and saw the 7 beautiful women's red faces. She knew what had happened but did not mind and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhao Fu said, "I told you to break this barrier together." Ri Ning looked at the barrier and said, The 5th sun's mature woman and the others also arrived. There were 9 of them in total, and they smiled as they looked at the women. They were called Ri Lu, Ri Yang, and Ri Niao. The high-level goddesses did not come. 8 beautiful women with fiery hair, pointy ears, and tall figures flew down. They were the 4th sun's goddesses, and even though Zhao Fu had not touched them yet, they would not be able to escape from Zhao Fu, that lecherous fellow. They were called Ri Yi, Ri Fei, and Ri Mi. The 3rd sun's sun demon and the bewitching women also came. They were called Ri Moe, Ri Qiuli, Ri Qingyu, and Ri Xiaoxiao. They impatiently came to Zhao Fu's side and flirtatiously smiled at Zhao Fu. They were very alluring, and ordinary men would not be able to resist them. 16 figures flew down from the sky. They were the 2nd sun's mature woman, and the first time Zhao Fu had seen them, they had been bathing in the magma lake. They landed on the ground and looked at the women in front of them. Most of them seemed to be quite intimate with Zhao Fu, and they rolled their eyes at Zhao Fu. They were called Ri Mi, Ri Wu, Ri Mei, and Ri Hong. The last to arrive were the 1st sun's heroic-looking woman and the others. They smiled as they looked at the people present. They were called Ri Ying, Ri Hua, Ri Duo, and Ri Ying. The 8 sun's goddesses all knew each other, and Ri Ying seemed like the big sister and smiled as she spoke. "Everyone, long time no see." Ri Moe flirtatiously smiled as she said, "Long time no see. You should have done it with him first, right? Why didn't you bring him to us earlier?" Ri Ying's face became red as she said, "Be more serious." Book 1, Divine Light Day Demon Robe lightly laughed as she said, "We 3rd sun's people aren't decent people." The 2nd sun's Ri Mi said, "Let's ask what happened first." The Qilin spirit explained, "The 8th sun shrine has been sealed forever, and we can only enter by force." The Day Demon Robe flirtatiously smiled as she said, "No problem, he's our man now, and we can do whatever he wants." The 5th sun's Ri Mi said, "We're fine with that too." The 4th sun's women looked at the women around them and felt that these women all had ambiguous relationships with Zhao Fu, and some even admitted that he was their man. The women felt quite confused. What had happened between them and Zhao Fu? They had quite a good impression of Zhao Fu. Ying said, "Let's begin." The women nodded and stood at different positions. They stretched out a hand, and terrifying waves of power gathered in their hands, forming a fist-sized golden orb of light. Even though it looked small, it gave off an aura of annihilation. The women looked at the golden orbs of light in their hands and lightly raised their hands, causing the orbs of light to quickly shoot towards the defensive barrier. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds rang out as the golden orbs of light exploded and boundless golden light spread out, and a terrifying shockwave rippled out. This shockwave was simply too terrifying, and if it wasn't for the Qilin spirit's help, Zhao Fu might have been sent flying by this shockwave. After the shockwave dissipated, a large hole appeared in the defensive barrier, and Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. Now that the defensive barrier had been destroyed, they could enter the shrine. Zhao Fu walked forwards, and the others followed behind Zhao Fu. Walking into the temple, Zhao Fu came to the main hall where the throne was. There were 10 stone coffins in the main hall, and 10 women with snow-white skin, fangs, and purple-red hair were lying inside. They were also wearing purple-red dresses. Ying said, "Their consciousnesses have fallen into a deep sleep, but their bodies have fused with the hall's restrictions, forming a protective power. With your strength, you won't be able to pass through here, let us act." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Many thanks." The sun demon robe chuckled and said, "Why are you being so polite with us? Just repay us later." Rilu blushed and said, "Let's activate the restriction together." The women walked up, and the runes on the ground lit up, gathering towards the 10 coffins. 10 terrifying auras emanated out because this place was the 8th sun. With the augmentation of the 8th sun and the restrictions on the shrine, the 10 terrifying auras were more powerful than any of the goddesses present. The 10 women slowly walked out of the coffins. Their movements were clumsy, and their expressions were wooden. They were like 10 puppets, giving off a strange and terrifying feeling. Boom, the 10 women came out of the coffins and immediately attacked everyone, giving off terrifying power as they rushed towards the women. Although the power that the 10 women gave off was extremely powerful, Ying's side had a lot of people, so they did not feel nervous at all. Ying said with a smile, "Let's attack together. Try not to hurt them." The women nodded. The women stretched out their hands, which gave off a golden light, and they lightly pressed downwards. A massive power pressed down on the 10 women's bodies, pressing them to the ground as if they were being pressed down by a mountain, unable to move at all. Zhao Fu asked, "Can we go over now?" Ying said, "We just need to wake them up." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'll go wake them up." Ying asked, "How do you plan to wake them up?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Of course I'll use my method." Ying's face became slightly red as she rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and said, "You bad fellow, aren't you afraid of karma?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'm not afraid." Zhao Fu walked over to the 10 women and started to wake them up. Zhao Fu's method was quite effective, and they were soon woken up. Looking at the chaotic scene, the sun demon robe lightly laughed and said, "I won't hold back." The 3rd sun's goddess coquettishly smiled as she ran over to Zhao Fu. Lu and the other women also walked over with red faces. The Qilin spirit and the other women looked at each other before walking over to Zhao Fu. Ying looked at the other goddesses and said with a slightly red face, "You guys go first, this fellow is a scourge." The other goddesses lightly laughed and went to the front. In the end, only the 4th sun's goddess, Chun, and the other women remained. Their faces were red, they were the only ones who had not done anything with Zhao Fu. Chun said with a red face, "Let's go out first." Fei said with a trace of interest, "Are we really going out?" "Look, they're all his people, should we join them?" Yi frowned, "You guys go first, I'll be leaving now." Rimi said with a red face, "I'll also be leaving. We're Lord Sun God's maids and cannot betray Lord Sun God." Fei looked at this scene with a fervent gaze and said, "Lord Sun God has not touched us, and he's now a god's son, we should listen to him." Ri said, "Rimi, let's go first, don't worry about them." Rimi nodded with a red face. However, just as the two of them were about to leave, a power grabbed them and pulled them into Zhao Fu's embrace. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Did I say you could leave?" You're all mine, none of you can escape. Riya's face was red as she rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu. She accepted her fate and did not resist, as he was the fourth sun's godson. Rifei lightly laughed and also joined in. On the fourth day, Zhao Fu was now sitting on the throne and had become the master of the eighth shrine. There were two women in his embrace, one was Ri Ying, and the other was the intellectual woman who had been sleeping in the coffin, Ri Xinwu. Zhao Fu asked Ri Xinwu curiously, "Why did you choose to sleep forever?" Ri Xinwu nestled in Zhao Fu's embrace and said with a red face, "In the past, Lord God was our center. Without Lord God, there was no meaning for us to exist, so we chose to sleep forever and wait for the day when Lord God returns. But now, we've changed. You're our center, and we take you as our master." Zhao Fu nodded with a satisfied smile. Ri Ying lightly laughed and said, "Now that you're the master of the 8 shrines and have obtained all of the goddesses, how do you feel?" Zhao Fu lightly smiled and said, "It's my honor to obtain all of you peerless beauties." Ri Ying smiled and said, "Your words are nice. Now, let's go and absorb the 8th sun essence power. We've been looking forward to this day. I wonder what kind of shocking changes will happen to the first person to fuse with all 8 sun essence power." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, "I've also waited for this day for a long time." Book 1, Zhao Fu was stunned. Zhao Fu came to the room with sun essence energy, which was also a sea of flames. However, the crystal floating in the air was about 3 meters wide and gave off boundless golden light, making it look like a small sun. Zhao Fu walked forwards, and the women obediently stood there, looking at Zhao Fu in anticipation. After coming below the crystal on Zhao Fu's forehead shot out a golden ray of light towards the crystal in the air, and a powerful wave of sun essence energy entered Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu closed his eyes and started to absorb the massive wave of sun essence energy. Time gradually passed, and the aura that Zhao Fu gave off became more and more terrifying. Sensing this power, the women felt quite shocked, and they felt that something terrifying was about to be born. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a small sun appeared from the crystal on Zhao Fu's forehead. Zhao Fu gave off a massive wave of power, and his body gave off boundless golden light, making him look like a human-shaped sun. Zhao Fu's body became illusory as if he did not exist. However, the women could clearly see him there, but they could not sense Zhao Fu's existence. At that moment, Zhao Fu's expression was quite serious as he got up from the ground and walked towards the women. Seeing Zhao Fu walk over, the women looked quite confused, not knowing what had happened or why Zhao Fu had become like this. Niu Ling said, "AI. What are you trying to do?" Zhao Fu did not reply and continued forwards. His body passed through the Qilin spirit's body and continued to pass through Ri Chun and Ri Lu's bodies. He then passed through their bodies and came outside the room. The women all looked quite shocked. Ri Ying asked, "Did you sense anything when he passed through your bodies?" Ri Chun and the other women shook their heads and replied, "I did not sense anything." Ri Ying frowned as she said, "What is he trying to do?" The women followed Zhao Fu forwards and came to the entrance of the temple. Their bodies blurred and turned into 8 golden images, and the other 7 turned into rays of light and disappeared, leaving only one standing there. The figure then turned into countless golden specks of light and sank into the ground. Everyone stood rooted to the ground, frowning. Ri Lu asked, "What happened here? Why did he disappear?" Ri Ning shook her head, "I don't know. Such a thing has never happened before." Ri Ying said, "I had already expected that fusing 8 types of sun origin energy would result in an astonishing change, but I didn't expect it to be like this." Ri Chen said solemnly, "I feel that he has turned into some unknown existence. Even with our cultivation, we can't sense him. It's really surprising." Hu Ling asked with concern, "Now that he has disappeared, what should we do?" Ri Ying pondered for a moment. "There's nothing we can do right now. We can only choose to wait. I think there will be changes after some time, but I don't know how long we'll have to wait." Daedemone said bitterly, "I don't want to be apart from him even for a moment. He is the man that I am most infatuated with, and I feel like I am with him every day." A blush appeared on the faces of the women. Ri Lu's face became slightly red as she said, "He does indeed have a formless charm. Whether it is in terms of identity, bloodline, looks, or power, there is no woman who would not be moved. There is almost no such perfect person in the world." Ri Chun said shyly, I like his looks. Ri Ning lightly laughed as she said, I like his domineering personality. Feng Ling said calmly, I like his identity, he can now become the temple master of the 8 Sun Temple. Dai Demoni laughed lewdly as she said, I don't want anything, I only like that kind of ability. He is the first man that I am willing to be a slave to, even the sun god could not do this. The women did not know that Zhao Fu had turned into many golden specks of light that continuously flew towards the ground and reached the core of the sun. It was the core of the sun, which gave off a searing heat. It was like a pure fiery crystal that seemed to be able to incinerate everything and make it so that no living creature could survive. The motes of light that Zhao Fu had turned into formed a watermelon-sized orb of light that floated above the core of the sun and absorbed massive amounts of sun power. The 7 other figures flew to different suns and turned into motes of light that descended to the ground. They passed through countless obstacles and came near the core of the sun, turning into orbs of light and absorbing the massive amount of sun power. The 8 sun goddesses waited for half a day and did not find any reaction, so they returned to their own suns. The orbs of light absorbed massive amounts of sun power and gave off intense light as they became larger and larger. In just one day, they had become orbs of light that were 1,000 meters wide and gave off terrifying power. However, the orbs of light did not seem to be satisfied with this amount of power, and they flew towards the massive core of the sun and slowly fused into it. At that moment, the 8 suns trembled and a boundless might burst forth. The countless godly spirits felt incredibly small, as if they were grains of sand in the universe. The moon goddesses understood that this was caused by Zhao Fu, and they gave serious looks as they continued to wait. The moon immortals on the 12 moons immediately sensed the changes to the 8 suns. It was said that the sun and moon were both source energies of the heaven and earth, and they had a mutually reinforcing and suppressing relationship. The moon immortals all had serious looks on their faces. They could sense that this matter was not simple at all. A massive change had definitely happened to the 8 suns. However, the 8 suns had not changed like this in a very, very long time. The 12 moons were fine, and even though the moon immortals had ascended, there were still generations of moon immortals. However, the 8 sun gods of the 8 sun god hall had disappeared, causing the 8 sun god hall to fall into decline. The moon immortals felt that this matter was incredibly important, so they gathered together to discuss it. The moon goddess said curiously, how many years has it been? This is the first time something like this has happened to the 8 suns. Did something happen? Yu Wuxing guessed, could it be that the sun gods have returned? Yu Yao lightly laughed as she said, how is that possible? The sun gods have disappeared for such a long time, it's not very likely that they would suddenly return. Yu Xianxia nodded, I don't think so, it's most likely caused by something else. The moon goddess then asked, the key is what happened. I faintly feel that this will greatly affect the 12 moons. After all, we have a mutually reinforcing and suppressing relationship. Yu Duku said softly, I also have this feeling, I just hope that it's not a bad thing, or else the situation will be quite serious. Yu Yao suddenly said, do you think it has something to do with husband? Hearing this, the women felt quite startled and suddenly thought of Zhao Fu, who had left for a long time. Even though Zhao Fu had not said what he was going to do, Zhao Fu had come to the lunar ground to collect 12 moons power. After collecting moon power, would he go collect sun power? These two powers were both source energies of the primal chaos world. Book 1, 395. The moon saintess lightly laughed as she said, that's possible. His identity is quite mysterious, and it is not surprising that he has gathered 8 suns power. Yu Qianqian smiled as she said, and he has terrifying abilities. I feel that only he has the ability to cause the 8 suns to mutate. Yu Duku smiled and nodded, even though he only has Emperor Heaven Realm cultivation, we truly admire him and feel that we cannot compare to him. It's a pity that he is not willing to stay in the Moon Palace, or else our Moon Palace would have become the most powerful in the outer world. Yu Wuxing smiled as she said, it's a pity that his heart is not with us, and we cannot keep him. Also, I'm quite curious about his identity. Yu Xianzi said after thinking about it, if he grasps 2 types of innate source energies, what kind of shocking changes will there be? Yu Shumin said seriously, just thinking about it makes me feel shocked and afraid, no one has ever done such a thing before. I still remember the scene of the 13th moon appearing last time. The moon saintess thought of something, Do you think his goal is to awaken the outer world's Supreme Emperor Star? It's said that in order to awaken the outer world's Supreme Emperor Star, one has to collect the outer world's 2 innate source energies. Xianxia smiled as she said, it would be great if that's the case. With the Supreme Emperor Star, let alone the outer world, he would be an invincible existence even in the celestial world. Yu Shumin smiled as she said, this will be of great benefit to us. However, let's not get too happy yet, perhaps it is not because of him. Recently, many terrifying people have appeared in the outer world. The women nodded. Within the extreme Yang region, everyone looked at the sun in the sky, which gave off intense light. The countless sun people felt their bloodlines start to awaken, and their bodies started to heat up. What happened? Countless people looked at the sky in shock. Ri Xian looked at the sky and said, I think the godchild has been quite successful on the sun, this is most likely because of him. Ryu smiled and nodded, I feel more and more admiration towards him. Ri Xian smiled as he said, it was long since prophesied that he would lead us to glory. The 8 sun god temple's current changes are all because of him, without him, we would not have been able to do anything. Ri Xian said calmly, he is someone I admire from the bottom of my heart. Although I am an almighty, I feel like I am nothing in front of him. Sun Yao chuckled. Everyone has the same feeling. With God's son's potential, he will definitely become an existence that we can't touch. Rika looked at the sky and said, I wonder when God's child will return. When he returns, we must celebrate with the entire clan. Ri Xian said, there's no way for us to know about this matter. We just have to wait obediently. A few more days passed. The people from the outer world frowned as they looked at the 8 suns in the sky. They felt that the weather was becoming hotter and hotter. These ordinary people could feel it, and they were also discussing this matter. The old man who planted some spirit fruits said curiously, recently, the weather has been a bit abnormal. Why is the sun so strong? Even the spirit fruits I planted can't take it. His son said, yes, and the days seem to be getting longer. It will be a long time before the sky gets dark. I don't know what happened. I'll go into the city later to see if there's any news. A beautiful woman was sweating all over, fanning herself with a fan as she scolded in annoyance. What kind of weather is this? Why did it suddenly become so hot? A female attendant said, Miss, it seems that it's very hot everywhere. I wonder what happened, and many people are asking about it. Hearing this, the beautiful woman asked, is there any news? The female attendant shook her head, there's no news, but this matter has attracted the attention of many experts. There should be some news soon. The beautiful woman nodded and continued to fan herself. A red-haired old man stood at the top of a mountain and looked at the suns in the sky. Just what is going on? 8 suns have become so hot. Normally, abnormal signs would cause a region to change, but the entire primal chaos world has been affected. A green-clothed old man came to his side and said, this matter might be related to the 8 sun god hall. The red-haired old man said in surprise, 8 sun god hall? The 8 sun god hall that has declined for a long time? The green-clothed old man nodded. The red-haired old man laughed as he said, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about its existence. The 8 sun god hall has disappeared for so long, yet they still exist. This is a miracle. The green-clothed old man said, I heard that a mysterious person came to the 8 sun god hall. He unified the scattered 8 sun god halls and became the son of the god hall. The red-haired old man nodded and smiled as he said, and then? The green-clothed old man said calmly, and then he ascended to the sun. The red-haired old man's expression froze, really? Someone ascended to the sun? I can't even do such a thing. The green-clothed old man said, it's true, which is why I said that this abnormality might have been caused by the 8 sun god hall. The red-haired old man became serious, then did you find out who that person is? The green-clothed old man replied, it seems to be the person who prophesied about the 8 sun god emissary. The red-haired old man said in shock, back then, was the death of the 8 sun god emissary related to this? Or was this a chess piece? The green-clothed old man had a serious expression as he nodded, my intuition tells me that there's definitely a relationship between them. Otherwise, how could such a powerful force suddenly become like this? If this is all part of the 8 Sun God Hall's plan, it's possible that the 8 Sun God Hall, which has been silent for a long time, will once again shake the world. The red-haired old man said, the 8 Sun God Hall was once one of the most powerful factions in the primal chaos world, and this matter is indeed quite important. Should we go to the 8 Sun God Hall to take a look? The green-clothed old man said, there's no need, that person has already ascended. Unless we can personally fly up, we'll be able to find out about the 8 Sun God Hall's entire plan. The red-haired old man sighed, forget it. The green-clothed old man said, there's no need for us to be anxious, we just need to make the best preparations to welcome what's about to happen. The red-haired old man asked, what do the other factions think about this? The green-clothed old man replied, just like us, they haven't done anything. They're just preparing for something big. However, many people have gone to visit the 8 Sun God Hall's people. In the future, the 8 Sun God Hall might once again rise to glory. The red-haired old man laughed as he said, let's send some people then. We can also gain a new understanding of the 8 Sun God Hall. The green-clothed old man nodded, I'll immediately send people to do it. Book 1, Chapter 396, Battle on the 9th day, the 8 suns in the sky gave off intense sunlight, and a massive wave of heat scorched the ground. Countless creatures felt as if they were living in a steamer, and some plants and animals were burnt to death by the terrifying sunlight. The days became longer and longer, and the nights became shorter and shorter. There were almost no clouds in the sky, and the sky became incredibly blue. Everyone looked up at the suns in the sky, wondering when this would end. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as the 8 suns gave off even more intense sunlight, causing the sky to seem to be filled with light. Sensing the powerful auras from the suns, the goddesses' expressions fell and they once again gathered, they understood that the situation was about to change. 8 100,000-meter wide orbs of golden light slowly floated out from the 8 suns, giving off boundless light. The source energy that they gave off was incredibly vast, and countless creatures seemed like ants. These 8 golden orbs of light absorbed the heaven's essence sun energy, which was the maximum amount of energy that Zhao Fu could withstand. If he extracted such a large orb of light from the origin land, it would take 1,000 or so years. Looking at the 8 orbs of light, the goddesses looked quite shocked. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the 8 massive orbs of light gave off heaven-toppling power and slowly gathered towards the center before colliding together. Countless rays of light covered the heavens and the earth as a world-shaking power spread out. The light was incredibly blinding, making it so that the goddesses could not open their eyes. Under that terrifying power, their bodies felt an icy coldness. Countless people on the ground saw countless rays of golden light shine down from the sky, causing the world to become golden and making it impossible to see anything clearly. Boom, an explosion that shook the surroundings rang out once more. The power of the world was like a massive river as it gathered in the sky, giving off a vast aura. To the east, west, south, and north, countless creatures sensed that massive power gathering, and they felt how insignificant and weak they were. Their bodies froze, and their minds went blank, unable to think clearly. Within the outer world, countless experts were woken up and looked at the sky seriously. The moon immortals and the 12 moons also looked at the sky seriously. The people of the city of 10,000 swords, the people of the dragon land, the countless people of the shaman land, the countless people of the blood sect, and Long Wu Shui, who was in the sealed land, all looked at the sky with a serious expression. As the power of the world continued to gather in the sky, an extremely vast and ultimate power spread out. All living beings felt a wave of pressure, as if the ruler of the sky had descended. Boom, a deafening explosion rang out, and countless rays of light disappeared in an instant. An indomitable golden giant appeared. He had no hair, and his face was resolute. There was a mark formed by 8 rings between his eyebrows. He was not wearing any clothes on his upper body, revealing his well-defined muscles. Behind him was a huge asterisk that looked like a huge golden sun. He exuded an aura that could dominate the world and drive away all darkness. Everything in the world seemed so small and insignificant before him. Countless goddesses looked at the golden giant in shock, their hearts beating quickly. That giant had become an innate god, or more accurately, an 8 sun god. The goddess respectfully knelt on the ground. In the land of extreme Yang, countless sun clansmen also knelt on the ground in shock. Their minds went blank as if it was instinctive. This was because their bloodlines had been completely activated. The Sun clansmen had never believed in a god before, and their bloodlines had fallen silent. At that moment, they had a new god to believe in. Countless experts were also shocked. They had never thought that they would personally witness the birth of an innate god. Under this earth-shaking aura, it was as if even celestials would be killed, and they, the higher beings, would be like ants. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the giant released a massive wave of golden light that swept out with an aura that covered the entire world. In just a few moments, it covered the entire chaos world. The various plants, animals, and races in the chaos world were all covered by this golden light. The plants quickly grew, and the animals became larger. Countless people looked surprised. They felt that their fate power was becoming stronger, and their bloodlines were becoming purer. I never thought that the birth of a new sun god would be so beneficial to them. Everyone looked delighted. The sun was one of the sources of life in the chaos world. Its appearance would definitely affect the entire chaos world. The massive golden giant dissipated into countless motes of light, and Zhao Fu's body reappeared in the void. Zhao Fu frowned slightly. That wave of golden light was not released by Zhao Fu, it was drawn by some kind of power. The many goddesses happily came in front of Zhao Fu and said, "Congratulations on becoming an innate god." Zhao Fu looked at the goddesses and smiled. He did not think too much about it. Everyone returned to the ground. Zhao Fu could feel the massive sun power in his body. It could be said that he had the strongest sun power in the chaos world, and he also had the innate god power of an innate god. The divine power of the chaos world was extremely powerful. Finally, there was another good thing, which was that Zhao Fu's evil celestial bloodline had broken through all of the restrictions. In other words, all of the restrictions on Zhao Fu's bloodline had disappeared, and Zhao Fu could directly devour the insect beast bloodline to raise the evil celestial bloodline to the peak. Zhao Fu knew that the 8 forbidden blood art had been created from 8 days of origin energy, and now that he had such immense power, Zhao Fu's bloodline was no longer restricted by his bloodline. This was a good thing for Zhao Fu. Because of Zhao Fu's bloodline's restrictions, the speed at which he could raise his bloodline was incredibly slow, and he had no idea how long it would take. Moreover, the 8 forbidden bloodline was one of the keys to awakening the Supreme Emperor star. Ring lightly laughed as she said, "I guessed that you would become a sun god, but I never thought that you would actually become a sun god, and such a powerful innate sun god at that." Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "Mem." The Qilan's face became slightly red and she said somewhat embarrassedly, "Now, I acknowledge you as my man." The sun demon said flirtatiously, "You made us worry for nothing, how are you going to compensate us?" Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and hugged the Qilan and the sun demon as he said, "I'll compensate you now." The women giggled as they walked towards the shrine. While Zhao Fu was having fun on the sun, the ground was in an uproar. Countless people were discussing this matter. This was a new innate sun god, an existence that could affect the entire chaos world. Book 1, Chapter 397. I knew the 8 sun god temple would change, but I didn't expect it to be an innate sun god, and an 8 sun god at that. If he matures, will he be even more terrifying than the previous 8 sun gods? Of course, because he has 8 types of sun power. The previous 8 sun gods didn't even have one. I wonder who became an innate sun god. Such potential is shocking, and he will definitely affect the development of the primal chaos world in the future. I'm also curious who became an innate sun god. I've received some news that it's a very mysterious person. Not only did he unify the 8 suns divine hall in the land of extreme yang with lightning speed, but he also used this opportunity to ascend to the sun and become the new sun god? Mysterious person again? How many mysterious people have appeared? It seems like the 12 moon immortals ascended with the help of a mysterious person. Last time, he even caused the 13th moon to descend. I've lived for so long, and I've never seen anything like this before. I can faintly feel that something big is going to happen. All sorts of geniuses are going to appear at this time. I don't believe that nothing big is going to happen. Yes, that's what I think too. Recently, I haven't been paying attention to other matters. I've been staying at my place. I don't want to cause any trouble. The people in the Dragonlands all smiled. Countless people did not know that this innate sun god representative was their young master. The black-clothed old man laughed loudly. I haven't been so happy in a long time. The silver-horned old man said happily, me too, I never thought that our young master would become an innate sun god. Now, all sorts of factions are trying to find out about young master's identity, they would never have thought that it would be our young master. The purple-clothed old man smiled and said, I was worried that young master would be in danger. I thought that young master would return after obtaining the source sun power, but I underestimated young master. In the future, I won't have any objections to young master's decisions. The blue-clothed old man smiled and said, let's keep a low profile and not reveal young master's identity, lest it affect young master's plan to awaken the Supreme Emperor star. The dignified-looking old man said excitedly, I believe that young master will become the ruler of the primal chaos world, and the entire primal chaos world will be under the rule of our dragon race. I didn't even dare to think about this before, but with young master's abilities, it's possible. The black-robed old man laughed, it's all thanks to Long Wushui for choosing such a good successor. Without her, young master wouldn't have become the successor of the demon dragon bloodline, much less the young master of the desolate ancient dragon race. The dignified old man nodded. This time, she has done a great service. I will help her break the seal. Now that the young master has become a shaman son of the sorcerer tribe, the grudges from before have been resolved. There is nothing wrong with letting her out. The black-robed old man nodded. After all, she is young master's master. Although young master doesn't say it, he really wants her to come out. It's only because of the greater good that he continues to seal her. If we release Long Wushui, he should be very happy. The silver-horned old man said with a smile, all right then, let's go undo that seal together. I think it's best to call some people from the sorcerer race. After all, it was their sorcerer lord who sealed Long Wushui. We need to maintain a good relationship with them. The dignified old man nodded. Yes, I'll send someone to inform the witch tribe immediately. The 12 Months Palace. Xianxia said, did you see that golden giant? The women all nodded. The moon saintess said, now, we can confirm that he gathered 8 types of sun power and became a new innate sun god. Yao nodded and smiled as she said, even though that giant looks similar to him, we can clearly sense the aura he gave off. It's that fellow. Yuduka lightly harumphed, that fellow clearly went to gather 8 types of sun power, but he hid it from us and didn't want to tell us what he was doing. If it wasn't for the fact that we could sense his aura, we might have been deceived by him. Xianxia nodded. I don't understand either. We're already his women, so why is he still hiding it from us? Shumin smiled as she said, I believe he has his reasons. Moreover, he treats us quite well. The moon saintess lightly nodded and said, even though he treats us quite well, we still have to deal with him when he returns. He can't keep us busy with everything. Xianxia suddenly said, actually, his goal is very clear, to awaken the Supreme Emperor star. Xianxia asked, the Supreme Emperor star is a legend even in the outer world, and it's impossible for us. Do you think it's possible for him? Yu Wuxing lightly laughed as she said, of course it's possible. As our man, he's definitely more outstanding than us. Moreover, he's already obtained the 2 keys to awakening the Supreme Emperor star, sun power and moon power, he's just missing an opportunity. Xianxia smiled as she said, Wuxing, you're right. Moreover, we don't know his true identity yet, perhaps he's still hiding some sort of powerful power. The moon saintess said longingly, I wonder when he'll come back, I really miss him. Yao said teasingly, I think you're thinking of love. The moon saintess' face became red. I'm not. Yu Wuxing said with a red face, I also miss him. The women started to play around, no longer as cold and aloof as before. Xianxia looked at the void in front of her and wondered when Zhao Fu would return to the Moon Palace. She also missed Zhao Fu, after all, Zhao Fu was her first man. However, Zhao Fu, that trash, was currently enjoying himself, not thinking about the Lunar Palace's women. This was enough to make others despise him. A few days later, Ring nestled in Zhao Fu's embrace and asked softly, now that you've gathered 8 types of sun power, what do you want to do next? Zhao Fu thought about it. Now that he had gathered sun power and moon power and there were no restrictions on the evil celestial bloodline, there was only one thing left, which was to collect the bronze shards. Zhao Fu did not plan to tell Ring about this, and he smiled as he said, nothing. The sun demon flirtatiously smiled as she said, then just stay on the sun, alright? You're a sun god, so you should stay on the sun, we don't want to be separated from you. The women looked at Zhao Fu and nodded. Zhao Fu said apologetically, I'm sorry, I still have many things to take care of and can't always stay on the sun. The sun demon angrily harumphed. The women all looked quite disappointed, they had waited countless years to meet Zhao Fu, and now that they had to part with Zhao Fu in such a short period of time, they felt quite reluctant. Looking at them, Zhao Fu said comfortingly, I'll come up to accompany you when I have time. Ascending to the sun is quite easy for me. Only then did the women's expressions ease up. Book 1, Book 3, 398. A few days later, Zhao Fu hugged the women and said, I'm going to leave now. The women knew that Zhao Fu was going to leave, but they still felt quite reluctant. The Qilin spirit asked, what will you do after leaving the sun? Zhao Fu said, I can't tell you about this. The Qilin spirit harumphed in dissatisfaction. Ring asked, what will you do with the 8 sun god temple after you leave? Zhao Fu thought about it and said, I'll leave everything to you. There are no restrictions on you and you can leave the sun at any time. Ring rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and said, don't you know where to have fun and leave this mess to us? Also, things are not as simple as you think. Because of the birth of a new sun god, the 8 sun god temple needs to go through changes. What's more, you're a god with 8 types of sun power. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, I'll do whatever you say, I'll completely cooperate with you. Now that Zhao Fu had collected 8 types of sun power, he did not care too much about the 8 sun god temple. He just wanted to deal with these things and continue collecting bronze shards. Ring looked at Zhao Fu and said, I want to abolish the 8 sun god temple and build a new one. Hearing this, the women all looked quite surprised. Rijun looked at Ring in shock and asked, are you sure? Rilu thought about it and said, I never thought that this day would come. Are we really going to abolish the 8 sun god temple and build a new one? Riming slightly frowned and said, I don't really want to. We should have been loyal to the previous godly spirit, and doing this feels like we're betraying the godly spirit. In the past, the godly spirit treated us quite well. Rihua nodded and said, I don't know why you want to abolish the 8 sun god temple. Ring replied seriously, the new sun god, great god. We should take the new sun god as our leader. Also, the previous 8 gods have disappeared for so many years, and they won't return in the future. We shouldn't have any hope for them either. We also need to welcome a new beginning, and we can't immerse ourselves in the past. Hearing this, the women all fell silent. The day demon robe lightly laughed as he said, I have no objections, you can do whatever you want. However, there's one thing I agree with, we've waited for so many years, and I think we should start anew. Ri-chun sighed, alright. I don't have any objections. I've waited for so many years and I've had enough. I don't want to wait any longer. Even if Lord God returns in the future, I won't listen to them anymore. Niaoling lightly laughed as she said, I also support the change. In the past, even though we had noble statuses, we were just godly spirits maidservants. However, things are different now, we are the mistresses of the God Palace and not some maidservant. As such, I support husband. Ri Ming showed a smile and said, thinking about it this way, our current man is Zhao Fu, and we are the mistresses of the lookout, managing everything in the lookout. Our identity is no longer the same as the sun god, so we should change it. Ri Lu said softly, since you have no objections, then I have no objections either. Ri Ying smiled and said, then I'll continue with my thoughts. The first thing is that the lookout should change its name. The day demon robe charmingly smiled and said, in the future, we'll call it the 8 Sun Shrine. In the future, we'll serve husband here and help him collect beauties from the primal chaos world. Husband, you should be very happy, right? The day demon robe looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu chuckled. Ri Ying lightly pinched Zhao Fu and said, be serious. If you're like this, then I won't care about these things. Zhao Fu stopped laughing and nodded, speak, I'm listening. Ri Ying said, I plan to change the name of the 8 Sun Shrine to the Supreme Lookout. Now that you've condensed 8 types of sun source power and have become an innate sun god, you can bear the name Supreme. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Ri Ying continued, also, now that you're the owner of the 8 suns, you can change the scenery of the 8 suns. How do you plan to change it? Zhao Fu asked. Change the scenery of the suns? Can I make the suns grow on trees and flowers? Or even have rivers and lakes? Ring shook her head and said, no, rivers and lakes cannot exist on the suns unless you use your own godly power to open up a godly land. When I say changing the scenery, I mean changing the foundation. For example, our first sun, you can create mountains, plains, and lava rivers. You can also change the sky and the heat emitted by the sun. Zhao Fu was not interested in these things and would not stay on the sun for long. Therefore, he smiled and said, in a while, I'll hand over the authority to you. You can change the sun however you want. Ring nodded and said, next is the matter of the 8 Sun Shrine. Do you want to continue developing the 8 Sun Shrine and recruit countless believers, or do you want to maintain the status quo? Zhao Fu thought about it and said, develop the 8 Sun Shrine. Ring smiled and said, then we'll create your core god statue. Zhao Fu asked, what's the core god statue? Ring explained, the core god statue is the core of all god statues. All other god statues of various sizes will be based on the core god statue, and other believers can obtain sun's power through the core god statue. Zhao Fu suddenly remembered that he had obtained sun's power through the core god statue and smiled as he said, take me to see the core god statue. Ring smiled and nodded as she said, let's condense the core god statue then. Everyone left the room and came to an underground palace. There was an 8-meter-tall altar in the palace, and it was surrounded by lava. There was a statue on the altar, which was the vast sun god statue, and it was made of fire-colored crystals. Zhao Fu looked at the statue and asked, what should I do now? Ring explained, that is the sun god platform, and it can connect to the entire sun. Only through this core god statue can one obtain sun's power. You need to fuse your divine blood with sun's power to create the core god statue. Zhao Fu nodded and used his fingernail to cut open his wrist. Blood continuously flowed out, and under Zhao Fu's control, it formed a ball of blood that was as big as an egg. With the ball of blood as the center, Zhao Fu started to send in a large amount of 8 suns power. The ball of blood gave off boundless light as large amounts of sun's power gathered and poured into the ball of blood, causing it to start to crystallize. The ball of blood that was as big as an egg became a blood crystal, and the blood crystal became bigger and bigger, becoming as big as a fist, and then as big as a watermelon. Finally, under Zhao Fu's control, it became a 2-meter-tall, 1-meter-wide rectangular crystal. Following this, Zhao Fu started to use his power to change the crystal's shape, turning it into Zhao Fu wearing a cloak. Zhao Fu did not want his true appearance to be revealed, as that would bring him a lot of trouble. Finally, a 2-meter-tall blood-colored crystal statue appeared in front of everyone. Apex Book 1, Chapter 399, God's Incarnation. If one knew who Zhao Fu was, they would be able to tell. If one did not know who Zhao Fu was, they would not be able to tell that this statue was Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at Ring and asked, what should I do now? Ring said, you are now the new sun god, you only need to go up and take down the statue on the sun god platform and place your own statue on it. Zhao Fu asked in surprise, it's that simple? Ring smiled and nodded, you are the ruler of the sun, there are no restrictions on you. If we go near there will be an extremely terrifying power of the sun that can instantly burn a higher being expert to ashes. Zhao Fu was quite shocked, the power of the sun is that powerful? Ring smiled and said, I told you before that the statue is connected to the sun and can use boundless power of the sun. Zhao Fu nodded and flew forward with his statue, landing on the altar. He looked at the vast sun god statue in front of him. This vast sun god statue was connected to the sun and was baptized by boundless power of the sun. The power it contained was extremely terrifying and could be said to be an extremely terrifying and rare treasure. Zhao Fu did not know how to use it now, but it would definitely be of great use in the future. Zhao Fu waved his hand and put away the statue. Boom, a massive rumbling sound rang out, and a wave of golden sun power erupted from the altar like a volcanic eruption. A massive shockwave spread out. The entire palace was filled with golden light. The terrifying shockwave caused the goddesses to continuously retreat. They felt a wave of fear and a feeling of powerlessness welled up in their hearts. Fortunately, they had stayed here and did not go forward, otherwise they might have been instantly incinerated. Cracks appeared on the countless vast sun god statues of various sizes in the land of extreme yang before they shattered and fell to the ground, giving off muffled sounds. The countless god envoys of the vast sun god palace all looked confused. What happened? Why did the statue shatter? The sun god envoys hurriedly gathered together. Ri Jian asked in bewilderment. Nothing has happened to this blazing sun god statue for thousands of years. Why did it shatter today? Sun Niao said, this matter is definitely related to sun deity. I wonder what sun deity is doing. Ri Xian pondered and said, I think there will be a big change in the 8th Sun Temple. Ryu nodded solemnly. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. At this moment, a god emissary ran in and reported, Sun god emissaries, it's bad, all the statues in the Sky Sun Shrine have been shattered. Hearing this, the sun god emissaries were not surprised. They had already expected this. After a while, another god emissary reported in panic, God emissaries, something big has happened. All of the statues in the Divine Sun Shrine have been shattered. Ri Xian nodded indifferently, you can leave first. The oracle left the hall. Ri Xian said, I reckon that all the statues will shatter, and there won't be a complete statue in the 8th Sun Temple. Ri Jian frowned, our god power comes from the statues. If all the statues shatter, how are we going to obtain god power in the future? Ri Xian calmly replied, if this matter is not resolved, then the 8th Sun Temple will disappear. Ri Xian was shocked, it can't be. Although the 8 Sun Gods have disappeared for so long, I never thought that the 8th Sun Temple would disappear. If the 8th Sun Temple disappears, what's the point of us existing? The Sun Clan will also lose their faith. Ri Jian said solemnly, even if you don't want to, what ability do you have to change it? Now that the most important statue has been destroyed, how can the 8th Sun Temple still exist? Ri Xian said worriedly, now I'm a little worried about our future, and the future of the entire Sun Clan. Ri Xian calmly said, actually, there's no need to worry too much. All of this was caused by Sun Deity. That Sun Deity definitely has other methods. Also, Sun Deity has now become the new Sun God. In the future, we might worship him instead of the previous 8 Sun Gods. Ri Jian nodded, that's what I think too. Ri Xian smiled and said, after what you said, I somewhat understand. The previous 8 Sun Gods have disappeared for so many years, and to us, they only have some spiritual faith. The 8th Sun Temple needs a new Sun God, and this also means a new beginning for the 8th Sun Temple. Ri Xian said, the only thing we can do now is to believe in Sun Deity. Looking back at the sun, Zhaofu had already arrived in front of the last Sun God platform. He cut his wrist and let his blood flow out. A large amount of sun's energy entered his blood, and the blood started to crystallize. Finally, a rectangular crystal appeared in front of everyone. Zhaofu changed the shape of the crystal, turning it into his own appearance. He then flew in front of the Sun God platform, put away the original statue, and put his own statue in it. All the statues in the last temple also shattered at that moment. Boom boom boom, massive explosions sounded out as 8 waves of boundless sun's energy entered the 8 blood-red crystal statues. 8 massive golden rays of light shot into the sky, forming 8 massive pillars of light. In the extreme Yang region, the heaven and earth's energy and countless traces of fate gathered like floodwaters. The sky gave off piercing golden light and a supreme divine might, causing countless people to involuntarily kneel on the ground. They did not have any thoughts of resisting and instead knelt devoutly. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as an enormous beam of light descended from the sky. Countless traces of heaven and earth's energy and fate madly flowed into it, giving off a shocking sound as a supreme divine power slowly spread out. After a while, the ripples gradually calmed down and a crystal statue appeared on the ground. Countless god emissaries and sun god emissaries had come here, and looking at the 10 or so meter tall cloaked statue, they immediately knelt on the ground. They understood that this was the new sun god, and they were going to rely on this statue to obtain divine power. Boom, as countless people knelt, the statue gave off boundless golden light and waves of even more powerful sun's energy entered everyone's bodies, quickly changing their constitutions. Sensing this power, everyone immediately revealed looks of delight. This divine power was much more powerful than the divine power from before, and it was divine power fused with 8 different types of divine power. Moreover, it was divine power with an owner, and as their faith grew, the divine power they obtained would become more and more powerful. Ri Xian, Ri Yu, and the others felt at ease. In the next 8 days, the Sun God Temple would become even better. They would follow Zhao Fu, and the Sun God Temple would become even more glorious. Zhao Fu stood on the stage and gave a trace of a strange smile. Through the statue, he could sense the people kneeling in front of him. Apex. Book 1, Chapter 400, Destruction. Zhao Fu said, "Everyone, rise." Hearing Zhao Fu's voice, the people kneeling on the ground looked delighted as they replied, "Yes." Ri Jin looked at the crystal statue in front of him and said excitedly, "Godchild, no, Lord God, we sincerely congratulate you." Zhao Fu gave a slight smile. Ri Xian respectfully asked, "Lord God, do you have any orders?" "Right now, the temple needs you to make decisions, and many people have come here to ask about you." Now that all of the 8 Sun God Temple statues had shattered, the 8 Sun God Temple's people did not know what to do and needed Zhao Fu's guidance. Zhao Fu nodded, I know about all of this. Wait for me to deal with the sun's matters." The Sun God emissary smiled and nodded. Zhao Fu retracted his perception and turned to look at Ri Ying. "What else do you need me to do?" Ri Ying smiled as she said, "What's next is to change our identities and make us your goddesses and inherit your 8 sons' god power." Hearing this, the women felt quite tempted. 8 sons' divine power was far more powerful than just one type of divine power. Moreover, as Zhao Fu's goddesses, they would be able to obtain 8 sons' divine power, which they would not have been able to obtain before. After all, not only did they not have the ability to fuse with 8 sons' god power, but their bodies would not be able to withstand it. However, they could rely on Zhao Fu to obtain this power. Ri Ning smiled as she said, "I also want to see how powerful 8 sons' god power is." Ri Jun smiled as she said, I also want it." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Then let's return to the temple and I'll grant you pure sons' god power." The women smiled and nodded. After coming to the temple, the 8 Sun God Temple's women stood in front of Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stood at the front of the stage and closed his eyes as a massive power flowed out of his body. His body was covered in a layer of golden light and 8 watermelon-sized suns appeared above his head as a boundless god power spread out. Sensing this power, the women could not help but feel a wave of fear. This power could easily kill them. Zhao Fu slowly opened his eyes and countless rays of golden light shot out from his eyes as he stretched out a hand. The massive wave of 8 suns' divine power flooded into all of the goddesses' bodies, causing them to give delighted smiles as they absorbed the massive 8 suns' divine power. Their bodies gave off golden light, and the space between their eyebrows also gave off golden light. Golden rings appeared, and there were 8 of them in total. There was some distance between each golden ring, and there was an empty space in the center. A powerful wave of 8 suns' power spread out from their bodies. The mark formed by the 8 golden rings was Zhao Fu's god mark, and it was called the 8 Sun God mark. Zhao of Zhao Sun God power and the 8 suns disappeared. Sensing the immense power within their bodies, the women smiled. Now, their bodies could not only contain one type of sun power, but they could also contain other types of sun power. They could also go to other suns to absorb sun power. This meant that their strength would greatly increase, and their cultivations would break through and become even more powerful existences. The sun demon robe lightly laughed as he said, "Is this 8 suns' god power? It's so powerful. If I cultivate it to the peak, I might become a god." Ri Chen said, "Our god palace can only have one god, which is our husband. Even if we can become a godly spirit, we cannot become a god." Ri Ning said softly, "I've never thought about becoming a godly spirit because I know that it's impossible. However, with these 8 suns' god power as a foundation, it's possible for me to become a godly spirit." The Qilin spirit said calmly, "If we become godly spirits, we'll definitely become a sun god. This might have a detrimental effect on husband." Ri Ying nodded, "If we become sun gods, we'll definitely take away a portion of the sun's source energy. This will be quite disadvantageous to husband, who's a supreme sun god." The sun demon robe pouted, "Forget it then. I was just saying." By the side, Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "I'll allow you to become sun gods. The sun's power is incredibly massive, and even if you become sun gods and take a portion of it, you won't be able to take 10%. Moreover, you're the mistresses of the god palace, so becoming sun gods will make it easier for you to manage the god palace in the future." Hearing this, the women felt quite touched. The sun demon Robe leapt into Xiao Fu's embrace and flirtatiously smiled as she said, "Husband, you're too good to us, shouldn't we repay you?" Xiao Fu smiled as he said, "Let's talk about this after we're done." Ri Chun was also quite touched as she said, "Husband, you're good to us, we'll definitely listen to all of your orders." Ri Ying smiled as she looked at Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu truly treated them as his women, and he treated them much better than before. In actuality, they did not know that Xiao Fu would one day return to the Heaven Awaken world. Xiao Fu did not care much about the sun's power here, and after he left, the God Palace would need them to take care of it. Xiao Fu looked at Ri Ying at the front and smiled as he said, "What else do you need me to do?" Ri Ying thought about it and said, "In actuality, you can use the 8 suns to release miracles that will attract a large number of believers." Xiao Fu nodded, "I'll be leaving for a while." Ri Ying smiled and nodded. If Xiao Fu was going to use the power of the 8 suns to release miracles, it would definitely be a grand miraculous that would shake the entire world. Xiao Fu flew into the air and came to the center of the 8 suns. He closed his eyes and spread out his hands, and a wave of golden energy spread out. The 8 suns in the sky slightly trembled, and 8 massive waves of great sun power were released. It was already nighttime in the outer world, and countless creatures had fallen asleep, causing the world to fall silent. Suddenly, countless rays of sunlight shot out from the sky, tearing apart the night sky like a pair of formless hands. Boundless golden light shone on the ground, and the night sky became day in the blink of an eye. Countless people in the outer world woke up from their dreams and looked at the sky in shock. The sky brightened so quickly? How did time pass so quickly? The moon immortals on the moon slightly frowned. They could clearly sense these abnormal changes, and they knew that it was Xiao Fu who had done this. What was that fellow doing? Buzz. Buzz, a massive sound rang out in the sky, as if a divine bell had been struck. Sound waves that seemed to corporeal spread out, causing pain in the ears of countless creatures. The creatures that had not woken up before were woken up by this massive sound, and they all walked out to look at the golden sky. The sound became louder and louder, causing ordinary people's heads to hurt. No one could sleep with this sort of sound. Book 1, Chapter 401, Many people had been woken up by this sound and felt quite displeased. However, after seeing the scene in the sky, their anger dissipated, as they realized that something big was about to happen. 8 suns appeared in the sky, giving off massive auras. A figure wearing a golden cloak appeared at the center of the 8 suns, looking like the ruler of the 8 suns. He gave off a boundless divine might, making people feel a sense of reverence and unable to look at him directly. "I am the new sun god. Those who worship in me, I bestow power. Upon them, I heal them, and I protect them." A thunderous voice sounded out by everyone's ears, causing everyone's minds to go blank and lose the ability to think. They were filled with boundless reverence towards the godly spirit in the sky. Boom, a heaven-shaking explosion sounded out as the figure shot out countless rays of light that instantly tore through mountains and rivers, covering the entire ground. Countless people felt their bodies relax under the light, feeling unprecedentedly comfortable. Some people were delighted to find that their constitutions had become better, some were happy to find that their strength had increased, and some smiled to find that their injuries were healing. These people all knelt on the ground and said excitedly and devoutly, "We are willing to worship the sun god and offer everything to him." After they spoke, even more golden light covered them, and their bodies became even better. Countless people from the large factions frowned. In ancient times, the 8 Sun God Temple was the largest faction with the most believers, but it declined because the 8 Sun God disappeared. Now that a new sun god has descended, the 8 Sun God Temple will quickly become an incredibly terrifying faction. The new sun god is relying on the 8 suns to unleash a peerless miracle. The 8 Sun God Temple's rise is unstoppable, and with the 8 suns as a foundation, it is almost invincible. That's right. Even if you have higher being cultivation, if you blindly ascend to the sun, you will not be able to escape death. I wonder if the 8 Sun God Temple's rise is a good thing or a bad thing for us. This new sun god has fused 8 types of sun power and will become the most terrifying expert in the outer world. However, he's too mysterious, and we haven't received any information about him. That's what makes people so afraid. In the future, I think we should avoid the 8 Sun God Temple and try not to offend him. However, I think that the birth of a new sun god is a good thing, especially since we're fighting with the Heaven Awaken world. On the Heaven Awaken world side, countless people looked at the world covered by the golden light and felt incredibly shocked. What was going on in the outer world? Why was that light covering the entire world? This sort of ripple meant that something had happened. The various alliances quickly found this information. No matter who this new sun god is, he will be incredibly dangerous to the Heaven Awaken world. His existence will be detrimental to the Heaven Awaken world. We must think of a way to get rid of him. We can't let this sun god exist. Any price is fine. Sun, God, God Sun, God, Sun God, Sun, said. It will be even more difficult for us outsiders to find him. Heaven, God, and, world, and two, I heard that many shocking geniuses have appeared in the outer world, and all of them are incredibly terrifying. In that regard, they are far superior to our Heaven Awaken world. These people are quite disadvantageous to us, so it's best to get rid of them. I have high hopes for that Heaven Awaken child. With his terrifying potential, he should be able to suppress all of the outer world's geniuses by himself. I have high hopes for that Heaven Awaken child. With his terrifying potential, he should be able to suppress all of the outer world's geniuses by himself. I feel the same way. No matter how terrifying the outer world's geniuses are, they can't compare to our world's Heaven Awaken child. It shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with all of the outer world's geniuses by himself. It seems that the Heaven Awaken child hasn't been around for a long time. I wonder what he's doing. I think he's planning to obtain the final race's Emperor Star. Right now, many higher beings are waiting at the water race for him to appear. Once the final Supreme Emperor Star awakens, he will have 9 Supreme Emperor Stars. I can't even imagine what kind of existence he will be, Xiaofu said. Hearing you say that, I can't help but feel excited. The Heaven Awaken world actually gave birth to such a terrifying monster. Not only has this shaken our world, but it has also shaken other worlds. Right now, everyone is madly searching for him. That's right. Everyone is searching for him, but they haven't found anything. The Heaven Awaken child has a massive amount of fate, and it's impossible to find him. We don't have to worry about his safety. They did not know that the outer world's geniuses were all Xiaofu, and the sun god was also Xiaofu. If they knew that Xiaofu was about to awaken the outer world's Supreme Emperor Star, who knew what their expressions would be like? Back in the outer world, Xiaofu had used up a lot of the sun's power to unleash such a massive miracle. He could do it occasionally, but he could not do it constantly. Xiaofu also sensed a large amount of faith energy entering his body. As an innate godly spirit, he did not need faith energy to grow, so Xiaofu did not care much about this faith energy. After all, this faith energy would be of great help to other godly spirits. The light in the sky started to dissipate, and Xiaofu's figure disappeared. In the end, the world returned to night, but no one felt sleepy at all. They excitedly discussed this matter. Only 2 existences in the entire outer world could create such a massive miracle. The first was the sun god, and the second was the moon immortal. It just so happened that both of them were Xiaofu. Back when Xiaofu had fused with the 12 moons' power, it had been nighttime. If it had been daytime, the sky would have darkened, and 13 moons would have appeared in the sky. In the extreme Yang land, everyone grinned. They knew that the 8 sun god palace's rise was unstoppable, and the thing they had waited for countless years was finally going to happen. The extreme Yang land, which had been a barren place, once again became a holy land in countless people's hearts. It was the place closest to godly spirits, and people all over the world started to build temples. They used the best materials to carve Xiaofu's image, and many worshippers knelt devoutly and worshipped him. The Sun God Palace still had massive influence in the outer world. If it wasn't for the 8 sun gods disappearing, the outer world's most powerful faction would never have changed. Xiaofu, the new sun god, had descended, causing such a huge commotion. Everyone felt that the Sun God Palace's rise was unstoppable, and indeed, the Sun God Palace would soon become a super powerful faction. The Apex Book 1, Chapter 402, End of Book 2. Xiaofu looked at Riying and smiled as he said, "Is everything alright now?" Riying smiled and nodded. Zhao Fu said, then it's time for me to leave. Hearing this, the women looked at Zhao Fu reluctantly. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, those things are very important to me, and I must complete them. If I have time, I'll come back. Ying lightly nodded. The sun demon robe said flirtatiously, can you stay for one more day? Just one more day. The women looked at Zhao Fu with hopeful eyes. Zhao Fu thought about it and nodded. In the end, Zhao Fu stayed for another 3 days before leaving. Zhao Fu flew down from the sun and wanted to go to the extreme Yang region to take a look. However, there were countless experts gathered there, and Zhao Fu would be in trouble if he went. He left the god palace's matters to the goddesses, and they should be able to deal with them. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu's current goal was to collect the bronze shards and refine the insect blood. Zhao Fu did not have any clues and did not know where to find the bronze shards, so he could only raise his bloodline to the 8th stage. Zhao Fu did not have any restrictions on the evil immortal bloodline, and he just needed to refine the bloodline to level up. However, he did not have that much insect blood right now. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to return to the dragon race first. At that moment, the dragon race's chief and the witch race's people came to the place where Long Wushui was sealed. The dignified-looking elder said courteously, if you don't want to unseal Long Wushui, you can tell us. We don't want to affect the relationship between our races because of her. Old O smiled as he said, in actuality, we wanted to unseal Long Wushui a long time ago. It's just that the young master did not want to and felt that even his master should be punished. Since you've taken the initiative to unseal Long Wushui, we will not refuse. The scholarly-looking man smiled as he said, it's all thanks to her that the young master formed a connection with our witch race and became our greatest existence. Just because of this, we can forgive the evil dragon back then. A beautiful woman suddenly said, where's the young master? Won't he come for such a big thing? The black-clothed old man smiled and said, young master is busy right now, so he's not in the dragon territory. The beautiful woman asked curiously, what's the matter? Why haven't I seen him for such a long time? The black-clothed old man was a bit embarrassed. Of course, he couldn't tell them that the sun god, who had caused a sensation in the chaos world, was their young master. Although both races believed that Zhao Fu was their young master, both sides had their own selfish motives. The dragon patriarch didn't want to reveal Zhao Fu's true identity. The old woman could also tell and smiled as she said, the young master has his own things to do, we don't need to think too much about it. The beautiful woman nodded. The dignified old man said, let's go in together. Everyone responded and went to the deepest part of the seal. Long Wushui was still the same. His body was sealed within a spirit design. Looking at the group before him, he snorted coldly, what are you guys doing here? She felt some resentment towards the dragon race and the witch race. The witch race was the race that had sealed her, while the dragon race had never helped her, causing her to be sealed here for so many years. However, Long Wushui didn't care much about that. After all, she still had 100 or so years before she could break the seal and leave this damned place. The dignified old man smiled and said, we're here to help you undo the seal. Long Wushui had a look of confusion, did I hear wrongly? You'll help me undo the seal? The dignified old man said, based on what you've done in the past, we can't let you out. However, you've done a great service this time, so we can help you undo the seal. Done a great service? Long Wushui had a look of confusion. The dignified old man smiled, looks like you don't know either. Your legatee has already become the desolate ancient dragon race's young master. Long Wushui had a look of confusion, who? The dignified old man lightly laughed, it's your legatee. You should be very happy to have such a transcendent legatee. Long Wushui thought back to how she had been bullied by Zhao Fu in the past. Right now, she wanted to tear Zhao Fu to shreds and eat him. However, she was also a little shocked in her heart. She knew that Zhao Fu wasn't from the dragon race, so how could he have become the desolate ancient dragon race's young master? Back then, she had really underestimated him. Looking at the dignified old man and the others, Long Wushui understood that she definitely couldn't reveal her true thoughts. Otherwise, these people wouldn't let her out. She would settle the score with that kid after she left. Long Wushui smiled and said, yes, I didn't expect him to become the dragon race's young master. The old woman smiled and said, not only did he become the dragon race's young master, he also became the young master of our witch race. You're a part of the reason, so our witch race has agreed to release you. Furthermore, we won't pursue what happened in the past. Long Wushui was shocked. That kid even became the witch race's young master? The witch race and dragon race were the two great races in the primal chaos world. If someone became the young master of one race, Long Wushui would be shocked. However, becoming the young master of two great races was not a simple matter. Thinking of this, Long Wushui's heart became a little solemn. This kid was hiding some terrifying information. Back then, she hadn't expected that Zhao Fu would have such terrifying achievements. The old woman smiled and said, you're the young master's master, so we won't make things difficult for you. Are you willing to reconcile with our race? A trace of a smile appeared on Long Wushui's face. As long as she could get out, she would do anything. Yes, I'm willing. Right now, Long Wushui had a harmless look on her face, but in her heart, she was thinking about how to deal with the witch race in the future. She had been sealed for so many years, and the resentment in her heart wouldn't be extinguished so easily. The old woman nodded, then we'll help you remove the seal. Long Wushui was secretly delighted. She had finally removed the seal. She had waited for this day for many years. As long as the seal was removed, she could immediately go and teach that kid Zhao Fu a lesson. Many experts stood beside the seal. If it was just the dragon race experts, it would take some time to remove the seal. But with the addition of the witch race experts, the seal should be removed very quickly. Boom, a huge explosion rang out. The experts poured their energy into the formation, causing it to emit countless rays of light and an extremely terrifying aura. Long Wushui could feel the seal being removed. Her lips curled up slightly. After being sealed for so many years, she couldn't wait any longer. The seal slowly revolved, and powerful ripples spread out like a wild wind. The energy sealing Long Wushui was rapidly decreasing. Long Wushui wanted to remove the seal herself, but she resisted the urge to prevent any accidents from happening. Apex Volume 1, Chapter 403 Boom, a massive explosion once again sounded out as the magic formation gave off a massive wave of power and turned into a massive ray of light that shot into the sky, causing clouds to swirl. A terrifying dragon's might spread out, causing the countless creatures in the vicinity to feel an intense fear, causing them to flee into the distance. Ka-cha, a loud and clear sound rang out, and the barrier around the sealed area shattered. Countless rays of sunlight shone in, and a large amount of black dragon chi also surged out. The exchange of light and chi made the scene very spectacular. In the deepest part of the sealed area, the sealing array was slowly disappearing. The powerful sealing power was also dissipating. Long Wushui stood there, suppressing his excitement. Many experts hurriedly poured their energy into it, dissolving the power of the seal. In the end, the sealing formation completely dissipated, and the power of the seal also dissipated. Ha ha ha. Long Wushui could feel the seal on his body dissipating, and he couldn't help but roar with laughter. Many experts also retracted their weapons. The old man smiled and said, "Congratulations. You're free now." Long Wushui smiled and replied, after being sealed for so many years, my strength has weakened greatly. I want to find a place to recover. Now wasn't the time to fall out with so many experts. Long Wushui believed that he was strong, but he wasn't a match for so many experts. Everyone present was at the level of a patriarch. Long Wushui just wanted to leave this place. Once she was free, no one would be able to control her. The dignified old man said with a slight smile, "Come back to the dragon clan with us, and we will help you recover your strength. Also, the young master should be back soon, and he should be very happy to see you. We hope that you can come back with the young master. Will you be happy to see her?" Long Wushui revealed a sinister smile in her heart. She would let that brat regret it. After some thought, Long Wushui nodded. Sure. Now that she had just broken the seal, her strength was relatively weak. The dragon clan was indeed the best place for her to recover. As for other matters, they could wait until she recovered. As long as she recovered, he would not have to be afraid of anything. Hearing the dignified elder's words, the old woman said, "Is the young master coming back soon? We haven't seen young master for a long time." The dignified old man did not refuse. He smiled and said, "Welcome to my dragon clan as guests." Then, everyone flew towards the Longdi. By now, Zhao Fu had returned to the dragon's territory and had his subordinates collect the bloodlines. He still didn't know that Long Wushui had come out. After collecting the bloodlines, he would find a quiet place to merge them all. This time, he needed a massive number of bloodlines, and it would take some time to collect them. Zhao Fu wanted to go and meet the dragon ladies. A snow-white arm rested on Zhao Fu's shoulder from behind. Zhao Fu thought it was dragoness, so he grabbed the arm and pulled the woman into his arms out of habit. When he saw the woman in his arms, Zhao Fu jumped in fright. The person in front of him was actually Long Wushui. Wasn't she sealed? When did it come out? Long Wushui was in Zhao Fu's embrace, glaring at Zhao Fu fiercely. "Brat, you're dead this time." Zhao Fu hurriedly tried to push Long Wushui away. However, Long Wushui hugged Zhao Fu tightly, not wanting to let Zhao Fu escape from her hands. The dignified old man and the others smiled when they saw this. They knew that the relationship between the two of them was not simple. Zhao Fu also noticed the dignified old man and the others, and was about to say something. Long Wushui warned, "If you dare to say anything, I'll kill you right now. They won't be able to save you so quickly." Zhao Fu was being hugged by Long Wushui, so he couldn't escape. He could only be obedient. The dignified old man smiled and said, "Young master, we understand that you two have a deep relationship, and you don't want your master to continue suffering. This time, we decided to release her. Seeing that you two have such a good relationship, we're happy. We didn't waste our efforts." Zhao Fu glared at the dignified old man. His heart was about to explode. Was this a good thing? This was completely killing him. Right now, Zhao Fu couldn't say anything. Long Wushui even pinched Zhao Fu, signaling Zhao Fu to look at him. Zhao Fu took in a deep breath and revealed a smile. "Thank you everyone for helping my master remove the seal." The black-robed old man chuckled, "Young master, you don't have to be so courteous. We're happy to help you and master." The blue-robed old man also smiled, Seeing that you two have such a good relationship, I'm a little regretful that I didn't help your master remove the seal earlier." Zhao Fu was infuriated. He wanted to curse out loud. These people had killed him, and they even dared to say such words. Long Wushui smiled as she pinched Zhao Fu's flesh. Seeing Zhao Fu like this, she felt extremely satisfied. The purple-haired old man asked curiously, "Young master, why did you come back so soon? We thought that you would need to wait for a while." Zhao Fu nodded. "After collecting the 8 types of sun powers, I still have many things to do. So, I came back to collect some things." Zhao Fu didn't mind, but the witch race looked at Zhao Fu in shock. 8 types of sun powers? How can there be 8 types of sun powers in this world? The person who recently shocked the entire primal chaos world and performed a great miracle was their young master? Thinking back to the sun god's cloaked appearance, wasn't that their young master? Why didn't they recognize him? Their hearts raced, and their expressions became agitated. They really didn't expect their young master to be so terrifying. Not only did he become the young master of the witch race, but he had also become a sun god. They didn't know what to say. Long Wushui also looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Although she was sealed, she had also felt that great miracle. She didn't expect it to be this man in front of her. Now that Zhao Fu was such a terrifying existence, even Long Wushui felt fear in her heart. She understood that if Zhao Fu was given some time, then Zhao Fu would definitely surpass her. Only then did Zhao Fu come back to his senses. Because the dragon race elder knew about these things, Zhao Fu did not hide anything and suddenly found out about the existence of others. The beautiful woman excitedly asked, "Young master, are you really that sun god who controls the 8 suns?" Zhao Fu nodded. The witch race elder also confirmed it, and their hearts were filled with joy. They couldn't see through Zhao Fu anymore, and they didn't know how terrifying Zhao Fu's potential was. Long Wushui couldn't help but ask, "How did you become a sun god?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "I'm extremely talented. Can't I?" Long Wushui lightly snorted, and pinched Zhao Fu to make Zhao Fu behave. Apex Volume 1, Chapter 404, Death. The old woman smiled and said, "Young master, we would like to have a good chat with you." Zhao Fu immediately said, "Sure. Right now, Zhao Fu wanted to escape from Long Wushui. If he continued to stay in her hands, the outcome would be terrible. Long Wushui said, I have many things to tell him. The old woman smiled and said, all right then. We'll come over in a bit. The black-robed old man also smiled and said, it's been a long time since they've met. I believe they have many things to talk about. Let's all leave. Zhao Fu wanted to call out to them, as they were the only ones here. Only then would Zhao Fu be safe, as Long Wushui would not dare to do anything to him. But if they left, things might not be the same. However, Long Wushui forcefully choked Zhao Fu and said in a low voice, if you want to die faster, just say it. Zhao Fu could only swallow his words and watch them leave. Seeing them leave, Long Wushui immediately let go of Zhao Fu and grabbed Zhao Fu's collar, lifting Zhao Fu's body up and laughing, kid. You can't run away now. Zhao Fu smiled and said, let's talk. You won't get any benefits from killing me. Long Wushui snorted, I'll kill you even if I don't get any benefits. Kid, do you remember how you treated me in the sealed region? Zhao Fu argued, I gave you a chance, but you weren't willing. You can't blame me for that. I also agreed to release you. Long Wushui looked at Zhao Fu, but now that I'm out, it's not you who undid the seal. Zhao Fu said, that's because of me. Without me, they wouldn't have released you. Long Wushui said, cut the crap. I'll repay you 100-fold for how you tortured me back then. Long Wushui picked up Zhao Fu and walked towards a room. After entering the room, she threw Zhao Fu into the room and did not place any restrictions so that others would not discover what was happening here. Zhao Fu lay on the ground, thinking about how to escape. Long Wushui was like an evil person, revealing an evil smile. Zhao Fu was lying there like a little girl who was being bullied. Zhao Fu spoke up, I can give you the power of the desolate ancient dragon ancestor. As a member of the desolate ancient dragon race, I believe you wouldn't reject this power, right? Long Wushui stopped where she was. The power of the dragon ancestor was indeed very attractive to her. Seeing that Long Wushui was moved, Zhao Fu immediately said, as long as you're willing to let me off, I'll give you the dragon ancestor's power. Long Wushui laughed lightly. You are in my hands now. Can't I take whatever power I want? Zhao Fu's expression changed. Long Wushui laughed heartily. You've also reminded me that your body contains many shocking powers. If I absorb you, I'll definitely become the strongest expert in this world. Zhao Fu said confidently, you won't be able to obtain the recognition of power like this. Moreover, even if you're a higher being, you won't be able to withstand the power within my body. Oh? Long Wushui looked at Zhao Fu in disbelief and said, our desolate ancient dragon race's constitution can be ranked in the top 5 in the outer world, and I'm a higher being, how could I not be able to withstand that power? Zhao Fu looked at Long Wushui and said, you can give it a try. Right now, my constitution is just a step away from breaking through to the origin body. What? Long Wushui looked quite shocked. Whether it was in the outer world or the heaven-awakened world, the origin body was a top-tier constitution. Even in the celestial world, it was quite rare. As for breaking through to the origin body, Long Wushui had never heard of such a thing before. She wondered what grade it was to break through to the origin body. It already surpassed the mortal world. Celestials might know about it, as this grade was a legend in the celestial world. Only the celestial world could have such terrifying things. To Long Wushui, the origin body was something far beyond her reach. Now that she heard that Zhao Fu wanted to break through to the origin body, she could not react in time. Zhao Fu said, I originally had the origin body, but I fused with 12 moons power. Wait, Long Wushui cut Zhao Fu off and asked, you're saying that the 13th moon immortal is also you? The abnormalities in the outer world were also caused by you? Zhao Fu gave a faint and arrogant smile. Long Wushui said in shock, boy, you're too terrifying. I can't let you live, or else I won't even know how I died. Zhao Fu's smile froze on his face, and he hurriedly said, you don't have to kill me. I can give you the origin dragon's power and 12 moons power, and our enmity can be written off. If you don't believe me, I can leave a restriction in my body. Long Wushui stared at Zhao Fu and said, with that perverse constitution of yours, even if I leave a restriction in your body, it will be useless. Sooner or later, you will surpass me. To be safe, I have to kill you. But considering that I can obtain your ancestral dragon's power, I can torture you for a few hours less. We don't owe each other anything. The corners of Zhao Fu's mouth twitched. You can do that? Long Wushui laughed and said, since my body can't handle that much power, I won't be greedy. I just want to absorb one type of ancestral dragon's power. Long Wushui smiled and walked towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's expression was a little ugly, and he retreated. Long Wushui grabbed Zhao Fu's hand and gave a trace of an evil smile as she said, you won't be able to escape, so you might as well behave. After saying this, Long Wushui pressed a hand against Zhao Fu's abdomen, and a massive wave of power entered Zhao Fu's body. Even though Long Wushui had been prepared, she still felt incredibly shocked. She felt that Zhao Fu's body was like a boundless universe. She sensed Zhao Fu's full power, and her expression became one of shock. She took a step back, and her heart rapidly thumped. She had known that Zhao Fu was quite terrifying, but after sensing Zhao Fu's full power, she realized that she had underestimated Zhao Fu. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so terrifying. You're from the Heaven Awakened world? Long Wushui's eyes gave off a cold light as she asked. No one would have thought that the legatee of the 10,000 Swords City, the primordial dragon race's young lord, the witch race's young lord, the evil celestial's legatee, the 13th moon immortal, and the innate sun god would be from the Heaven Awakened world. The outer world and Heaven Awakened world were enemies, and they had fought for over 10,000 years. Zhao Fu's expression became calm as he replied, I'm from the Heaven Awakened world, and I have 8 Supreme Emperor stars. If you're not afraid of the heaven-toppling fate backlash, you can give it a try. I don't believe you can withstand the backlash of 8 Emperor stars. Long Wushui's expression fell. If what Zhao Fu said was true and he had 8 Emperor stars, then Long Wushui indeed would not dare to kill him. She would not be able to withstand the fate backlash. Zhao Fu looked at Long Wushui and said, giving you the ancestral dragon's power is the best choice. Also, don't reveal my identity, or don't blame me. Book 1, Chapter 405, Destruction. Long Wushui said coldly, are you threatening me? Zhao Fu said calmly, that's right, I'm threatening you. Don't think that I can't kill you just because you're a higher being. Even if you're a half-step celestial, you won't be able to escape. Long Wushui laughed as she said, I want to see how you'll act against me. If you have the power to kill me, you won't be threatened by me. Also, this barrier can block out all power, so it'll be useless no matter who you call. Zhao Fu slightly frowned. The method he was talking about was for the goddesses to come and kill Long Wushui. If his summoning was blocked, the goddesses would not know about it either. Long Wushui could tell what Zhao Fu was thinking and coldly laughed as she said, there's nothing you can do now, right? Zhao Fu said, don't force me, it won't be of any benefit to you. Long Wushui laughed as she said, I won't force you, I'll absorb the dragon ancestor's power first. I won't kill you, but I'll reveal your identity. That way, everyone in the outer world will go mad and want to kill you. I can also imprison you somewhere forever and continuously torture you. Boom, a terrifying power flowed out of Zhao Fu's body as Zhao Fu immediately used the power of the 8 Supreme Emperor stars, preparing to go all out. Long Wushui sensed that terrifying power and immediately slammed out with her palm, sending Zhao Fu flying. This also interrupted Zhao Fu's summoning of the 8 Emperor stars. Long Wushui looked at Zhao Fu on the ground and smiled as she said, what you're doing is useless, I won't give you any chances. Zhao Fu coldly looked at Long Wushui and did not say anything as he continued to think of ways to escape. Suddenly, Long Wushui frowned and her body gave off boundless white light as a shaman seal gradually appeared on her forehead. Long Wushui's expression fell as she felt the power within her body being sealed by a shaman energy, causing her power to quickly weaken. Long Wushui was the most familiar with the power sealing her, and she furiously yelled, Shaman spirit, I'll definitely kill you. Zhao Fu also sensed the changes in Long Wushui, as well as the power she gave off. It was shaman spirit's power. Back then, shaman spirit had not chosen to kill Long Wushui and had sealed her there. She knew that Long Wushui would break the seal sooner or later, so in order to prevent the witch race from being harmed, so she had left a power in her body. This energy hadn't been injected directly by the shaman spirit, because Long Wushui would have sensed it. This energy had been injected into Long Wushui's body day by day through the sealing formation, so Long Wushui hadn't sensed it. If Long Wushui had not harmed the sorcerer race, she would have been fine. However, she had not only injured an ordinary sorcerer but the young lord of the sorcerer race. The instant that Long Wushui had injured Zhao Fu, a wave of power had flowed out of Long Wushui's body, and even she could not suppress it. As, Chen, to Fu, Chen, Li. Come and kill me. Zhao Fu smiled, ha ha ha, venerable shaman spirit is the best. I knew you would do this. Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? Come and kill me now. Long Wushui glared at Zhao Fu angrily. Now that her power had been sealed, she was no different from an ordinary person. She was naturally not Zhao Fu's match. Without hesitation, Long Wushui ran outside. She had just treated Zhao Fu that way, and now that the situation had reversed, her outcome would be terrible. Zhao Fu laughed as he grabbed out. A huge force grabbed Long Wushui's body and pulled her into his embrace. He lifted Long Wushui's chin. It's too late for you to run now. Long Wushui angrily opened her mouth and bit towards Zhao Fu's hand. Zhao Fu covered her mouth with his hand and smiled as he said, Do you still remember what you just said? Long Wushui snorted coldly. Zhao Fu smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't kill you. In the future, you'll just be my servant. Long Wushui said coldly, Dream on. Zhao Fu smiled happily and said, See if I'm dreaming. A few days later, Zhao Fu looked at the rosy Long Wushui in his embrace and smiled, This time, I'll teach you a lesson. Let's see if you still dare to treat me like that in the future. Long Wushui glared at Zhao Fu, Help me undo the seal. Zhao Fu smiled and said, Do you think I'm that stupid? You won't kill me if the seal is undone? Long Wushui snorted, I can guarantee that I won't kill you. Zhao Fu smiled and said, That won't do. Also, I wasn't the one who created the seal. I have no way of undoing it for you. Long Wushui said angrily, As that slut's inheritor, why can't you undo the seal? Zhao Fu pinched Long Wushui's mouth and said coldly, Clean your mouth. Don't insult venerable shaman spirit like this. Otherwise, don't blame me. Long Wushui angrily slapped Zhao Fu's chest, You've already treated me like this. What else do you want to do to me? You damn bastard. Zhao Fu snorted, It's already good enough that I'm treating you like this. Also, don't you enjoy it? Long Wushui's face turned red. Zhao Fu looked at Long Wushui's embarrassed look and revealed a smile, I really can't help you undo the seal now. In the future, I'll do it for you. Long Wushui asked, When? Zhao Fu smiled and said, When I'm stronger than you. Long Wushui thought about it, with Zhao Fu's shocking potential, he would most likely surpass her soon. However, it would be quite difficult for her to kill Zhao Fu. However, she had no other choice. She did not have any power to resist, and what she was most afraid of was that Zhao Fu would continue to seal her, making it so that she would never be able to break free. Long Wushui nodded, Remember your words. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Long Wushui's expression eased as she lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and asked, Why did you come to the outer world? Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, To awaken the outer world's supreme emperor star. Long Wushui wanted to ask how a person from the heaven-awakened world like Zhao Fu could awaken the outer world's supreme emperor star. However, after thinking about it, Zhao Fu had already obtained the 12 moons celestial power and 8 suns power, and he was the young master of the sorcerer race's dragon race. Perhaps he could awaken the outer world's supreme emperor star. Long Wushui nodded and said, You can give me the dragon ancestor's power now, right? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, You don't even have any power right now, can you absorb the dragon ancestor's power? Long Wushui nodded, With the dragon ancestor's power, I can start cultivating again. I'll start as an ordinary person, and you won't have to worry about me being a threat to you. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, Alright, I'll give you the dragon ancestor's power now. Zhao Fu turned one of his arms into a dragon and placed it on Long Wushui's back, sending a wave of pure dragon ancestor's power into her body. Only after sensing that there were no changes to the seal did Zhao Fu continue to send in dragon power. Apex Book 1, Chapter 406, Dragon Ancestor's Power. Long Wushui closed her eyes as she absorbed the dragon ancestor's power. Sensing how strong it was, she revealed a trace of a smile. It was impossible for her to obtain this power. 10 minutes later, Zhao Fu retracted the dragon ancestor's power. Long Wushui opened her eyes and smiled as she looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Thanks." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "You know how to thank people?" Long Wushui lightly harumphed, "Why wouldn't I? Of course, I'm in your hands now. Otherwise, I'd eat you and digest all the dragon ancestor's power in your body." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "If you eat me, you'll definitely explode. Even you won't be able to handle the power in my body." Long Wushui pouted, "I want to eat you." Zhao Fu ignored her words and said, "I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving." Long Wushui asked, "You've already collected so much Primal World's power, what else do you want?" Zhao Fu replied, "To awaken the Primal World's Supreme Emperor Star, I need even more power." Long Wushui replied, "Oh." Zhao Fu stood up and left. The witch race had been waiting for a long time, and after hearing that Zhao Fu had left the room, they immediately called Zhao Fu over to their room. He came to the witch race's room. Zhao Fu looked at them and smiled as he said, "I wonder if everyone has anything to say to me." The old woman smiled and said, "Young master, you're now the young master of the witch race, and we're willing to listen to your orders and help you. Do you think that we're outsiders?" Zhao Fu shook his head. The old woman smiled and continued, "Since we're not outsiders, why do you have things to do for us?" Zhao Fu explained, "It's because the fewer people who know about this, the better. It won't be good for me if too many people know about it, and it will affect my plans." The old woman smiled and said, "I can understand that, but young master, since we already know about this, can you tell us about it?" Zhao Fu nodded and briefly explained his situation. He didn't tell them everything. He only told them what the people of the Dragon Clan knew. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the shock on the sorcerer tribe members' faces grew. That's right, they had guessed that Zhao Fu's true goal was to obtain the Supreme Emperor Star. Even with their status and power, their hearts could not help but thump. To the people of the Primal Chaos world, this was something unimaginable and impossible to accomplish. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu. Now they understood how much they had underestimated Zhao Fu. The scholarly man smiled and said, "I believe that with young master's strength, you will definitely be able to awaken this Supreme Emperor Star." Zhao Fu nodded with a smile. The old woman smiled and asked, "I wonder what young master plans to do next." Right now, they still did not know if Zhao Fu was the legendary son of origin, so he could not tell them about the bronze shard. However, Zhao Fu needed them to provide information about the bronze shard. Right now, Zhao Fu did not have any clues about the remaining bronze shards. Zhao Fu said, "I want to lure that son of origin. I heard that he's currently collecting bronze shards. Do you have any information about the bronze shard?" Everyone started to think about it seriously. The old woman replied, "We don't have that information, but we will help you collect all information about the bronze shard and the son of origin." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Thank you." The beautiful woman looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "Young master, you want to obtain origin energy?" Zhao Fu nodded. Origin energy is the purest form of energy in the Primal Chaos world, and it is necessary to awaken the Supreme Emperor Star. The beautiful woman reminded him, "The son of origin's identity is quite terrifying, so I want to remind young master to be careful. I'm not worried that the son of origin will be a threat to young master, but I'm worried about the people behind the son of origin." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I understand." The old woman smiled as she said, "Young master, when will you return to the witch race? Wu Ying, Hu Jiao, and the others greatly miss you." Zhao Fu replied, I'll go back and have a look when I'm free." Seeing that Zhao Fu did not seem to be in a rush, the old woman understood that she did not know when Zhao Fu would return, so she asked, "Young master, are you interested in Hu Yu, Long Hans Hui, and Wu Rong?" Hu Yu was the beautiful woman in the red dress, Long Hans Hui was the cold woman, and Wu Rong was the beautiful woman. The three women looked at the old woman strangely, but they quickly understood what she meant. Now, Zhao Fu could awaken the Primal Chaos world's peerless Emperor Star, and his bloodline would become the most powerful bloodline in the Primal Chaos world. No bloodline would be able to rival it, and it would be even more powerful than the Primal Chaos world's origin bloodline. If the witch race had such a powerful bloodline, it would be of great significance to the witch race. It would allow the witch race to become powerful, and such a bloodline could continue. Of course, ordinary people would not be able to give birth to Xiao Fu's children, only women with powerful bloodlines would be able to do so. The old woman wanted the three women to give birth to Xiao Fu's children. In the future, even if Xiao Fu left, they could still nurture his bloodline. Xiao Fu looked at the three beautiful women and smiled as he said, "That's not too good, right?" The old woman smiled as she said, "What's wrong with that? You're the young master, and they should serve you. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm old, I would also want to serve young master, it would be our honor." The old woman's words caused a chill to run down Xiao Fu's back. Yu lightly smiled as she said, "For the witch race, I'm willing." "Young master, you don't have to be so courteous with us." Long Hanshui said calmly, "Young master, you don't have to take responsibility either. Our goal is to give birth to your children so that your bloodline can be passed down in the witch race." Xiao Fu helplessly smiled as he said, "All right. However, you can't blame me for not being able to give birth." The three women nodded. The old woman smiled as she said, "All right, we won't disturb young master anymore." The others smiled as they left, leaving only Xiao Fu and the three beautiful women in the room. Xiao Fu smiled as he walked towards them, Yu gave a faint smile, Long Hanshui looked calm, and Wu Rong looked slightly shy. 3 days later, Xiao Fu looked at the three beautiful women in his embrace and smiled as he said, "I'll help you up to here. If you can't do it, you can continue to find me." Yu blushed as she smiled as she said, "All right." Wu Rong said shyly, "You've taken advantage of us, yet you're still acting like you're not doing it." Long Hanshui's face was red as he said, "How long will it be before you leave?" Xiao Fu thought for a moment before replying, "I'll leave soon after I've dealt with the matter." Long Hanshui said, "Then let's continue." Xiao Fu lightly smiled as he said, "I still have things to do, and you don't have any strength left." Long Hanshui replied, "We'll recover soon." Xiao Fu smiled as he said, "It's best if you all rest. I'll come back after I've dealt with the matter." Long Hanshui nodded. After Xiao Fu left the room, the three beautiful women quickly fell asleep. It was the first time they had slept so comfortably. Volume 1, Chapter 407, Battle. Just as Xiao Fu left the room, the dignified old man and the others found Xiao Fu. They knew that the witch race wanted to obtain Xiao Fu's bloodline, so they dragged Xiao Fu to the dragon race's women. They had long wanted to obtain Xiao Fu's bloodline, and did not want to fall behind the witch race. Finally, Xiao Fu went to his palace, or more accurately, Long Wushui's palace. Long Yunyun happily hugged Long Wushui, while Long Qin and the others smiled and stood by the side. They had thought that they would have to wait another 100 years to see Long Wushui, but she had come out early. To them, Long Wushui was their master, so they were very happy. Seeing her subordinates, Long Wushui also smiled. Although she treated others badly, she had never mistreated them. At this moment, Xiao Fu walked in. Long Yunyun giggled and said, "Thank you, young master, for releasing master early." Xiao Fu smiled and said, "No need to thank me." Long Yunyun was a little excited as she smiled and said to Long Wushui, "Master, let me tell you, young master is very, very powerful. Not only did he become the young master of our demon dragon race, but he also became the young master of the desolate ancient dragon race. Also, young master didn't release you immediately because of the pressure from the witch race and dragon race." Long Wushui glared at Xiao Fu. She finally understood how Xiao Fu lied to her subordinates. Xiao Fu smiled and stood there, looking very shameless. Long Qin smiled and said, "Now that master is back, let's have a good celebration to welcome master back." Long Yunyun happily nodded. Xiao Fu smiled and said, "I'll participate too." Long Qin smiled and said, "Then let's get people to prepare. This celebration must be big and let everyone know that our master is back." After this matter spread, everyone was still worried. They all knew of Long Wushui's evil reputation, and they were afraid of her. But now that she was the master of the desolate ancient dragon race's young master, who wouldn't dare to give her face, although everyone was put in a difficult position, they still came to congratulate him and gave him gifts. However, they were surprised to find that Long Wushui didn't seem to have any strength at all. This made them heave a sigh of relief. Even if Long Wushui didn't have any power left, no one would dare make things difficult for him, let alone harm him. Xiao Fu was there. Long Wushui snorted unhappily. If she didn't have any power, she wouldn't have any confidence. Although those people were afraid of her, they weren't very afraid of her. Long Yunyun and the others were still very happy that so many people had come to congratulate their master. After the celebration, Long Wushui glared at Zhao Fu. You think of a way to help me undo the seal. Right now, I can guarantee that I won't hurt you or make things difficult for you. I just want to take back my previous strength. Zhao Fu looked at Long Wushui and laughed, why aren't you hurting me anymore? Give me a reason to believe you. Otherwise, how am I supposed to think of a way? Long Wushui said angrily, I'm already your man. Are you still not satisfied? Zhao Fu said as he smiled. Long Wushui glared at Zhao Fu and said, now I'm regretting it. If I undo the seal, see how I'll teach you a lesson. Zhao Fu pulled Long Wushui into his embrace. A few hours later, Long Yunyun and Long Qin also joined in to protect their master from being bullied by Zhao Fu. After being in the Dragon Palace for so long, Zhao Fu hadn't touched them yet. A few hours later, Long Yunyun's face was red as she lay in Zhao Fu's embrace. She smiled as she looked at Zhao Fu and lightly called out, young master. Zhao Fu laughed and acknowledged. Long Wushui looked at Zhao Fu bitterly, I'm really unlucky to have landed in your hands. Now, Long Wushui understood that with the relationship between her and Zhao Fu, even if she undid the seal, she wouldn't be able to kill Zhao Fu. She also didn't have such thoughts. She just wanted to regain her strength and not be bullied by Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu chuckled and said, how can I be unlucky? It should be good luck. Without me, you wouldn't have come out so quickly. Without me, you wouldn't have obtained the power of the dragon ancestor. In the future, I'll still be the supreme existence in the primal chaos world. Long Wushui snorted and laid in Zhao Fu's embrace without saying a word. She acknowledged Zhao Fu on this point. In her heart, she also felt that she couldn't compare to an existence like Zhao Fu. Long Qin smiled and said, I don't have any other thoughts. I just want to serve young master and master every day. Long Yunyun said cutely, me too. Zhao Fu looked at the two of them and said with a slight smile, I might have to leave soon. Long Yunyun pouted and asked, so soon? Young master, didn't you just return? Zhao Fu smiled and said, the dragon race has already helped me collect the blood of 1,000,000 races, and we've also received some news about bronze shards. It seems that the Eastern Alliance has some bronze shards. I need to go and take a look. Long Wushui reminded, back then, the number one evil immortal and the Eastern Alliance had a deep-seated enmity. Right now, the Eastern Alliance is desperately searching for you, in order to get rid of you. It'll be very dangerous for you to go to the Eastern Alliance. Zhao Fu nodded, but the remaining bronze shards might be there. I need to go. Once the evil immortal's bloodline reaches the great perfection and my origin equipment is repaired, that'll be the time for me to awaken my Supreme Emperor star. Long Wushui said, I believe you on this point, but I can't help you right now. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, in actuality, there's no need. If there was, I could have called the goddess and moon immortal long ago. Long Wushui felt quite jealous as she pinched Zhao Fu, you scum of the human world, you won't let off any woman. Zhao Fu chuckled as he said, isn't it because of my charm? You've become my woman as well. Long Wushui's face became slightly red as she said, after you awaken your Supreme Emperor star, will you be going back to the Heaven Awaken world? Zhao Fu nodded, that's my home, it's where my foundation is. There are countless subordinates and people I'm familiar with, so I definitely need to go back. Long Wushui said disappointedly, I won't be going to the Heaven Awaken world with you. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, that's all right. Just stay in the Dragon Palace and recover your strength. After you've fully recovered, you can come to the Heaven Awaken world to find me. Long Wushui nodded. Long Yunyun looked at Zhao Fu with a resolute gaze and said, young master, I'll also come to find you. I want to see what kind of world young master lives in. Long Qin smiled as she said, I'll also go and serve young master and master. Zhao Fu nodded and smiled as he said, the world I live in is a very beautiful place and much more interesting than the outer world. I welcome you all to come at any time. After cuddling for a while, Zhao Fu continued on his journey to the Eastern Region Alliance. Of course, there was still something he had to take care of, which was fusing 1,000,000 bloodlines. Volume 1, Chapter 408, Heavenly La Fu first found a hidden region by himself because breaking through to level 7 and level 8 of the evil celestial bloodline would definitely cause terrifying abnormal signs. Zhao Fu sat cross-legged on a massive boulder and started to refine his bloodline under the blue sky and white clouds. Glass bottles continuously flew out from his body and scattered around Zhao Fu's body. More and more glass bottles flew out and lined up around Zhao Fu's body in an orderly manner, covering the surrounding tens of thousands of meters. Each of the glass bottles contained bright red blood and gave off a faint blood-red light, creating a majestic scene. Bang, bang. Bang, sounds rang out as countless glass bottles shattered and large amounts of blood gathered together, forming a sea of blood as a massive bloody stench spread out. There were 1 million types of bloodlines here. The sea of blood started to spin around Zhao Fu, forming a massive blood-red vortex, and a terrifying aura spread out, causing the heavens and earth to change colors. Zhao Fu slowly closed his eyes. Whoosh, large amounts of blood flowed towards Zhao Fu and madly flowed into Zhao Fu's body, as if the water had found a hole. Even though the blood had disappeared, the terrifying aura that it gave off became even more terrifying, and the changes in the heavens and earth became even more intense. The sea of blood flowed into Zhao Fu's body, and a faint blood-red aura rose up from Zhao Fu's body and floated into the sky. Within Zhao Fu's body, the 1 million bloodlines turned into different forms. There were insects, birds, humans, fish, beasts, and others, forming a black mass that stretched as far as the eye could see. They gave off a world-shaking aura, as if they could conquer the heavens. Zhao Fu stood at the center of the countless creatures by himself, not showing any fear in the face of the ocean of creatures. It was as if he was a god that ruled over the heavens and earth. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as the countless insects and beasts flooded out like a flood, giving off fearless auras as they charged towards Zhao Fu, as if nothing could stop them. Zhao Fu gave a faint smile and a boundless power spread out. Zhao Fu gave off a golden light and a white light. 8 suns and 12 moons appeared in the sky, emitting countless rays of light that enveloped the entire space. The sea of insect beasts was unstoppable like a flood. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and pressed in the air. Boom, a sound that sounded like heaven and earth shattering rang out. An extremely terrifying power descended from the sky. Countless insects were instantly crushed and blood splattered everywhere. A huge pool of blood immediately appeared below Zhao Fu, sucking in all the shattered insect beasts. The remaining bug beasts continued to sweep towards Zhao Fu with a terrifying aura. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and pushed out, causing a massive golden dragon to shoot out. It gave off a power that seemed to be able to pierce through everything as it charged forward, and a large number of bugs in front of it were crushed by the golden dragon. On the other side, the bug beasts continued to rush towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu waved his hand and countless swords shot out. Countless bug beasts' bodies were pierced by the swords, and the bug beasts were unable to resist at all. Countless broken limbs, corpses, and blood splattered everywhere. The bug beasts in the last direction continued to rush towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu slapped out with his palm and countless curse runes shot out like bullets, piercing through the bug beasts' bodies. Blood splattered everywhere, and a large number of bug beasts' bodies were riddled with holes. In just moments, Zhao Fu had easily dealt with the countless bug beasts. Countless broken corpses and blood fell like rain into the massive pool of blood. The massive pool of blood gave off a terrifying refining power, instantly refining the countless broken corpses that had fallen into the pool of blood. Even though so many broken corpses had fallen in, the pool of blood did not seem to have any problems at all. As the pool of blood refined the corpses, Zhao Fu felt a terrifying bloodline power flow over. Boom, outside the body space, Zhao Fu's body shot out an enormous blood-red beam of light, giving off immense power as it shot into the sky. Heaven and earth power quickly gathered, forming an enormous blood-red vortex. Countless bug images appeared in the sky. There were centipedes, earthworms, butterflies, moths, scorpions, ants, locusts, mosquitoes, slugs. The countless bug images covered the sky, and it was impossible to count how many there were. They all flew towards Zhao Fu's direction, and they were not very fast. However, they gave off a terrifying aura, causing people's hairs to stand on end. Everyone in the outer world looked at the bugs in the sky with a strange look on their faces. What's going on? Why have so many bug images suddenly appeared? Just looking at them makes my back feel cold. I'm not sure, but something big must have happened in that direction for so many bugs to gather. So many big things have happened recently. The matter with the new sun god hasn't even been settled, and now, such a big anomaly has appeared. This isn't something small figures like us can control. It's better for us to live honestly and not think too much about it. That's where you're wrong. For a phenomenon of this level, who knows how many regions it covers? If something happens and we don't pay attention, we might not even know how we died. That's right. I can sense the terrifying auras that those bugs are giving off. It's definitely not a power that we can fight against. I think those higher-ups should know what happened. Why don't we go ask them? Countless experts did indeed know what had happened, but their expressions did not relax at all. Instead, they had solemn looks on their faces because they knew how serious this matter was. The most solemn among them was the Eastern Alliance. Just who is the inheritor of the first evil immortal? Isn't his leveling speed a bit too fast? He's completely surpassed the first evil immortal back then. Back then, although the first evil immortal was extremely terrifying, it took him many years to raise his bloodline to that level. However, his inheritor didn't even use a tenth of the time he did. This means that his inheritor is even more terrifying than the first evil immortal. Now, things have become very difficult. Our Eastern Alliance might have to face an unprecedentedly great enemy. If we don't handle it well, our Eastern Alliance might suffer another blow. Although the evil immortal's bloodline is about to reach the 7th stage, it hasn't reached the final stage yet. So, we still have a chance. If it reaches the final stage, we won't have any chance at all. We can only wait for him to come knocking on our door. Volume 1, Chapter 409. That is why we must take advantage of the fact that this successor has yet to reach the final stage of the evil immortal stage to find him by hook or by crook. We absolutely cannot allow him to reach the final stage. That's right. I don't want what happened back then to happen again. In order to kill off the evil immortal back then, the price we have to pay is too great. Right now, we need to get rid of the evil immortal's successor as our first priority. As for the new sun god, new moon immortal, and the children of essence, there's no need to worry about anything else. If we don't get rid of this, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Countless experts of the Eastern Alliance gave out orders, and some of the people who were closer immediately flew towards the place where the insect beasts were gathered. They wanted to find the successor of the evil immortal and think of all ways to get rid of him. City of 10,000 swordsmany sword cultivators looked at the densely packed bug beasts in the sky with solemn expressions. A white-robed old man said, "Those evil immortal legacies have already raised the evil immortal's bloodline to the 7th stage. I'm sure that he will definitely cause a calamity just like the first evil immortal did in the past. If our city of 10,000 swords can do so, we must stop him as well to avoid excessive casualties." A middle-aged man with fire-red hair and giving off a fiery sword chi nodded and said, "That's right, the catastrophe caused by the evil immortal back then was too intense, we can't let it happen a second time." A handsome young man in blue clothes said, "We might not have to personally act. Don't forget that our city of 10,000 swords has also given birth to a shocking genius. He is the founder of the 10,000 swords training heart and has grasped 3 supreme sword intents. If he were to act, I believe that we might not lose." The white-clothed old man thought for a moment before saying, Things are indeed different now. Back then, no one could stop the evil immortal. However, our city of 10,000 swords master has been born. He can stop the calamity that the evil immortal's legatee brought about." An azure-robed, gentle-looking middle-aged man said, "It's not just our city of 10,000 swords master, there's also the new sun god, the new moon immortal, and the origin child. Which one of them isn't terrifying? With their existence, I think it will be very difficult for what happened back then to happen again." The white-clothed old man sighed, "This is an era where world-shaking geniuses are born. With their birth, we are almost not qualified to compare with them. This is an era where they are the masters." Dragonland. Long Yunyan looked at the sky and said happily, "That's great. Our young master's immortal evil bloodline has improved." Long Wushui said calmly, "What's the big deal? That fellow has fused with the power of 8 suns, and the immortal evil bloodline is no longer restricted. He can directly rise to the peak." Long Yunyan still said in admiration, "Young master is too amazing. Long Wushui thought about it and said, now, I also find it strange. What kind of existence is he? How could this world give birth to someone like him? There must be something hidden behind him that he doesn't even know about. Long Qin smiled and said, I feel that even if something happens to him, he will have master and other experts to help him. There shouldn't be much of a problem. Long Wushui said with a trace of jealousy, I don't have the ability to help him now, but other women will help him. Who knows how many women that bastard has? If it was according to my previous personality, I would definitely castrate him. Long Qin chuckled and said, Master, are you sure you want to do this? What will you do in the future? Long Yunyan blushed and said, Master, don't. If you do that to the young master, what will we do in the future? And I think master likes it very much. Long Wushui blushed and pinched Long Yunyan's cheeks, I'm not. Long Qin looked at the sky and said, the young master will most likely refine all of his bloodline before heading to the Eastern Alliance. I hope that nothing will happen to him. Long Wushui's expression was somewhat solemn, that's not necessarily true. However, with the boundless fate within him, there shouldn't be any danger to his life. I hope that everything will go smoothly for him. Long Qin said teasingly, so master also cares about the young master. Long Wushui's face became red and she explained, I don't. How could I care about that bastard? Just watch, who knows how many women he'll take in during this trip to the Eastern Alliance. Long Yunyan giggled and said, Master. I'm sure that no matter how many women the young master takes in, he'll still like you. No one can compare to master's charm. Long Wushui felt quite delighted and smiled. Finally, he turned to look at Zhao Fu. In the sky, the massive blood-red vortex was replaced by countless insect shadows, becoming a massive insect shadow vortex that covered the surrounding hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Moreover, insect shadows continuously flew over from all directions, joining the massive vortex. The vortex slowly spun, giving off an aura that seemed to shake the heavens and earth. That evil, crazy, twisted, and bloody aura also spread out like a tornado. All of the creatures in this region had long since fled in fear, not daring to stay for even a second longer. The countless insect shadows continued to gather towards the massive insect shadow vortex, becoming larger and larger, and the aura they gave off became more and more terrifying. That region seemed to be suppressed by a massive gravitational force, making it difficult for people to breathe. In the end, a large number of insect shadows gathered, but there were still a few that were still gathering in that direction. The insect shadow vortex also covered that region, and from afar, it looked like it was covered by a layer of haze. That terrifying aura made people feel incredibly uneasy. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as the massive vortex's tail descended and drilled into Zhao Fu's body, sending a terrifying wave of power into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu quickly absorbed this terrifying power. In actuality, ordinary peak Dao realm experts would not be able to withstand this vortex's power, and their bodies would be torn to shreds. However, Zhao Fu's body was too monstrous, and he could easily withstand this power. As the power continuously flowed in, the power that Zhao Fu's body gave off became more and more terrifying, especially the bloodline power. In the end, the vortex completely entered Zhao Fu's body, and only then did Zhao Fu successfully raise the evil celestial bloodline to stage 7. At this stage, Zhao Fu's bloodline was already quite terrifying, and it had reached the legendary divine bloodline. Because of this, Zhao Fu's 8 forbidden blood arts power became a type of divine power, and it was dozens of times more powerful than before. This was especially so for the ability to create life. Zhao Fu no longer relied on his flesh and blood, and he could directly use wind, rain, lightning, and other elements to create life from nothingness. However, Zhao Fu was not satisfied. Even though the stage 7 evil celestial bloodline was powerful, it was not the final stage. The final evil celestial bloodline was truly terrifying, and only then would he be able to unleash the 8 forbidden blood arts' full power. Volume 1, Chapter 410, Chaos. Zhao Fu looked towards the sky as a massive power descended from the sky. Blood-red waves of light continuously spread out, causing the sky to become blood-red. This blood-red color quickly spread out like a blood-red cloth. Now that Zhao Fu was about to break through to the evil immortal stage 8, which was the final stage of the evil immortal bloodline, the abnormal signs would be even greater. Everyone had thought that the abnormal signs would disappear and had been passionately discussing this matter. However, they had never thought that the boundless blood-red color would spread out from the horizon, bringing with it a dense evil and berserk aura. This caused countless people to look shocked. They had thought that the evil immortal's legatee had only just broken through to stage 7 and would need at least a few years to break through to stage 8. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would immediately break through to stage 8. The expressions of the Eastern Alliance's people became quite grim. They had thought that they would have a chance to stop Zhao Fu, but they did not have a chance at all. The blood-red color continued to spread out, covering most of the sky in the primal chaos world. Only some of the outer regions were not covered, but those at the outer regions could see the blood-red color in the distance. The ominous aura made them feel uneasy. Boom, a shocking sound rang out as boundless heaven and earth power gathered in the sky. The blood-red sky started to go through terrifying changes, turning into a massive blood-red piece of meat. It looked as if the sky was covered by a massive layer of meat. The piece of meat was still slowly squirming and giving off an extremely terrifying aura, causing everyone's hairs to stand on end and their bodies to feel icy cold. Whether it was in the sky or on the ground, everyone could sense this terrifying aura. December. Xianxia frowned as she looked at the heaven-toppling blood-red light, which had already affected the 12 white moons. From afar, the 12 moons stood on the boundless blood-red light. If it was not for the fact that the 12 moons contained the supreme power of the heaven and earth, they might have been dyed blood-red. Xianxia said in shock, "What happened in the lower realm? Why is this heaven-toppling blood-red light shooting up to the moons?" Yu Shumin replied seriously, "This is the terrifying abnormal signs caused by the evil immortal's legatee raising the evil immortal bloodline to the final stage." Yu Shumin said in shock, "I remember that the legatee only appeared a few years ago. How did he raise the evil immortal bloodline to the final stage in such a short time?" Yu Shumin shook her head, "No one knows, probably only the inheritor of the evil immortal knows." Yu Yao said worriedly, "With the appearance of such a terrifying person, the chaos world will be engulfed in a bloodbath." Back then, our 12 moons were affected as well. Yu Wuxing nodded. The appearance of such a person is not a good thing for the chaos world. Furthermore, he might be even more terrifying than the previous evil immortal. The moon saintess smiled and said, "We are now half immortals and have mastered 12 essence moon power. We shouldn't have to fear him. Even if we can't beat that person, we still have that fella, right? With him around, he will definitely be able to suppress this evil immortal." Xianxia's expression eased as she said, "With that guy around, he can indeed suppress such an evil person. Now that he has obtained the power of 12 moons and 8 moons, who knows what he is doing?" 8 suns. The 8 forbidden blood technique's initial power came from the 8 suns' essence power. Now that the evil immortal bloodline had reached its final stage, the 8 suns were greatly affected. The sun space was filled with blood-red light, and the 8 suns all gave off a faint blood-red light, giving off an extremely terrifying aura. The sun demon Raymond called out unhappily, "What's going on?" Riying said seriously, "It's that person's legatee who raised the evil immortal bloodline to the 8th stage." Riying looked at the blood-red space and said seriously, "That person is the only person who has awakened us from our slumber." Riying said, "I somewhat admire him. He used the 8 moons' essence power as a foundation to create an extremely evil and crazy power that is not any weaker than the true essence power of the sun." Riying looked at the women and asked, "Then what should we do?" Ri Yanagi said, "Just like last time, there's no need to care. After all, no matter what he does on the ground, it won't affect us on the suns." Riying said, "It's different now, we're currently establishing the Supreme God Palace. Even though we won't be affected, the believers on the ground will definitely be affected." Riying looked at Riying and asked, "What do you think we should do?" Riying replied, "Even though that person has some karma with us 8 moons, if he affects the Supreme God Palace, we can only get rid of him ourselves. I don't want anyone to ruin our plans." Riying nodded, "That's all we can do now." Whether it was the people from the sun, moon, or the others, none of them knew that it was Zhao Fu who had caused such a massive abnormal sign, and Zhao Fu had not told them about it either. This power was simply too berserk and twisted, and they had not sensed that it was Zhao Fu. The blood-red sky continued to change as boundless heaven and earth power flowed into the blood-red flesh. The flesh continued to squirm, giving off an extremely terrifying aura. Everyone felt a massive pressure. Even though the 7th stage abnormal sign had been massive, it had not affected them. Now, they could clearly sense how terrifying this power was. It was a power that they could not withstand. The light had already dimmed, and the ground had become quite eerie. The countless birds and beasts were silent, not daring to make a single sound. They were instinctively afraid. On the battlefield at the edge of the world, countless people from the heaven-awakened world watched as the outer world was covered by a layer of flesh. The berserk and bloody aura that flooded over made them feel incredibly uneasy. How could there be such a terrifying abnormal sign in the outer world? Could it be that they're plotting something to deal with the heaven-awakened world? No, I just received news that it was caused by the outer world's evil celestial's legatee. Who is that evil celestial's legatee? How could he cause such a massive abnormal sign? I don't know the details, but he's most likely an extremely terrifying existence. The previous generation's evil celestial heavily injured the Eastern Continent Alliance, causing them to lose a large number of experts. I heard that this generation's evil celestial's legatee is even more terrifying. This is a good thing for us. It's best for the outer world to consume its own power. That's not necessarily the case. The evil celestial's legatee is from the outer world, and sooner or later, he'll come to deal with the heaven-awakened world and cause massive casualties. We need to keep a close eye on people like that, and if there's a need, we can kill them. There have been so many shocking geniuses appearing in the outer world recently, I don't even know what to say. Last time, a new sun god and a new moon immortal were born. If this continues, it'll be quite disadvantageous for us. Even though the heaven-awakened sun is terrifying, he can't stop so many geniuses. Volume 1, Chapter 411, Death. Hiss hiss hiss, countless loud hissing sounds rang out from the sky, piercing the ears of countless people. One after another, bugs crawled out from the layer of flesh. Only half of them crawled out, leaving the other half inside. There were flies, earthworms, spiders, worms, centipedes, aphids, butterflies, scorpions, fleas, leeches. The countless bugs twisted their bodies in the sky and hissed out. It was an extremely horrifying scene. When the people on the ground saw that, some of them were so frightened that they stood rooted to the spot, feeling as though their bodies had fallen into an icy cavern. Some were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, unable to move at all as their bodies continued to tremble. Eastern Alliance, can anyone tell me what to do? The phenomenon caused by the evil immortal's successor is even scarier than the evil immortals. To personally feel this terrifying power, a trace of fear has arisen from the depths of my heart. This is something very rare for me. There's no other way now. He has already reached the 8th stage of the evil immortal's bloodline. It won't be long before he becomes the new evil immortal. Can't we find him before he becomes the new evil immortal? It's useless. His evil immortal's bloodline has reached the final stage. As long as he hides himself, ordinary immortals will not be able to find him, let alone people like us. Is he really that powerful? Even immortals can't find him? Of course. Otherwise, why would we lose our chance when he reaches the final stage of the evil immortal's bloodline? That's the reason. When he was at the 7th stage, we might have been able to find him. But now, even if he were to appear before us, we wouldn't be able to find him. Now we're in trouble. Our Eastern Alliance might have to face the biggest crisis in our history. There's no point in searching for him. Right now, we can only choose to defend with all our might. Right now, we can only hope that the evil immortal's successor does not hold too much of a grudge against our Eastern Alliance. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Seated on a boulder, Xiao Fu's face was calm as he looked at the countless bugs in the sky. Silence. Xiao Fu uttered out one word and the countless bugs in the sky instantly quietened down. It was as though they had received the command of their ruler. Their eyes turned to look at Xiao Fu, filled with respect and fear. Everyone saw that the countless insects had suddenly quietened down and their eyes were all looking in a certain direction. They understood that that direction was where the evil immortal's successor was. Only he had the ability to silence countless insects. Some people flew in that direction, while others stayed away from that area. Xiao Fu slowly closed his eyes. The countless insects in the sky started to gather their power and their mouths gave off a blood-red light. An ultimate power spread out, seeming to be able to destroy this world. The people on the ground also felt extreme danger. Countless people hid in their houses, and countless birds and beasts instinctively searched for various places to hide. Xiao xiao xiao, countless sounds rang out as the insects shot out blood-red beams of light from their mouths. They contained immense power and shook the heavens and earth as they shot towards Zhao Fu. Rays of blood-red light continuously entered Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu absorbed massive amounts of power. His body was inundated by countless rays of blood-red light, and that place was covered by blood-red light as time seemed to stop. Countless blood-red beams of light shot into Zhao Fu's body, and a boundless bloodline power flowed out. Zhao Fu's body gave off a blood-red light as the evil immortal Zhao Fu had risen to stage 8. Zhao Fu's body also started to change. An insect horn grew out of Zhao Fu's head and his eyes became a pair of blood-red insect eyes. His hair became multicolored and 12 pairs of thin transparent insect wings grew out of his back. His hands and feet became insect claws and a black insect tail grew out of his back. The evil immortal bloodline was an extremely berserk, evil, and twisted power, and it caused massive changes to the body. Normally, it was suppressed by Zhao Fu's constitution, which was why there were not many changes. Now that the evil immortal bloodline had reached its final stage, Zhao Fu was unable to suppress the changes, which was why Zhao Fu had become like this. This state was called the evil immortal state, and back then, the evil immortal had also become like this. It was a pity that this bloodline was only at the peak of the saint tier, and it was just a trace away from breaking through to the evil immortal essence bloodline. If it broke through, Zhao Fu would possess the first-generation evil immortal essence bloodline. The evil immortal essence bloodline was something that the evil immortal had been chasing after back then, but it was a pity that he had not been able to achieve it. Zhao Fu could understand how much effort he had put into obtaining the first-generation evil immortal essence bloodline. It was relatively easier to obtain the evil immortal essence bloodline, such as the dragon essence bloodline. However, the difference in power between the dragon essence bloodline and the evil immortal essence bloodline was massive, and it could be said that they were not on the same level. Swish, 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 8 blood-red twisted runes shot out from within Zhao Fu's body, and they spread out in 8 different directions around Zhao Fu. This was the 8 forbidden blood art. Now that Zhao Fu's evil immortal essence bloodline had reached its final stage, the 8 forbidden blood art was about to go through its final transformation, and Zhao Fu would now possess the 8 forbidden blood art's true power. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a crack appeared on his palm, causing a wave of blood to flow out. It turned into 8 blood-red orbs and shot towards the 8 twisted runes. The 8 blood-red runes absorbed the 8 orbs of blood and gave off shocking power. They turned into 8 rays of blood-red light and shot into the sky, entering the massive layer of flesh. Countless insects instantly died, their bodies turning into ashes and dissipating. When everyone saw this scene, they still didn't know what the reason was. Rumble, a massive sound rang out in the sky as the layer of flesh violently twisted. Waves of even more terrifying aura spread out, causing everyone to feel immense fear. Bang, bang. Bang, 8 muffled sounds rang out in all directions as 8 massive holes appeared in the layer of flesh in the sky. At the center of each hole was a small blood-red insect, and each of them looked slightly different. They were centipedes, scorpions, dragonflies, butterflies, beetles, earthworms, leeches, and aphids. The blood-red layer of flesh in the sky started to dissipate, and the 8 small blood-red insects flew down from the sky and returned to Zhao Fu's body, turning back into the 8 twisted runes. Zhao Fu could sense that the 8 forbidden blood art's power was now over 100 times greater than before. It was just a matter of quality and quantity, but the 8 forbidden blood art now had life, which was quite rare. For example, when Zhao Fu had other powers, they did not have life. Is this the 8 forbidden blood art's true power? Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile. He was quite satisfied with this power, it was no weaker than source energy. If Zhao Fu could raise the evil immortal essence bloodline to the source bloodline, the 8 forbidden blood art would be even more powerful than ordinary source energy. Book 1, Chapter 412, Death. Because his bloodline had reached the final stage, Zhao Fu had obtained all of the evil celestial's abilities. As long as the evil celestial had any abilities, Zhao Fu had them all. The first was void form heaven and earth, turning himself into heaven and earth power and disappearing. He could fuse with heaven and earth, becoming immune to all attacks and hiding from celestial senses. However, in this state, Zhao Fu did not have any attack power. Zhao Fu valued this quite a bit because he often had to be on guard against all sorts of experts. He did not dare to go to places with many experts, such as last time when many experts had gathered at the land of extreme yang. Because there were too many experts there, Zhao Fu did not choose to go back. Now that Zhao Fu could hide from celestials, he naturally became much bolder. He did not have to worry about being caught by some experts, and his safety was greatly improved. This ability was the evil celestial's greatest life-saving method, and it was also the greatest help to Zhao Fu. Immunity to all attacks was most likely because Zhao Fu's body had turned into nothingness, meaning that he did not exist in this world. Ordinary attacks would not be able to harm him, but some powers that contained heaven and earth laws might be able to harm him. Zhao Fu tested it out. 8 blood-colored twisting runes appeared within Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu's body turned into countless rainbow-colored energies that scattered in all directions. The energies fused into the air, the earth, the plants, and finally disappeared. Now, Zhao Fu was like a grass, a flower, a stone, the earth, or the sky. It gave Zhao Fu a wondrous feeling. It was as if he was this world, or perhaps this world was him. In this state, ordinary attacks would destroy plants, but they would not be able to harm Zhao Fu. This was because Zhao Fu had fused with heaven and earth itself, not just a single plant. If a plant was destroyed, the energy that Zhao Fu had turned into would be transferred to another plant, to a stone, or even to a bird or insect on a plant. Objects could be destroyed, but the energy would not disappear. This was the real reason why he was immune to all attacks and could evade the senses of immortals. Zhao Fu's existence was like the law of nature, untraceable and unkillable. Then, Zhao Fu tried to change it because he couldn't do anything in this state. The energy Zhao Fu had transformed into had already fused with the plants on the ground. Zhao Fu was trying to grow a small tree into a big tree. The small tree seemed to have received a great power and quickly grew into a 10-meter-tall tree. It was lush and full of life. After discovering that it could be done, Zhao Fu revealed a smile. However, it needed to be linked with the small tree. Although it could make the small tree grow quickly, if someone attacked the small tree, he would also suffer some damage. He didn't care about anything and just existed in the void. This was the safest state. Other attacks couldn't reach him, and if he wanted to attack, he would have to bear some danger. The second one was called the Insect Dispelling Curse. This was a terrifying curse, and it was very harmful to one's body. After all, the material used to cast the curse was one's own body, and the more bodies one used to cast the curse, the more powerful the curse would be. Most importantly, it could even kill people above one's level. An Emperor Heaven Realm expert could easily kill a Void Realm expert, a Void Realm expert could easily kill a Spirit Realm expert, and a Tao Realm expert could even kill a higher being. Back then, the evil celestial had used the rest of his body below his head to cast this terrifying curse. At the Void Realm, he had been able to kill a higher being, and after becoming a higher being, he had been able to use his arm to kill a half-step celestial. After becoming in existence like the evil celestial, even if he was blasted into bits, he would not be able to kill him. As such, using the rest of his body below his head to cast the curse was no problem. Zhao Fu had also obtained this ability, and ordinary methods would not be able to kill Zhao Fu. For example, if one dug out Zhao Fu's heart and chopped off his head, he would not die. Only special methods would be able to kill Zhao Fu. After all, using one's own body to cast the curse would cause one to lose a large amount of essence blood and source energy, so it was best not to use this method unless it was necessary. The third ability was quite interesting, and it was called the 8 Restriction Blood Thrall. Zhao Fu's 8 blood red runes already possessed life, and they could give birth to 8 insect eggs in people's bodies. These insect eggs continuously stimulated that person's potential and talent, allowing an ordinary person to become a genius. Moreover, these insect eggs also contained the 8 Restriction Blood Arts power. Anyone who obtained these insect eggs would immediately become the ruler of the world and would also obtain great power. However, this did not come without a price. The bug egg would stimulate a person's potential, and it would also absorb the person's essence. In the end, it would even swallow the person whole. When the bug egg hatched, the person would become an 8 Forbidden Blood Thrall, a slave that would only listen to orders. This method could nurture an ordinary person into a very powerful servant, and if a genius was implanted with an insect egg, the 8 restriction blood thrall would become even more powerful. Because the 8 restriction blood art was an insect, it inherited some of the characteristics of insects, which was that it could produce a large number of insect eggs. Back then, the evil immortal had created 1,000,000 8 restriction blood thralls, and they were the evil immortal's main battle force, causing a large number of casualties in the primal chaos world. The Eastern Continent Alliance had paid a huge price to get rid of these 8 restriction blood thralls. Zhao Fu did not plan on using this method. He had come to the primal chaos world for the Emperor Star, and he did not have the time or the heart to nurture 8 restriction blood thralls. The 4th ability was 100 million restriction blood art. This ability could suppress other bloodlines, or suppress other people's bloodlines. No matter what person or creature it was, as long as they had blood, they would be suppressed by Zhao Fu's bloodline unless their bloodline was much higher than Zhao Fu's. Now that Zhao Fu's evil immortal bloodline was at the peak of the saint grade, ordinary source bloodlines would also be suppressed by the evil immortal bloodline. This suppression would weaken other creatures' power, affect their confidence, and even cause some creatures with lower bloodlines to submit. In the future, when Zhao Fu fought with someone, he could create a bloodline that could suppress that person. For example, if the Sun race had the Sun bloodline, Zhao Fu's bloodline would create a darkness bloodline that could suppress the Sun bloodline, and Zhao Fu would also have a powerful darkness bloodline. Another example was if Zhao Fu fought against a dragon race, his bloodline would create a dragon slayer bloodline, which would greatly suppress the dragon race, and Zhao Fu would also have the power of a dragon slayer. Another example was if Zhao Fu fought against a demon, his bloodline would become an angel bloodline, and Zhao Fu would also have the power of an angel bloodline. This ability could be said to be quite powerful, and it could suppress almost any bloodline. However, there was a limit, and that was if one wanted to suppress an opponent's bloodline, they would first need to devour the opponent's blood. Only then would they be able to create a bloodline that could suppress the opponent. Book 1, Zhao Fu's bloodline was quite rare in other worlds. This kind of bloodline ability was quite rare in other worlds, and even though Zhao Fu had a bloodline that was even more powerful than the evil celestial bloodline, he did not use this ability. Zhao Fu was quite interested in this ability, so he drank a bottle of Icebird's blood and activated the bloodline ability. A flame vortex immediately appeared within Zhao Fu's body, and his bloodline continuously changed, becoming like magma. A massive wave of heat flowed out of Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu's body also gave off flames. Now, the power that Zhao Fu gave off and the bloodline's aura made people feel as if Zhao Fu was a fire beast. Zhao Fu took out a bottle of wind insect beast's blood and drank it, causing a green vortex to appear within his body. The bloodline did not change, and a green stream of air and a formless power spread out, giving off a formless power that could weaken the wind. After trying a few more times, Zhao Fu looked quite satisfied. This bloodline could indeed restrain the opponent's bloodline, and it would definitely be more powerful than the opponent's. With this ability, it would be much easier for Zhao Fu to deal with others in the future, while others would encounter opponents that could restrain them. However, it was possible that Zhao Fu would not use it often. Even though he could restrain them, Zhao Fu's true bloodline had already reached the peak of the origin bloodline, so using this bloodline's power would naturally be even more powerful. The 5th ability was the Heaven Explosion Beetle. From the name, it sounded like a self-destruct ability, and it could cause terrifying destructive power. Once this ability was used, Zhao Fu's body would turn into countless insects that would rush out in all directions, destroying and killing everything in their path. As long as one's power was not much greater than Zhao Fu's, almost no one would be able to escape this ability. Of course, this ability would greatly harm Zhao Fu's body. Even though he would not die, he would use up all of his power, and if he wanted to become stronger, he would need time to recover. If he did not want to live, the hidden heavenly explosion beetles would be the most terrifying. Its power was 10 times that of an ordinary hidden heavenly explosion beetles. The only certainty was that after using it, he would lose his life. It was almost impossible for Zhao Fu to do this, and there were even more terrifying methods. For example, if Zhao Fu detonated his 8 supreme stars, this terrifying power would be enough to kill even an immortal, let alone a supreme being. The effect was 100 times stronger than the heavenly explosion insect treasury. Due to the high cost of using this move, the evil immortal would not use it often unless he had no other choice. The sixth ability was called the Immortal World Cavern. This ability wasn't a combat ability, nor was it a support ability. Instead, it was a skill that allowed one to dig holes. Perhaps you might think that it was ridiculous. Why would such an expert, with such great power and such a powerful bloodline, dig holes? Isn't this a little too embarrassing? But what if I tell you that it's not digging another hole, but digging a hole between the mortal world and the immortal world? That's right, as long as you have this ability, you don't need to become an immortal, nor do you need to rely on the help of the people in the immortal world. You can dig a hole that leads to the immortal world by yourself. Although this ability didn't have any combat power, it was extremely rare and precious, enough to shock the world. Xiaofu had never heard of anyone who had this ability. The evil immortal seemed to have dug a tunnel that led to the immortal world, and even traveled around the immortal world before finally returning to the chaotic world. Calling him the evil immortal, it was possible that the evil immortal had fused with a portion of true immortal chi. As the immortal chi of the immortal world, it was the purest, incomparable to the immortal chi of the mortal world. As for the tunnel that the evil immortal had dug, Xiaofu thought about it. After so many years, the immortal world had the power to automatically repair itself. Under the powerful repair, that tunnel shouldn't exist anymore. Otherwise, other people would be able to use that tunnel to head to the immortal world. Actually, with this ability, all the forces would have to be respectful to the evil immortal. However, the evil immortal didn't reveal his ability, and in the end, he fought against the Eastern Alliance alone. Xiaofu didn't know what kind of hatred there was between the two sides. This time, when he went to the Eastern Alliance to collect bronze shards, he might find out what happened back then. Right now, Xiaofu wasn't interested in going to the immortal world because he was too weak. There were countless existences above immortals there, and it was too early for Xiaofu to go there. However, when he had some free time, Xiaofu could give it a try. He wanted to see how an ability could dig a tunnel to the immortal world. This was something that Xiaofu was quite interested in. Right now, Qin also had a celestial-level existence, which was the Flower Fairy. However, she had yet to recover her power and memories, and he wondered what would happen after she went to the immortal world. The speed at which she recovered her power should be much faster, or he could go to the immortal world to get some things back. These things could be dealt with later. The evil immortal still had many other abilities, and after Xiaofu familiarized himself with them, he immediately left the place. By then, the abnormal signs had already calmed down, and a large group of experts were most likely gathering here. Although Xiaofu wasn't afraid, he was afraid of trouble. Xiaofu turned into a beam of light and shot into the horizon, disappearing. After waiting for a while, as expected, countless people arrived here. Sensing the remnant aura, they knew that the evil immortal's inheritor, no, it shouldn't be called inheritor, but the real second evil immortal. Everyone looked around solemnly, and when they realized that Xiaofu had already left, they also left in disappointment. Actually, they weren't very confident that they would be able to see Xiaofu. Moreover, Xiaofu had already become the second-generation evil immortal. As long as he chose to hide, even if he was here, no one would be able to find him. Now that the evil immortal's bloodline had reached the final stage, everyone guessed that the evil immortal should be hiding in a place to cultivate peacefully. With his bloodline, it wouldn't be long before he reached the Almighty Realm, and only then would the Chaos World be a threat. Once he became an almighty, ordinary almighty beings would basically turn and run when they saw him. Everyone knew that ordinary almighty beings definitely wouldn't be a match for the evil immortal. Now, they could only hope that some genius-level experts would take action and see if they had the ability to suppress this evil immortal. As for them, they had no choice but to obediently watch from the side. In the end, everyone left one after another. At this time, a square-shaped eye grew out from a gigantic boulder, and it even cut out 6 pairs of insect legs. The gigantic boulder looked around in confusion, then quickly ran towards the place where Xiaofu had discovered it. This gigantic boulder wasn't transformed into this by Xiaofu. Instead, it was affected by Xiaofu's power. Back then, Xiaofu had sat cross-legged on its body to break through his bloodline. Thus, this gigantic boulder also gained a life of its own, and the aura it was emitting wasn't weak at all. The gigantic boulder had just gained life, and its intelligence had only just been born. It only possessed some instincts, and it could sense Zhao Fu. Following its instincts, it chased after Zhao Fu. Its speed was neither fast nor slow, and it was constantly attracted by various things. After all, it had just gained life, and was curious about everything. Zhao Fu still didn't know that he had inadvertently created a stone life. Book 1, Chapter 414, Chaos. After flying away from that place, Zhao Fu found a place to stabilize his body's power. Bang, bang. Bang, massive explosions sounded out as massive shockwaves spread out like wild gales, causing the heavens and earth to dim and startling all creatures in the surroundings. Zhao Fu slightly frowned as he asked, "What's going on?" Following the shockwaves, Zhao Fu encountered two groups of people. One group of people was dressed in violet robes and looked noble and mysterious. The other group of people looked quite strange, some had insect eyes, some had insect horns, and some had insect shells. The two groups of people each stood on one side, and there were two young men sparring in the middle. One young man was dressed in violet robes and had long black hair. He was extremely handsome and gave off a powerful and noble aura, making him seem like a noble. The other young man was dressed in grey robes and gave off a devilish aura, and he gave off an ancient and ferocious aura. In actuality, the two of them were not fighting, and they stood on either side. One of them gave off violet energy, forming a massive giant, while the other gave off grey light. The ancient and ferocious energy formed a beetle with 9 pairs of insect eyes and a mouth full of sharp teeth. The massive shockwaves were caused by the intense battle between the two of them in the sky. Bang, the violet giant's fist slammed against the beetle's body with immense power, sending the beetle flying back. It also brought with it an intense gust of wind, causing boulders to roll and trees to sway. SSSSS. The massive beetle angrily gave off a massive hiss, causing a massive sound wave to spread out and forcing the violet giant back a few steps. The two of them seemed to be about the same in terms of power. Zhao Fu paid some attention to the violet-clothed young man because the aura he gave off was quite familiar. Zhao Fu had never seen this person before, and the aura he gave off was that of the ancient spirit race. The ancient spirit race was a race that had been born after the destruction of the Bronze Shard historical remnant. Last time, Zhao Fu had snuck into their mystic realm and obtained a few bronze shards. Zhao Fu had never thought that he would meet someone from the ancient spirit race here, and the aura he gave off was so powerful. He had heard from the ancient spirit race that they had a shocking genius called Xianxia who had been taken as a disciple by a half-step celestial. This person was most likely that Xianxia. Zhao Fu did not recognize the other person, but he felt that his identity was quite terrifying. The two of them had wanted to control the beetles to continue fighting with the giant, but they sensed something and looked at Zhao Fu. Even though they did not sense any power from Zhao Fu, their instincts told them that this person was incredibly dangerous. Seeing that the two of them had stopped, the others felt quite surprised and followed their gazes to find Zhao Fu. Facing everyone's gazes, Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Everyone, don't mind." Xianxia dispelled his power and the violet giant dissipated into aura. He looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "Who are you, sir?" Could it be that he also had source energy? He did not know that Zhao Fu had pure source energy. His weakened source energy definitely could not compare to Zhao Fu's. The key thing was that Zhao Fu had many bronze shards within his body, causing Xianxia's source energy to feel even more pressure. Xianxia did not know that Zhao Fu had pure source energy. His weakened source energy definitely could not compare to Zhao Fu's. The key thing was that Zhao Fu had many bronze shards within his body, causing Xianxia's source energy to feel even more pressure. The other person, a young man, did not look too good. His name was Chong Tian, and he had the bloodline of the insect ancestor. The insect ancestor was one of the primal chaos world's primogenitor insects, so he had terrifying power. However, he felt a trace of fear in his bloodline. Zhao Fu's evil immortal bloodline had devoured more than 1,000,000 bloodlines, and most of them were insect bloodlines. Even though Chong Tian had the primogenitor insect bloodline, facing Zhao Fu's crazily twisted evil immortal bloodline, he still felt fear. The others looked at Zhao Fu curiously. They did not know what Zhao Fu was to be able to make these two geniuses stop. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I am not anyone, I just passed by this place and felt some energy ripples, so I came to take a look." Chong Tian asked impolitely, "What bloodline do you have?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Why should I tell you?" A young man with an insect horn said coldly, "Do you know who he is?" "He is the young master of the heavenly armor ancestor insect and the heir of our insect valley." Xiaofu smiled and said, "I don't care much about these things, so I don't know about Insect Valley and the heavenly armor ancestor insect." The young man with an insect horn was so angry that he wanted to say something. Chong Tian interrupted him and said, "It is okay if you don't know what Insect Valley is, but tell me what your bloodline is." "Why would my bloodline be afraid?" Everyone looked at Xiaofu in shock. Xiaofu. They knew how terrifying Chong Tian's bloodline was. Although he didn't inherit the primogenitor insect source bloodline, he was still a saint-grade bloodline and could be called a saint's son. Emperor-grade bloodlines were much lower in front of him, and they were extremely rare in the primal chaos world. Such a terrifying bloodline was actually afraid? Then, what was the bloodline of this young man? How could someone with a saint-grade bloodline be afraid? Xiaofu smiled and said, "My bloodline is just that of a normal person." A cold intent appeared in Chong Tian's eyes. "I don't want to hear people lie to me." "Who are you? What bloodline do you have? Otherwise, I will personally take a look." A teen beside Ling Xian asked curiously, "Senior brother, do you know who he is? Why does Chong Tian care so much about him?" Ling Xian shook his head, "I don't know. His body also gives off a power that suppresses me. I am also curious about who he is." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. A pretty girl said, "Senior brother, don't you have source power? How can it suppress you?" Ling Xian nodded. Everyone's gazes towards Xiaofu became solemn. Although they didn't know what his identity was, they were sure that he wasn't weaker than their senior brother. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given off such power. Xiaofu smiled and said, "I'm really just a passerby, you don't have to mind me." Chong Tian's figure instantly disappeared as his claw ferociously swiped towards Xiaofu with immense power. In an instant, Xiaofu's figure was torn apart, and Xiaofu slammed into the ground. A muffled sound rang out as a 10-meter-wide crater appeared in the ground. Everyone was confused. This person had been dealt with so quickly. However, Chong Tian frowned and looked to the side. He saw that Xiaofu's figure had reappeared. What he had attacked was just an afterimage. After dodging his attack so easily, Chong Tian was clear about Xiaofu's strength and did not casually attack again. Xiaofu lightly smiled and said, "If my bloodline hadn't reached the final stage, I would have been very interested in your bloodline. Now, however, I don't have much interest." Something flashed in Chong Tian's mind as his expression became serious and he said solemnly, "You're that evil immortal?" Volume 1, Chapter 415, Death Now. Chong Tian remembered why he, who had the primogenitor insect bloodline, would feel fear. Moreover, it was not just fear but also a trace of disgust. It was the evil immortal bloodline, which countered the insect bloodline. Only the evil immortal bloodline could make him feel this way. Hearing this, everyone's expressions fell. The evil immortal's abnormal signs had just stopped and they had never thought that they would encounter it so soon. Ling Xian revealed an understanding look. Xiaofu lightly laughed as he said, "That's right, I'm the evil immortal." Hearing Xiaofu admit it, everyone could not help but feel even more afraid because they had heard how monstrous the evil immortal was. Chong Tian said coldly, "Since you're the evil immortal, I can't let you leave." Xiaofu did not mind as he said, "If I want to leave, you won't be able to stop me." Chong Tian coldly laughed as he said, "Is that so? You can give it a try." Xiaofu lightly smiled as he said, "I'll be leaving then. I'm sure we'll meet again in the future." Boom, Chong Tian immediately acted and a massive wave of power rippled out. His eyes became compound eyes and shot out countless rays of light. Each ray of light was like a circular space that shot towards Xiaofu, causing the space around Xiaofu to become complicated. This move was called Thousand Bug Void, and it was one of Chong Tian's primogenitor insect bloodline's abilities. Chong Tian did not tell Xiaofu to give it a try for no reason. He had the confidence to say such a thing. He had trapped many people with this move before. Xiaofu stood where he was and seemed to be surrounded by a gray circular space. There were many other circular spaces around him, and even if Xiaofu immediately destroyed one of them, the other spaces would surge over and trap Xiaofu. Chong Tian looked at Xiaofu within the gray space and smiled as he said, "You can try to escape now." Before Thousand Bug Void had been used, Zhao Fu would have had a slight chance of escaping. However, now that he had used it, it would not be easy for him to escape. Chong Tian was confident in this. Zhao Fu glanced at Chong Tian before his body turned into countless rainbow-colored energy and dissipated. Chong Tian's expression changed. He tried to sense Zhao Fu and realized that Zhao Fu had really disappeared. How is that possible? The others also looked at the empty space in shock. It felt too easy, as if there was no difficulty at all. Chong Tian's face was filled with anger, and his heart grew heavier. This inheritor of the evil immortal was truly terrifying, and was definitely the strongest opponent he had ever met. Ling Xian's expression was also solemn. If he had been trapped by the Thousand Bug space, he would definitely not have escaped so easily. After a while, Chong Tian said coldly, "Let's go back." The people from Insect Valley knew that Chong Tian was unhappy and didn't want to anger him. They didn't dare to say anything and followed Chong Tian to leave. He watched as Chong Tian and the others left. The purple-clothed girl was a little disappointed. Originally, I wanted to see who would be stronger between Chong Tian and senior brother. Ling Xian's expression softened. We just exchanged a few simple moves. We won't go all out because there's no need. Oh, the young girl replied. Ling Xian and Chong Tian were famous geniuses in the chaotic world, so it was impossible for them to go all out right away. The purple-clothed teen asked, "Senior brother, what should we do? Do we need to report that we met the evil immortal?" The elders in the sect all pay attention to the evil immortal. A girl said, "There is very little news regarding the evil immortal, and no one has ever heard of what kind of person he is. This time, we personally met him, so this intel is really important." Ling Xian said, "All of you, report this matter truthfully." Everyone nodded their heads. The purple-clothed teen said, "This evil immortal bloodline just reached the final stage and he appeared in our Eastern Alliance. I think that the evil immortal definitely has a goal." The purple-clothed girl said solemnly, "That is for sure. Our Eastern Alliance and the first-generation evil immortal had a huge grudge. This generation evil immortal is definitely here to take revenge. I think that all the experts didn't expect that the evil immortal would come to the Eastern Alliance so quickly." The purple-clothed girl said curiously, "Is he really as terrifying as the rumors say?" "He doesn't seem too bad, he doesn't seem that crazy or evil." A serious-looking teen reminded her, "He's the evil immortal. You see that he seems easy to get along with, but by the time you realized how terrifying he is, it was already too late. Think about what the evil immortal did back then, and you'll understand." But in the end, it was too late. "I know," the young girl muttered. Ling Xian said softly, "From today onwards, the Eastern Alliance will face a calamity. No one knows what will happen in the future. Let's go back." Everyone nodded, but they still felt a bit worried. The news quickly spread, and the entire Eastern Alliance was shaken. They had thought that the evil immortal would hide somewhere and cultivate, only appearing after reaching the higher being realm. That would be the start of the calamity for the Eastern Alliance. However, they never thought that the evil immortal would appear in the Eastern Alliance so quickly, bringing forward the calamity for the Eastern Alliance by so much. The many experts of the Eastern Alliance who had gone out also hurriedly returned, and they switched from attacking to defending. Some of the more ancient factions ordered their people to keep a low profile in the future, and they also made preparations for the evil immortal to cause all sorts of things. Some of the more established factions did not pay much attention to this matter, as the evil immortal was not as terrifying as the rumors said. In the past, the evil immortal had caused a calamity, and they did not believe that the new evil immortal would be able to do so in a short period of time. Some even said that they would kill the evil immortal to help get rid of this scourge. After hearing about this, some people gloated and wanted to see the evil immortal take revenge, some people waited to see how things would develop, and some people came to the Eastern Alliance. At that moment, the Eastern Alliance became quite lively. Zhao Fu did not know about these things, and he stood on a mountainous region, looking at a monster in front of him with a strange expression. This monster was the stone monster that had come to life. After continuously chasing, it had finally caught up to the person it wanted to see. It was now crawling on the ground, looking at Zhao Fu affectionately. Even though it did not know what Zhao Fu was, it was clear that this person had given it life. Zhao Fu recognized that this was the massive stone that he had been sitting on, and he had never thought that it would also have life. However, Zhao Fu did not plan on taking it in and said, "Don't follow me, go do whatever you want." The stone monster seemed to understand Zhao Fu's words, and it looked at Zhao Fu with a disappointed and pitiful expression. Zhao Fu said, "I have no intention of giving you life, this is your own fortune, so you don't need to thank me. I have many things to take care of in the Eastern Alliance, and there might be many dangers. If you follow me, you'll be in deep danger, so don't follow me." The stone monster looked at Zhao Fu with its square eyes and lightly nodded. Zhao Fu looked at it before disappearing and hiding his power so that the stone monster could not sense him. Book 1, Chapter 416, Return Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlols 123. Seeing Zhao Fu leave, the stone monster lay on the ground in disappointment. It did not know what to do or where to go, and the person who had given it life did not want it. An hour or so later, a lively little girl with 2 braids and a beautiful middle-aged woman arrived. They had just been passing by, but they found that this large stone monster was quite strange. "Mother! What is it?" the little girl asked curiously as she looked at the stone monster with wide eyes. The beautiful middle-aged woman was quite surprised. This was the first time she had seen a creature like the stone monster. It was not a spirit or a monster, but it seemed to be alive. The stone monster looked at the mother and daughter curiously with one of its square-shaped eyes. The little girl walked towards the stone monster, and the beautiful middle-aged woman saw that the stone monster did not intend to harm anyone, so she did not stop the little girl. The little girl walked in front of the stone monster and asked in a childish voice, "What's your name?" The stone monster looked at the little girl in confusion. The little girl smiled and asked, "Can I touch you?" The stone monster lay there and did not reply to the little girl. The little girl mustered up her courage and stretched out her hand to touch the stone monster, while the stone monster stared at the little girl in front of it. The little girl said happily, "I feel that you're quite special, can we be friends?" The rock monster seemed to have understood, and it nodded with a joyful expression. The little girl smiled and asked, "What about your family?" Thinking about Zhao Fu, who had abandoned it, the stone monster felt quite disappointed. Looking at the stone monster's pitiful appearance, the little girl asked, "Do you want to come to my house? We can play together every day." The stone monster happily nodded. The little girl looked at the beautiful middle-aged woman and asked, "Mother, can we take it back?" The beautiful middle-aged woman walked in front of the stone monster and smiled as she said, "It's fine to take it back, but I want to see what it is." The beautiful middle-aged woman placed a hand on the stone monster and a wave of energy spread out, entering the stone monster's body. The beautiful middle-aged woman's expression fell as her face became blood-red and a terrifying energy bounced back. The beautiful woman's hand was knocked away and she looked at the stone monster in shock. She had never thought that this stone monster would have such terrifying power. Moreover, this stone monster was not a creature that was born from the heavens and earth, it had been created by a terrifying expert. The beautiful woman did not know who the person who had created such a terrifying creature was, but he was definitely incredibly powerful. Out of all the experts she knew, none of them had such terrifying abilities. The stone monster had such power, and the beautiful woman did not want her daughter to take it back. However, it seemed that the stone monster did not have a master, and if it was raised, its power would not be underestimated, and it could become the most powerful person to protect her daughter. The little girl looked at the beautiful woman with hope and begged, "Mother, can you take him back? Look at how pitiful he is." The beautiful woman smiled as she said, "All right. Bring it back." The little girl jumped up in joy. "That's great, Mother." The stone monster stood up happily. It had a new master. Following this, the beautiful woman brought the stone monster back, and the little girl rode the stone monster everywhere to play. Countless people were amazed. This was the first time they had seen a creature like the stone monster. Zhao Fu also came to the Eastern Alliance's headquarters. According to the information he had received, one of the alliance masters of the Eastern Alliance might have obtained the bronze shard. It was possible to obtain the bronze shard here, but they could not be sure if he had it. Moreover, this alliance master had not revealed any information, making it difficult for Zhao Fu to determine if he had it. How could he be sure that the Alliance Master had it? Apart from the Alliance Master, the Eastern Alliance controlled the eastern side of the outer world, and with such great strength, it was possible that they had it in their treasury. If he became a high-ranking member of the Eastern Alliance, Zhao Fu would most likely be able to find out about this. How would he start? By infiltrating the Eastern Alliance? Zhao Fu first gathered information and gained some understanding of the Eastern Alliance so that he could sneak in and obtain the Bronze Shard. Every alliance had 12 alliance masters, and the 12 alliance masters were split into 12 factions. Zhao Fu had heard that the 8th alliance master was an ugly woman. This woman was said to be ugly, but she was very powerful and treated her subordinates well. Apart from being a bit ugly, there was nothing wrong with her. Zhao Fu decided to start with her, and if he found that the Eastern Alliance did not have it, he would go to other places to collect it. A few hours later, Zhao Fu came to the 8th Alliance Master's territory and heard that someone was collecting a material. Zhao Fu just so happened to have that material, and that person was a high-ranking member of the 8th Alliance. If Zhao Fu wanted him to introduce him to the 8th Alliance, it would be easier. After coming to a room, a bearded, muscular man smiled and said, "You have what I need." Zhao Fu nodded and took out a pill bottle and threw it over, saying, "You can take a look." The bearded, muscular man was called Dongfang Hu, and after opening the pill bottle, he saw that there was a fiery red pill within. He lightly sniffed it and smiled as he said, "That's right, this is the blazing body forging pill that I need. Since you're so straightforward, I won't waste any more time. What do you want?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I want to join the Eastern Alliance and get a good position." Dongfang Hu said somewhat awkwardly, "Can you change it to something else?" "This isn't easy right now." Zhao Fu asked, "What is it?" Dongfang Hu said, "Before, this was quite easy. Because of that evil immortal, the Eastern Alliance is on high alert, and it will be quite difficult to plant people in." Zhao Fu took a step back and said, "Then I don't need a high position, I just need an ordinary one." Dongfang Hu thought about it and said, "All right. I agree." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Thank you." The two of them left the room and came to the border of the 8th Alliance's territory. They entered a building, and the people from the construction department all bowed. Dongfang Hu smiled as he said, "Right now, he's the manager here. In the future, all of you will listen to him." Everyone looked at Zhao Fu and replied, "Yes." Dongfang Hu turned to look at Zhao Fu and smiled as he said, "I'll leave this place to you. If there's anything you don't understand, ask the others and they'll tell you what to do." Zhao Fu nodded. After Dongfang Hu left, a middle-aged man with a beard bowed to Zhao Fu and handed a metal seal to Zhao Fu. "Sir, this is the Alliance seal. Everything within the Alliance requires the Alliance seal." Zhao Fu took the seal and looked at it. The seal was only 3 fingers wide, and there was an eagle carved on it. There was also an 8 carved on the side, and the words Han City were written below. Right now, Zhao Fu was most likely in Han City. With the seal, it meant that Zhao Fu was the city's deacon. Deacons did not have much power, and they were only responsible for managing a small area. The city lord was responsible for managing these deacons. Book 1, Chapter 417. Zhao Fu accepted the Union seal and asked, "What's your name?" The middle-aged man replied, "My name is Dongfang He." Zhao Fu nodded and said, "I need to know all kinds of information about this place." Dongfang He said, "I will report everything I know to you, Lord." After an hour, Zhao Fu had a general understanding of Han City. There were 17 deacons here, and Zhao Fu's current status was the weakest among the deacons. The area under his jurisdiction was small, and he did not get many benefits. Zhao Fu asked, "Is there any way to quickly raise one's status in the Union?" Dongfang He replied, "This can only be done by someone with a higher position." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "In other words, if I want to have a higher status, I must ask the city lord for it?" Dongfang He nodded. Zhao Fu said with a smile, "Tell me the information about the city lord." Dongfang He was a bit surprised. He had already guessed what Zhao Fu wanted to do, and he also knew that Zhao Fu would not stay in this place for too long. Dongfang He replied, "Yes." The city lord of Han City had already reached the emptiness realm, and he was a lecherous and timid person. A deacon wanted to offer him a beauty, so he got a better position. However, the situation in Han City was stable, and it was hard to change the position of deacon. Zhao Fu was not interested in the other positions of deacons. Even if his status was raised, he would still be a deacon. Zhao Fu was interested in the position of the city lord. However, the city lord was usually chosen from the more outstanding deacons. If Xiaofu wanted to become the city lord, he had to become an outstanding deacon. After thinking for a while, Xiaofu looked at Dongfang He and said, "Follow me in the future. I promise you that you will be rich and powerful." Dongfang He could also see that Xiaofu was extraordinary. He smiled and bowed, "Thank you, Lord, for choosing me." Xiaofu waited for an entire night before stealthily sneaking towards the city lord's mansion. Xiaofu's method was quite direct. He directly snuck into the city lord's mansion and took control of the city lord. He would then forcefully promote the city lord to an excellent deacon before dethroning the city lord and becoming the new city lord. Although the city lord's cultivation base was at the emptiness realm, he was only an average emptiness realm cultivator. He was not very strong. Xiaofu believed that he still had the ability to do so. Before, when Xiaofu was at the Emperor Heaven Realm, he could already fight with Void Realm experts. Now that Xiaofu had obtained all sorts of terrifying powers, it would be quite troublesome for him to deal with powerful Void Realm experts, but it would be much easier for him to deal with ordinary Void Realm experts. Xiaofu easily snuck into the city lord's mansion and arrived at a spacious and luxurious room. A skinny middle-aged man frowned. "What does that Eastern Hu mean? Why did they suddenly send someone to Hanqing?" He was Han City's city lord, Dongfang Kong. Next to him was a cold-looking young man. He was called Dongfang Lu, and he was Han City's most powerful deacon. It was he who had married his big sister to Dongfang Kong and obtained his current position, and he replied, "I'm sure Eastern Hu wants to dethrone the city lord and take control of Han City." Dongfang Kong said angrily, "It's just that I didn't do what he ordered me to do, yet he wants to replace me so quickly. Since he's being heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. I'll immediately serve another head deacon and no longer serve Eastern Hu." A head deacon's position was much higher than a city lord's, and a city lord's position was only that of an intermediate deacon. Dongfang Lu nodded. Dongfang Lu was worried that his position would be threatened when Eastern Hu suddenly sent someone to become Han City's head deacon, so he immediately went to find Dongfang Kong to discuss this. He understood that Dongfang Kong was not very strong, and adding on the fact that he had not completed Eastern Hu's orders, it was likely that he would be replaced. His position would fall to rock bottom, and Dongfang Kong would have to sway left and right in order to survive. Dongfang Kong did not have his own opinion and asked, "Which head deacon do you think we should serve?" Dongfang Lu thought about it and said, "I think it's either a powerful head deacon or someone who has a conflict with Eastern Hu. Apart from those two, it'll be very difficult for anyone else to protect us." Dongfang Kong said, "A powerful head deacon might not like us, so we'll find someone who has enmity with Eastern Hu. I just want to be the city lord and don't have any other goals. Eastern Hu forced me to do all of this, and I didn't do anything bad to him." Dongfang Lu smiled as he said, "The city lord isn't wrong at all, it's all because of Eastern Hu." Hearing this, Dongfang Kong grinned. Dongfang Lu continued to say, "However, we can't reveal this matter right now because Eastern Hu hasn't made it clear that he wants to replace us. We can continue to hide and fight back when necessary." Dongfang Kong smiled and nodded. "I don't think there's any need to go through so much trouble," a figure suddenly sounded out, causing the two people's expressions to fall. A terrifying aura spread out in the air as countless traces of blood-red qi leapt towards the two people. Dongfang Lu was only at the Emperor Heaven Realm, and the blood-red qi covered him, locking him in place. He was unable to resist at all. It could be seen the difference between Zhao Fu and ordinary Emperor Heaven Realm experts. Seeing the blood-red qi coming at him, Dongfang Kong immediately exploded out with a powerful power, forming a formless force field that blocked the blood-red qi. Just as Dongfang Kong was about to call out, the blood-red qi condensed into a massive hand and grabbed towards Dongfang Kong with terrifying power. The force field protecting Dongfang Kong was shattered, and the blood-red qi hand grabbed Dongfang Kong. Zhao Fu smiled as he walked out of the air. Dongfang Lu immediately recognized Zhao Fu and said, "You're the new head deacon?" As expected, Eastern Hu wanted to get rid of us from the start. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "I think you've misunderstood. I don't know if Eastern Hu wanted to or not, but getting rid of you is my own will." Dongfang Kong said in fear, "Don't kill me, I'll give you anything you want." That's right, his big sister, Dongfang Mei, is Han City's #1 beauty. As long as you don't kill me, I'll give her to you. Seeing Dongfang Kong, a Void Realm expert, act so cowardly in front of an Emperor Heaven Realm expert, Dongfang Lu felt quite disgusted and angry. However, in order to live, he could only say, "That's right, my big sister is Han City's #1 beauty." "Sir, are you not tempted?" Zhao smiled as he said, "I don't have such thoughts right now, you can die now." The blood-red qi turned into countless insects and crawled into the two people's bodies. Sensing this power, the two people were horrified to confirm that Zhao Fu was the evil celestial. The two people struggled in pain, but it was too late. In the end, the two people lost their strength and became puppets. Now, Zhao Fu could control them to do anything. Ordinary higher beings would not be able to tell because Zhao Fu was using the evil celestial's power. Book 1, Chapter 418, End of Book 1. After Zhao Fu controlled the two of them, he immediately had Dongfang Kong give out a series of orders, raising Zhao Fu to the highest position. Dongfang he looked quite shocked. How had Zhao Fu's status been raised so much after leaving for a while? It seemed that Zhao Fu was even more terrifying than he had thought. A beautiful woman with a graceful figure angrily ran into the room and looked at Dongfang Kong sitting in front of her as she said angrily, "Why did you give my little brother's position to someone else?" She was Dongfang Mei, Han City's #1 beauty. She did not know that Dongfang Kong had been controlled by Zhao Fu, and after hearing that her little brother had been crippled, she angrily ran over, wanting an explanation. Dongfang Kong did not say anything while Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "You're indeed quite good-looking." Dongfang Mei frowned and noticed that there was a mysterious cloaked person in the room and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu lightly smiled as he replied, "I'm the newly appointed deacon." Dongfang Mei said coldly, "So it's you." Zhao Fu laughed. Dongfang Mei angrily looked at Dongfang Kong and said, "Have him leave, I have something to say to you." Dongfang Kong did not reply. Dongfang Mei felt quite confused as to why Dongfang Kong would act like this. Just as she was about to say something, Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "You don't need to say anything, he's already under my control." Dongfang Mei felt quite startled and looked at Zhao Fu before quickly retreating. She never would have thought that Dongfang Kong would be silently controlled by someone in the city lord's residence, making her situation incredibly dangerous. Seeing that she wanted to run, Zhao Fu waved his hand and a wave of energy slammed the door shut. Dongfang Mei stopped and turned to look at Zhao Fu with an unsightly expression as she asked, "What do you want to do to me?" Zhao Fu lightly smiled and walked over to Dongfang Mei. A few hours later, Dongfang Mei lay on the ground with a red face while Zhao Fu put on his clothes. Dongfang Mei asked, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu said, "It's not a good time to talk about it now." Dongfang Mei continued, "Then what did you do to my husband and brother?" Zhao Fu glanced at her and said, "They are already under my control, and their souls have been devoured. Right now, they are just two puppets." Dongfang Mei cursed angrily, "You bastard." Zhao Fu said calmly, "You guys won't be any better off. Also, you better behave yourself. Otherwise, I'll destroy your entire family." Dongfang Mei was both angry and wronged. She looked at Zhao Fu with tears in her eyes. Even though she did not have any feelings for Dongfang Kong, and becoming a puppet would only affect her status, she did not feel too bad about it. However, the key thing was that her little brother had become a puppet, and she felt incredibly sad. Now that she had been bullied and threatened by Zhao Fu, all sorts of emotions welled up within her. Seeing Dongfang Mei cry, Zhao Fu helplessly hugged her and comforted her, "I won't treat you and your family unfairly. After I become the city lord, I will choose a deacon from your family, but your status is not limited to the city lord's wife. As for your brother, I can only apologize." Dongfang Mei felt a bit better, but she still angrily looked at Zhao Fu. It was evident that she would not forgive Zhao Fu so quickly. At this moment, there was a knock on the door and Dongfang he said, "Sir, I've already gathered the information you wanted." Zhao Fu nodded and looked at Dongfang Mei, who was in his embrace. He took some clothes and wrapped them around her body and sat on the seat before opening the door. Dongfang he entered the room and saw that Dongfang Kong and Dongfang Lu were on one side, while Zhao Fu was sitting on the city lord's seat, holding the disheveled city lord's wife in his arms. Dongfang he understood the current situation and was even more shocked at how powerful Zhao Fu was, as well as Zhao Fu's identity. The information that Zhao Fu had asked Dongfang he to gather was information that could be appointed as the city lord. Now that he had become the highest-ranking deacon, the next step was to become the city lord. The city lord could only be appointed by the great deacon, and Dongfang who was one of them. Zhao Fu did not want to trouble him too much, and he wanted to find another deacon to appoint him as the city lord. Of course, Dongfang Kong would not be abolished before he made a big mistake. As such, Zhao Fu could only make Dongfang Kong disappear and then inherit the position of city lord. The head attendant's power had reached the spirit realm, and Zhao Fu could not control it, so he could not use this method. Zhao Fu asked, "Who do you think will be the easiest to convince among the many deacons?" Dongfang he replied, "Most city lords are loyal to a certain deacon, and the city lord of Han City was originally loyal to Dongfang Hu. If Sir chooses someone else, it will definitely cause some disputes. Sir was arranged by Dongfang Hu, so I think Dongfang Hu should be the easiest." In order to avoid his identity being exposed, Zhao Fu did not want to interact with Dongfang Hu. However, Dongfang Hu was the most suitable person, so Zhao Fu could only look for him. Dongfang Mei was in Zhao Fu's embrace, and hearing Zhao Fu's words, she could feel that the people behind Zhao Fu were not ordinary. Zhao Fu thought for a moment before saying, "All right, I understand. I'll go find Dongfang Hu in a bit." Dongfang he bowed and said, "I'll be going now." Dongfang Mei looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "What are your plans and goals?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "It's fine to tell you, I want to become one of the most powerful people in the 8th Alliance." Dongfang Mei felt quite shocked and did not believe that Zhao Fu could do it. However, thinking about how mysterious and powerful Zhao Fu was, perhaps he could do it. Seeing Zhao Fu tell her such an important matter, Dongfang Mei asked in a small voice, "What kind of person do you take me for?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Of course you're my woman." Dongfang Mei inwardly let out a sigh of relief. She had been afraid that Zhao Fu was just toying with her, so she looked at Zhao Fu and said, "If you treat me better in the future, I can forgive you. Also, you have to return my little brother to me." Dongfang Lu was of no use to Zhao Fu, so he smiled and said, "Sure." Only then did Dongfang Mei give a trace of a smile and hug Zhao Fu as she snuggled into Zhao Fu's embrace. 2 hours later, Han City's city lord suddenly died, and news of this spread. Everyone looked quite confused and the various deacons hurried over. Dongfang Kong was a void realm cultivator, and even though he was quite weak, he would not die so easily. There was something very suspicious about this, so the deacons wanted to come and see what had happened. To avoid trouble, Zhao Fu directly cremated Dongfang Kong's corpse so that there would be no witnesses. Within the hall, the deacons looked at the urn in front of them and sensed the aura. It was indeed Dongfang Kong's ashes, and a round-faced young man asked, "Wasn't the city lord fine 2 days ago? How did he suddenly die?" Book 1, Chapter 419, End of Book 1. Dongfang Mei pretended to be sad as she said, "I'm not sure either, my husband suddenly coughed up blood and died." A white-haired elder asked, "Then why did you cremate the city lord's corpse so quickly? Such a big matter should be reported to the higher-ups." Dongfang Mei did not know how to reply. Zhao Fu stood up and said, "I'll take responsibility for this matter. If there's anything else, you can leave now." Everyone looked at Zhao Fu, and a young man asked, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "I'm Dongfang Jun, and I'm Han City's highest-ranking deacon." The deacons looked at Zhao Fu with serious expressions. They had just received news that Han City's highest-ranking deacon had been replaced, but not long after, the city lord had died. This matter was simply too strange, and the city lord's death had a lot to do with this person in front of them. Zhao Fu did not want to waste words and continued to say, "I'll go find Deacon Dongfang Hu and take over the position of city lord." Everyone came to their senses. It turned out that Zhao Fu was Dongfang Hu's subordinate, and it was possible that Dongfang Hu wanted to get rid of Dongfang Kong. No one had any objections, they could only obey and could not resist. Some people not only did not ask how Dongfang Kong had died, but they instead started to congratulate Zhao Fu. After taking care of these matters, Zhao Fu went to where Dongfang Hu was. Dongfang Hu felt quite surprised, "Why have you come to find me?" Zhao Fu said, "Dongfang Kong has died and I want to take over the position of city lord." Dongfang Hu slightly frowned and looked at Zhao Fu as he asked, "His death has something to do with you?" Zhao Fu did not want to hide anything and nodded before telling Dongfang Hu what Dongfang Kong had said. Dongfang Hu felt quite angry, "Dongfang Kong deserves to die. After a while, Dongfang Hu looked at Zhao Fu and said, even though he deserves to die, what is your purpose? I didn't want to ask, but I think you must have some other purpose. Zhao Fu said with a smile, what purpose can I have? I just want to obtain higher power. Don't you want that? Dongfang Hu laughed and said. Me too. Zhao Fu smiled and said, I want to become the city of Han City Lord. I wonder if you can agree? Dongfang Hu looked at Zhao Fu and said, I believe that in the future, your status will not be weaker than mine. We will still be of the same generation, and I can appoint you as the city of Han City Lord. Zhao Fu smiled and said, thank you. Brother Tiger. Dongfang Hu smiled and said, you're welcome. I might need your help in the future. After resolving this matter, Zhao Fu became Han City's city lord. It had only been a day since Zhao Fu had arrived at Han City, and yet Zhao Fu's status had changed so much. Dongfang He was also promoted to be the steward of the city lord mansion. Dongfang He smiled, it seemed that he had made the right choice. He had a premonition that his status would become even higher. Zhao Fu did not have any other plans for becoming the city lord for now because raising his status would attract too much attention. As such, Zhao Fu decided to take this position for now. A beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure and a virtuous aura wearing white mourning clothes and a pure-looking young girl walked in. She bowed to Zhao Fu and said, Sir City Lord, please give me my husband's ashes so that I can help him build a tomb. Zhao Fu felt quite strange and asked, you are? The beautiful woman replied, my name is Dongfang Qing, and this is my daughter, Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Kong was my ex-husband. Zhao Fu continued to ask, what's going on? Dongfang Qing gave a simple explanation. It turned out that Dongfang Kong had a wife and daughter, but he was too infatuated with Dongfang Mei. In order to curry favor with Dongfang Mei, he divorced his wife, and Dongfang Qing took his daughter to live in a nearby city. Hearing that Dongfang Kong had passed away, Dongfang Qing remembered their past relationship and wanted to help Dongfang Kong with his funeral matters. Zhao Fu looked at Dongfang Qing. In actuality, Dongfang Qing was quite a beauty, but to ordinary people, Dongfang Mei was more attractive. Facing Zhao Fu's gaze, Dongfang Qing frowned and said, Sir City Lord, please conduct yourself. Zhao Fu retracted his gaze and smiled as he said, I can give Dongfang Kong's ashes to you, but you have to agree to a request of mine. Dongfang Qing had already guessed Zhao Fu's goal and she said with a cold expression, I won't agree to such an unreasonable request. Zhao Fu laughed as he said, it just so happens that this is an unreasonable request of mine. Dongfang Qing's beautiful eyes glared at Zhao Fu as she said, I never thought that the new city lord would be such a bastard, he's simply scum. Dongfang Yu said angrily, Big brother Dongfang Bai is pursuing my mother, if you dare to harm us, Big brother Dongfang Bai won't let you off. Zhao Fu walked over to the two of them and smiled as he asked, who is Dongfang Bai? Dongfang Yu said confidently, he's the city lord of the nearby Willow City, and he's even more powerful than you. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded as he took out a wooden box and said, I'll give this to you. Seeing that Zhao Fu was afraid of Dongfang Bai, Dongfang Qing inwardly let out a sigh of relief and took the wooden box. Dongfang Yu revealed a smile. She also liked Dongfang Bai. She really wanted her mother to be with Dongfang Bai, but her mother had always tactfully refused, saying that she had a husband. Now that her father was dead, her mother should be able to be with big brother Dongfang Bai. When she was 4 or 5 years old, Dongfang Yu had left with Dongfang Qing, and she did not have much feelings for her father. Dongfang Qing bowed and smiled as she said, Thank you, Sir City Lord. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, You're welcome. After speaking, Zhao Fu hugged Dongfang Qing. Dongfang Qing had never thought that Zhao Fu would act like this and hurriedly struggled. Dongfang Yu was startled and angrily went up, wanting to pull away Zhao Fu, this bastard. A few hours later, Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at the mother and daughter in his arms, You're both not bad. Dongfang Kong doesn't cherish you, so I'll cherish you. Dongfang Qing angrily and embarrassedly glared at Zhao Fu. Dongfang Yu looked at Zhao Fu with a red face and looked at Zhao Fu's perfect face, seeming to be entranced and not thinking about big brother Dongfang Bai. Zhao Fu said, If you want to help Dongfang Kong build a tomb, I'll get people to do it. In the future, you can stay in Han City. Dongfang Qing replied, No, Willow City is our home now. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I'll go with you and bring the family over. Dongfang Yu said, if big brother Dongfang Bai knows that you've done such a thing for us, he'll definitely kill you. Zhao Fu said confidently, don't worry, I won't be harmed in any way. Dongfang Qing pouted, who's worried about your safety? Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I'll go with you then. Volume 1, Chapter 420. Zhao Fu arrived at Willow City. Dongfang Qing looked at him bitterly and said, I don't want to see any conflict between you and Dongfang Bai. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Pack your things and we'll leave. Dongfang Qing nodded. This time, Zhao Fu did not have anything to do. He just wanted to walk around and learn a bit about the internal affairs of the Eastern Alliance. Now that he had just become a city lord, his next goal was to become a grand deacon. He needed some time to plan. The place that Dongfang Qing was staying in was a simple yet elegant small courtyard. There were even some flowers planted in the front courtyard. Zhao Fu was waiting outside while Dongfang Qing and Dongfang Yu were tidying up the room. At that moment, a handsome man in white who looked to be around 27 or 28 years old walked in. He had been smiling, but after seeing Zhao Fu, he frowned and asked, Who are you? Why are you here? Zhao Fu looked at him and said, You are Dongfang Bai, right? Dongfang Bai replied, I am. Zhao Fu smiled and replied, I'm Han City's city lord, Dongfang Jun. Dongfang Bai narrowed his eyes. He had heard of this matter and knew that this Dongfang Jun in front of him was highly regarded by Dongfang Hu. Moreover, Dongfang Kong's death might also be related to him. Originally, Dongfang Bai wanted to go to Han City with Dongfang Qing to prevent any accidents from happening to Dongfang Qing, but he was tactfully refused. Why did he appear here? Dongfang Bai said coldly, What did you do to them? Zhao Fu said with a smile, Nothing, they're fine. At that moment, Dongfang Qing and Dongfang Yu walked over and looked at Dongfang Bai. Dongfang Yu smiled and called out, Big brother Dongfang Bai. Seeing that the two of them were fine, Dongfang felt relieved. He smiled and said, How did it go? Dongfang Yu smiled and said, It's done. Now, let's pack up and return to Han City. Dongfang Bai looked surprised, What? Back to Hanqing? Dongfang Yu blushed. She glanced at Zhao Fu and nodded. Dongfang Bai asked anxiously, Why? Aren't you all doing well in Willow City? Why are you back in Han City? Dongfang Qing sighed, I'm sorry, thank you for taking care of me all these years. Dongfang Bai angrily looked at Zhao Fu, Did you do something to them? Zhao Fu chuckled. What do you think? Dongfang Bai was enraged and gave off a powerful aura as he prepared to attack Zhao Fu. Dongfang Qing hurriedly said, No. Dongfang Bai stopped and looked at Dongfang Qing as he said, If he threatened you, there's no need to film him, I'll take care of it. Dongfang Qing turned his head and spoke in a depressed tone, He didn't threaten us, it was us who wanted to go back. Dongfang Bai looked at Zhao Fu and understood that there was definitely something going on. He did not hesitate and gave off a powerful aura as he punched towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was about to make a move. Dongfang Qing blocked in front of Zhao Fu. No. Dongfang Qing understood that Zhao Fu's strength was far above Dongfang Bai's. If Dongfang Bai and Zhao Fu fought, it would definitely be Dongfang Bai who would be injured. Dongfang Bai had treated them well over the years and had always taken care of them, so Dongfang Qing did not want Dongfang Bai to be injured. Dongfang Bai stopped and said angrily, Why? Dongfang Qing could not reply. She could not say that she and her daughter had been harmed by that bastard Zhao Fu, so she could only silently stand there. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, They're my women now. Dongfang Bai's eyes gave off killing intent and his body quickly disappeared, passing by Dongfang Qing and appearing behind Zhao Fu as he punched towards Zhao Fu. Boom! Zhao Fu exploded out with a massive power, sending Dongfang Bai flying back and crashing to the ground. Dongfang Bai looked quite confused as he said, I never thought that Zhao Fu would be so powerful. Dongfang Yu quickly went over and helped Dongfang Bai up as she asked, Big brother Bai, are you alright? Dongfang Bai's expression was cold as he looked at Zhao Fu and replied, I'm fine. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, I held back just then, or else you would have been in trouble. You're not a match for me, so it's best if you behave yourself. Dongfang Bai looked at Zhao Fu furiously. Even though he was quite angry, what Zhao Fu said was the truth and he could not refute it. Now, he understood why Dongfang Qing had left with Zhao Fu, it was because she could not resist Zhao Fu. Dongfangbai said coldly, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're stronger than me. There are many people who are stronger than you. Xiaofu laughed as he said, I didn't want to act against you, but since you're looking for trouble, I'll help you out. You promised me that you wouldn't clash with Dongfangbai. Dongfang Qing angrily said. Dongfang Yu looked at Xiaofu hopefully. She did not want to see Xiaofu and Dongfangbai fight, and she would feel sad no matter which side was injured. Looking at the mother and daughter, Xiaofu said, all right, I'll do as you say. Hurry up and pack your things and come with me. Dongfang Qing looked at Dongfangbai and said apologetically, I'm sorry, it's impossible between us. Also, thank you for taking care of me all these years, I'll think of other ways to repay you. Please leave now. Dongfangbai looked quite uncomfortable. He did not have any power, so what could he do by staying here? In the end, Dongfangbai dejectedly left. Looking at Dongfangbai leave, Dongfang Qing felt quite sad. If it was not for Xiaofu, perhaps she and Dongfangbai would have had some chance. After all, it was impossible for them to not have any feelings for each other. However, that bastard Xiaofu had appeared. Dongfang Qing turned to look at Xiaofu and vigorously patted Xiaofu before returning to her room to continue packing. Dongfang Yu obediently returned to her room. Xiaofu smiled as he stood there. He did not mention this matter at all. After returning to Han City, Dongfang Mei coldly looked at Dongfang Qing and her mother. She had never thought that things would become like this. Not only had Xiaofu obtained her, but he had also obtained Dongfang Kong's ex-wife. In the future, wouldn't they have to serve Xiaofu together? Dongfang Qing also had a cold expression. She would not forget that Dongfang Kong had abandoned her and her daughter for the sake of this woman in front of her. Dongfang Mei looked at Xiaofu and said coldly, is it not enough to have me? Xiaofu smiled as he replied, of course it's not enough. Dongfang Mei angrily glared at Xiaofu. Xiaofu lightly smiled and worked hard to ease the tension between the two of them. In the next few days, a beautiful woman in a red dress joined in. She was also an attendant, and in order to curry favor with Xiaofu, she took the initiative to offer herself. She was called Dongfang Li. After a few days, Xiaofu started to think about how to become a great attendant. Great attendants were higher-ups in the Eastern Alliance, and it was quite difficult to get one. Only those who had made great contributions would be promoted to a great attendant in a short period of time. Now, the key question was how to make great contributions. Should he reveal the evil immortal's identity? Book 1, Chapter 421, End of Book 1. With how much the Eastern Alliance hated the evil immortal, if news of the evil immortal leaked out, it would be even worse. If a large group of experts surrounded him, Xiaofu's identity would become even more prominent. As such, he had to find other ways to make great contributions. Dongfang Li smiled as she asked, what are you thinking about? Xiaofu said, I'm thinking about how to become a head deacon. Dongfang Qing said in shock, didn't you just become a city lord a few days ago? Why do you want to become a head deacon? Xiaofu smiled as he said, do you think I'll limit myself to becoming a city lord? Dongfang Mei lightly laughed as she said, I know that you don't just want to be a city lord. I like that you're ambitious, and I want to see you become a heaven deacon. Heaven deacons were the most powerful people apart from the Alliance Master, and this was Xiaofu's goal. As long as he could become a heaven deacon, Xiaofu would be able to collect bronze shards. However, there were only a few heaven deacons, and it was incredibly difficult to become one. Xiaofu smiled as he said, I'm here to become a heaven deacon. Dongfang Li said, if you want to become a head deacon, you need to be favored by at least 3 deacons. I know a deacon's son who has a strange illness, and as long as you can cure him, he most likely won't refuse you. Xiaofu smiled as he said, is that so? You're telling me it's that deacon? Dongfang Li nodded. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face, dressed in green clothes, looked at Xiaofu and asked, do you have the ability to cure my son? Xiaofu replied, I have some healing methods, but I'll need to see the young master's illness first. The middle-aged man nodded, what do you need then? Xiaofu replied, I want to receive Sir's support and become a head deacon. The middle-aged man was not surprised and nodded, if you can cure my son, I can support you to become a head deacon, and I'll owe you a favor. However, if you can't cure him, that's fine. The middle-aged man's son had already tried many treatments, but none of them had been effective, so he was willing to give it a try. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, he would not suffer any losses. The middle-aged man said, "Come with me." Following this, Zhao Fu and the others followed the middle-aged man to a room. There was a weak-looking young man lying on the bed, his body giving off a gray aura. Zhao Fu looked at the young man and was not sure what illness he had, so he said, "Sir, please leave for a moment." The middle-aged man nodded and left the room before closing the door. Dongfangli looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "Can you heal him?" Zhao Fu replied, "I'm not sure, but I can try." Saint 77, Saint 7-inch, Demon, the Saint, the 487, the Saint Era, Zhao Chenqi, 1711, 7 of the deity. Dongfangli sensed the blood flowing out of Zhao Fu's body and felt a great sense of oppression. She understood that Zhao Fu's bloodline was far superior to hers, and she started to feel curious about Zhao Fu's identity. Zhao Fu controlled the blood to fly towards the Saint 77 and entered the Saint 7's body. A powerful wave of blood energy spread out and a large amount of gray aura flowed out, spreading out like a thick gray fog. This gray aura was incredibly corrosive and wanted to enter Zhao Fu and the Saint 777's bodies and gather towards them. Zhao Fu released a defensive barrier that covered himself and Dongfangli, preventing the gray aura from coming closer. Zhao Fu continued to activate the blood energy. The Saint 777's body gave off a blood-red light and even more gray aura spread out. After a while, the gray aura started to weaken before slowly disappearing. However, the gray aura in the room was like a thick fog, showing no signs of dissipating. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and grabbed at the air, causing a formless energy to spread out. Countless traces of gray aura quickly gathered, forming an egg-sized ball of gray fog. This thing was harmful and was not easy to get rid of, so Zhao Fu put it away. He went up to check on the young man's body. The young man's face had regained some color, and his breathing was smooth. Everything in his body was normal. The young man's illness had been successfully cured. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Open the door, he is cured." Dongfangli smiled and nodded. If she could cure this young man, then she would be 1/3 of the way to becoming a great deacon. The middle-aged man walked in delight and looked at the young man on the bed. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would be able to cure his son, and he excitedly went up to check. After finding that there were no problems, he smiled and said to Zhao Fu, "Thank you, sir." Zhao Fu smiled. "You're welcome." The middle-aged man asked, "What kind of strange disease does my son have?" Zhao Fu did not know, and he did not want to pursue the matter. He said, "I'm not sure, but the young man has been cured by me." "Sir, you don't have to worry." The middle-aged man smiled as he said, "All right, I'll do what I promised you. I'll support you in becoming a great deacon, and if you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come and find me. I'll do my best to help you." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Thank you." The middle-aged man happily said, "I should be thanking you. Stay and be my guest in the future and let me properly take care of you." Zhao Fu thought about it and decided that he would need the middle-aged man's support in the future, so he did not refuse. After the celebration, Zhao Fu and Dongfangli returned to Han City. Dongfangmei smiled and asked, "Has the matter been resolved?" Dongfangli nodded, "I don't know what illness that young man had, but he was cured by our husband in the end. He's only 2 more human deacons before our husband can become a great deacon." Dongfangmei smiled as she said, I feel that this is progressing quite quickly. Soon, I'll be a great deacon's wife." Dongfangqing said worriedly, "I feel that if you do it step by step, you'll definitely become a great figure. Don't be too fast, or else you'll make others feel fearful and dissatisfied." Zhao Fu hugged her and smiled as he said, I know." Dongfangqing rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and did not struggle. Dongfangli asked, "What should we do now? Do we need to find those 2 human deacons to support us?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Let's gather some information first. There's no need for things to progress so quickly, or else we won't attract too much attention." Dongfangli nodded. Dongfangmei smiled and hugged Zhao Fu as she said, "Then we'll properly celebrate today. You can bully us however you want." Dongfangli smiled and nodded. Dongfangqing's face became red, she did not know what to do. She liked staying by Zhao Fu's side more and more, and she started to accept Zhao Fu as her man. Volume 1, Chapter 422, Chapter 422 Translator, Mr. Voltaire editor, Modlaws 123. According to the information he had gathered, Xiaofu quickly found a second suitable person. His name was Dongfang Shan, and he was one of the more ordinary deacons. As long as someone gave him something valuable, he would approve of them. Xiaofu came to the courtyard where Dongfang Shan was sitting and bowed as he said, "I greet sir." Dongfang Shan was an ordinary-looking man and he smiled as he said, I'm sure I don't need to explain the rules here, right?" Xiaofu took out a wooden box and handed it over, saying, "This is a gift for sir." Dongfang Shan stretched out his hand and grabbed, causing the wooden box to fly into his hand. He opened it and saw many rays of blue light shoot out. Within the wooden box was a blue gem, and Dongfang Shan felt quite delighted as he put it away. "What do you want?" Xiaofu replied, "I want to receive sir's acknowledgement." Dongfang Shan lightly laughed as he said, "That's no problem, you want to become a head attendant, right? How many people's acknowledgement have you received?" Xiaofu replied, "Including sir and 2 others. Dongfang Shan smiled as he said, "Give me some more good things and I'll help you with the last person." Xiaofu felt quite delighted and immediately took out some things and handed them over, saying, "Thank you sir." Xiaofu did not take out anything too precious because he was only at the Emperor Heaven realm. If he took out something too precious, others would become suspicious and might even be in danger. Dongfang Shan took the things and looked at them before putting them away in satisfaction and smiling as he said, "I'll introduce you to someone called Dongfang Ku. If you say that I told you to go, he'll give me some face. As for whether or not he acknowledges you, I can't guarantee anything." Xiaofu nodded, "I understand." Following this, Xiaofu followed Dongfang Shan's instructions and found Dongfang Ku. Dongfang Ku was an elderly man who wore green robes and was teaching 10 or so young men and women in an empty area. Xiaofu walked over and bowed. Dongfang Ku did not look at Xiaofu and asked, "What is it?" Xiaofu said, "I was recommended by Lord Dongfang Mountain. I wish to gain his recognition and become a Grand Deacon." Dongfang Ku said calmly, "If you give Dongfang Shan something good, he will approve of you. However, I am not so easily fooled." Xiaofu was a little surprised. "Didn't they say that it was easy to gain his approval?" Dongfang Ku then said, "However, I can give you a chance. As long as you can do it, I will acknowledge you." Xiaofu looked at Dongfang Ku and asked, "What's the matter?" Dongfang Ku said, "I have a grandson named Dongfang Rua. I don't know where he is now. Please help me find him." Hearing this, Xiaofu felt that it was quite simple, it was just finding a person, so he smiled and said, "Sure." Dongfang Ku reminded, "He has a secret treasure of mine on him that can conceal his aura. If I don't search carefully, I might not be able to find him." Dongfang Ku threw a small bottle to Xiaofu and said, "The blood in this bottle belongs to my grandson. You can use the aura that the bloodline gives off to find him." Xiaofu nodded and said, "I'll go and find him for you right now." Xiaofu took the bottle of blood and went to an empty area. Dongfang Ku did not know where his grandson was, and the area was quite big, making it quite difficult to find him. At that moment, Xiaofu thought of one of the great immortal evil beast's abilities, which was called the corpse flesh-seeking bug. To use this ability, one had to split off a part of one's flesh and create a strange bug that could accurately find a person's location. Moreover, it was extremely sensitive to auras and could search a large area. Xiaofu poured the bottle of blood onto the ground and pressed his hand against the blood on the ground. An evil and twisting power spread out, and Xiaofu's hand turned into a mass of flesh and blood that spread out. The flesh and blood squirmed and changed, looking quite horrifying. Within the mass of flesh and blood, transparent bugs that were the size of soybeans and looked like ladybugs crawled out. There were many of them, and they flew out in all directions. Inside a gambling house, a delicate and pretty young man was excitedly gathered with other people. A small bug was resting on his body, but no one noticed it. Suddenly, the young man felt a chill as a hand landed on his shoulder. The young man was Dongfang Rua, and he immediately realized that his grandfather had sent people to capture him. He immediately wanted to use an item to escape, but a wave of power locked him in place. Dongfang Rua turned and saw a man wearing a cloak. "Did my grandfather send people to capture me?" Xiaofu nodded. Dongfang Rua said angrily, "I don't want to go back, I want to play for a while." Xiaofu did not care about this, "You don't have a choice right now." Zhao Fu grabbed Dongfang Ruo's arm and walked out. Dongfang Ruo vigorously struggled but could not break free, and she said angrily, "If you don't let go of me, I'll tell my grandfather that you bullied me and you're dead." At that moment, the people in the gambling den came over, and a ferocious-looking man said, "This guest doesn't want to leave, so you can't take him away." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." The ferocious-looking man laughed as he said, "An Emperor Heaven Realm expert like you dares to say such a thing? It's not too late to kneel and apologize, or else you'll die a horrible death." Dongfang Ruo immediately called out, "That's right, hurry up and kill him, I can give you money." Pa! A clear sound rang out as Dongfang Ruo was slapped in the face by Zhao Fu. Half of her face swelled up, and the pain and humiliation caused Dongfang Ruo to cry. The ferocious-looking man and the others looked furious and attacked Zhao Fu. Chi! Many tendrils grew out of Zhao Fu's body, making him look like he was forged from black iron. They pierced through the bodies of the people who rushed over, causing blood to fly everywhere as cries continuously sounded out. Seeing this scene, the people in the surroundings looked quite startled and hurriedly retreated to avoid trouble. Dongfang Ruo was so scared that her face became pale and she did not dare to say anything else. Zhao Fu put away the tendrils and the ferocious-looking man and the others fell to the ground. Some people cried out in pain, while others had already died. Zhao Fu was expressionless as he pulled Dongfang Ruo's body and continued to walk out. "How dare you? You actually dare to injure my people!" A loud shout rang out, and a tall young man rushed in. The tall young man looked at Zhao Fu and furiously yelled, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu replied, "Han City's city lord." The tall young man felt quite surprised, "An Emperor Heaven Realm expert like you can become a city lord? However, even if you're a city lord, since you killed my people today, you must." Zhao Fu looked at the young man in front of him and calmly cut him off. Scram. Volume 1, Chapter 423. The tall young man couldn't take it anymore and ferociously punched towards Zhao Fu with a flood of energy. Zhao Fu punched out with a simple punch. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as the two fists collided, causing a massive shockwave to ripple out. The flood of energy was completely destroyed, and the tall young man was forced back 5 or 6 steps while Zhao Fu did not move back at all. The tall young man looked quite confused. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so powerful that he, a Void Realm expert, could not defeat an Emperor Heaven Realm expert. The people in the surroundings were also quite shocked. This city of Han City Lord was not just powerful, he could actually suppress a Void Realm expert. Zhao Fu looked at the tall young man and said, "I'll give you one more chance, piss off." The tall young man looked quite furious, but he did not dare to attack. However, he did not want to move either, as that would be too embarrassing. As the tall young man hesitated, Zhao Fu's body disappeared and reappeared in front of the tall young man, and he vigorously kicked towards the tall young man. Bang! The tall young man was sent flying and crashed against a wall, causing it to crack, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Arg! The tall young man furiously roared and exploded out with immense power. Red flames appeared around him as his body instantly disappeared and reappeared in front of Zhao Fu, and he punched towards Zhao Fu with a punch that seemed to be able to destroy space. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu moved even faster and punched the tall young man's abdomen. The tall young man powerlessly fell to the ground and fainted. The surroundings fell silent, and no one dared to say anything. They all feared Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu turned and looked at Dongfang Ruo as he said, "Hurry up and follow me." Dongfang Ruo was so scared that her face became pale. She hurriedly went up and left with Zhao Fu. News quickly spread, and everyone focused on this city of Han City Lord. After returning to that empty space, Dongfang Ku looked at his nervous and scared grandson with a calm expression. He already knew what had happened. Dongfang Ku looked at Zhao Fu. Right now, he was more curious about Zhao Fu. Before, he had underestimated Zhao Fu. He had thought that Zhao Fu had been bribed with treasures to gain the deacon's approval. He hadn't expected that Zhao Fu himself would be so powerful and have such a bright future. Dongfang Ku said, "After this is done, I will acknowledge you as I promised." Zhao Fu said with a smile. "Thank you, sir." Dongfang Ku continued, "The person you injured is a deacon's subordinate. You should pay attention to this. Maybe he will harm you." If anything happens, you can come to me. Dongfang Ku valued Zhao Fu's future more now, so he wanted to support Zhao Fu. There was definitely no harm in doing so. Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Thank you, sir. I also want to apologize to you for hitting the young master." Dongfang Ku smiled as he said, "Don't mind this, my grandson should be taught a lesson in case he causes trouble in the future." Zhao Fu said, "I'll be taking my leave then." Now that he had obtained the approval of 3 deacons, Zhao Fu could become a head deacon. He would have to serve in the alliance, so Zhao Fu wanted to immediately go back and take care of this matter. Dongfang Ku nodded. Zhao Fu turned and left, disappearing. Seeing Zhao Fu disappear, Dongfang Rua relaxed and said with a wronged expression, "Grandpa, that person was so terrifying, it hurt so much." Dongfang Ku glared at Dongfang Rua and said, "Be more well-behaved in the future. If you cause trouble, even I won't be able to protect you." Moreover, that Dongfang Jun isn't simple at all, and his status will soon surpass mine. When that time comes, even I'll have to be courteous to him. Dongfang Rua looked quite shocked as she said, "That fast? He's just in the Emperor Heaven realm." Dongfang Ku said seriously, "If you don't believe me, just wait and see. He'll soon shine brilliantly." Back at Han City, Dongfang Li smiled as she said, "Is it done?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, "I need to go to the alliance to make a request. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll become a head deacon." Dongfang Li smiled as she said, "Congratulations, husband." Dongfang Yu also said happily, "Congratulations, big brother Jun." Dongfang Qing felt quite embarrassed and said, "Congratulations." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'll go to the alliance to make a request, and I'll celebrate with you all later." The women smiled and nodded. Zhao Fu submitted the request for the position of head deacon, and the 3 deacons received the information. They gave letters of approval to Zhao Fu to the alliance, and Zhao Fu soon received the head deacon's appointment. After hearing about this, Dongfang Hu immediately came to congratulate Zhao Fu. Dongfang Hu had long since expected that Zhao Fu would soon become in existence on the same level as him, but he had not expected it to happen so quickly. It had only been a few days, and he felt quite shocked. He felt that Zhao Fu's status would continue to rise. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "There's no need to be so courteous, brother Hu. If it wasn't for you introducing me to the alliance, I wouldn't be who I am today. I'll stay here to entertain you." Dongfang Hu smiled as he said, "No problem. I'll also have a few friends to introduce you to." Now, Dongfang Hu wanted to pull Zhao Fu into his circle. This would be mutually beneficial, and more importantly, he would be able to consolidate his own faction. Zhao Fu nodded. Following this, Dongfang Hu called over 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. One was dressed in black and gave off a calm aura, and he was called Dongfang Yi. One was bald and gave off a tall aura, and he was called Dongfang Mi. One was called Dongfang Wu, and the last woman was called Dongfang Rong. The 4 of them heard about Zhao Fu and were very interested in Zhao Fu, the person who had become a great deacon the fastest. Dongfang Wu smiled as he said, "The news about you has just spread, and now that I've seen it for myself, you're indeed extraordinary." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "No, outsiders are exaggerating. You're all brother Hu's friends, so you'll be my friends in the future. Let me properly entertain everyone." At the banquet, everyone interacted amicably, and the relationship between the 2 sides became quite good. After the banquet, Zhao Fu stood under the eaves and looked at the bright moon in the sky, thinking about what would happen in the future. Now that he was a great deacon, he would be a human deacon, an earth deacon, and finally a heaven deacon. He hoped that there were bronze shards here, or else Zhao Fu's efforts would have been for nothing. Dongfang Mei hugged Zhao Fu from behind and smiled as she said, "What are you thinking about? Should we celebrate and congratulate you on becoming a great deacon?" Dongfang Li smiled as she said, "I also want to hear your plans." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "There's no rush, we'll talk about it after a while." Dongfang Qing said softly, "You're quite an unfathomable person, and I don't know when I'll find out your true identity. However, it's fine even if I don't know, I've resigned myself to my fate. Just don't forget about me when you go there in the future." Zhao Fu gave a slight smile and lightly nodded. Volume 1, Chapter 424, War to become a human deacon, one needed to be acknowledged by an earth deacon. A human deacon's status in the alliance was quite high, and Earth deacons were rarely appointed. Only those who had made great contributions to the alliance would be promoted to a human deacon. Otherwise, it would take decades of tests. Xiaofu did not have the time to think about how to make a great contribution. Right now, the Eastern Alliance cared about the evil celestial the most. As long as this was beneficial to the Eastern Alliance, they would be greatly rewarded. Xiaofu wanted to think of a way to not expose his identity and not attract too much attention. He heard that someone was researching how to counter the evil celestial's power. No one understood the evil celestial's power better than Xiaofu, and if he was the one researching it, he would definitely be able to do it. Of course, in order to not attract too much attention, the effects could not be too good. A day later, Xiaofu found an ordinary-looking middle-aged woman. She was called Dongfangyu, and she was an Earth deacon. According to Tian Deacon's orders, she was researching how to counter the evil celestial's power. Xiaofu bowed and said, "Sir, I want to join the research to counter the evil celestial's power and help the Eastern Alliance defend against the evil celestial." Dongfangyu smiled as she said, "I think I've heard of you before. You're that person who just became a head deacon, right? Why are you so impatient to advance so soon?" Xiaofu hid his ambition as he replied, "That's right, I'm also working for the Eastern Alliance." Dongfangyu lightly laughed as she said, "All right. Seeing how confident you are, you must have some confidence. If you can really develop a way to counter the evil celestial's power, you'll have made a great contribution, and I'll make an exception to promote you to an Earth deacon." Xiaofu said gratefully, "Thank you, sir." Dongfangyu brought Xiaofu to a secret room. This secret room was quite big, and there were many people doing all sorts of things. Some were researching formations, some were researching medicine, some were researching insects, and some were researching various powers. Their goal was to research how to counter the evil celestial's power. An elderly man with white hair and a long beard wearing a long robe bowed when he saw Dongfangyu bring a mysterious person over. "Greetings, sir." Dongfangyu nodded. "I brought someone with me. Perhaps he'll be of some use in researching the immortal evil force." The old man glanced at Xiaofu and replied, "I understand." Dongfangyu smiled and said, "I'll leave this place to you." The old man nodded. After Dongfangyu left, the old man looked at Xiaofu and asked, "What can you do?" Xiaofu chuckled and said, "Can I take a look first?" The old man frowned. "Then look. If there's anything, you can look for me directly. If there's nothing, don't disturb me. I have a lot of things to do now." Xiaofu nodded with a smile. After the old man left, Xiaofu looked at the people around him and felt that it was quite funny. They did not understand much about the power of the evil immortal. A beautiful woman in white robes with a graceful figure called out unhappily when she saw Xiaofu's expression, "What are you laughing at?" Xiaofu felt quite surprised and looked at the beautiful woman as he replied, "Can't I laugh a little?" The woman was called Dongfang Shui, and she said bluntly, "We're working so hard here for the sake of the Eastern Alliance. What's so funny about it? Do you know the difficulties that the Eastern Alliance is facing? Do you know how much help will be to the Eastern Alliance if we succeed?" Xiaofu chuckled, "But I don't feel like you've made any progress." Dongfang Shui said, "Even so, you can't laugh, you're tarnishing our hard work." Xiaofu smiled and said, "All right. I won't laugh." Dongfang Shui said angrily, "You said you wouldn't laugh, so why are you laughing?" Xiaofu said as he lightly laughed, "I'm not laughing at you, so why can't I laugh? Also, I'm also here for the sake of the Eastern Alliance." Dongfang Shui crossed her arms and said, "Then let's see what you're capable of." Xiaofu said, "Watch closely, I'm more useful than all of you anyway." Everyone was enraged by his words, and they all looked at Xiaofu angrily as if he was insulting them. Dongfang Shui said, "All right. I'll watch and see how you do your research. If you can't, then I'll teach you a lesson." Xiaofu smiled and nodded. Dongfang Shui coldly harumphed and was just about to leave. Xiaofu said, "I need a separate room to do my research." Dongfang Shui said with displeasure, "Why can you have a separate room?" At this moment, the elderly man looked at Xiaofu and said, "Give him a separate room." Hearing the elder speak, Dongfang Shui glared at Xiaofu and didn't say anything else. A few people helped Xiaofu prepare a room, and Xiaofu put on an act and asked for a lot of materials before starting to research them. Dong Fengshui looked at Zhao Fu's room and decided to come back in a few days to see how he would retort. On the third day, Zhao Fu lazily walked out of his room. Zhao Fu had slept in his room for the past 3 days, so in the eyes of everyone else, he had been doing research for 3 days. Dong Fengshui was the first to provoke Zhao Fu. How was it? Weren't you supposed to be very powerful? Did you manage to find anything? Zhao Fu looked at her and smiled as he said, "What will you do if I manage to find a way to counter the evil immortal?" Dong Fengshui didn't believe that Zhao Fu would be able to find anything in such a short period of time. She said, "Whatever you say." Zhao Fu chuckled. "All right then." Dong Fengshui said, "If your research doesn't succeed, then you'll be my slave from now on and listen to all of my orders." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Sure." Dong Fengshui said, "Show me the results of your research right now." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "After 3 days of research, I've discovered a type of power that can counter the evil immortal, and it's quite effective." Everyone's gazes fell upon Zhao Fu, feeling quite surprised. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would really be able to find something in just 3 days. The elder walked over with a serious expression and asked, "What type of power?" A confident smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he took out a platinum-colored orb of light and replied, "It's this type of power." The elder stretched out his hand and grabbed the orb of light into his hand before walking to a table at the side. On the table was a palm-sized blood-red stone that gave off an evil twisting power. This was an evil immortal stone, and it contained evil immortal power. Everyone gathered over curiously, wanting to see what effects it had. The elder tossed the orb of light forward, and the platinum-colored orb of light flew towards the blood-colored stone. Sensing this, the blood-colored stone immediately gave off a blood-colored aura. The platinum-colored orb of light shined on the blood-colored aura, causing it to quickly dissipate. Volume 1, Chapter 425, Battle. This really was useful. Seeing this scene, everyone felt quite delighted. Even though they did not know how effective it was, they could tell that this power was indeed useful. Dong Fengshui frowned and had a bad premonition. The elder controlled the orb of light to continue flying towards the stone. The orb of light flew into the stone, and the stone gave off a blood-red aura, as well as a white-gold light. After a while, the stone became an ordinary stone, and it did not give off any evil immortal power, nor did it have the power of the orb of light. The elder smiled, "This power can indeed counter evil immortals. Even though it's not very effective, it's not bad. This is a great improvement." Everyone else smiled. Even though they had not been the ones to develop this power, they were still quite happy. Dong Fengshui felt quite complicated. She was happy that she had developed a power that countered evil immortals, but the person who had done this was someone she hated. Moreover, she had an agreement with him. The elder smiled as he looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "What kind of power is this?" Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "This power is formed by fusing moon power and sun power through special methods." The power of the evil immortal was originally related to the 8th sun source. The power of the 8th sun could restrain the power of the evil immortal, and could also strengthen the power of the evil immortal. It mainly depended on how it was used. The power of the moon was a power that opposed the power of the sun, so it could also restrain the evil immortal. The elder smiled as he nodded, "You've done a great service, come with me to meet the Lord." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Yes." Dongfang Yu looked at Zhao Fu in delight as she said, "I never thought that you'd gain something so quickly." Zhao Fu said humbly, "Thank you for your appreciation, sir." Dongfang Yu said with a smile, "How was that power created? Cover it up for me. I'll report this matter to Attendant Tian, and Attendant Tian will report this matter to the Alliance Master. If the Alliance Master values this power, you'll be greatly rewarded. Becoming an attendant should not be an issue." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Thank you, sir." Zhao Fu took out a crystal containing sun power and a crystal containing moon power. Using a secret technique, he fused the two powers together and produced a white gold ball of light. Dongfang Yu nodded with a smile and said, "All right, wait for my news here. I'll immediately report this matter to the higher-ups." "Yes," Zhao Fu and the old man answered. Dongfang Yu came to a large hall and bowed to a fat young man. "Sir, I've done what you asked me to do." The chubby young man's name was Dongfang Fei and he smiled as he said, "Is that so? Show it to me." Dongfang Yu took out a platinum-colored orb of light and an evil immortal stone and fused the two together, causing numerous blood-red auras to emerge from the stone. Dongfang Fei smiled as he said, "This power is indeed quite effective. If you and I go to meet the Alliance Master, she'll be quite happy." Following this, Dongfang Fei brought Dongfang Yu to an exquisite room, where an ugly woman sat. She was the 8th Alliance Master, Dongfang Ye. Dongfang Fei smiled as he said, "Alliance Master, we've already developed a power that counters the evil immortals, and it's quite effective." Dongfang Ye felt quite surprised and asked, "What power?" Dongfang Fei looked at Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu came up and started to explain this power. After seeing Dongfang Yu's display, Dongfang Ye smiled as she said, "This power is quite useful to the Eastern Alliance, you've all contributed greatly." Dongfang Fei smiled as he said, "This is what we should do." Dongfang Ye smiled as she said, "This power is quite basic and I need to research it a bit. Perhaps it'll be quite effective against the evil immortals, and we'll have another way to deal with them in the future." Dongfang Fei nodded, "We'll go now and not disturb the Alliance Master." The two of them left the room. Dongfang Fei smiled as he said, "Looks like the Alliance Master is quite satisfied with this power. You've done a great service, so I'll reward you." Dongfang Yu smiled as she said, "Thank you, sir." Following this, Dongfang Yu returned to her room and looked at Zhao Fu and the elder, who were waiting. She happily smiled as she said, "The Alliance Master is quite satisfied with this power. Lord Attendant Tian has given me many rewards, and Dongfang Jun, I'll now give you the position of attendant." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Thank you, sir." Dongfang Yu looked at the elder and said, "Elderly, even though your research was not successful, you've worked hard. I'll reward you later." The elder smiled as he said, "It's our honor to be able to research and counter the evil immortals. The rewards are not important, we just hope that we'll be able to play an important role in dealing with the evil immortals in the future." Dongfang Yu smiled as she said, What they did not know was that the evil immortals were right next to them. Moreover, the power seemed to be able to counter the evil immortals' power, but it was completely ineffective against Zhao Fu. It could not be forgotten that Zhao Fu had 8 pure days source energy and 12 pure months source energy. The elder and Zhao Fu returned to the secret room, and the elder's attitude towards Zhao Fu became much more courteous. He stood on the stage and announced, "Dongfang Jun's research has caught the Alliance Master's attention, and he has been promoted to attendant. Everyone, congratulations." Hearing that they had received the Alliance Master's attention, everyone happily and vigorously clapped. The old man continued, "We've worked hard for this research as well. Lord Deacon will give us a good reward later." Everyone became even more excited and enthusiastic. Dongfang Shui was a little depressed as she looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes. She found that she had underestimated Zhao Fu far too much. If she had known that this would happen, she wouldn't have made that agreement with him. She hoped that he would forget about that agreement. After a brief celebration, everyone left the secret room. Now that their research had been successful, there was no need for them to stay there any longer. Dongfang Shui also wanted to blend into the crowd and leave. She was thinking that she would never see Zhao Fu again. "Are you trying to run away?" a voice sounded out from behind Dongfang Shui. Dongfang Shui immediately turned to Zhao Fu and said, "I'm not." Zhao Fu smiled as he asked, "Then why are you leaving?" Dongfang Shui explained, "I have something to do, so can't I leave for a bit?" Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "No problem, you can leave. Remember our agreement." Dongfang Shui was a little surprised. I didn't think that Zhao Fu would let her leave. Most importantly, he didn't make things difficult for her. Dongfang Shui wanted to ask Zhao Fu about it, but Zhao Fu had already left by himself. Right now, he was in a hurry to accept the position of administrator and did not have time to waste on Dongfang Shui. As such, he did not bicker with her about this matter. Volume 1, Chapter 426, Battle. The news of Zhao Fu becoming a human deacon quickly spread. Dongfang, who looked quite confused, he had underestimated Zhao Fu too much. Before, he had thought that Zhao Fu would become an existence on the same level as him, but Zhao Fu had surpassed him so quickly. How long had it been since Zhao Fu had joined the Eastern Alliance? This was simply too fast. Perhaps one day, he would become a Heaven Deacon or even the Alliance Master of the 8th Alliance. Dongfang, who looked quite excited. At that moment, 3 people came over. They were Dongfang, me and the other 2, and it was evident that they had also received the news. Dongfang, who smiled as he said, "You're here too." Dongfang Mi smiled as he nodded. I never thought that after celebrating him becoming a head deacon a few days ago, he would become a human deacon. Dongfang, who said with a smile, I didn't think of that either. He probably won't be a deacon for too long. I think he'll become a deacon soon. Dongfang Wu was quite shocked as he said, that's right. Dongfang Hu smiled as he said, yes, I have a feeling. Dongfang Rong said, it's rare for a human deacon to be appointed like this. I wonder what he did to suddenly become a human deacon. Dongfang Hu replied, it seems that he researched an effective way to counter the evil immortal's power, so he made an exception and promoted him to a human deacon. Otherwise, how could he have done it so quickly? Dongfang Rong felt quite surprised. I never thought that he would have such an ability. Dongfang Hu smiled as he said, since everyone is here, let's go congratulate him. The 3 of them nodded. Dongfang Hu looked quite surprised. Even though he had expected that Zhao Fu would become a human deacon very quickly and had wanted to get on good terms with Zhao Fu, he had never thought that Zhao Fu would rise up so quickly. Dongfang Hu had investigated Zhao Fu's identity and found that it was quite mysterious. He had been introduced by Dongfang Hu, so he wondered if Dongfang Hu knew who he was. However, it most likely had nothing to do with the evil immortal, otherwise, he would not have researched an effective way to counter the evil immortal's power. Dongfang Hu felt quite uneasy about Zhao Fu rising up so quickly, as if something big was about to happen. A ferocious-looking young man frowned. He was called Dongfang Li, and he was a deacon. The person who Zhao Fu had rewarded last time was one of his people. He had been thinking about how to take revenge on Zhao Fu, but he had never thought that Zhao Fu's status would rise so quickly. Now that Zhao Fu's status was the same as his, it would be quite difficult for him to make a move against Zhao Fu. Moreover, Zhao Fu had just made a great contribution, so it would not be good for him to act. However, he did not want to endure this, he would not be wrong. Within a hall, Dongfang Bai's expression was quite serious. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would rise so quickly. No matter if it was status or power, he could not compare to Zhao Fu at all. What right did he have to bring Dongfang Qing and her mother back? Within a hall, Dongfang Bai looked quite serious. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would rise up so quickly. No matter if it was status or power, he could not compare to Zhao Fu at all. What right did he have to bring Dongfang Qing and her mother back? Seeing her little brother like this, Dongfang Hanyue comforted him, saying, don't think too much about that woman, Big Sis will take revenge for you. Even though he's a human deacon, his cultivation is only at the Emperor Heaven realm, so it will be quite easy to deal with him. However, let's wait for things to settle down first. 1 week passed. Many people came to Zhao Fu's residence to congratulate him. Being a human deacon was a great advantage, and if one wanted to become a great deacon, one had to be acknowledged by a human deacon. As such, everyone naturally wanted to curry favor with Zhao Fu. Facing everyone's attempts to curry favor with him, Zhao Fu did not reject them. After all, this would be of great benefit to him. Zhao Fu started to use his authority to ask about the bronze shard, but he was unable to find any information. Perhaps Zhao Fu's status was still too low. If he became an Earth Deacon, he would be able to obtain even more high-level information. Becoming an Earth Deacon was much more difficult than becoming a human deacon. Under normal circumstances, it would only be possible to become an Earth Deacon every 100 years or so, and one also needed to make great contributions and receive the favor of a Heaven Deacon. Only then would one be able to become an Earth Deacon. How was Zhao Fu going to make a great contribution? He had to make even more contributions than this time, as he was going to become an Earth Deacon. If he didn't make great contributions, he would not be able to become an Earth Deacon. Moreover, Zhao Fu could not participate in matters related to the evil immortal. If he did anything related to the evil immortal, people would become suspicious of Zhao Fu's background. Right now, the most important thing was how to make great contributions. Zhao Fu did not have any information on how to do this for now. Zhao Fu received an order to head to a certain region to take care of some matters. Zhao Fu was now a human deacon, and the only ones who could give him orders were Earth Deacons and Heaven Deacons. Zhao Fu didn't object to this at all. He obeyed the order and headed to the Sixth Alliance, which was the territory of the Sixth Alliance. After walking into a forest, two figures appeared in front of and behind Zhao Fu. One was Dongfang Hanyue, the other was Dongfang Li. Both of them were Soul Realm experts, and so Zhao Fu wasn't afraid at all. Although he probably wouldn't be able to defeat Soul Realm experts, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Dongfang Hanyue looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes. "You're quite confident. You're able to remain so calm even when surrounded by the two of us." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "I don't think I know the two of you. What business do you have with me?" Dongfang Li said coldly, "You've forgotten already, kid? Whose people did you beat up earlier?" Zhao Fu suddenly remembered what had happened at the gambling den. Laughing, he said, "So that's what it was about. I was a bit rash. I'm willing to pay for your losses." Dongfang Li laughed coldly. "Do you think I'll let you off just like that?" Zhao Fu asked, "What do you want?" Dongfang Li laughed coldly. "I want you to kneel down, apologize to me, and cripple your own arms. If you do that, I can forget about this matter." Dongfang Hanyue said, "My demands aren't too high. Just apologize to my little brother and bring that mother and daughter pair back in one piece." Zhao Fu let out a soft laugh. "And if I refuse?" Dongfang Li said coldly, "You're courting death. We'll help you." Dongfang Hanyue tried to persuade him. "I don't want to take your life. So long as you agree to my demands, I'll immediately leave. As for anything else, I won't care." Zhao Fu laughed softly. "Sorry. I refuse." Dongfang Li let out a cold snort, and a surge of powerful energy emanated from his body. Zhao Fu immediately prepared to use his energy to flee this region. Boom, an enormous black shadow suddenly fell from the sky, causing the ground to shake violently. Rubble flew everywhere, and countless clouds of dust filled the air, interrupting Dongfang Li and Zhao Fu. When the dust settled, an enormous stone golem appeared. It was oval-shaped, had a single square-shaped eye, and had bug-like legs. It was the stone golem that Zhao Fu had discarded. Book 1, Chapter 427, Attack. Zhao Fu had a look of surprise on his face. He hadn't expected to run into him here. Dongfang Hanyue and Dongfang Li both had strange looks on their faces as well. They didn't know why this thing had appeared here. The stone golem stared at Zhao Fu with one eye, clearly quite happy. Although Zhao Fu didn't want him, he still greatly approved of Zhao Fu. He instinctively felt a sense of familiarity with him. "Little Stone, was he your original master?" A little girl's voice rang out. There was another little girl seated on the stone golem's head. The stone golem nodded happily. The little girl looked at Zhao Fu with curiosity in her eyes. She is quite curious about the person who created Little Stone. She also doesn't understand why Zhao Fu would abandon Little Stone, given how obedient he is. She is a bit unhappy about this. Dongfang Li stared at the little girl who had just appeared, then said coldly, "Child, hurry up and *ck off." Dongfang Hanyue just stood there, not saying anything. Hearing this, the little girl said rather angrily, "How can you speak to me like that? You have no manners at all." Dongfang Li let out a cold snort. "If you don't *ck off, I'm going to kill you. I don't want to waste any more time. You can die with him." The little girl called out angrily, "I'm going to tell my mother." Dongfang Li didn't say anything. His body transformed into a streak of light as he charged towards the little girl. Seeing Dongfang Li charge towards her, the little girl called out in fear, "Little Stone, hurry up and run." The stone golem immediately began to run backwards. He was quite fast, but against a Soul Realm expert, he was still a bit too slow. Dongfang Li caught up to the little girl, then clawed towards her with a cold streak of light. At this moment, Zhao Fu attacked. He waved his hand, causing many chains to shoot out, quickly binding Dongfang Li's body. Dongfang Li's body twisted for a moment. He was slightly surprised to find that he was actually unable to break free from these chains. And then, Dongfang Li exploded out with a surge of power, shattering all of the chains, causing them to fly everywhere. Zhao Fu then reached out with his other hand, causing a surge of power to surge out, forming an enormous arm that clawed towards Dongfang Li. Bang! Dongfang Li grabbed out with his hand, bringing out a massive arc of light that tore the arm apart. He looked at Zhao Fu and said with a cold smile, "Didn't you want her to die? Am I supposed to kill him in front of you?" Soon, Dongfeng Li caught up to the little girl and clawed at her. Just as Dongfeng Li was about to grab the little girl, a figure appeared before him. With a wave of his hand, the figure sent Dongfeng Li flying and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Dongfeng Li stopped in his tracks and looked ahead in fear. A beautiful middle-aged woman wearing an azure palace dress with her hair coiled up appeared in the air, giving off an extremely powerful aura. Looking at the beautiful woman, the little girl happily called out, "Mother." The beautiful woman nodded with a warm smile. Dongfeng Li and Dongfeng Hanyue recognized the beautiful woman in front of them. Her name was Dongfeng Mei, and she was a heaven executor of the Sixth Alliance who had reached the peak of the Dao realm. Thinking of what had just happened, Dongfeng Li hurriedly knelt on the ground. "Sir, I'm sorry, I didn't know she was your daughter." Dongfeng Mei looked at Dongfeng Li and said, "If I hadn't appeared just now, do you know what the consequences would have been?" Dongfeng Li thought for a moment before chopping out with his hand, sending out an arc of light that chopped off that arm. Blood quickly flowed out, and Dongfeng Li endured the pain and said, "I willingly accept my punishment. Please spare me this time, my lord." Dongfeng Mei frowned, "I'll spare you this time, but if there's a next time, I'll kill you." Dongfeng Li let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "Thank you, my lord." Right now, even if Dongfeng Mei killed him, the Eighth Alliance wouldn't react at all. This was all his fault, and it was all because of him. The Eighth Alliance wouldn't make things difficult for a heaven executor over a puny human executor. Dongfeng Li didn't dare to stay here any longer, and he quickly flew away. Dongfeng Hanyue glanced at Zhao Fu and understood that it wasn't likely that she would teach Zhao Fu a lesson. She bowed towards Dongfeng Mei and said, "My lord, I'm leaving as well." After the two of them left, Dongfeng Mei hugged the little girl and said softly, "Don't run around in the future. Do you know how dangerous it was just then?" The little girl was called Dongfeng Qiao, and she giggled as she said, "I understand, mother." Dongfeng Mei lovingly rubbed Dongfeng Qiao's head. Dongfeng Qiao happily smiled as she said, "Mother, I found the previous owner of the little rock." Dongfeng Mei felt quite surprised. Really? She knew that the rock monster was a different kind of life form and had terrifying power. The person who created it would also be incredibly powerful, and she had always wondered what sort of person could create the rock monster. Dongfeng Qiao smiled as she pointed, "It's him." Dongfeng Mei looked at Zhao Fu and asked caringly, "Are you the little rock's owner? Or did you create the little rock?" Zhao Fu didn't want to reveal his identity, so he replied, "I'm its previous owner, not its creator." Dongfeng Mei lightly nodded. She knew that it was impossible for Zhao Fu to be the little rock's creator. After all, Zhao Fu was only an Emperor Heaven Realm cultivator, so how could he have such terrifying power? The little rock walked over and lay on the ground, affectionately looking at Zhao Fu with one eye. Dongfeng Qiao said with some jealousy, "Looks like the little rock really likes him, even the little rock doesn't treat me like this." Dongfeng Mei smiled as she comforted, "You've only been with the little rock for a few days, while the little rock's previous owner might have been together for 10 or so years. How could their relationship be replaced by someone else?" Dongfeng Qiao nodded and did not feel jealous. Dongfeng Mei smiled as she asked, "How did you and the little rock part?" Zhao Fu thought about it before replying, "Because I offended too many people and did not want it to be in any danger, so I left it there." Dongfeng Mei continued to ask, "Do you still want to take it back?" Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "It's best for it to stay by Sir's side, I don't want to take it back. Sir will take good care of it." Dongfeng Mei smiled and nodded, "That's right, I still haven't asked you who you are. Why did those two people stop you?" Zhao Fu replied, "I'm called Dongfeng Jun, and I'm an administrator of the Eighth Alliance. Because I have some conflict with those two people, they stopped me to take revenge." Dongfeng Mei asked in surprise, "You're an Emperor Heaven Realm cultivator and an administrator?" Zhao Fu nodded and gave a simple explanation of how to become a deacon. Dongfeng Mei smiled as she said, "So it was you who researched the power to counter the evil immortals. Our alliance master mentioned this before, come back with me." Zhao Fu had come to the Sixth Alliance for some business, so he did not refuse. Volume 1, Chapter 428, Battle at the Top of the Hall. A benevolent-looking old man looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "You're the person who researched how to restrain the evil immortal's power?" The old man's name was Dongfeng Qiao, and he was the Sixth Alliance master. He was one of the more powerful people in the Eastern Alliance. He had a good personality and was liked and respected by many. Xiaofu nodded. Dongfeng Qiu smiled and continued to ask, how did you discover that power could restrain the evil immortal? Xiaofu thought for a moment before replying, because I possess sun power and moon power, so I'm more sensitive to the evil immortal's power. That's why I fused that power. Dongfeng Qiu nodded. Your alliance master, Dongfeng Yaya, relied on the power you researched to create an even more powerful power that would be able to deal enough damage to the evil immortal. Xiaofu asked in concern, what kind of power is that? Dongfeng Qiu smiled and said, it's fine to tell you. It's a power formed by fusing a trace of sun power and a trace of moon power. Xiaofu inwardly chuckled, are you sure it would be able to deal damage to me? He's an innate sun god and a 13th moon immortal. Xiaofu smiled and said, with such powerful powers, it would definitely be able to kill the evil immortal. Although he knew that it would not be effective, Xiaofu still put on an act. Dongfeng Qiu said with a smile, don't underestimate the evil immortal. Moreover, those two source powers are not pure. Pure source powers can only be found on the sun and the moon. Our Eastern Alliance is currently negotiating with those two powers in order to obtain pure source powers. The power produced by fusing the two pure powers would be more than 10 times stronger. Although it wouldn't be able to kill the evil immortal, it might be able to heavily injure him. Xiaofu nodded, I believe in the alliance. Dongfeng Qiu smiled and said, that pure source power is extremely precious. It won't be easy for our Eastern Alliance to obtain it. Both the 12 moons and the 8 moons have extremely powerful existences, so it's not good for us to obtain it by force. Dongfeng Mei asked from the side, after the 12 moons ascended, they became half-immortals. I can understand that we can't provoke them, but why can't we offend a small 8-sun shrine? Dongfeng Qiu said with a light laugh, you still don't know, but there are still many goddesses left on the sun. They are people from the 8-sun god era, and the power they possess is unimaginable. Dongfeng Mei exclaimed, a goddess from so long ago still exists? Dongfeng Qiu nodded and said with a smile, they can extend their lifespans through maturation and sealing. Moreover, they are living creatures born from the sun and have an extremely long lifespan. I'm afraid that they'll still be alive even after I die of old age. Dongfeng Mei said, I underestimated them. Something flashed through Xiaofu's mind. Wasn't he the leader of two forces? No one would have thought of this. If he went to the two factions to ask for source energy, it would be incredibly easy. He said, I know people from the two factions. Can I go to the two factions on behalf of the alliance? Dongfeng Qiu smiled and said, there's no need. We've already sent someone to negotiate with them. If they fail, you can give it a try. Xiaofu thought about it and nodded. Dongfeng Qiu looked at Xiaofu and suddenly asked, why are you always wearing a cloak? Is it inconvenient for you? Xiaofu thought about it and felt that wearing a cloak was a little suspicious. As such, he took off the cloak, revealing a flawless face that looked like that of a peerless male god. Dongfeng Qiu said with a light laugh, so that's the reason. I thought there was some other reason. Dongfeng Mei looked quite entranced, she had never thought that Xiaofu would be so good-looking. Xiaofu said, it's precisely because of this reason that I don't want to reveal my appearance. Dongfeng Qiu said, what's your current position in the 8th Alliance? Xiaofu replied, I'm a human deacon. Dongfeng Qiu nodded and said, if you don't want to stay in the 8th Alliance, you can come to the 6th Alliance. I'll welcome you. For an alliance master to say such words to a human deacon, it could be said that he was giving Xiaofu a lot of face. Xiaofu smiled as he said, thank you, sir. After leaving the hall, Dongfeng Mei looked at Xiaofu and said, why haven't you put on your cloak yet? Xiaofu looked at her and put on his cloak as he smiled and said, I haven't thanked you for saving me before. Dongfeng Mei smiled as she said, you're welcome. Didn't you come to the 6th Alliance for something? Xiaofu replied, I came to the 6th Alliance to take a bottle of precious medicinal pills. Dongfeng Mei smiled as she said, I'll take you there. You've just come to the 6th Alliance and might not know anything. Xiaofu smiled as he said, thank you. Following this, Xiaofu followed Dongfeng Mei to a tall building. They had to go through a few identity checks before they could obtain the bottle of medicinal pills. This bottle of medicinal pills was incredibly precious, so a manager had to personally come and get it. By now, the sky had darkened and Zhao Fu was about to leave. Dongfang Mei stopped Zhao Fu and smiled as she said, "Come to my place." Zhao Fu thought about it and smiled as he nodded. They went to where Dongfang Mei lived. It was a very large building, and Dongfang Qiao and little Shirtu were playing outside. Seeing that Zhao Fu and Dongfang Mei had returned, they were both quite happy. Dongfang Mei had prepared a meal for Zhao Fu and asked Zhao Fu to stay for the night. Zhao Fu did not think too much and agreed. However, late at night, a figure snuck into Zhao Fu's room. Zhao Fu saw that it was Dongfang Mei, and she looked at him with a red face. Zhao Fu wanted to say something. Dongfang Mei walked over. The next day, Zhao Fu looked at Dongfang Mei in his arms and smiled as he said, "I'm going back." Dongfang Mei looked at Zhao Fu and smiled as she said, "Why are you going back? Isn't it better to stay here?" Zhao Fu said, "I'm the deacon of the 8th Alliance, so of course I'm going back." Dongfang Mei smiled as she said, "If you stay in the 6th Alliance, I can train you to become an Earth Deacon, and with my protection, you won't be in any danger. However, I'm not sure if you'll join the 8th Alliance." Zhao Fu looked at Dongfang Mei and asked, "How soon can I become an Earth Deacon?" Dongfang Mei thought about it and said, "Not very long, around 30 years. Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "Forget it then." Dongfang Mei leaned against Zhao Fu and said softly, "Apart from Qiao Er's father, you're the only man who can move my heart. I want you to stay and don't want anything to happen to you." Zhao Fu looked at Dongfang Mei and explained, "But I have many things to take care of. Also, don't worry about me, I'll be fine." Seeing how determined Zhao Fu was, Dongfang Mei did not make things difficult for Zhao Fu and lightly nodded. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'll come to see you often." Dongfang Mei's face became red as she smiled. Volume 1, Chapter 429, Battle. After returning to the 8th Alliance, Zhao Fu gave the pill to Dongfang Yu and told her about the ambush. Dongfang Yu said rather angrily, "Those two were too bold. They dared to attack you in broad daylight." Zhao Fu asked, "My lord, what should I do now?" Dongfang Yu said, "Wait here for a moment. I'll report this matter to Executor Tian." Zhao Fu nodded. An hour later, Dongfang Yu returned and said, "Dongfang Li has another Executor Tian protecting him, and his arm was severed because of this. The matter between you and him ends here. He promises that he won't cause trouble for you again." Zhao Fu frowned. Dongfang Yu looked at Zhao Fu's expression and said comfortingly, "I know you aren't satisfied, but this is the only outcome. However, Dongfang Hanyue doesn't have Executor Tian protecting her. I'll give you a medallion and leave her to you." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt slightly better. He said, "Thank you, my lord." Dongfang Yu smiled and nodded, then handed Zhao Fu a jade medallion. With this medallion, Zhao Fu would be able to mobilize the others and head towards Dongfang Hanyue's location. Dongfang Hanyue received the news as well. She took Dongfang Bai with her and planned to leave the 6th Alliance. Within a forest, Zhao Fu and 5 other Soul Realm experts surrounded Dongfang Hanyue. He said with a laugh, "The tables have turned." Dongfang Hanyue stared coldly at Zhao Fu. Dongfang Bai said with a hint of anger, "This is between the two of us. If you have the ability, come at me. Let my sister go." Zhao Fu said with a cold laugh, "I wanted to let you go, but you attacked me instead. I won't be polite either." Dongfang Hanyue said, "My little brother doesn't know that I intercepted you. I made the decision myself. Let me go and you can do whatever you want to me." Zhao Fu said with a cold laugh, "None of you will be able to escape." Dongfang Hanyue understood that Zhao Fu wouldn't let them go. She immediately unleashed a powerful wave of energy, causing a layer of frost to form around them and causing the surrounding temperature to drop. Dongfang Bai also released a wave of power, intending to fight one last time. Zhao Fu wasn't afraid at all. He said to the 5 spirit realm experts beside him, "Capture them." The 5 people also gave off a powerful aura as they charged towards the 2 people. Half an hour later, Dongfang Hanyue and Dongfang Bai were tossed in front of Zhao Fu. Dongfang Bai was already unconscious, while Dongfang Hanyue was heavily injured. Her energy had been sealed as well. Zhao Fu smiled and said to the 5 of them, "You guys can leave now." The 5 of them didn't know what Zhao Fu wanted to do, nor did they have any interest in knowing. They only obeyed Zhao Fu's orders. If Zhao Fu told them to leave, they would leave immediately. After the 5 of them left, Zhao Fu squatted down and looked at Dongfang Hanyue, reaching out to pinch her cheek. Dongfang Hanyue said coldly, "What do you want?" Zhao Fu laughed, "To get revenge on you, of course." A few hours later, Dongfang Hanyue lay on the ground, her face flushed red. She looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Can you let me and my little brother go now?" Zhao Fu laughed, "When did I say I would let you go?" Dongfang Hanyue cursed angrily, "You bastard." Zhao Fu laughed, Many women curse me like that. I'm a bastard. And if you don't behave, I'll make you and your little brother know that you were wrong." Dongfang Hanyue stared angrily at Zhao Fu. Now that they were in Zhao Fu's hands, it was true that Zhao Fu could do anything to them, and they wouldn't be able to resist. Aside from being angry, Dongfang Hanyue couldn't do anything. Right now, she didn't care about anything except her older brother. Dongfang Hanyue stared coldly at Zhao Fu and said, "I'm begging you. As long as you let my little brother go, I'll do anything." Zhao Fu laughed, "Then come over here and take the initiative." Dongfang Bai slowly woke up. He didn't know what had just happened. He just stared at his older sister, who was standing next to him, her face flushed red. Zhao Fu looked at Dongfang Bai and said, "You can leave now." Dongfang Bai had a look of surprise on his face. "Why?" Dongfang Hanyue tilted her head, finding it hard to face her little brother. She said, "Little brother, don't worry about anything. Just leave now." Seeing Dongfang Hanyue's expression, Dongfang Bai called out angrily, "What did you do to my sister?" Zhao Fu laughed and was about to speak when Dongfang Hanyue glared at Zhao Fu and said, "Nothing. I just made a deal with him. I asked him to let you go just this once. You don't need to worry about me." Dongfang Bai said somewhat disbelievingly, "How could he be that kind?" Dongfang Hanyue said, "Don't worry about it. I'll be fine. You should hurry up and leave. If he goes back on his word, all my efforts will have been for nothing." Dongfang Bai pondered for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Dongfang Hanyue reminded him, "Don't come back in the future, and don't even think about opposing him. Once I'm done with him, I'll come find you." Dongfang Bai stared coldly at Zhao Fu, then nodded. Dongfang Hanyue watched Dongfang Bai leave, letting out a sigh of relief in her heart. Thinking back to what had just happened, Dongfang Hanyue angrily hammered Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu said with a laugh, "All right. Let's go back together." Dongfang Hanyue didn't reply. Zhao Fu ignored her, carrying her as he flew towards his own residence. Dongfang Qing watched as Zhao Fu returned with a woman in his arms. When she saw the woman, Dongfang Qing was shocked. She asked, "Didn't you promise us?" Zhao Fu laughed as he explained, "You can't blame me for that. They were the ones who came looking for trouble." Dongfang Qing didn't know what to say. She felt rather miserable. Zhao Fu said consolingly, "I let Dongfang Bai go. I didn't do anything to him." Dongfang Qing looked at Zhao Fu. "Is that true?" Zhao Fu nodded with certainty. Dongfang Qing looked at Dongfang Hanyue. "Then what's going on? Why did you bring Dongfang Bai's older sister back?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "She's my woman now. In the future, the two of you need to get along well." Dongfang Qing rolled his eyes at Zhao Fu. "You scoundrel." Dongfang Hanyue looked at Dongfang Qing. Although he was cursing Zhao Fu, a hint of love could be seen in his eyes. There was no possibility between his little brother and Dongfang Qing. She didn't know what ability this bastard Zhao Fu had to make other women fall in love with him. Aside from being a bit handsome, a bit stronger, a bit more talented, a bit more potential, and a bit more formidable in that area, it didn't seem like there was anything special about him. Zhao Fu put down Dongfang Hanyue, no longer paying attention to her. He waited for news from the Eastern Alliance and the Eighth Day Alliance. Logically speaking, the precious quintessence energy shouldn't be given to the Eastern Alliance. Once the news came back, Zhao Fu would represent the Eastern Alliance. If he could acquire 2 types of quintessence energy, Zhao Fu would become an Earth Executor and be able to gather some information. Book 1, Chapter 430, Battle Formation. Zhao Fu quickly received news that the 2 factions were not willing to give the source energy to the Eastern Alliance. Now, Zhao Fu could go. Dongfang Yu looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "Why have you come to find me?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I heard that the Eastern Alliance and the Sun-Moon Alliance were unable to obtain the source energy, so I want to go on behalf of the Eastern Alliance." Dongfang Yu lightly laughed as she said, "What's the point of you going?" Zhao Fu said, "I have some acquaintances in both factions, with their help, it should be a bit easier." Dongfang Yu said in surprise, "You have acquaintances in the Sun-Moon Alliance? I never expected that. If you're confident that you can obtain the source energy, I can report to the Alliance Master and let you try." Zhao Fu replied, I'm confident." Dongfang Yu smiled as she said, "Alright, wait here for a while." Half an hour later, Dongfang Yu smiled as she walked in and said, "Dongfang Jun, come with me, our 8th Alliance Master wants to see you." Zhao Fu nodded. Zhao Fu followed Dongfang Yu to a large hall, where there was an ugly woman sitting. Zhao Fu bowed as he said, "Greetings, Alliance Master." Dongfang Yu smiled as she looked at Zhao Fu, "Last time, you researched the evil immortal's power and I wanted to see you. It's just that I didn't have the time. If you really can obtain the 2 source energies, I'll make you an Earth Deacon." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Thank you, sir. I'll definitely obtain the source energy." Dongfang Yu smiled as she said, "It's fine if you can't. Those 2 factions don't even want to give face to the Eastern Alliance, so it'll be very difficult for you to obtain it." Zhao Fu pretended to be resolute as he replied, "No matter what difficulties I face, I'll definitely obtain the 2 source energies." Dongfang Yu smiled as she nodded, "Go, and try then." Zhao Fu nodded and turned to leave the hall. As she watched Zhao Fu leave, Dongfang Ye said, "Do you think it's possible for him to obtain 2 types of origin powers?" Dongfang Yu thought for a moment. "Although it's extremely difficult to lose him, I think he should be able to do it. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't have come to me." Dongfang Yu said, "This person is not simple." Dongfang Yu nodded. In such a short period of time, his status has risen so quickly. Furthermore, we haven't found any information about him. It feels very mysterious. Dongfang Yu said with a smile, "If he hadn't taken the initiative to research the power to restrain the immortal evil immortal, and if he hadn't gone to the 2 powers to obtain origin power, I would have suspected that he was that immortal evil immortal. That immortal evil immortal might have arrived at the Eastern Alliance long ago." Dongfang Yu said in shock, "I don't think that's possible. Although that kid is a bit lecherous, he doesn't have the evil, twisted, and perverted appearance of the evil immortal." Dongfang Ye said, "I only have some suspicions, but I am not certain. The situation now is special, so we cannot agree to anything. Otherwise, there will be irreversible consequences." Dongfang Yu nodded in understanding. After leaving the Eastern Alliance, Zhao Fu first went to the Moon Palace. Within the Moon Palace, Xianxia and the other women looked surprised as they looked at Zhao Fu on a screen of light. They were currently communicating through the Immortal Promotion Plateau, so they could see Zhao Fu. In front of Zhao Fu, there was also a screen of light, so he could see Xianxia and the other women. Moon Saintess said, "Why did you suddenly come back?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I came back to get a trace of pure origin moon energy." Moon Saintess rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu. "You came back because you had something to do. If you didn't, did you not plan on coming back? Also, don't you have an even more powerful origin moon energy? Why did you come back for it?" Zhao Fu thought for a moment and was about to reply. Yu Yao spoke first, "Are you in the Eastern Alliance now?" Zhao Fu smiled awkwardly and nodded. Yu Yao lightly laughed as she said, "The Eastern Alliance's people just left and you came back to get that origin moon energy." Zhao Fu explained, "My origin moon energy has my aura. If I took it back to them, my identity would be exposed, so I came back with that trace of origin moon energy." Moon Saintess asked, "When did you go to the Eastern Alliance?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "It's nothing, I just went to collect some things." Yu Xianzi looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and said, "I don't think it's that simple. Don't tell me you're the legendary evil immortal's legatee?" Yu Wuxing said in surprise, "That's impossible. He doesn't have that evil, crazy, and twisted power." Yu Shumen looked at Zhao Fu and said, "That might not necessarily be the case." The women all looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu said helplessly, I'm that evil immortal's legatee." "Wow. The women all cried out. They had never thought that Zhao Fu had such an identity. They had not seen through it at all, and they knew about the disaster that the evil immortal had caused back then. Moon Saintess said angrily, "Are you hiding many things from us?" Zhao Fu awkwardly smiled and said, "A little, but let's not continue on this topic. Give me a trace of origin moon energy." Moon Saintess lightly harumphed, "You still want origin moon energy? In your dreams, I'm not giving it to you." Zhao Fu looked at Xianxia, the mature number 1 moon immortal, and said, "Give me a trace of origin moon energy, I'll be very useful." Moon Saintess hurriedly said, "Don't give it to him, this fellow is hiding many things from us and playing with our feelings." Yu Yao nodded, "If I don't get to the bottom of this, I won't feel comfortable." Zhao Fu said innocently, "I did hide some things from you, but I'm not playing with your feelings. I'm sincere towards you, can't you all feel it?" A scene appeared in the women's minds, and their faces turned red as they spat out, "Shameless." Zhao Fu felt even more wronged as he said, "What are you thinking? Can you blame me for this?" Moon Saintess said righteously, "Why can't we blame you? You're the one who likes to harm us, you're a scumbag." Zhao Fu let out a breath and looked at the women as he said, "Hurry up and give me origin moon energy." Moon Saintess could sense that Zhao Fu was a little angry, and her aura became much weaker. However, she still said, "No." Zhao Fu looked at Moon Saintess. Yu Xianxia suddenly said, "Forget it, he's helped us so much, perhaps he has his reasons for not telling us. Let's not make things difficult for him, I'll give you origin moon energy." Moon Saintess nodded. The women did not object, they really did not want to give him origin moon energy, they could ask for as much as he wanted. However, they were somewhat angry that Zhao Fu had hidden many things from them and had lied to them. He had not even told them when he had gone to the land of extreme yang. Yu Xianxia waved her hand, and a pure white thread descended from the sky, giving off a cold origin moon energy. Volume 1, Chapter 431, Battle. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and caught the thread. The thread fused together, forming a small orb of light that gave off pure moon energy. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and said, "Thank you." Yu Xianxia said, "No need to thank us. Also, we can understand that you don't want to tell us about yourself, but in the future, you have to tell us that you're one of our men. I don't want us to become enemies in the future." Zhao Fu fell silent. He was someone from the Heaven Awakened world, and the Heaven Awakened world and the outer world were enemies. As such, their relationship with Zhao Fu was also that of enemies. Yu Xianxia looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "What is it?" Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and said, I'll tell you all about it in the future. I'll definitely avoid those things from happening. Also, do you want me to accompany you for a few days?" The women's faces became red and they all said, "No. Bastard. Pervert. Bad person." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "I'll go up and accompany you for a few days after I take care of these things." The women all smiled. Even though they said that they did not want Zhao Fu to go up, they actually wanted Zhao Fu to go up. The days with Zhao Fu in the Moon Palace were their happiest days. After obtaining this trace of moon energy, Zhao Fu went to the extreme yang region. Zhao Fu came in stealthily. If Zhao Fu came in openly, countless people would know that the innate sun god had returned, and that would cause a massive commotion. Zhao Fu also wanted to see what the god palace had become like. The extreme yang region had greatly changed, and it was now called a god bestowment land. It was covered by a divine light and did not look barren at all. Instead, it was filled with forests and plants. Birds flew in the sky, and beasts could be seen everywhere. Zhao Fu felt that the god palace's people had unleashed a miracle that had covered the extreme yang region, which was why the extreme yang region had changed so much in such a short period of time. He arrived at the shrine. This place was no longer called the Eight Sun Shrine, and the system of 8 shrines had been abolished. Now, it was called the Supreme Shrine. There was only one statue, and it only worshipped one god, which was Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stealthily came to the god palace and looked at the statue of himself and gave a trace of a smile. He waved his hand, and a ray of light shot towards the statue. The statue gave off a halo, and an image of Ring appeared within it. There was only her. Zhao Fu asked curiously, "Why are you alone?" Ring explained, "They are currently cultivating." Zhao Fu understood that the supreme godly palace was mostly managed by Riying alone, so he smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Riying revealed a smile. "What's wrong? Suddenly contacting him?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I need a strand of sun origin energy." Riying replied, "Okay, I'll get it for you now." Riying disappeared from the image. After a while, a small golden ball of light emerged from the statue and flew toward Zhao Fu. Riying reappeared in the image and smiled as she asked, "Is that enough?" Zhao Fu put away the ball of light and smiled as he replied, "It's enough." Riying looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "When are you coming back? We all miss you." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "After I take care of this matter, I'll go back." Riying smiled and nodded. After talking to Riying, Zhao Fu took a few more glances at the extreme Yang region before returning to the Eastern Continent Alliance. Within the palace, Zhao Fu carefully took out 2 orbs of light, one white and one gold, and said, "Alliance Master, I did not let you down and obtained 2 types of source energy." Dongfang Yu looked quite shocked. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would really be able to do it. She could sense the pure source aura that the 2 orbs of light gave off. They were definitely source energy. This sort of power only existed in the sun and moon, and she had never possessed such power before. If it wasn't for the fact that she had to deal with the evil immortal, she would have wanted to absorb these 2 types of source energy. That would have been of great help to her. Dongfang Yu grabbed at the orbs of light and looked at them carefully before smiling as she said, "You've done very well. Normally, it would take an ordinary person decades to become an Earth Deacon, but I'll make you an Earth Deacon and grant you a wish." Zhao Fu wanted to say that he wanted the bronze shard, but that was too suspicious. Zhao Fu definitely could not say it out loud, so he could only say, "I don't have any wishes, I just want to serve the Eastern Continent Alliance." Dongfang Yu nodded in satisfaction and said, "I saw that you've been wearing your cloak, why didn't you take it off?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu took off his cloak, revealing his perfect face. Dongfang Yu looked at Zhao Fu in surprise. Looking at Zhao Fu's perfect face, Dongfang Yu gave a trace of a smile as she said, "Since you don't have any wishes, I'll grant you the privilege of serving me once." Looking at Dongfang Yu's face, Zhao Fu wanted to refuse, but he did not dare to say it out loud or else he would die a horrible death. Dongfang Yu slightly frowned as she said, "What, you're not willing?" Zhao Fu hurriedly said, "I don't mean that, it's my honor to serve Lord Alliance Master." Dongfang Yu nodded in satisfaction and said, "Come here." As such, Zhao Fu could only walk over. Just like that, a few days passed, and Dongfang Yu looked at her beautiful face in the mirror in delight. She had just done it with Zhao Fu and found that Zhao Fu's body had a power that could change her constitution, causing her appearance to change. As such, after pestering Zhao Fu for a few days, her somewhat ugly face had become beautiful. Zhao Fu said somewhat dispiritedly, "Lord Alliance Master, can I leave now?" Dongfang Yu smiled as she said, "You want to leave so soon? I'm quite satisfied with you, you can stay by my side in the future." Zhao Fu said, "Alliance Master, I still have things to do." Dongfang Yu said, "I don't think you have anything important to do, so you should stay. I want to become more beautiful, and even though I don't have many requirements for my appearance, no woman wants to become ugly. Also, why does your body have this kind of power?" Zhao Fu replied, "It's a cultivation technique that I cultivate." Dongfang Yu smiled as she said, "No wonder Dongfang Yu said that you're quite lustful, so it's because of your cultivation technique. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you." As she spoke, Dongfang Yu pushed Zhao Fu down. A few days later, looking at Dongfang Yu, who had fainted, and her face was quite red and beautiful, Zhao Fu felt quite conflicted. While Dongfang Yu was sleeping, Zhao Fu left the hall and accepted the Earth Deacon's appointment. He started to ask around about the bronze shard. As expected, as his status rose, Zhao Fu learned about many things that he had not known before. What surprised Zhao Fu was that there was information about the bronze shard. Book 1, Chapter 432, The Eighth Alliance. The Eighth Alliance did indeed have a bronze shard, which had been collected many years ago. It was now in one of the Eighth Alliance's treasury, but Zhao Fu did not know who was in the treasury. After all, the Alliance had many treasury vaults. Zhao Fu only knew this much and did not know anything else. This gave Zhao Fu some hope. If there was a bronze shard here, then his efforts over the past few days would not have been in vain. With Zhao Fu's current status as a deacon, he could not enter that kind of treasury, so it would be best if Zhao Fu became a Deacon Tian. However, it was almost impossible to become a Deacon Tian. Normally, deacons had to be loyal to the Alliance Master for hundreds of years. Moreover, they had to be the Alliance Master's trusted aides, as deacons were the most powerful people apart from the Alliance Master. Zhao Fu thought about how to become a Deacon Tian. If he became a Deacon Tian, would Zhao Fu know which treasury the shard was in and would be able to easily take it out? At that moment, Dong Fengyu walked in and looked at Zhao Fu as she said, "I never thought that our Alliance Master would visit you." Zhao Fu did not know what to say. Dong Fengyu looked at Zhao Fu and said, "What, are you happy?" Even though our Alliance Master's looks are a bit lacking, her strength and status are incomparable. Zhao Fu said, "I know." Dong Fengyu asked curiously, "Then what are you unhappy about? With the Alliance Master supporting you, you won't have to worry about anything in the future." Zhao Fu replied, "It's nothing, I'm just a bit depressed and have some things to worry about." Dong Fengyu smiled as she said, "What do you have to worry about? You're already one of the Alliance Master's people." Zhao Fu said, "I want to become a Deacon Tian." Dong Fengyu said in surprise, "Didn't you just become an Earth Deacon? You want to become a deacon so quickly? Do you know how many years it took me to become an Earth Deacon?" Zhao Fu said, "I know it's very difficult, so I'm a bit troubled." Dong Fengyu said, "You don't have to be so anxious. Our Alliance Master has taken a liking to you, and I believe that you will soon become a Heaven Executor. No one can compare to you in this aspect." Zhao Fu asked, "Do you have any other ideas?" Dong Fengyu shook her head. Deacon Tian must be a trusted aide of the Alliance leader. Moreover, the Alliance leader must personally appoint him. Normally, without a few hundred years of loyalty, it's impossible to obtain the Alliance leader's approval. Zhao Fu sighed and nodded. Dong Fengyu asked, "Why are you so anxious to become a Heaven Executor?" Zhao Fu thought for a moment, then said, "You've helped me so much, so I won't hide it from you. I have a purpose in coming to the Eastern Alliance this time, and that is to find something left behind by my ancestor. I need to become a Heaven Executor to find out where it is." Seeing that Zhao Fu was willing to believe her, Dong Fengyu smiled as she asked, "What is it? Is it that important to you?" Zhao Fu replied, "I'm sorry, but I can't tell you." Dong Fengyu smiled as she said, "It's fine, but you can ask the Alliance leader for help. If that thing isn't too valuable, the Alliance leader should be able to give it to you." Zhao Fu nodded. Dong Fengyu smiled as she said, "I came to congratulate you on becoming an Earth Executor, but I never thought that you'd be so worried about becoming a Heaven Executor. After you become a Heaven Executor, I'll come and congratulate you." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Thank you, I won't forget the help you've given me." After Dong Fengyu left, she heard that Dong Fengyu had asked her to go over. She felt quite surprised and went to the door of the palace as she reported, "Alliance leader, I'm here." Dong Fengyu's voice sounded out. "Come in." Hearing this, Dong Fengyu pushed open the door and saw a beautiful woman lazily lying on the bed. Dong Fengyu looked quite surprised. She felt that this woman was both unfamiliar and familiar. Looking at Dong Fengyu's expression, Dong Fengyu lightly smiled as she said, "What do you think of my appearance?" Only then did Dong Fengyu come back to her senses. "You're the Alliance leader." Dong Fengyu smiled and nodded. Dong Fengyu hurriedly said, "Alliance leader, you're very beautiful now." Dong Fengyu said happily, "I'm quite satisfied with my current appearance." Dong Fengyu asked curiously, "Why did Alliance leader's appearance change so much?" Dong Fengyu's face became red as she said, "It's because of him. There's a type of power within his body that can cause people to go through changes, and it's very beneficial to me. Not only has my appearance changed, but my constitution has also become much stronger." Dong Fengyu said in shock, "I never thought that he would have such an ability." Dong Fengyu lightly laughed as she said, "You can have him try, perhaps it'll be effective." Dong Fengyu smiled as she said, "I don't need Alliance leader, I don't care much about my appearance, and I've decided to wholeheartedly serve Alliance leader." Dong Fengyu did not force her and asked, "I heard that you just met with him, is he angry?" Dong Fengyu thought about it and replied, "He's not angry, he's just a bit depressed. He's currently worried about how to become a Heaven Executor, and he told me a secret." Dong Fengyu asked, "What secret?" Dong Fengyu told her what Zhao Fu had said. Dong Fengyu nodded. "He obtained 2 types of sun essence energy, and I've enjoyed it for so many days and obtained so many benefits. I've treated him badly this time, so I'll give you a command medallion to let him go into the treasury to choose a treasure." Dongfeng Yu smiled as she said, "I'm sure he'll be very grateful to Alliance Leader." Dongfeng Yu's face became slightly red as she said, "I hope he'll work hard to serve me in the future." Dongfeng Yu bowed and smiled as she said, "I'll go down and tell him the good news then." Dongfeng Yu said lazily, I'm going to rest for a while." Dongfeng Yu brought Dongfeng Yu's command medallion to Zhao Fu's room and smiled as she said, "I've come to tell you some good news." Zhao Fu asked, "What is it?" Dongfeng Yu took out a jade command medallion and smiled as she said, "The Alliance Leader said that you can go into the treasury to take a treasure, and you can take back your ancestral item." Zhao Fu looked quite confused. He had been worried about this matter and had never thought that it would be resolved so easily. Dongfeng Yu lightly laughed as she said, "What are you spacing out for? Here's the command medallion, and the Alliance Leader said that you have to properly serve her in the future." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he received the command medallion and looked at it. This was the command medallion that he had exchanged his body for. This was a command medallion that he had exchanged his body for. Zhao Fu put the command medallion away and said, "Thank you very much, you've helped me this time." Dongfeng Yu smiled as she said, "You're welcome. Go and get that ancestral item." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. With this command medallion, things became much simpler for Zhao Fu, and he quickly found out that the fragment was stored in the Seventh Void Treasury. Volume 1, Chapter 433, Hidden Treasure. The treasury was located in the void and was protected by many formations. Ordinary people would not be able to discover it, and the entrance could only be opened with a token from the Alliance Master. Zhao Fu could not wait to go to the Seventh Void Treasury. There was a stone platform on the ground, and there was a Qilin-like creature carved on it. Zhao Fu took out the command medallion and raised it up. The command medallion gave off boundless light and a large door gradually appeared in the air. It was made of crystal-like material and had some exquisite carvings on it, making it look quite beautiful. The door slowly opened and Zhao Fu flew in. He came to a very large space that was completely white. The ground and ceiling could clearly reflect one's appearance, and there were all sorts of treasures around, giving off treasure lights. Zhao Fu closed his eyes and released a wave of source energy, and he immediately sensed where the shard was. He walked to a corner and parted the treasures, revealing a palm-sized stone box. Zhao Fu opened it and saw a heavily weathered bronze shard that was 3 fingers wide. This was the largest bronze shard that Zhao Fu had found so far. Looking at this bronze shard, Zhao Fu felt quite delighted. With this bronze shard, Zhao Fu was only 2 more shards away from collecting all of the shards. Zhao Fu smiled and accepted it. He did not look at the other treasures and flew out of the space. Now that he had obtained the bronze shard from Dongfeng Yu, Zhao Fu's goal for coming here had been accomplished. Zhao Fu had heard that Dongfeng Yu had a bronze shard, and he wondered if the Eastern Alliance had any more. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to continue asking around. If there were none, he would deal with the evil immortal and leave to find the remaining bronze shards. Zhao Fu came to the palace. By now, Dongfeng Yu had recovered her strength, and there was a trace of bitterness in her eyes as she said, "Why did you come to find me now? Didn't you just leave without me?" Zhao Fu said apologetically, "I'm sorry, sir." Dongfeng Yu felt much better and said, "There's no one here, so there's no need to call me you." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Sure, next month." Dongfeng Yu blushed and said, "Come up here." Zhao Fu understood and walked up, unceremoniously hugging Dongfeng Yu. Dongfeng Yu snuggled into Zhao Fu's embrace. "I also feel apologetic in my heart for using that method to obtain you. I didn't expect you to not only look so perfect, but also have such abilities." Zhao Fu was no longer as depressed as before. He smiled and said, "Then let's write it off. Don't mention this matter anymore." Dongfeng Yu nodded and looked at Zhao Fu. "What business do you have with me again?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "I'm here to thank you." Dongfeng Yu smiled and said, "No need. Also, how do you collect the bronze fragments?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu was shocked. He did not expect Dongfeng Yu to know that he was collecting bronze shards. Dongfeng Yu looked at Zhao Fu and said, "In order to prevent people from stealing, the treasury will automatically record every item that is missing or added. It can also save the images within. Zhao Fu did not know that the treasury had such a function. Did that mean that his identity had been discovered? Zhao Fu's expression became somewhat serious. Dong Fangye lightly smiled and said, I've discovered your secret. Zhao Fu looked at Dong Fangye and said, since you know my secret, why are you still treating me like this? Dong Fangye smiled and said, why not? Whether it is in terms of looks, power, or ability, you're the most outstanding man in the world. Which woman would be moved by you? Zhao Fu asked, what do you plan to do now? Dong Fangye smiled and said, I'll help you collect the bronze fragments. You don't have to worry about this in the future. Also, just who was your ancestor and why did he have a bronze fragment of that level? Zhao Fu could not answer because he had made up this story. Dong Fangye looked at Zhao Fu and said, I've already planned to help you collect those bronze fragments, so why aren't you willing to tell me? I'm a little angry. Zhao Fu took in a deep breath and said, I don't know how to say it. Dong Fangye said confusedly, why can't I say it? I know that your identity is not ordinary, but I thought that my identity would be good enough for you, right? Zhao Fu asked curiously, don't you already know my identity? Dong Fangye slightly frowned and said, do I know your identity? Zhao Fu looked at Dong Fangye and felt even more confused. If she knew that he had a bronze fragment, then his identity as the son of origin would definitely be exposed. However, why was Dong Fangye like this? Could it be that he had misunderstood something? Dong Fangye pinched Zhao Fu's chin and said, are you hiding something from me? Zhao Fu smiled and said, no, I thought that you already knew my identity, so I didn't have to say it. Dong Fangye lightly harumphed and said, you didn't reveal anything, and I don't know what that bronze fragment is. How could I know your identity? Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt at ease. Dong Fangye had not discovered his identity, nor had she connected this bronze fragment to the son of origin. In actuality, there were countless bronze fragments in the world, and one could even pick one up on the streets. Most people would not be able to connect it to the son of origin. Zhao Fu smiled and said, I come from a secretive family, and my family has decreed that I cannot reveal my identity, or else I will be severely punished. I'm worried that you will be affected, and now that you're my woman, I don't want that to happen. Dong Fangye's face became red, and her heart raced as she hugged Zhao Fu and asked, is that so? Zhao Fu looked at Dong Fangye and thought that women in love were the easiest to deceive, and he smiled and said, Dong Fangye smiled and said, then I won't ask any more. When are you going to tell your family about me? I don't want you to keep this a secret forever. Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, I'll immediately tell them. If I collect all of the bronze fragments, I'm sure they won't stop you from being with me. When that time comes, I'll take you back to my family to have a look. Dong Fangye sweetly smiled as she said, I'll help you collect them as soon as possible. Looking at how sweet Dong Fangye looked, Zhao Fu wondered if he was being too despicable. Was he a scumbag who cheated others? However, since Dong Fangye had helped him so much, Zhao Fu definitely would not harm her in the future and would do his best to help her. Moreover, if she was willing, Zhao Fu would not mind having her as his woman. Dong Fangye's face became red as she said seductively, husband. Zhao Fu understood what she meant. Book 1, Chapter 434, Ancient Ruins. Even though Dong Fangyu had not found the bronze shard, she had obtained some information about it. One of them was in the evil immortal chaos world. The evil immortal chaos world was where the evil immortal had died. That terrifying power had cut apart space and formed an independent space. Now, this space was not only sealed, but it was also extremely dangerous inside. Even higher beings did not dare to casually enter. Back then, a higher being had a bronze shard. He believed that it was a shard of a supreme weapon and had always been very precious. He had died in that catastrophe, and the shard had been left in the evil immortal chaos world. Dong Fangyu felt quite troubled. Normally, she could bring Zhao Fu in, but now was a special time. If he wanted to enter the evil immortal chaos world, he had to get permission from the other 11 Alliance Masters. She could not enter by herself. Dong Fangyu looked at Zhao Fu and said, we can only wait for a while. I'll bring you into the evil immortal chaos world. Zhao Fu asked, how long do we have to wait? Dong Fangyu replied, I'm not sure. If the evil immortal matter has not passed, we will not be able to enter. Zhao Fu asked, is there no other way to enter the evil immortal chaotic world? Dongfang Yu thought about it and said, there is, but it's very dangerous. Zhao Fu asked, what is it? Dongfang Yu said, the person who sealed the evil immortal chaos world was the previous alliance master. They only sealed a few main entrances, some spatial cracks were not sealed, and we can enter through those small cracks. Those small cracks are extremely well hidden, and we cannot find them. Moreover, if we enter through the cracks, our bodies might be torn apart by space, and the evil immortal aura that surges out can cause people to go crazy. Zhao Fu nodded, leave this to me. Dongfang Yu rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and said, even with my strength, I do not dare to be careless, how can I leave it to you? Zhao Fu replied, don't worry about this, I can protect myself. Also, tell me the location of the evil immortal chaos world and how to find the spatial cracks. Dongfang Yu thought about it and said, all right. But promise me that if there is any danger, come back immediately and don't force your way in. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Dongfang Yu told Zhao Fu about the evil immortal chaos world, and Zhao Fu immediately left to find the evil immortal chaos world. According to the information that Dongfang Yu had given him, Zhao Fu came to a barren land. This was where the evil immortal chaos world was located, and it was quite remote. The front of the evil immortal chaos world was guarded by the Eastern Alliance's experts, and Zhao Fu was only going to the side. Zhao Fu had to avoid them, or else Zhao Fu would be captured. No, even if Zhao Fu whirled, he Zhao Fu, 1. Zhao 2. Zhao God, Fong 2 Kings Zhao Chen Kings World Cities. It was quite difficult to find small cracks, as they could appear and disappear at any time. They only lasted for a short period of time, and they were difficult to sense. Zhao Fu found a place and sat cross-legged on the ground. He planned to use the evil immortal's power to sense the cracks. He thought that the evil immortal chaos world had been formed after the evil immortal had died, so it would be easier for him to use the evil immortal's power. However, Zhao Fu was disappointed. Zhao Fu sensed a massive sealing power, and he was unable to break through it with his power. He could sense the evil immortal chaos world. That sealing power was most likely where the evil immortal chaos world was sealed. Now, Zhao Fu felt quite troubled. If the evil immortal's power was useless, how was he supposed to find the cracks? Apart from obtaining the bronze shards, Zhao Fu also wanted to see if there was anything left behind at the place where the evil immortal had died. This was quite important to Zhao Fu, after all, he was the evil immortal's legatee. Zhao Fu left this place and tried in other places, but the results were the same. Suddenly, Zhao Fu sensed something and his body immediately turned into nothingness. A few people came. They were the patrol team, and there were 5 of them. The captain was a Dao realm expert, and the team members were all spirit realm experts. The leader was a cold-looking young man, and he looked around curiously. A woman beside him asked, what is it? The cold-looking young man replied, I sensed some energy ripples here, but I didn't find anything. The pretty-looking woman looked around and said curiously, are you being too sensitive? I didn't sense anything, and there aren't any ripples here. The cold-looking young man said, this is a special time, so we have to be careful. We definitely can't let anyone get close, especially that evil immortal, or else the consequences will be severe. The pretty-looking woman asked, I've always been curious, what's inside the evil immortal chaos world? Why is it so heavily guarded? The cold-looking young man replied, I'm not sure, and the alliance leader and the others don't seem to know much either. They just followed the previous alliance leader's orders to guard this place tightly. I think there might be something important to the evil immortal or something that could threaten the Eastern Alliance. The pretty-looking woman nodded, I understand. Another slightly skinny man asked, do you think the evil immortal has come to our Eastern Alliance? It's been quite some time since he last appeared, so why hasn't there been any news at all? The pretty-looking woman thought for a while, I think that the evil immortal is definitely hiding somewhere, planning his revenge. The slightly skinny man said worriedly, that evil immortal's bloodline has already reached the final stage. Even if he's right in front of us, we won't know. I feel that our patrols won't be of any use. The cold-looking young man said, regardless of whether it's useful or not, we have to guard this place tightly and not give the evil immortal any chance. They didn't know that Zhao Fu was hiding beside them without them noticing at all. Zhao Fu watched them leave, and his body reappeared. Zhao Fu started to think about what he should do next. He could not sense where the crack was, so he could only wait somewhere. However, this method would take a long time, and it was possible that he would not be able to find anything even if he waited for a long time. However, this was the only method, so Xiao Fu decided to wait a bit. If it really didn't work, then he would look for other methods. Time passed bit by bit, and Xiao Fu spent 9 days waiting non-stop at 3 different locations. He spent 3 days waiting at each location, but he didn't find anything. As such, Xiao Fu could only return to the 8th Alliance. Dongfang smiled as she looked at Xiao Fu. How is it? Can I? Xiao Fu said somewhat dispiritedly, I didn't think it would be so difficult. There's also a layer of sealing power, so I can't sense where the crack is at all. Book 1, Chapter 435, Battle Formation. Dongfang smiled as she said, I told you how difficult it is. What do you plan to do? Xiao Fu replied, I don't have any ideas. Dongfang said, even though it's quite difficult, I'll still try and see if I can obtain the medallions of the 11 Alliance Masters. If we have their medallions, we can directly enter from the main entrance. Xiao Fu looked at Dongfang and did not know what to say, so he sincerely said, thank you. Dongfang face became slightly red as she said, no need to thank me, you're my man. Xiao Fu gave a slight smile. Dongfang left the 8th Alliance and went to another alliance. The 10th Alliance's Alliance Master was a beautiful and sweet-tempered woman called Dongfang Yueshou, and she had the best relationship with Dongfang. Looking at Dongfang Yueshou said in surprise, I haven't seen you in a few days, how come you've become so beautiful? Dongfang smiled as she said, something's happened, so I came to find you for something. Dongfang Yueshou smiled as she asked, what is it? I'm quite curious about how you became so beautiful. I remember you saying that it's innate and that it's hard to become beautiful. Dongfang Yueshou said with a red face, I've fallen in love with a man recently, and it was with his help that I became so beautiful. Dongfang Yueshou asked curiously, what man? Dongfang gave a simple explanation of Xiao Fu. Dongfang Yueshou said seriously, his identity is quite suspicious, are you sure he's not an evil celestial? Dongfang nodded, he doesn't have that evil celestial power, and it's a power that he researched to counter evil celestials. What's important is that I don't feel any hatred towards the Eastern Alliance, he came to the Eastern Alliance to find that bronze shard. Dongfang Yueshou looked quite surprised, bronze shard? Dongfang Yueshou asked, what is it? Dongfang Yueshou thought for a moment before saying, it's nothing, it's just that the news about the bronze shard is quite sensitive. Dongfang Yueshou asked curiously, what? Dongfang Yueshou said with a smile, isn't there a rumor that the Child of Origin is collecting a bronze fragment? That bronze fragment might be a fragment of an origin weapon. Dongfang thought for a moment before saying, he also mentioned that the bronze shard belonged to his ancestor. I don't know what kind of shard the bronze shard I gave him was, but it was probably of a very high grade. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time. Also, he said that he came from a mysterious family and that he couldn't let others know his identity. He was also worried that his family would cause trouble for me. I was wondering why, as the leader of the Eastern Alliance, I would be afraid of others causing trouble for me. Who can threaten me? But because my mind wasn't on this, I didn't think too much about it. Now that I think about it, his identity is very similar to the legendary Son of Origin. Dongfang Shoyue chuckled and said, I don't think so. I think that person is the legendary Son of Origin. Otherwise, he wouldn't have these abilities. Dongfang looked at Dongfang Shoyue and said, really? Dongfang Shoyue said with a smile, go back and ask him. Dongfang Yu nodded and was about to turn around and leave. Dongfang Shoyue chuckled and said, wait, didn't you come to me for something? What is it? Dongfang reacted and said, I came to you for something. I received news that there's a bronze shard in the evil immortal chaotic world. I came to get your pass. Dongfang Shoyue chuckled and said, so it's about that. No problem, I can give it to you, but I also want to see the Son of Origin and confirm his identity. Dongfang smiled and said, thank you. The two of them went to the 8th Alliance together. Before Xiao Fu knew what had happened, he saw Dongfang bring back a beautiful woman. Xiao Fu bowed and said, greetings, Alliance Master. Dongfang Shoyue chuckled and said, you're welcome. I know about you and Yaya, and I came to confirm something. Zhao Fu asked curiously, what is it? Dongfang Shouyue looked at Dongfang Yaya and said with a smile, it's better for Yaya to ask about this. Zhao Fu looked at Dongfang Yaya. Dongfang Yaya also looked at Zhao Fu and asked, are you the rumored son of origin? Zhao Fu felt quite startled, he had not expected that his identity would be exposed. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. Dongfang Shouyue said with a happy smile, no one would have thought that the son of origin would be in our Eastern Alliance. This news will definitely cause a huge commotion. Dongfang Yaya also smiled. Zhao Fu looked at Dongfang Yaya and said apologetically, I'm sorry. I hid it from you for so long. Dongfang Yaya smiled and said, it's alright. I know that the origin family has rules. Now that I know your true identity, I feel more at ease. Dongfang Shouyue looked at Zhao Fu and suddenly smiled as she said, if we have the son of origin, we won't have to worry too much about the evil immortal. Even though the evil immortal is terrifying and evil, I don't believe that the son of origin can't suppress him. Dongfang Yaya nodded and said, I believe that with your power, you should be able to resist the evil immortal. I wonder if you're willing to help our Eastern Alliance solve this problem? Zhao Fu fell silent and did not know how to reply. He was the son of origin and the evil immortal's successor. He did not know what would happen next, so he did not want to do something that he could not do. Dongfang Yaya looked at Zhao Fu and asked, what is it? You don't want to help our Eastern Alliance? Zhao Fu shook his head. No, I don't know what will happen next. I'm afraid that I won't be able to help your Eastern Alliance. Dongfang Shouyue smiled and said, you don't have to worry at all. If you can't even help us with your son of origin, it means that our Eastern Alliance has reached its end. Resistance will be useless, and we won't blame you. Dongfang Yaya nodded. If that really happens, we'll resign ourselves to fate. Zhao Fu let out a breath and said, alright, I'll do my best to help your Eastern Alliance. Dongfang Yaya smiled and said, it was very difficult to enter the evil immortal chaos world. However, with your identity as the son of origin, it should be relatively easy. As long as I tell the other Alliance Masters about this, I don't think they will refuse to let you enter the evil immortal chaos world. Dongfang Shouyue smiled and said, they aren't stupid. How could they refuse to be on good terms with the son of origin and receive help from the son of origin? Zhao Fu nodded. Dongfang Yaya smiled and said, then let's tell the other Alliance Masters immediately. I think they will be very happy to know about this. The entire Eastern Alliance is having a headache because of the evil immortal. Book 1, Chapter 436, Battle Formation. The other Alliance Masters quickly received news that the origin child had appeared in the Eastern Alliance. They looked quite shocked and did not hesitate to gather together. The 12 people sat on chairs in the hall. The fat man, named Dongfang Kong, said, is this true? Why has the origin child appeared in our Eastern Alliance? Dongfang Yu smiled and nodded as she told them how Zhao Fu had joined the Eastern Alliance. A serious-looking young man called Dongfang Wen said earnestly, if it wasn't for the fact that he took the bronze shard from the treasury, we might not have been able to discover his identity. No wonder no one could find him, he's quite good at hiding his identity. Dongfang Yu smiled as she said, I didn't think that way back then, nor did I expect the origin child to appear in our Eastern Alliance. Dongfang Shouyue lightly laughed as she said, it's fortunate that we found him, or else we wouldn't have known that the origin child had been here. The 6th Alliance Master Dongfang Qiu said in surprise, I've seen him once and felt that he was quite extraordinary. I didn't expect him to have such a noble identity, so I was wrong. A tall man called Dongfang Tu smiled as he said, haven't we been having a headache over the evil immortals? If we have the origin child, we won't have to worry about the evil immortals at all. We can even befriend the origin family and revitalize our Eastern Alliance. A voluptuous woman called Dongfang Ying lightly laughed as she said, his appearance has solved a big problem for our Eastern Alliance, and it's an opportunity for us. We can take advantage of it. A red-cloaked man named Dongfang Mi nodded. Not only is the child of origin at the moment, but we can also meet him now, right? Dongfang Yu smiled as she nodded and called Zhao Fu in. Zhao Fu bowed to everyone as he said, greetings, Alliance Masters. A voluptuous woman called Dongfang Hua quickly smiled as she said, no need to be so polite, you're the origin child, we can't accept you. Dongfang Tu smiled as he said, that's right, no need to be so polite. A cold-looking man called Dongfang Jian asked, apologies. Do you have anything that can prove your identity? Everyone looked at Zhao Fu. Although they knew Zhao Fu's identity, they still had to confirm it to avoid making a fool of themselves. Dongfang Ye said, you can temporarily use the power of the Son of Origin. Zhao Fu nodded. Boom, with a boom, an ancient, desolate, and chaotic power erupted from Zhao Fu's body. It formed an invisible pressure that enveloped the entire divine hall. Even though the Alliance Masters' factions were far more powerful than Zhao Fu's, they still instinctively felt a sense of fear. This was true source energy, a terrifying power that only the Origin race possessed. No one doubted it and confirmed Zhao Fu's identity. Everyone else smiled. This was the Son of Essence, and with him, they would be able to obtain countless unimaginable benefits. As such, they were no longer worried about the evil immortal. Dongfang too called out, hurry and give the Son of Essence a seat. Now that everyone had confirmed Zhao Fu's identity, with Zhao Fu's noble status, they did not dare to slight Zhao Fu at all. More importantly, they needed help from Zhao Fu. A few heaven attendants personally brought a chair up. Zhao Fu did not stand on ceremony and sat on it. Dongfang too smiled as he said, I heard that the Son of Essence is collecting Origin weapon shards? I wonder if this is true. Zhao Fu nodded, I'm collecting Origin weapon shards. I heard that the Dongfang Alliance had something to do, so I came. Dongfang too smiled as he said, Son of Essence, there's no need for you to go through all this trouble. As long as you tell us who you are, we'll be happy to give you the shards. Those bronze shards require source energy and are useless to us. Zhao Fu explained, I don't want my identity to be revealed. Dongfang was smiled as he said, we can understand. That's right, Son of Essence, your mission in this world is just to collect Origin weapon shards? Is there nothing else? For example, defeating a powerful opponent. Recently, many shocking geniuses have appeared in the primal chaos world. Dongfang Hua was not in a hurry to ask Zhao Fu to deal with the evil immortal. Instead, he wanted to probe Zhao Fu's attitude before making a decision. Zhao Fu looked at the Alliance Masters and replied, I know about this, but I don't plan on participating. After collecting all of the bronze shards, I'll most likely leave the primal chaos world. Everyone's hearts sank. They had thought that Zhao Fu would stay and fight with those shocking geniuses to determine who was the most terrifying person. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would not be interested at all. They did not know that the Moon Immortal, Sun God, Dragon Son, and Evil Immortal were all Zhao Fu. Why would Zhao Fu be interested in them? Everyone looked at Dongfang Ye. They knew that Dongfang Ye had a close relationship with Zhao Fu. If they had Dongfang Ye's help, things would be much simpler. Dongfang Ye said, I want you to stay and help me deal with the Evil Immortal. Now that the Evil Immortal's bloodline has reached the 8th stage, we can't do anything to him. In actuality, this was what Zhao Fu and Dongfang Ye had discussed beforehand. Zhao Fu still wanted to enter the Evil Immortal chaotic world to obtain the bronze shard. Zhao Fu said, that's not a problem, but I need to enter the Evil Immortal chaotic world to find the other bronze shard. This caused everyone to hesitate. The previous Alliance Master had given a strict order that no matter what happened, no one was allowed to enter the Evil Immortal chaotic world. Dongfang Qiu frowned and said, is there a bronze shard in the Evil Immortal chaotic world? Dongfang Ye said, according to the information I received, there is a bronze shard in the Evil Immortal chaotic world. Dongfang Qiu looked at everyone and asked, what do you all think? Dongfang Hua said, in any case, I don't have any objections. We can't deal with that evil immortal, so guarding the Evil Immortal chaotic world is useless. Dongfang Jian said seriously, now, we need the help of the Son of Origin. Dongfang Qiu said, I think it should not be a problem to let the Son of Origin go in once. The Son of Origin is not that evil immortal. Perhaps we can find out what is inside through the Son of Origin. Dongfang Xiuyue said, that's right. We have guarded it for so many years, yet we don't know what is inside or what the purpose of guarding it is. Dongfang too looked at everyone and said, since no one has any objections, we will agree to let the Son of Origin enter the Evil Immortal chaotic world. Hearing this, Zhao Fu revealed a trace of a smile. He could finally enter the Evil Immortal chaotic world. Book 1, Chapter 437, Death. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, thank you, I will definitely do my best to help the Eastern Alliance. Hearing Zhao Fu's promise, everyone smiled. Dongfang too asked, when will the Son of Origin enter the evil immortal chaos world? I have to remind you that the evil immortal chaos world is a place of death for evil immortals, and it is very dangerous for even higher beings to enter. If you want the 12 of us to go with you, we can, it will be safer that way. Dongfang Qiu said, won't it be too dangerous for the 12 of us to go in together? If we encounter any danger and there is an evil immortal outside, the consequences will be unimaginable. Dongfang Jian nodded, we can let the 6 of us go with the Son of Origin and leave the 6 of us to guard the Eastern Alliance against that evil immortal. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, no need, I want to go in alone. Zhao Fu was the evil immortal that the Eastern Alliance spoke of, it would naturally be safer for him to go in alone. However, if he entered the evil immortal chaos world, Zhao Fu's identity might be exposed, and Zhao Fu would be in much more danger. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu in shock, they had never thought that Zhao Fu would want to enter such a dangerous place by himself. Dongfang Jian looked at Zhao Fu and asked, Son of Origin, are you sure? It's very dangerous inside, and we don't want anything to happen to you. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, don't worry, I won't be in any danger. As the Son of Origin, I have some life-saving methods. Hearing this, everyone nodded. The Origin family's abilities were extraordinary, and they would not have thought of it. After a simple discussion, Zhao Fu made some preparations to enter the evil immortal chaos world the next day. After the other alliance masters left, Dongfang Yu asked in concern, are you really confident? I don't want anything to happen to you. Zhao Fu nodded, don't worry. Dongfang Shouyue lightly smiled as she said, he's going to the evil immortal chaos world tomorrow, so you can have some fun before he leaves. That's right, I also want to see if he's as powerful as you say he is. If you mind, then forget it. Dongfang Yu said with a slightly red face, I don't mind. You're my best friend, so I can share him with you. Plus, you were the one who discovered his identity this time. Dongfang Wu walked over and asked curiously, what are you talking about? Dongfang Shouyue said with a chuckle, I want to experience the power of Source. Would you like to join us? Dongfang Yu slightly frowned. Although she was willing to share Zhao Fu with Dongfang Shouyue, the others were not, especially Dongfang Hua, who had a good figure. She was afraid that Dongfang Hua would take Zhao Fu away. Dongfang Shouyue saw through Dongfang Ye's thoughts and said with a chuckle, it's good for him and you, and even for the Eastern Alliance. Don't worry, we won't take him away. Dongfang Yu thought for a moment and nodded. Dongfang Shouyue said with a smile, call Dongfang Ying later and ask her to come over. In the room, the 4 women surrounded Zhao Fu. Dongfang Hua said with a smile, take off your cloak. Hearing this, Zhao Fu helplessly took off his cloak, revealing his perfect face. Dongfang Hua said in surprise, this is the perfect appearance of the Source clan? It's the first time I've seen such a beautiful face, and it doesn't seem to belong in the mortal world. Dongfang Ying said with a red face, I've never seen it either. Dongfang Shouyue said with a chuckle, his appearance isn't the main point is his power of Source. Yu became so beautiful because he used his power of Source to change her physique. Not only did she become beautiful, but her physique also became stronger than ours. Dongfang Hua looked at Zhao Fu in surprise, is he really that powerful? Dongfang Shouyue said with a smile, of course, the power of Source is more powerful than we imagined. Dongfang Yu said with a red face, alright. Don't waste time, he's going to the evil immortal chaotic world tomorrow. Dongfang Shouyue laughed. The next day, Zhao Fu and the 4 women came out of the room. The 4 women's faces were rosy, and they looked even more beautiful. Their relationship had become even better. Zhao Fu followed behind them and walked in a direction. They came to a barren land, where there was a very long stone path with stone pillars on both sides. At the end of the stone path was a circular platform that was a few hundred meters wide. There was a 12-meter tall stone wheel on it, and there were many insects and beasts engraved on it. This was the main entrance to the evil immortal chaotic world. The other alliance masters also came here. Dongfang Yu looked at Zhao Fu and said, be careful. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Dongfang Shouyue smiled and said, when you come back, we'll serve you. I've become quite infatuated with you, so you can't have anything happen to you. Dongfang Hua smiled and said, me too. Remember us when you're in there. Dongfang said shyly, I'll wait for you to come back. The Eastern Alliance knew about what had happened between them and Zhao Fu, and they were quite happy to see it. This was beneficial to stabilizing the relationship between the Eastern Alliance and Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled and said, I understand. Dongfang Tu said, let's open the seal. Everyone nodded and came before the stone wheel. They lined up and took out 12 command medallions. The 12 command medallions were the original ones, and they were made of gemstones. The 12 people sent a bit of their power into them, and the 12 command medallions flew out of their hands and towards the stone wheel. The 12 command medallions gave off different kinds of lights and looked like 12 orbs. They flew towards the stone wheel and seemed to be embedded into it. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the stone wheel gave off a massive aura and slowly floated up, and the 12 orbs gave off an even more intense light. The inside of the stone wheel started to twist and gradually became blood red. Traces of madness, twisted, perverted, and bloody aura came out, causing the Alliance Master's hairs to stand on end. Even though the evil immortal was dead, the remnant power within the evil immortal chaotic world was incredibly terrifying. Zhao Fu also felt some pressure. Even though his evil immortal bloodline had reached the 8th stage, because of his cultivation, the evil immortal's power that he gave off was not as powerful as this evil immortal's power. This evil immortal's power was at its peak, and Zhao Fu's evil immortal's power was still growing. Zhao Fu did not know what would happen after entering, but no matter what, Zhao Fu had to go in at least once. After all, there were things left behind by the evil immortal and the bronze shard. Zhao Fu walked towards the stone wheel and entered the blood-red barrier before disappearing. Everyone else started to wait outside. Looking at the blood-red barrier, they felt quite nervous and hoped that nothing would happen. Volume 1, Chapter 438, Ancient Ruins. Zhao Fu entered the evil immortal chaos world and came to a blood-colored broken world. The sky was blood-colored and there were giant cracks. The ground was in ruins, and there were pieces of wood and stones all over the ground. There were no plants at all. As soon as Zhao Fu entered, the blood-colored aura surged towards him. It felt quite familiar. This was where the evil immortal died, and Zhao Fu was the evil immortal's legatee. One could say that he was the owner of this place. Not only did the blood-colored aura not attack Zhao Fu, but it listened to Zhao Fu's orders and allowed Zhao Fu to absorb it as he pleased. However, Zhao Fu was not interested in this and flew to the side. Zhao Fu's main task was to find the bronze shard and see what was in the evil immortal chaos world. Zhao Fu guessed that there was definitely something important, or else the Eastern Alliance would not place so much importance on it. He came to a flat area and Zhao Fu squatted down. He pressed a hand on the ground and a golden light wave quickly spread out. Zhao Fu carefully sensed this region and found that there was nothing there. Zhao Fu flew to another region and used the same method, but there was nothing there either. Zhao Fu frowned. According to the information he had received, there was a bronze shard in the evil immortal chaos world, but he did not know if this information was accurate or not. However, he felt that there was nothing in the evil immortal chaos world. After flying for so long, he had not met a single living being or any danger. Didn't they say that even experts could die in there? In actuality, what Zhao Fu did not know was that if he, the evil immortal's legatee, did not enter, the evil immortal's power would become chaotic and violent. It would twist space and be filled with all sorts of cracks and traps. Ordinary people who entered would quickly be torn apart by the cracks in space or fall into the traps and get lost in the endless space. The most terrifying thing was the evil immortal's power. It had terrifying corrosive power, and ordinary people would not be able to block it at all. After Zhao Fu, the evil immortal's legatee, entered, everything became very calm and there was no danger at all. After searching for a while, Zhao Fu did not find anything. Zhao Fu decided to head deeper into the evil immortal chaos world. Suddenly, Zhao Fu sensed something and flew towards a place, arriving in front of a large hole. This large hole was more than 20 meters tall, and it was surrounded by green rocks. The surface was full of bumps and hollows, and it gave off a fishy smell. Zhao Fu came here because he sensed that the bronze shard was here. This hole was obviously very dangerous, and Zhao Fu did not know what kind of monsters lived here. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu decided not to go too deep, or else he would not be able to escape even if something happened. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and countless flames spun out, forming a massive fireball that gave off a terrifying heat. Zhao Fu threw the massive fireball into the cave, and the fireball lit up the cave walls as it flew deeper into the cave. Bang! A huge sound rang out, and a huge wave of heat surged out from the cave entrance, blowing away some of the rocks and dust. Zhao Fu looked at the hole and felt like a terrifying creature was about to charge out, so he quickly retreated. A 7-meter-tall, 10-meter-long half-man, half-scorpion monster ran out. The monster's upper body was that of a man's, and he looked quite ugly. He had a muscular body, and his lower body was a green shoe that gave off a powerful aura. What caught Zhao Fu's attention was that there was a bronze shard stabbed into its chest. There were many green meridians extending out, and it seemed like the bronze shard had fused with this monster. This monster was the expert who had died in the past. Under the effects of the bronze shard, his corpse had absorbed large amounts of evil immortal power, giving birth to a new life. He was also really strong and had Dao realm strength. Under normal circumstances, if Zhao Fu met a Dao realm expert, he would definitely not be able to beat them, so he could only choose to run. But Zhao Fu wasn't planning to run because he had the two powers that made up this monster. More accurately speaking, he was the owner of these two powers. The monster looked at Zhao Fu and ferociously charged over. Zhao Fu immediately released a wave of source energy, causing the bronze shards to fly towards the monster. Sensing the bronze shards, the monster stopped and revealed a crazed and greedy expression. He felt that if he could devour all of the bronze shards, he would become the most terrifying monster in the world. The bronze shards surrounded the monster, and each of them gave off a golden light and immense power. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and grabbed. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the shards exploded out with immense power, forming a circle that covered the monster. The monster vigorously swung its sharp claws, sending out sharp arcs of light that clawed at the circle, but it was useless. The monster opened its mouth and spat out countless amounts of green liquid. The green liquid contained shocking poison power, and when it landed on the circle, it started to melt. Seeing that a large hole was about to appear in the circle, Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and pushed forwards, sending a massive wave of source energy into the other shards. The bronze shards gave off an even more intense light and formed an even thicker circle. The monster continued to spit out more green poison, but it was very weak against the circle, and it would take a long time to melt it. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and grabbed. The bronze shards shot out rays of green light, bringing with them immense power as they shot towards the monster from all directions. The monster spread out its hands and released a hexagonal defensive barrier that covered its body. Bang, bang. Bang, sounds rang out as the rays of green light hit the defensive barrier and pierced through it, but they were unable to deal much damage to the monster. Zhao Fu controlled the bronze shards to shoot out even more intense rays of light that pierced through the monster's body. The monster let out a series of screams. At that moment, the bronze shard in its chest gave off a massive wave of power, and its meridians gave off light as powerful energy quickly healed the monster's injuries and increased its power. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu controlled the circle to shrink and compress towards the monster. The monster's hands and scorpion tail vigorously pressed against the circle, making it impossible for the circle to shrink. Zhao Fu controlled the bronze shards to give off boundless light that covered the monster's body and suppressed the bronze shard's power within its body. Roar! The monster desperately resisted and gave a massive roar as countless rays of green light shot out from its body, and a massive wave of power slowly pushed open the circle. Even though Zhao Fu was the owner of these two powers, the monster's own power was simply too great. Zhao Fu stretched out his other hand and a blood-red aura flowed out and flew towards one of the spheres. Volume 1, Chapter 439, Death. The blood-red aura wrapped around the sphere and a powerful evil immortal power spread out, forming an even more powerful force that pressed down on the monster. The monster was unable to resist and its arms and tail were being compressed. Zhao Fu's expression was calm as he controlled the two powers to continue pressing down on the monster. The monster looked at Zhao Fu savagely and the stinger on its scorpion tail gave off a cold light. With a bang, it pierced through the sphere of light and stabbed towards Zhao Fu like a black shadow. Zhao Fu was shocked and hurriedly retreated. Bang, the scorpion tail hit the ground, creating a large crater. Zhao Fu looked at the scorpion tail in shock. The thick sphere was actually unable to block the scorpion tail. Looking at the deep green light that the stinger gave off, It was most likely that the stinger was extremely terrifying and could easily pierce through the sphere. Swish, the scorpion tail quickly shot towards Xiao Fu's chest. An air-piercing sound rang out. Xiao Fu dodged to the side and his palm gave off a light that was like a black blade, slashing down on the scorpion tail. With a clang, Xiao Fu was unable to cut through the scorpion tail and could only leave a wound on it. The scorpion tail swung with force. Bang! Xiao Fu was sent flying by the scorpion tail and suffered some light injuries. Fortunately, there were two powers suppressing the monster, otherwise this attack might have seriously injured Xiao Fu. The scorpion tail continued to shoot towards Xiao Fu. This time, Xiao Fu took out a sword made of crystals. It was the sword of 10,000 swords. He slashed down with force, sending out a rainbow-colored sword light that slashed towards the scorpion tail. Pooh! With the terrifying sharpness of the sword of 10,000 swords, the scorpion tail was cut off and green blood flowed out from the stump. The monster cried out in pain. However, the severed tail quickly grew back. The monster had also used the evil immortal's power, so this attack did not cause much damage to it. The scorpion tail continued to shoot towards Xiao Fu, and it was still as fast as before. It gave off a fishy smell and was most likely highly poisonous. If he was hit by it, the consequences would be quite severe. Xiao Fu swung the sword in his hand, bringing out a sword light. Bang! A loud sound rang out as the two collided, and a shockwave spread out in all directions. Xiao Fu immediately slashed out a few more sword lights towards the scorpion's tail. The scorpion tail swung, bringing with it a powerful force, shattering the sword lights and continuing towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu dodged to the side and dodged again. The scorpion tail shot into the ground. Xiao Fu did not want to fight with the scorpion tail, so he simply cut open his palm. With a wave of his hand, countless drops of blood sprayed out and shot towards the huge ball. The drops of blood shot into the ball, and the many bronze shards exploded out with terrifying power. This was because Xiao Fu had used his origin blood to activate the bronze shard's power. The ball became incredibly heavy, and the ground was unable to withstand it and started to crack. The monster within the ball felt a massive pressure, and its body was compressed into a ball. The monster desperately struggled and gave off powerful waves of power. At the same time, the scorpion tail split into three, looking like three black blurs that gave off immense power as they shot towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu flew into the sky and avoided this attack. He did not attack the scorpion tail, after all, even if he cut it off, it would quickly grow back. Instead, he threw out the 10,000 swords in his hand. Shing, 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 as the 10,000 swords flew out, they gave off rainbow-colored sword lights and split into 24 flying swords that quickly flew to the side of the ball. They split into 24 directions and surrounded the ball of light, giving off terrifying rainbow-colored sword lights and making people feel terror. The three scorpion tails once again shot towards Xiao Fu from below. Facing such an attack, Xiao Fu did not bother with the scorpion tails and instead stretched out a hand and vigorously grabbed. Swish, 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 the 24 flying swords gave off immense power as they shot towards the monster within the ball, giving off rainbow-colored rays of light. In that instant, they pierced through the monster's body, causing blood to fly everywhere. The monster's body had been pierced by the 24 swords, and its insides had been cut by sword energy. It no longer had any life. The three scorpion tails attacking Xiao Fu powerlessly fell to the ground. They landed on the ground, kicking up some dust. Seeing the monster die, Xiao Fu gave a trace of a smile and felt quite excited. This was the second of the three remaining bronze shards. He waved his hand, and the 24 swords and the bronze shard flew into Xiao Fu's body and disappeared. Without the support of the bronze shard, the ball disappeared, and the monster's corpse powerlessly fell to the ground. Xiao Fu came before the monster and looked at the furious expression on its face. Xiao Fu did not mind and waved his hand, sending out a black light that slashed open the monster's chest. The bronze shard slowly flew out and floated in front of Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu stretched out his hand and held the bronze shard. Now, there was only one more bronze shard before Xiao Fu would be able to collect all of the bronze shards. That way, Xiao Fu would be able to repair his origin armament. Xiao Fu looked at the monster and thought about the two types of energy that made up the monster. A wave of energy flowed out of his palm, forming 8 blood-red twisted runes. Xiao Fu pressed his palm against the monster's chest, and a blood-red energy spread out. The monster's injuries quickly healed, and it gradually regained some of its aura of life. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would be incredibly shocked, as this was allowing the monster to come back to life. However, this was not a true resurrection, as Xiao Fu had given the monster a new life. This monster was now a completely different monster from before, and it would only listen to Xiao Fu's orders. If he wanted to revive someone from the dead, he would need to use the reincarnation and death powers. Xiao Fu had the reincarnation power, and if he could control death and gain a deep comprehension of those two powers, he might be able to revive someone from the dead. Large amounts of evil celestial power flowed into the monster, causing its injuries to completely recover. Its body slowly moved, and it respectfully looked at Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu smiled in satisfaction as he retracted his hand, and the monster knelt in front of Xiao Fu. Now that the monster's strength had fallen to the spirit realm, perhaps it was because Xiao Fu had taken the bronze shard. Xiao Fu did not mind it too much, he had given it life because he wanted to have another helper. Now that he was going deeper into the evil celestial chaos world, Xiao Fu did not know what he would encounter. Xiao Fu hoped that there would be some treasures. After all, it had taken so much effort to come here, and if he only obtained a few things, he would feel quite disappointed. Xiao Fu sat on the monster's body and said, "Let's go." The monster understood Xiao Fu's intentions and headed deeper into the evil celestial chaos world. However, they did not encounter any living creatures on the way, as if the monster was a miracle in the evil celestial chaos world. Volume 1, Chapter 440. After walking for a while, Xiao Fu finally found something and came to a huge cave. This cave was larger than the previous one and had a height of several hundred meters. The walls of the cave were a kind of dark green soil, and the inside of the cave was dark, with a gust of cold air coming out. There was no need to think about it to know that there must be something very powerful inside. This time, Xiao Fu intended to sneak in, mainly to obtain treasures quietly. Last time, he knew that there were bronze fragments inside, so he only needed to lure the monster out. It was not good to carry the monster with such a big body, so Xiao Fu asked him to guard the door. Xiao Fu hid his breath and flew into the cave, only to find a lot of spider silk inside. Was there a spider-like monster inside? Continuing to fly forward, Xiao Fu came to a large space with piles of bones around it. In the middle lay a 100-meter-tall monster. The monster's upper body was that of a woman, with lush dark green hair. Her face was very beautiful, and her figure was very attractive. Her lower body was that of a light green spider, exuding a very powerful aura. However, Xiao Fu felt that this monster should have been seriously injured and was now slowly recovering. Xiao Fu was not too worried and began to search the cave to see if there were any other treasures. He found a dark green hexagonal crystal under the monster's body. It was 5 meters long and emitted a faint light. It felt like the most important treasure of the monster, or else it would not have been placed in that position. Xiao Fu thought for a while and quietly approached the monster, ready to use nothingness at any time. As long as Xiao Fu used nothingness, it would be difficult for ordinary immortals to find him, so it should be very easy to avoid the monster's perception. This was also the reason why Xiao Fu dared to enter this place. He came in front of the monster and looked at its upper body, which was still very attractive, but its lower body was frightening. Xiao Fu came to the dark green crystal and planned to put it in his storage ring. Suddenly, the monster sensed something and opened a pair of dark green eyes, staring at the crystal under it. Xiao Fu had already used nothingness and disappeared on the spot. What surprised Xiao Fu was that the monster's eyes were actually looking at Xiao Fu's position, as if it knew where Xiao Fu was. What's going on? Xiao Fu clearly knew that the monster had discovered him. The monster looked at Xiao Fu with an evil smile and said, "Boy, come out quickly, or I'll eat you now." Xiao Fu thought for a while and condensed his body from nothingness. The monster looked at Xiao Fu and asked in confusion, "Why do you have my master's abilities?" Xiao Fu understood why. This monster was the first evil immortal's subordinate, which was why it could sense Xiao Fu's location. Since they were the evil immortal's people, things would be easier to deal with. Xiao Fu smiled as he said, "I'm the evil immortal's legatee." The monster looked at Xiao Fu and said, "Prove it to me." Hearing that, Xiao Fu stretched out his hand and a wave of evil immortal power surged out, forming 8 distorted blood-red runes that hovered in the air. the monster said in shock, 8 forbidden blood art. I never thought that master would leave behind an inheritance. Zhao Fu said with a smile, not only did I obtain the evil immortal's inheritance, I've also raised the evil immortal's bloodline to the highest level. The monster looked shocked, really? No, the power you just used was the 8th level of the evil immortal's bloodline. However, your strength is too weak. Back then, when Master's bloodline reached the 8th level, he was already an expert. Zhao Fu said awkwardly, I've only obtained the evil immortal's bloodline for a few years and my cultivation did not increase by much. The monster looked shocked. You mean to say that you've only obtained the evil immortal's bloodline for a few years? You've already raised the evil immortal's bloodline to the final level? How is that possible? Back then, Master had spent countless years and devoured countless high-grade bloodlines. Zhao Fu said with a smile, it's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. Right now, I want that green crystal in your hand. The monster looked down at the green crystal and said, it contains a large amount of evil blood spider's power, why should I give it to you? Zhao Fu looked quite startled, as the evil immortal's successor, I should be your master. Is it not enough for me to take something from you? The monster said, I only acknowledge master. Even though you are master's successor, I do not acknowledge you. Hearing that, Zhao Fu felt quite awkward and did not know what to say. It was the first time he had encountered such a thing, his identity as a successor was useless. However, after thinking about it, he decided to forget about it. He did not know what this crystal was for, and he could not defeat the monster and could not obtain the item. As such, he could only leave. The monster suddenly smiled and said, we can make a deal. Didn't you raise the evil immortal's bloodline to the 8th level? I need your pure evil immortal's power to recover from my injuries. If you are willing to provide it to me, I will give you the evil blood crystal. Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded, sure, but how can I give you the evil immortal's power? The monster evilly smiled and pounced towards Zhao Fu. After more than a day, the evil blood spider's face was rosy as it lay on the many corpses. Its body had become the size of a normal human, and it smiled as it said to Zhao Fu, who was in its arms, the deal is done. You can take the evil blood crystal. Also, let me tell you, this thing is very important to you. Zhao Fu asked, what's the use of it? The evil blood spider lightly smiled and said, I can tell you, but we have to make another deal. Zhao Fu frowned and said, there's no need. I will figure it out myself. The evil blood spider did not force him and said with a smile, all right. Zhao Fu took the evil blood crystal and left the cave. However, just as he came out, he saw a 100-meter-tall monster eat the half-human, half-scorpion monster that he had resurrected. The creature that had eaten the monster that Zhao Fu had resurrected was also a half-human, half-scorpion monster. This monster's upper body was that of a woman, and it was over 100 meters tall. It had a head of long black hair, a pair of black eyes, a voluptuous figure, and white and tender skin. Its lower body was that of a black scorpion that had a metallic luster, and it looked very evil. The evil blood scorpion's black eyes looked at Zhao Fu, who had come out, and it grabbed the monster that Zhao Fu had resurrected and ate it as it said, what are you doing inside? So slow. Zhao Fu slightly frowned, the monster that he had resurrected had been eaten just like that, and he felt a bit displeased. The evil blood scorpion looked at Zhao Fu's expression and smiled as it said, why are you so stingy? I just ate an insect beast, and it even resurrected after death. Zhao Fu's attitude towards the resurrected monster was that it was a tool. He looked at the 5-meter-long, hexagonal crystal on the evil blood scorpion's chest and asked, what's the use of the crystal on your chest? The evil blood scorpion felt strange as it said, didn't the fellow inside tell you? This is an evil blood crystal, an item condensed by an 8 forbidden blood beast. If you want to go to the place where Master died, you need this thing, or else you won't be able to get close. Book 1, Chapter 441 Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlols 123 Zhao Fu suddenly thought of something and understood what these two monsters were. When his evil immortal bloodline reached its final stage, the 8 twisted runes in his body had come to life and turned into 8 different insects. Those insects were the 8 forbidden blood beasts. However, Zhao Fu's 8 forbidden blood insects were in the initial stage, while the 2 massive monsters were mature 8 forbidden blood beasts that belonged to the evil immortal. The evil blood scorpion ate the monster as it smiled and said, "Tell me, what are you doing inside? Why did you take so long?" Zhao Fu replied, "She needed my evil immortal power to heal her injuries, so it took some time." The evil blood scorpion lightly laughed and said, "Is that so? I want it too." Zhao Fu said, "I want your evil blood crystal." The evil blood scorpion smiled and said, "All right, deal." At that moment, the evil blood spider walked out and looked at the evil blood scorpion as it evilly smiled and said, "You came quite quickly." The evil blood scorpion smiled and said, "I clearly found him first, and he just came from my territory." The evil blood scorpion said, "I don't care, but I want to collect some toll money." The evil blood scorpion smiled and said, "It's fine, but I want to complete the deal with him first. You can ask him later." The evil blood spider lightly laughed and said, "All right. Hurry up." The evil blood scorpion's black eyes looked at Zhao Fu. Another day passed, and the evil blood scorpion's body became the size of a normal person. It lay in Zhao Fu's embrace in satisfaction and said, "In this aspect, you're much better than our master. I'm somewhat infatuated with you." The evil blood scorpion smiled and said, I feel like I'm addicted. I originally just wanted the power within his body, but if you were as crazy and perverted as our master, we would like you even more. It wouldn't be a problem for us to submit to you." Zhao Fu frowned and did not want to talk about this matter anymore. He said, "Give me the evil blood crystal, I'm leaving." The evil blood scorpion took out the finger-long evil blood crystal and handed it to Zhao Fu as it smiled and said, "If you need anything, you can call us. Of course, we also charge for this service." Zhao Fu didn't say anything and continued to fly towards a certain place. Now, Zhao Fu's goal was clear, and that was to find the 8 forbidden blood beasts, obtain their blood crystals, and enter the depths of the evil immortal chaos world. Zhao Fu arrived in front of a platform. There was a layer of white fur on the platform, and it felt very soft. There were 2 8 forbidden blood beasts entangled on it. One of them had long, dark blue hair, a tall and slender figure, and an androgynous face. It had a pair of dark blue butterfly wings and a butterfly-like dark blue tail. There were patterns on its wings and tail, and it looked very pretty. One of them had a slim figure and short, fluffy white hair. She had a pair of white, bug-like eyes and a pair of moth-like white wings on her back. She also had a moth-like tail, and she looked very pure. There was a blue crystal and a white crystal on their chests respectively. Zhao Fu looked at the 2 women and said, "I am the successor of the evil immortal, and I have come to take your blood crystals." Evil blood butterfly hugged the evil blood moth as she looked at Zhao Fu and said, "If you want to take the blood crystals, it'll depend on whether you have the ability or not. Also, I'm not someone that any man can touch. Show me what you've got, or I'll eat you. Don't think that just because you're master's successor, I won't eat you." The evil blood moth said from within evil blood butterfly's embrace, "That's not very good. After all, he's master's successor." Evil blood butterfly lightly laughed and said, "If he's trash, he'll lose master's face. It's better to let us eat him and increase our power. I'm looking forward to the taste of master's successor's flesh, I'm sure it'll be delicious." Evil blood moth looked at Zhao Fu and did not object as she said, "Oh." Zhao Fu looked at evil blood butterfly and said, "How can I prove myself?" Evil blood butterfly faintly smiled and a pair of deep blue wings released many motes of light, forming a dozen or so 2-meter-wide butterflies that flew towards Zhao Fu. They did not seem to be in any danger. Zhao Fu did not say anything. He stretched out a hand and an evil immortal power flowed out. 8 blood-colored runes formed a circle that gave off a faint blood-red light. At this moment, the dozen or so blue butterflies flew over extremely quickly. Their wings were as sharp as blades as they sliced towards Zhao Fu, leaving behind blue trails in the air. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and pushed forward. A wave of blood-red light spread out. When the blue butterflies flew into the blood-red light, they immediately collapsed into a blue aura and dissipated. Evil blood butterfly became a bit interested. She pointed out with her finger and a blue beam of light shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu poured a powerful energy into the blood-red runes. The 8 runes gave off an intense blood-red light and formed a circular protective barrier. Bang! When the blue beam of light hit the blood-colored protective shield, it dissipated and did not cause any damage to the shield. Zhao Fu took a step forward and the 8 blood-red runes automatically arrived behind Zhao Fu, forming a circle. Countless blood-red lights shot out and a crazily twisting evil killing power flooded out, submerging the ground. Evil Blood Butterfly and Evil Blood Moth felt this power and were somewhat surprised. They could see that Zhao Fu's bloodline had reached the final stage. Zhao Fu looked at the 2 women and said, "I wonder if I have the qualifications now." Evil Blood Butterfly beckoned with her hand and smiled as she said, "You are the first person to raise the evil immortal bloodline to the final stage besides Master. Come. You have the qualifications. Now let's see if you are as powerful as Master." 2 days later, Evil Blood Butterfly smiled in Zhao Fu's arms and said, I underestimated you. I take back what I said before." Zhao Fu said, "Give me the blood crystals." Evil Blood Butterfly smiled and said, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Zhao Fu said, "I still have to go get the blood crystals from the others." Evil Blood Butterfly smiled and said, "I'll give you the positions of the others. You don't need to go find them. Go into the depths of the forbidden area and obtain Master's power as soon as possible. I will recognize you as my new Master." Zhao Fu asked curiously, "Master's power?" Evil Blood Butterfly nodded and said, "Although Master is dead, he still left behind a massive amount of evil immortal power. This blood immortal power is also the core of this space. If you can obtain that power, you will become the new evil immortal and we will recognize you." Zhao Fu understood. No wonder the 8 forbidden flesh beasts treated him like this. It turned out that they would only recognize him if he obtained the evil immortal power. Evil Blood Butterfly looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "How many blood crystals have you obtained so far?" Zhao Fu told her what had happened. Evil Blood Butterfly told him the positions of the 4 remaining 8 forbidden blood beasts. Zhao Fu did not waste any time and immediately flew towards a place. Book 1, Chapter 442, Battle Formation. Zhao Fu first came to a blood pool, and there was a woman soaking in the blood pool. She was leaning against the wall of the blood pool, and her hands were spread out. She had long, fiery red hair that was slightly curled, and she had a beautiful face and a sexy figure. She gave off a domineering aura, and what was terrifying was that her lower body was a fiery red centipede. Part of it was exposed, and part of it was submerged in the blood pool. Just as Zhao Fu flew over, she opened her red eyes and gave a trace of a smile as she said, "What's up?" Zhao Fu said, "I've come to take your blood crystal." The evil blood puppet laughed as it said, "Give me a reason." Zhao Fu gave off a powerful aura as he said, "I'm the evil celestial legatee, is that enough?" The evil blood puppet lightly laughed as it said, "Of course not, I already know who you are." Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he asked, "What do you want?" The evil blood puppet looked at Zhao Fu and smiled as it said, "Be my slave." Zhao Fu frowned, "No." The evil blood puppet laughed as it said, "Then you can leave as well." Zhao Fu felt quite angry, and he thought for a moment before saying, "How about we make a bet? If you win, I'll be your slave, if I win, I only need your blood crystal. Do you dare?" The evil blood puppet laughed, "Why wouldn't I dare? How do you want to bet?" Zhao Fu said, "I can use my evil celestial legatee's power to condense a clone, and you can also use your power to condense a clone. We'll see who's stronger and who's weaker." The evil blood puppet looked at Zhao Fu and lightly laughed as it said, "Do you think I'm stupid? Your evil celestial legatee's power can suppress mine, and my power will be greatly weakened by your evil celestial legatee's power. I'll definitely lose, so what's there to bet on?" Zhao Fu looked at the evil blood puppet and said, "What do you want?" The evil blood centipede smiled. It stretched out a hand and hooked its finger. "Let's compete in that area. If you win, I will give you the blood crystal." This bet had the blood centipede of reaping evil in it. If he won, Zhao Fu would become her slave. If he lost, he would also gain Zhao Fu's power. However, Zhao Fu had no other choice. After 2 days, Zhao Fu looked at the unconscious evil blood centipede on the ground and stretched out a hand to take her blood crystal. Even though she was very powerful, she had underestimated Zhao Fu's strength. Zhao Fu flew in another direction. He arrived in front of a huge snail shell. This snail shell was silver in color, and its mouth was facing the ground. According to the evil blood butterfly, the evil blood snails were inside. Zhao Fu says, "I am the successor of the evil immortal, and I am here to collect the blood crystal. After waiting for a while, Xiaofu did not receive any reply. He called out a few more times, but there was still no reply. As such, Xiaofu could not help but wave his hand and send a wave of power towards the snail shell. Bang! Before Xiaofu's wave of power could reach the snail shell, it was blocked by a formless barrier. When Xiaofu's wave of power hit the barrier, it dissipated. However, there was still nothing in the snail shell. Xiaofu felt quite troubled and asked, "What should I do now?" After thinking about it, Xiaofu stretched out a hand and placed it on the barrier. An evil immortal's power flowed out and 8 blood-red runes appeared. The barrier seemed to melt and a large hole appeared. This evil immortal's power would be useful. Xiaofu came to the snail shell and vigorously knocked on it, but he still did not feel at ease. As such, Xiaofu could only dig a hole in the ground and go in. The inside of the snail shell was bright and there was some furniture. There was a jade bed with a woman lying on it. She had long hair and a sweet face. There were 2 feelers on her forehead and her body was snow white. It was as if she had no bones and was soft. She was most likely the evil blood snail. Xiaofu walked to her side, but the evil blood snail did not react at all. Xiaofu saw that she was in a deep sleep and could not be woken up. However, Xiaofu did not care about anything else. He stretched his hand towards her chest and prepared to take the silver blood crystal. Bang! However, just as Xiaofu's finger touched the blood crystal gave off a silver power. Xiaofu's hand was repelled by the power and a sound rang out. Xiaofu felt a corrosive pain in his hand, as if he had touched a corrosive liquid. He frowned and looked at the sleeping evil blood snail. Even though this evil blood snail was in a deep sleep and did not seem dangerous, it still had protective powers. This evil blood snail's protective powers were much stronger than Xiaofu's, and Xiaofu guessed that it would be difficult to break it. Looking at the evil blood snail's alluring body, Xiaofu did not hold back. The evil blood snail woke up from its slumber and revealed a pair of pure white eyes. It looked at Xiaofu and said, "Are you my master's successor?" Xiaofu smiled and nodded. The evil blood snail did not say anything else. Another day passed, and the evil blood snail nestled in Xiaofu's embrace and said with a smile, "Thank you. I haven't been like this in a long time." Xiaofu looked at the evil blood snail and felt that she was the most temperamental out of all the blood beasts that Xiaofu had met. He smiled and said, "You're welcome." The evil blood snail stretched out its hand towards the silver blood crystal in front of its chest and handed it to Xiaofu as it smiled and said, "You came for this, right? I'll give it to you now." Xiaofu took the silver blood crystal and said, "Thank you." The evil blood snail smiled sweetly and said, "There's no need. I hope that you can inherit my master's power. That way, I'll be your toy." Xiaofu asked curiously, "Toy?" The evil blood snail replied, "Yes, the 8 of us are my master's toys. My master can do anything to us, and we like it when my master tortures us." Xiaofu thought to himself, that evil immortal is indeed perverted. However, Xiaofu thought about it and realized that if it had not been so perverted and crazy, it would not have been able to create the evil immortal's power. Moreover, when Xiaofu had ravaged them, not only had they not been angry, but they had been even happier. They had been created by the evil immortal's power, and their personalities had been the same. The evil blood snail said, "I've been sleeping here for so many years, and I want to go out for a walk." Xiaofu smiled and said, "Yes, I can promise you." The evil blood snail looked at Xiaofu and smiled sweetly as it said, "Thank you very much." Xiaofu said, "I still have things to do, let's talk after I'm done." The evil blood snail asked, "Are you going to look for blood crystals elsewhere? Do you need my help?" Xiaofu thought about it and said, "There's no need. I'm the evil immortal's successor. Even though they don't treat me very well, they shouldn't hurt me." The evil blood snail smiled and replied, "Yes." Xiaofu left the snail's shell and flew towards another place. The 7th blood beast was on a tall mountain. Xiaofu flew over and saw a 100-meter tall woman looking up at the sky. Book 1, Chapter 443. She had long purple hair, a cold expression, jade-like skin, and a purple crystal embedded in her chest. She had 4 pairs of insect wings on her back, and her figure was alluring. Her lower body was a purple ant, and she gave off a very powerful aura. The 7th evil blood ant. She seemed to have known that Zhao Fu would come, so she waited for Zhao Fu. She looked at Zhao Fu with her purple eyes and said, "You're here." Zhao Fu said, "Yes." The evil blood ant said, "I want to know what happened after Master died and what's going on outside." Zhao Fu thought about it and told the evil blood ant what he knew. After hearing Zhao Fu's words, the evil blood ant fell into deep thought. After a while, it looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "What are your plans?" Zhao Fu said, "Nothing much. I'll leave after taking the evil immortal's power." The evil blood ant said, "Have you never thought about taking revenge for Master?" Zhao Fu said with a headache, "Your situation is complicated. I don't know what to do. Maybe I will, maybe I won't." The evil blood ant said, "Your master's inheritor." Zhao Fu replied, "I know. As the evil immortal's inheritor, I have the duty to take revenge for him. However, I have my own difficulties, so I can only say that I'll try my best." The evil blood ant was silent for a while before saying, "Master's power is the core of this place. If you take it away, this place will be destroyed. What do you plan to do with us?" Zhao Fu said, "Up to you." The evil blood ant frowned. "Don't you like us?" Zhao Fu said, "Don't you all not like me? If you're willing to leave with me, I'll bring her. If not, I won't force you." The evil blood ant looked straight at Zhao Fu. "Do you want to do that with me?" Zhao Fu did not find it very hard to accept, so he had not expressed his attitude. However, he liked it. It seemed that such things had happened before, such as the various monsters and the evil immortal's relic. The evil blood ant's body quickly shrank as it hugged Zhao Fu. "Don't waste time." Zhao Fu looked at the evil blood ant in his arms and said, "I'm leaving." The evil blood ant's face was flushed as it said softly, "Yes. If you have collected all the blood crystals, come and inform me. I want to enter as well." Zhao Fu said. "No problem." The evil blood ant smiled. Zhao Fu let go of the evil blood ant and flew to the last place. As long as he got the blood crystal, he could go to the deepest part of the evil immortal chaotic world, where the evil immortal died. As they flew, a figure blocked Zhao Fu's way. This figure was a heroic-looking woman. She had short green hair and a pair of insect horns on her head. She had a hot figure and a green beetle shell on her back. Her feet were like insect claws and she gave off a powerful aura. She was the last blood beast that Zhao Fu was looking for. She was called the evil blood insect. The evil blood insect smiled and said, "I was looking for you." Zhao Fu asked, "What's the matter?" The evil blood insect smiled and said, "Of course. Am I the last one?" Zhao Fu nodded. The evil blood insect smiled and said, "Then let's start. I heard that you are stronger than our master, but you didn't come to my place after waiting for a few days." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. The evil blood insect laid in Zhao Fu's arms in satisfaction. They were right. "You are much stronger than our master." Zhao Fu laughed. The evil blood insect smiled and said, "The crazier and more perverted you are, the more we will like you." Zhao Fu said, "I know. You guys have said that many times." The evil blood insect raised its chin and said, "We have said so many times. Why don't you do it? Maybe we will surrender to you immediately." Zhao Fu said, "I don't believe it." The evil blood insect looked at Zhao Fu and asked, "Why?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "All right, let's not talk anymore. Give me your blood crystal. I am going to the depths." The evil blood insect nodded and took the green crystal from its chest and handed it to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu took the crystal and smiled as he said, "I'll be going now." The evil blood insect said, "Wait, I will go and inform them. We have not been there since our master died. We want to go there now." Zhao Fu thought for a moment and said, "I will wait for you guys there. Hurry up." The evil blood bug kissed Zhao Fu and nodded with a smile. Zhao Fu arrived in front of a blood-colored semicircle by himself. In front of him was the place where the evil immortal had died. It contained the purest evil immortal's power. The crazy, twisted, and perverted aura would corrode everything. Even the 8 forbidden blood beasts would be in danger if they entered. Now that Zhao Fu had 8 blood crystals and was the evil immortal's successor, there should not be any danger if he entered. After waiting for a while, 8 figures flew over from afar. The evil blood insect looked at the blood-colored defensive barrier and said with melancholy, "So many years have passed." The evil blood butterfly smiled and said, "Master has been dead for so many years, and we have waited for so long. Finally, a new evil immortal has appeared." The evil blood spider looked at Zhao Fu and said with an evil smile, "Do you want to be our new master? We will give you a chance. If you can't do it, you will stay here forever. Of course, I can't bear to eat you." The evil blood centipede gave a trace of a cold smile and said, He is a man who conquered me. Even master can't do it, so eating him would be too much of a waste." The evil blood spider looked at Zhao Fu and said, "He is master's successor. If he can't take back master's power, let's not make things difficult for him and let him leave." The evil blood scorpion lightly harumphed and said, "I can't bear to part with him. This place is not interesting at all, and I'm about to die of boredom. As such, I won't let him off. Those who want him, don't interfere with us and just watch from the side." The evil blood spider looked at Zhao Fu and wanted to speak up for Zhao Fu, but it did not dare to. The evil blood centipede smiled and said to Zhao Fu, "All right. Now, use 8 blood crystals to open this barrier." Hearing their words, Zhao Fu's heart did not change. Even if he could not take back the evil immortal's power, he was still confident that he could escape. Zhao Fu took out the 8 blood crystals, and under Zhao Fu's control, they gathered together and formed an 8-colored crystal. It gave off a powerful energy and shot towards the blood-red barrier. Bang! When the crystal hit the barrier, a rainbow-colored energy spread out and a large hole appeared in the blood-red barrier. The blood-red aura inside flowed out like blood, and the twisted and berserk aura it gave off was dozens of times stronger than the aura outside. The 8 blood beasts stood there and felt this familiar energy. They smiled, this was their master's power. Book 1, Chapter 444, Blood. As Zhao Fu walked in, the 8 blood beasts followed behind him. The ground seemed to be soaked in blood and the surroundings were filled with a bloody aura. There were no creatures here, and it was deathly silent without any sound. A formless corrosive power started to corrode everyone. The 8 blood beasts stretched out their hands and 8 streams of power gathered in the air, forming a rainbow-colored ball of light that gave off a bright light and formed a rainbow-colored protective barrier. This protective barrier did not wrap around Zhao Fu and only covered the 8 blood beasts. This was a test for Zhao Fu, so they could not interfere. Zhao Fu did not mind this corrosive power and did not even use the evil immortal's power. With Zhao Fu's terrifying constitution, he was immune to this corrosive power. Seeing this scene, the blood beasts felt quite shocked. Everyone walked forwards and arrived in front of a large crater. This crater was not very big, only 5 or 6 meters wide, and there was an ordinary-looking young man lying at the center. He wore purple clothes and had rosy skin. He did not seem to be dead and was only asleep. When the 8 blood beasts saw the young man, they revealed sad expressions. That young man was the legendary evil immortal. The evil blood scorpion said softly, "I miss the days when Master was alive, those were the happiest times for us." The evil blood spider said sadly, If Master had not chosen to fight the Eastern Alliance, no one would have been able to kill him." The evil blood butterfly looked at the young man's corpse and said, "Master chose to fight head-on to take revenge. If he had chosen to hide, Master would not have felt any joy after taking revenge." Zhao Fu could not help but ask, "I'm a bit curious, what kind of enmity exists between the Eastern Alliance and the evil immortal?" The evil blood butterfly said, "I can tell you and let you understand." The evil blood butterfly continued, "Back then, our master was just an ordinary person and lived in a small city in the Eastern Alliance. Master accidentally offended a young miss of the Eastern Alliance's alliance master, and his entire family was hung on the city walls and bitten by thousands of insects. Master was tied up on one side, and he personally witnessed how his family died. His own limbs were also broken, and he was raised like a dog by that missy, suffering all kinds of torture and humiliation. With a strong desire for revenge, Master still chose to persevere and was not tortured to death by that missy. That young miss gradually lost interest in Master, so Master waited for an opportunity to escape. He cultivated with all his might and then went to take revenge on that young Mississippi. However, in the end, he did not succeed, and Master was caught again. This time, Master was thrown to a person who experimented with various medicines. Every day, he had to endure all kinds of pain, but Master still persevered every day. In the end, he escaped from an accident and escaped to the land of extreme yang, where he created the 8 forbidden blood technique. Master knew that the Eastern Alliance was very powerful, so he did not seek revenge immediately. Instead, he continued to cultivate with all his might. In the end, he became an evil immortal that others feared. After that, Master caused a great calamity and dealt a heavy blow to the Eastern Alliance. In the end, he died here under the sneak attack of an Alliance Master. Actually, Master took revenge. The Alliance Master's entire family was killed by him, and that Missy was devoured by thousands of insects. Not even a bit of her soul was left. This is the grudge between Master and the Eastern Alliance. In the end, Master died at the hands of the Eastern Alliance, so we should take revenge for Master. You are Master's successor, so I hope that you can inherit this hatred and destroy the Eastern Alliance for Master. Xiaofu fell silent and felt a headache coming on. The evil blood scorpion said, "Don't place your hopes on him. Right now, it is uncertain whether he can take back Master's power. If he can't, he will be our toy." The evil blood ant sighed, "If he can't take revenge for Master, then there is no need for us to take revenge. Right now, our injuries have not healed. Fortunately, we have Master's barrier protecting us. Otherwise, we would have been killed long ago." The evil blood moth said, "Leave Master's matters to him. We should not interfere." The evil blood snail suddenly said, "He inherited Master's various abilities, so he should be able to revive Master." The evil blood butterfly calmly said, "Reviving only Master's corpse is not Master's, so there is no point." The evil blood centipede looked at Zhao Fu and smiled as it said, "Let's not waste time. Go up and try and see if you can take back Master's power." Zhao Fu nodded and walked forwards. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the evil immortal's corpse gave off a massive amount of power. The surrounding blood-red chi madly gathered, forming a massive blood-red whirlpool. It gave off a terrifying suction force that seemed to want to suck in everything around it and shatter it. This power attacked indiscriminately, and the 8 blood beasts released their power to resist the suction force. Zhao Fu's expression was serious as he walked forwards. His body gave off a massive amount of blood-red chi, forming a blood-red whirlpool. It was much smaller than the evil immortal's blood-red whirlpool, but it was able to resist the terrifying suction force and continued forwards. As Zhao Fu walked forwards, the 2 blood-red whirlpools were about to collide. The massive whirlpool gave off a massive push against Zhao Fu, and his small blood-red whirlpool seemed to be no match for the large whirlpool and showed signs of collapsing. Zhao Fu stepped forwards and gave off an even more powerful blood-red aura as he brought the small blood-red whirlpool forward. Rumble, massive sounds continuously sounded out as the 2 blood-red whirlpools collided. The large whirlpool spun, causing the edges of the small whirlpool to scatter. A terrifying gust of wind blew in all directions, lifting up the ground and sending it flying. The small whirlpool was evidently no match for the large whirlpool, and it continuously became smaller as the large whirlpool's power decreased. Bang, a massive sound rang out as Zhao Fu's small whirlpool collapsed, turning into countless traces of blood-red chi. The large whirlpool suction force also tried to suck Zhao Fu in. At that moment, Zhao Fu pointed forwards with his finger. The blood-red aura fused with a terrifying sword intent, forming tens of thousands of blood-red sword chi. They gave off terrifying power as they slashed forwards, seeming to be able to destroy the world. Boom, a loud rumble rang out as countless blood-colored sword chi slashed at the huge blood-colored vortex, splitting it apart and causing it to dissipate into blood-colored aura. The terrifying sounds caused countless people present to feel as if they had fallen into icy water, and they felt a terrifying chill. The blood beasts all looked shocked because this power was not pure evil immortal power, but a product of a terrifying sword intent and evil immortal power. Volume 1, Chapter 445, Death in terms of the evil immortal's power. Zhao Fu was definitely not stronger than the evil immortal who had created the evil immortal's power. However, Zhao Fu had other powers that were not weaker than the evil immortal's. Just now, Zhao Fu had used the combined power of the 10,000 sword will and the evil immortal's power to slash apart the blood-red vortex. The many blood fiends started to re-evaluate Zhao Fu. Before this, they had thought that Zhao Fu was just an evil immortal's successor and that he had only grasped the evil immortal's power. They had never expected that Zhao Fu had grasped other terrifying powers. Zhao Fu continued to walk forward. The evil immortal's corpse surged out with a vast blood-red aura, which spread out in all directions like a blood-red ocean. The aura it gave off was extremely terrifying, and in just an instant, it covered the entire area. Zhao Fu and the others' figures could not be seen. Hiss hiss hiss, countless hissing sounds rang out from within the blood-red ocean, which continuously condensed and transformed into different types of insect beasts. There were scorpions, centipedes, spiders, ants, flies, butterflies, beetles, worms, each of them was at least 3 meters long, and their eyes were wild and cruel. The aura they gave off was extremely powerful, causing people to feel fear. The blood fiends and the others immediately released 8 streams of power, condensing them together to form a powerful defensive barrier. This was because these insect beasts would attack them as well. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out, and a vast wave of blood-red qi surged out from Zhao Fu's body, spreading out in all directions like a wave of blood. Countless insect beasts also quickly condensed. There were ants, scorpions, earthworms, leeches, caterpillars, centipedes, each of them was at least 1 foot long, and even though they were twisting and turning crazily, the power they gave off was not as strong as the one before them. There were 2 reasons for this. Firstly, Zhao Fu's evil immortal's power was at the early stage, while the evil immortal's power was at the matured stage. The evil immortal's power was definitely stronger than Zhao Fu's. Secondly, the backlash from smelting the bloodlines was different. The evil immortal devoured the insects one by one, while Zhao Fu devoured the bloodlines one by one. The evil immortal took a longer time, and his power was slightly greater. The insectoids from both sides glared at each other viciously before charging towards each other in a frenzy. An ant bit the body of an earthworm, a mantis opened the wings of a butterfly, a leech stuck to an insect beast and sucked its blood dry, a beetle knocked away a moth. A centipede coiled around a rhinoceros beetle and bit down on it. A moth flapped its wings, causing countless amounts of powder to fly out, causing some insect beasts to fall into a frenzy and randomly attack. An earthworm forcefully bit down on a scorpion's body. The battle between the 2 sides was very intense. Zhao Fu's insect beasts were constantly being killed. It could be seen from the start that Zhao Fu's insect beasts were no match for them. Si, countless hissing sounds continuously sounded out as the 2 types of insect beasts madly fought. There were fewer and fewer insect beasts around Zhao Fu, and in the end, the evil immortal's countless insect beasts completely submerged Zhao Fu's body. Seeing this scene, the other blood beasts felt quite startled. The evil blood butterfly anxiously said, "Let's attack. Otherwise, he might die here." The evil blood scorpion frowned and said, "If we attack, he'll fail." The evil blood centipede looked at the submerged Zhao Fu and said in a low voice, "Don't worry about it, I don't want that guy to die here. After all, he's Master's legatee and can give us so much joy." The evil blood ant said seriously, "Then let's attack." Boom, just as the women were about to attack, a massive explosion sounded out as countless rays of golden light shot out from the insect beasts. A terrifying power sent the countless insect beasts flying. 8 massive golden suns gave off terrifying auras as they flew into the sky and gave off intense light. An incredibly hot power covered the countless insect beasts and burned their bodies, causing them to cry out in pain. All the girls looked at the scene before them in shock, feeling a sense of fear within their bodies. This power could counter their evil immortal power, and they knew what this power was. The evil blood butterfly said in shock, "How can he have such pure source sun power?" The evil blood ant said seriously, "Ordinary people cannot obtain this sort of source sun power. Even the source sun power that Master obtained back then was not this powerful. This might be the source sun power from the 8 suns." The evil blood snail looked at the 8 suns and said, "He just released so many powerful sword intents, and now he's using such powerful source sun power. He's most likely hiding something from us. His identity is even more terrifying than we thought." The evil blood centipede said seriously, "Just who is he? We didn't notice anything at all and were almost tricked by him." The evil blood spider said, "The 8 forbidden blood arts core power comes from source sun power. With such powerful source sun power, he can greatly restrain the 8 forbidden blood art. If I knew he had this power, I would have believed that he would be able to obtain Master's evil immortal's power." The evil blood spider laughed as it said, I never thought that master would choose him as his legatee. How could two conflicting powers be within his body? The evil blood snail smiled as it said, he will become our new master, we can leave this place. A godlike voice sounded out in the sky. It was filled with boundless might and could not be refused as it sounded out in all directions. Back then, the 8 sun god emissaries gave Source Sun power to you, allowing you to create the berserk and terrifying evil immortal's power. This was their cause, and after meeting me, they promised to lead the Sun clan to prosperity. I am their fruit, and now, I will take away your evil immortal's power. Boom. Boom, 8 massive explosions sounded out as the 8 suns gave off blinding light, and a massive wave of heat covered the countless insect beasts. The insect beasts howled as they died, and their bodies turned into blood-red aura and dissipated. Traces of blood-red aura rose up from the evil immortal's corpse, and the corpse slowly disappeared, leaving behind a blood-red, fist-sized, octagonal crystal. It gave off a faint blood-red light and floated in the air. This crystal contained the evil immortal's true power, and it could be very important to Xiao Fu. It could allow Xiao Fu, the evil immortal's son, to become even more powerful, and the evil immortal's bloodline within his body might also break through its limits. The 8 suns once again condensed and formed Xiao Fu's body. Xiao Fu came before the blood-red crystal and stretched out a hand to take it. Sensing the immense power, Xiao Fu looked quite shocked. Seeing that Xiao Fu had obtained the evil immortal's power, the blood beasts felt that Xiao Fu was their new master. The women also acknowledged Xiao Fu's identity and slightly lowered their heads, expressing their submission to Xiao Fu. Book 1, Chapter 446, Blood Demon. Xiao Fu looked at the blood beast women and said, you can all withdraw for now. Xiao Fu planned to devour it now, as this place was quite suitable. More importantly, Xiao Fu couldn't help but want his evil immortal bloodline to improve. Before, Xiao Fu's evil immortal bloodline had been stuck at the peak of the sacred bloodline. If he improved it, it would be a source bloodline, and a primary source bloodline at that. Adding on the early stage evil immortal bloodline and Xiao Fu's early stage source bloodline, Xiao Fu now had 2 early stage source bloodlines. Yes, the women replied. Xiao Fu sat cross-legged on the ground, and the octagonal blood crystal floated in front of his chest. Strands of blood-red aura floated into Xiao Fu's body, and Xiao Fu gave off a formless power. The women were already standing in the distance and watching. The evil blood ant said, he's about to fuse with Master's blood crystal and become our new master. The evil blood butterfly said with a slight smile, I didn't expect this. Even though his evil immortal power isn't Master's match, he used another powerful power to obtain Master's blood crystal. The evil blood snail said, that's right. I didn't expect him to have such pure sun source power. It's a pity that we didn't dare to ask his identity, and he seems to have a karmic connection with Master. The things inside are too complicated. The evil blood scorpion looked at Xiao Fu and said, I don't know what changes will happen after he fuses with Master's blood crystal. Master has the old evil immortal power, and he has the new blood immortal power. The evil blood scorpion lightly laughed and said, I'm not sure, but I'm sure that without Master's blood crystal, this place will collapse and disappear. It's time for us to leave with him. We've been here for so many years, and I don't know what has changed outside. Have all sorts of geniuses appeared? The evil blood spider thought of something and said, it might be quite difficult for us to leave. The Eastern Alliance has already sealed this place, and we will face the pursuit of countless Eastern Alliance members. With our current strength, it might be very dangerous. The evil blood butterfly looked at Xiao Fu and said, we can only rely on him now. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out and the octagonal blood crystal gave off a vast amount of evil immortal power as it slowly flew into Xiao Fu's chest. Xiao Fu's body gave off an intense blood-red light, as though he had become a person of light. Within Xiao Fu's body, the crystal of the evil immortal floated above him. Below him was a sea of blood. This sea of blood was formed by the various bloodlines that Xiao Fu had devoured. Now, Xiao Fu also wanted to condense his own blood crystal. The sea of blood began to boil, and countless blood chi floated out from it. Bubbles also appeared, as if the entire sea of blood was boiling hot. A huge stench surged out from Xiao Fu's body like a flame. This was the smell of blood emitted by the boiling blood sea. The ground around Zhao Fu's body seemed to be corroded by the stench, and pits appeared on the surface. Such a stench entered the women's noses, and they couldn't help but take a few more breaths. The sea of blood within Zhao Fu's body surged and began to gather towards the center, forming a massive ball of blood. A powerful energy wrapped around the ball of blood, causing it to continuously shrink. The ball of blood continuously became smaller, and the density of the blood rapidly increased. The massive ball of blood finally became a 100-meter wide ball of blood. The color of the blood had also become deep red. Now, every drop of blood was 100 times as much blood as before, and the stench of blood had become extremely dense. The energy that wrapped around the ball of blood continued to compress the blood, and the blood began to crystallize. It gradually formed a 10-meter wide crystal that gave off a faint blood-red light. This was the most important moment. 8 blood-red runes floated out from 8 different directions, and with the blood-red crystal as the center, the 8 runes turned into 8 streams of light that shot into the blood crystal. The blood crystal's surface began to lose its blood-red color and become transparent. The 10-meter wide blood crystal had mostly become transparent, and it no longer had the deep red color from before. It was as if everything had been sucked into the center. Crack, a clear sound rang out as the crystal shattered and blood-red light shot out. An octagonal blood-red crystal that was as big as a fist appeared, giving off a massive evil immortal power. This was the blood crystal that Zhao Fu had condensed. The evil immortal blood crystal gave off a boundless might that seemed to be able to suppress an entire world, and it slowly sank down. Zhao Fu's blood crystal gave off a boundless might as it slowly rose up. Boom, a muffled explosion sounded out as the two powers slowly clashed together. It was as if the heavens and earth were merging, and they gave off an aura that would cause even gods, ghosts, and demons to feel immense fear. The two blood crystals started to fuse together, and the terrifying power became even more intense. Outside, the entire evil immortal chaos world trembled as countless amounts of blood-red chi flooded in and entered Zhao Fu's body. Outside the evil immortal chaos world, the sky suddenly darkened as wild gales started to blow and thunder boomed. A terrifying aura covered the heavens and earth as it spread out. Dongfang Jian felt quite startled as he said, "What's going on inside the evil immortal chaos world?" Dongfang Qiu said seriously, "It's definitely not a good thing for it to give off such a terrifying aura." Dongfang Yu said worriedly, "He's still inside, could he have encountered some danger? Should we go in and take a look?" Dongfang Tu said, It's best to take a look, there can't be any accidents." Everyone nodded, whether it was Zhao Fu or the evil immortal chaos world, they did not want anything to happen to him. However, when they came in front of the stone wheel, they found that they could not enter the evil immortal chaos world. It was as if the space inside had become chaotic and they could not enter through the stone wheel. Everyone's expressions fell, they were now sure that something bad had happened inside, and they felt quite nervous. Dongfang Tu's expression became serious as he asked, "What should we do now?" Dongfang Jian said, "There's nothing we can do even if we can't enter. If we break the seal, the consequences will be even worse, so we can only wait." Dongfang Yu asked, "But he's still inside, are we not going to do anything?" Dongfang Jian nodded, "There's nothing we can do." Dongfang Yu looked at the stone wheel worriedly and hoped that nothing would happen to Zhao Fu. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as the two blood crystals within Zhao Fu's body fused together, and a blood-red circular light barrier containing terrifying power spread out. It was as if nothing could stop it. The blood-red circular light barrier exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, and the ground instantly crumbled. The blood-red circular light barrier continued to spread out incredibly quickly, and it seemed as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. The scene was incredibly shocking and terrifying. Volume 1, Chapter 447. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out, causing Dongfang Jian and the others to feel quite startled. They looked up into the sky and saw many cracks in the air as countless blood-red lights shot out. A berserk, twisted, and evil aura spread out, causing everyone to feel a sense of fear. Dongfang Jian said in astonishment, "The seal was broken by a type of power." Dongfang Qiu hurriedly asked, "Is there any other way to repair it?" Dongfang Jian shook his head. Dongfang Ku's expression was unsightly as he said, "What terrible thing happened here?" Bang, an even louder sound rang out, shaking the surroundings. Space completely shattered as a blood-red world appeared before everyone's eyes. The blood-red aura was unstoppable as it flooded everything. The people in the distance also felt a wave of cold air, and their hair stood on end as they felt extremely uncomfortable. The seal of the evil immortal wreaking havoc with the world had been broken. Dongfang Jian and the others had fallen to the bottom of the valley. Something big was about to happen to the Eastern Alliance. However, now that the seal was completely broken, they could enter the evil immortal chaotic world. Dongfang Jian immediately said, "Let's go in and see what happened." The others nodded and gave off powerful auras as they quickly flew towards the center of the evil immortal chaotic world. At this moment, the blood within Zhao Fu's body had already fused into one. A supreme evil immortal power spread out, and at that moment, the spirit chi of the chaos world surged towards Zhao Fu. Countless experts' expressions changed as they looked in Zhao Fu's direction. What happened? Why is the spiritual energy of the entire chaos world gathering in that direction? Last time, when that evil immortal's bloodline reached the 8th level, it did not cause such a huge fluctuation. This ripple is not only stronger than the ripple caused by the evil immortal's bloodline, it is even stronger than the ripple caused by the innate sun god and innate moon immortal. This is the first time I've felt such a strong ripple. Yes, something big must have happened to the primal chaos world. That is why it has caused such a huge ripple. Hopefully, it is nothing bad. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. The primal chaos world might be heavily damaged. I don't know why, but I keep feeling uneasy. That direction is giving me an ominous feeling. Let's go and take a look. If it's that kind of world-shaking calamity, the more we can stop it. Alright. I'm also curious about what could have caused such a huge commotion. Boom boom boom, loud rumbling sounds rang out as the experts turned into streams of light and flew towards Zhao Fu, leaving trails of light in the sky. Countless ordinary people were confused as to what had happened. They had not yet sensed that terrifying ripple, but they would soon sense it. Dongfang Jian and the others rushed into the depths of the evil immortal chaotic world and saw vast amounts of heaven and earth power pouring into a figure. That figure was actually Zhao Fu, and his body gave off a supreme evil immortal power, causing everyone to look shocked. How is this possible? No one knew why Zhao Fu was able to emit such a terrifying immortal evil power. Could it be that the immortal evil power had taken over his body, or something else had happened? When the evil blood centipede saw the people of the Eastern Alliance, its face turned cold. Protect the master. The 8 blood fiends stood in front of the Eastern Alliance. Dongfang Ye shouted angrily, "What did you do to him?" The evil blood centipede's lips curled into a smile. "Don't worry. We wouldn't dare to do anything to our master." "What master? Did that evil immortal not die and take over his body? Do you know who he is?" "He's the son of origin," Dongfang Ye said. She wanted to use this method to make them fear Zhao Fu's identity. Hearing this, the evil blood centipede women looked at each other and looked quite shocked. So Zhao Fu was the son of origin, no wonder he was so powerful. The evil blood centipede woman smiled and said, "Our old master is already dead, he is our new master." Dongfang Ye asked, "What do you mean?" The evil blood centipede lightly laughed and said, "Don't you understand? He's our master's legacy, he's just taking back our master's power and becoming our new master." Everyone felt as if their minds had been hit by a massive force. Dongfang Ye took a step back and asked in disbelief, "You're saying that he's the evil immortal's legatee?" The evil blood centipede laughed and said, "That's right." Only now did the Dongfang Alliance's people realize that they had been tricked by Zhao Fu. However, no one would have thought that the son of origin was the evil immortal's legatee. Dongfang Ye felt incredibly furious. Zhao Fu had lied to her and used her to do all sorts of things. Back then, she had helped Zhao Fu and had been worried that something had happened to Zhao Fu. Now, Dongfang Ye wanted to kill Zhao Fu. Dongfang Shouyue also looked furious. She had underestimated Zhao Fu and had never thought that Zhao Fu had hidden himself so well. She had even lost her chastity to Zhao Fu. Dongfang Jian and the others felt incredibly regretful. Why had they coveted the son of origin status and power? Now, they had made such a big mistake. If they had another chance, they definitely would not have let Zhao Fu enter the evil immortal chaotic world. However, it was too late for them to regret. Xiao Fu had already entered the evil immortal chaotic world and obtained the evil immortal's power. Dongfang Jian said coldly, "You guys stop them, we have to stop him." The 8 alliance masters immediately gave off terrifying auras and rushed towards the 8 blood beasts, while the others rushed towards Xiao Fu, wanting to kill Xiao Fu on the spot. The 8 blood beasts were all injured, and even though they wanted to stop them, they were stopped by the 8 alliance masters. The other 4 alliance masters passed by the 8 blood beasts and rushed in front of Xiao Fu. Dongfang Jian was the fastest. He forcefully slammed out with his palm, and a terrifying sword energy slashed towards Xiao Fu like a hot knife through butter. It was as if no one could stop it. Bang! A massive sound rang out as Dongfang Jian's body flew backwards and crashed to the ground as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The Eastern Alliance's people had forgotten something important, which was that all of the primal chaos world spirit chi was flowing into Xiao Fu's body. Xiao Fu was currently being buffed by the entire primal chaos world's power, and Dongfang Jian attacking Xiao Fu had instead heavily injured himself. Seeing this scene, the 3 people who had wanted to attack stopped in shock. They thought about it and understood the reason, and their expressions became quite unsightly. Now, they did not even have a chance to stop Xiao Fu. The evil blood scorpion women lightly laughed and retreated to the side, not wanting to fight with the alliance masters. The Eastern Alliance masters once again gathered together. Dongfang Kong anxiously asked, "Is there any way to stop him?" Dongfang Ku sighed and said, "Now that he's being buffed by the primal chaos world, let alone us, even a true celestial can't do anything. We're going to lose this time." Volume 1, Chapter 448, Death Boundless Heaven and Earth power continued to fuse into Xiao Fu's body, giving off world-shaking power, making it so that no one dared to get close. Many experts had arrived as well, looking at the scene before them in shock. What's going on? How can this person endure such a massive amount of heaven and earth power entering his body? Wait, why is this person giving off such a terrifying evil immortal power? Could he be the legendary evil immortal? So all of this was caused by the evil immortal's successor. But hasn't the evil immortal's bloodline reached the final stage 8? How can it continue to evolve? According to the legends, the final stage of the evil immortal's bloodline is a peak saint tier bloodline. If it breaks through again, it's the source bloodline, and it's the second source bloodline apart from the primal chaos source bloodline. This is the first time something like this has happened in the primal chaos world, which is why it has caused such a huge commotion. The Eastern Alliance is in trouble. This evil immortal's successor has surpassed the previous evil immortal and will be even more terrifying. Who can stop him? That's right. Even the legendary Child of Essence might be a bit weaker in front of him. After all, this is the first generation source evil immortal's bloodline. I didn't come in the wrong this time. I'm extremely fortunate to be able to witness the birth of the source bloodline. Hearing those words, the expressions of the people from the Eastern Alliance became even grimmer. No one wanted to stop it because they knew that it was already too late. Boom, a muffled sound rang out as the boundless primal chaos power stopped flowing into Xiao Fu's body. Everything seemed to have stopped, and even though it did not seem like there was any danger, everyone felt even more terrified. The blood-red octagonal crystal within Xiao Fu's body gave off a blood-red power and blood-red transparent insects crawled out from Xiao Fu's body. There were scorpions, centipedes, ants, earthworms, spiders, and they flooded out. Seeing the insect images, everyone quickly retreated. The countless insect images covered the area in front of them, forming an ocean of insects. These insect beasts were different from the insect beasts from before. In the past, the insect beasts had looked wild and twisted, as if they could not help but pounce and devour people when they saw them. Moreover, they were made of flesh and blood. Now, the insect beasts were blood-red shadows, and they were not as wild and twisted as before. Instead, they were deep and evil. In the past, that kind of aura was extremely terrifying, and anyone who saw it would retreat in fear. Now, this was a kind of fear that came from the heart. The second type was even more terrifying than the first type, because the current evil immortal energy had already undergone a qualitative change, becoming a supreme energy. Bang, a deafening sound rang out again, and the blood-colored insect beasts collapsed, turning into countless blood-colored motes of light that floated into the sky. The fist-sized octagonal blood crystal in Zhao Fu's body suddenly turned a translucent white and shattered, revealing a thumb-sized octagonal blood crystal. Each side of the crystal was covered with twisted magical symbols that contained the great Daos of heaven and earth. The countless motes of blood-red light that floated into the sky fused into the sky, causing the sky to gradually become blood-red and spread outwards. Soon, it covered the entire outer world, and a berserk, evil, and twisted power pressed down like the heavens. Countless people felt that it was difficult to breathe, and a strange sense of terror flowed out of their hearts. Their bodies continuously became covered with cold sweat, and even ordinary people knew that something terrifying had happened. The blood-red light covered the outer world and did not stop there. The blood-red light shot through countless distances, shining on the heaven-awakened world, the alchemy world, and the card world. The heaven-awakened world was the closest, so it was affected the most. The sky became blood-red, and faint insect images appeared. When the blood-red light shone on the weaker creatures, they immediately went berserk. The experts' expressions fell. What's happening in the outer world? Why are there such massive ripples? This power is also extremely terrifying, and it's definitely a supreme energy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so terrifying. This power feels quite unfamiliar, and I've never encountered anything like it before. Do you feel that it's familiar? Such a massive ripple has happened in the heaven-awakened world before. You're saying that the heaven-awakened sun awakened the first-generation origin bloodline? I also feel that this ripple is quite similar to the awakening of the first-generation origin bloodline. It's possible that a shocking genius from the outer world has awakened the first-generation origin bloodline, which is why such a massive ripple has appeared. When did such a terrifying person appear in the outer world? He'll put the heaven-awakened world at a disadvantage and will definitely become the greatest threat to the heaven-awakened world. Don't worry, since the outer world has given birth to an origin bloodline, we also have one in the heaven-awakened world. I'm sure we'll be able to resist or even suppress him. The people from the alchemy world also saw countless blood-red rays of light shoot out from the void. Sensing this terrifying power, they all looked shocked. What kind of power is this? It feels so evil and crazy, and it's far above my own power. Under this blood-red light, even metal will be corroded and become an evil and crazy metal. If ordinary people from the alchemy world were exposed to this blood-red light, they would definitely go crazy. This blood-red light doesn't come from the heaven-awakened world but from the outer world. I never thought that the outer world would be able to affect us. I just received news that the evil Celestial's legatee has awakened an early generation origin bloodline. No way. An early generation origin bloodline? That's almost impossible, and it's thousands of times more difficult than becoming a celestial. It's because it's so difficult that the ripples are so great. It seems that the heaven-awakened sun bloodline in the heaven-awakened world was also an early generation origin bloodline. AI. The heaven-awakened world and the outer world both gave birth to such powerful bloodlines, so why doesn't our alchemy world have one? This puts us at a great disadvantage. That's right, it's impossible to find anyone in the alchemy world who can compare to those two. In the future, both of them will become existences that will harm our world. If we have the opportunity, we must get rid of them. Countless rays of blood-red light shot down from the sky in the card world, and countless people in the card world looked quite confused. They felt as if a bug had burrowed into their bodies, causing their bodies to tremble and feel a chill. Is this the blood-red light from that world? Why is it so terrifying? I've never seen such terrifying power before. It's the outer world. It seems that something big happened in the outer world. We were not affected much, but the outer world was greatly affected. Volume 1, Chapter 449, Death. What happened in the outer world? Why did the blood-red light shoot into our card world? I heard that the outer world gave birth to an initial origin bloodline. Initial origin bloodline? No wonder the ripples were so great. It seems that the heaven-awakened world also has one. I wonder how they did it. Our card world hasn't produced one in so many years, or else our card world would be in a disadvantageous position. There's also an alchemy world that doesn't have one. I wonder if their world has any shocking geniuses. If their world has one, but our card world doesn't, that would be disadvantageous. Outer world. Zhao Fu's body automatically rose up and floated in the air. He spread out his hands and countless blood-red runes densely appeared around Zhao Fu. Within his body, an octagonal blood-red crystal that was as big as a finger slowly rose up and grew out of Zhao Fu's chest. It seemed to be embedded into Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu's clothes were torn apart by a formless energy. The crystal gave off boundless blood-red light, and a powerful blood-red ripple spread out. Zhao Fu's body started to go through changes. His black hair became blood-red, and there seemed to be countless bug eyes in his eye sockets. Blood-red meridians spread out from the blood-red crystal on his chest. A berserk, twisted, evil, and murderous aura spread out from Zhao Fu's body, covering the heavens and earth. Zhao Fu was expressionless, and he looked like an evil celestial that had descended into the mortal world, causing all living beings to feel terror. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Right now, Zhao Fu was in the evil celestial's final form, and his bloodline had become an initial origin evil celestial bloodline. Back then, the evil celestial had not been able to do what he had been chasing, and now, Zhao Fu had accomplished it for him. Not only had his bloodline become an initial origin bloodline, but the evil celestial's power had also become a supreme power. The level of difficulty was still very high. The evil immortal bloodline had used countless years and devoured countless bloodlines to raise the evil immortal bloodline to a peak stage divine bloodline. Zhao Fu had the support of the primeval essence bloodline, as well as countless other bloodlines. The two evil immortal powers fused together to finally break through. The evil immortal's power was very useful. If Zhao Fu relied on himself, it would be very difficult for him to upgrade the evil immortal's bloodline to the essence bloodline. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Even if they were stronger than Zhao Fu, they were like powerless children in front of Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's strength was not something they could touch. Dongfang Yu looked at Zhao Fu angrily. This was a bastard who had lied to her, and she was the one who had caused this. She was the one who had harmed the Eastern Alliance. Who knew how many people in the Eastern Alliance would be lost in the future? It was all her fault. Zhao Fu looked at Dongfang Yu and said, "Sorry." Dongfang Yu said coldly, "I don't accept it, I just want to kill you." The evil blood butterfly lightly laughed and said, "Master, now that you have the support of the primal chaos world's power, you should take this opportunity to kill all of the Eastern Alliance's sect masters." Hearing this, everyone's expressions fell. In this state, Zhao Fu could easily kill them all. The evil blood butterfly coldly looked at the Eastern Alliance's people and said, "That's right. Master can now take revenge for old Master and kill them all." The Eastern Alliance's people immediately became alert and prepared to escape. The other experts also retreated. They did not want to get involved in the matter between the Eastern Alliance and the evil immortal. There would be severe consequences. Dongfang Ku's expression was unsightly as he said, "Later, let's try to escape as much as we can. Don't stop, as long as the heaven and earth power on his body disperses, we won't have to fear him anymore." The others' expressions were quite unsightly. Even if they escaped this time, it would be very difficult to escape from Zhao Fu in the future. However, preserving their lives was the most important thing right now. They could only take things one step at a time. Dongfang Yu said in self-blame, "I'll stay behind and delay him. I'm willing to take responsibility for this matter, all of you just need to run." Dongfang Shouyue cried out in discomfort, "You." Dongfang Yu said resolutely, "There's no need to persuade me. This matter was caused by me, and to the Eastern Alliance, I cannot be forgiven." The evil blood scorpion cried out, "Master, hurry and kill them, or else your heaven and earth power will disappear. When that time comes, we'll be in danger." Zhao Fu looked at Dongfang Yu and said, "I won't kill you all." The Eastern Alliance's people looked quite startled. They had not expected Zhao Fu to say this. The blood fiends had not expected this either, and the evil blood spider hurriedly cried out, "Master, they're old Master's enemies, you must kill them, or else we'll all be killed by them." Zhao Fu said, "I have my own plans for this matter." The blood fiends angrily looked at the Eastern Alliance's people. They did not know what Zhao Fu wanted to do or why he wanted to kill the Eastern Alliance's people. Dongfang Yu's expression was cold as she asked, "Why?" Zhao Fu said, "I want the grievances between the evil immortal and the Eastern Alliance to end here. I won't make trouble for the Eastern Alliance, and you won't make trouble for me either." The Eastern Alliance's people looked in disbelief. Such a good thing could happen. Dongfang Jian asked, "Is that true?" Now that their lives were in Zhao Fu's hands and they could not resist Zhao Fu, they had been worried about the evil immortal's threat every day. If this matter could be resolved, they would naturally be very happy. As for the grievances from before, they did not want to pursue them. Zhao Fu nodded. Dongfang Jian did not hesitate at all. All right, we agree. Today, the grievances between the Eastern Alliance and you will be written off. The Blood Fiends and the others felt quite displeased but did not say anything. The other experts looked quite confused. They had never thought that the matter would be resolved like this. They had thought that Zhao Fu would kill the Eastern Alliance's people. Once the Alliance Masters died, the Eastern Alliance would fall into chaos, and they would obtain great benefits. Dongfang Yu had never thought that Zhao Fu would do such a thing, and she looked quite complicated and did not know what to do. Zhao Fu looked at Dongfang Yu and said, "Now, I don't owe you anything. We won't meet again in the future." Dongfang Yu looked at Zhao Fu, and her eyes flickered with tears. Zhao Fu waved his hand, and a wave of energy covered the Blood Fiends and the women, and they turned into rays of light and disappeared over the horizon. The Eastern Continent Alliance's people let out a sigh of relief. They had never thought that the Eastern Continent Alliance's disaster would end so easily. They looked at Dongfang Yu. They had felt quite resentful towards Dongfang Yu, and it was all thanks to her that Zhao Fu had given up on taking revenge. Dongfang Yu lowered her head in discomfort and flew off. Dongfang Shouyue quickly chased after her, wanting to persuade her. Everyone else felt quite bored and left. News of what had happened here quickly spread, shaking the entire primal chaos world. Book 1, Chapter 450, Bloodline. This was the birth of a first-generation origin bloodline. This had never happened in the history of the primal chaos, and no one had ever thought of upgrading a bloodline to an origin bloodline. In the minds of countless people, the origin race had been born along with the primal chaos world. They were born with the origin bloodline. Ordinary people did not have the ability to upgrade their bloodlines to the origin bloodline. The origin bloodline represented a lofty existence that could not be touched. The most fortunate thing was that this evil immortal was not as crazy and twisted as the previous evil immortal, who had not caused a world-shaking catastrophe in the primal chaos world and caused countless lives to be lost. If this generation's evil immortal was like the last generation's evil immortal, then there would only be greater casualties. The entire primal chaos world might be seriously damaged. Facing this type of exceptional generation source bloodline, many experts felt extremely powerless, not having the slightest bit of confidence in stopping it. However, now that this evil immortal was not so crazy and had reconciled with the Eastern Alliance, everyone relaxed. Having such a person in the future was a good thing for the primal chaos world. The women on the moon and the sun also knew about this and knew that Zhao Fu had upgraded the evil immortal's bloodline to a first-generation origin bloodline. Regarding this matter, they were still quite shocked. This was something that was almost impossible even for them. Now, Zhao Fu and the 8 blood fiends appeared in a valley. The evil blood scorpion said somewhat angrily, "Why did you reconcile with the Eastern Alliance?" The evil blood spider said, "Yes, we should not have reconciled with the Eastern Alliance. We should have killed everyone in the Eastern Alliance." Dongfang Dai looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu said, "Since the evil immortal has taken revenge, I don't want to continue this enmity. The Eastern Continent Alliance's people have helped me, so if you want to take revenge, I won't stop you. I won't care about this anymore." The evil blood scorpion harumphed. The evil blood snail glanced at everyone and said softly, "I think that this matter should end here. Everyone does not have to kill each other and can live peacefully somewhere." "That's right," the evil blood snail said softly, "even if we reconcile, it should be the Eastern Alliance begging us to reconcile, not us taking the initiative to reconcile with them." The evil blood snail said, "That's right. Even if we reconcile, it should be the Eastern Alliance begging us to reconcile, not us taking the initiative to reconcile with them." The evil blood snail looked at Zhao Fu and said, "I think we should forget it. He is our master now, so we should listen to him." The evil blood snail nodded. "Yes, we are all master's toys. Master can do whatever he wants. We cannot have any complaints." The evil blood butterfly lightly laughed and said, "I do as I please." The women looked at Zhao Fu with some bitterness in their eyes. If Zhao Fu really wanted to do this, there was nothing they could do and they could only accept it. Zhao Fu sighed as he said, "It's quite difficult for me. The evil blood puppet laughed as it said, "All right. I don't want to make things difficult for Master, so I'm willing to listen to Master. However, Master can compensate us well." God. Of. God's blood. 2 days later, the evil blood butterfly lay in Zhao Fu's embrace with rosy faces. The evil blood butterfly asked, "Master, what should we do now?" Zhao Fu replied, "I'm going to search for the final bronze shard. I'm only missing that bronze shard to repair the origin armament, and that's when I awaken the Supreme Primal Chaos Emperor star." Now that Zhao Fu had obtained the first-generation origin evil immortal bloodline, he felt that he was just a step away from awakening the Supreme Emperor star. Hearing about the Supreme Emperor star, everyone felt quite shocked. The evil blood butterfly said, "Master, the Supreme Emperor star of the outer world is something that the origin race has never awakened before. It only exists in legends. Can you really do it?" Zhao Fu confidently smiled and nodded, "You all stay here and recover. I'll come back after dealing with these matters." The evil blood ant said softly, We are willing to listen to Master." The evil blood butterfly smiled and said, "I'm very satisfied this time. I'm fine, and we've obtained so much of Master's power that we need to properly digest it." Zhao Fu said, "I'll be going then." The women felt quite reluctant, but they still nodded. Zhao Fu spent a few more days returning to the dragon race. The Eastern Region Alliance did not reveal that Zhao Fu was also a child of origin, so countless people did not know that the child of origin was also Zhao Fu. Long Wushui looked at Zhao Fu and lightly laughed as he said, "Boy, you're quite capable. You've completed such a difficult thing twice. How does it feel to have two original origin bloodlines?" Zhao Fu looked at Long Wushui and lightly laughed. Out of all of the powerful women, only Long Wushui knew about Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu hugged her and smiled as he asked, "What do you think?" Long Wushui's face became red and she wanted to kiss Zhao Fu. At that moment, the various leaders of the dragon race arrived. Seeing that Zhao Fu had returned, they hurriedly talked about the first-generation origin evil immortal and said that a powerful opponent had appeared for Zhao Fu. They did not know that Zhao Fu was the evil immortal's legatee, and Zhao Fu sent them away with a few simple sentences. The various leaders still felt quite worried. The evil immortal's legatee was simply too terrifying. Zhao Fu started to gather information on the final bronze shard, but after searching for half a day, there was no news at all, causing Zhao Fu to feel a headache. This final bronze shard was too secretive, and Zhao Fu had expected it. Last time, he had only gathered information on 2 bronze shards, but there had not been a third one. Zhao Fu tried again, but he still did not find anything. In the end, Zhao Fu understood that the dragon race would not be able to gather information on the bronze shard, so he could only rely on other factions. Which factions were famous for gathering information? Zhao Fu thought of a few merchant groups. They were quite well informed, and perhaps he would be able to obtain some information. The December Merchant Group was quite close to Zhao Fu, so Zhao Fu decided to go to the December Merchant Group and have them help him gather information. The women of the December Merchant Group looked at Zhao Fu on the moon platform with hidden bitterness. Moon Saintess said, "Unless you have something to do, you wouldn't take the initiative to find us, right?" Moon Dancing Star said angrily, "The problem is that you're a womanizer every day. How many women did you sleep with during this trip to the Eastern Alliance?" Zhao Fu gave an awkward smile. Xianxia smiled as she said, "Come on up. It's been a while since we've gotten along, we'll tell others to do it." Hearing this, Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. His body gave off a ray of moonlight as he quickly flew into the sky. Now that Zhao Fu had obtained sun and moon power, he did not encounter any difficulties and quickly flew to a moon. Seeing Zhao Fu fly up, the women were no longer angry at Zhao Fu and happily ran over. Volume 1, Chapter 451, Battle. After a friendly conversation, Xianxia leaned into Zhao Fu's embrace and asked somewhat melancholically, "After finding the final bronze shard, are you going to part ways with us?" Zhao Fu thought about it. After awakening the outer world's Supreme Emperor star, it would be time for him to return to the Heaven Awakened world. After leaving for so long, Zhao Fu greatly missed it. He replied, The Moon Holy Daughter asked caringly, "Will you come back then?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'll come back when I have time." "Don't be so sad." Yu Yao said, "It's not that we're thinking too much, but you don't belong to the outer world. Who knows when you'll come back? It might be 10 years, 20 years, or even 100 years. If you don't stay by our side, how can we be at ease? Zhao Fu looked at her as he replied, I can only say that I'll come back when I have time, and it won't be that long. I'm going to leave the outer world, but you won't give up on this place. The Moon Holy Daughter said, Is there a way to satisfy both sides? Zhao Fu thought about it before replying, There isn't. The Moon Holy Daughter looked at Zhao Fu and said, Then you have to promise us that you'll come back to see us when you have time. Don't lie to us. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, Understood. He stayed at the Moon Palace for a few days, and the people from the 12 moons did their best to help him collect information on the bronze shard. However, there was still no news of the final bronze shard. Now, Zhao Fu felt quite troubled. How could the 12 moons not be able to find any information on such a large merchant group? In the end, Zhao Fu could only go to another merchant group and pay a price. However, to Zhao Fu's surprise, there was still no news. Where was the final bronze shard? Now, Zhao Fu did not know what to do. There was no news at all, and he did not know where to look. Zhao Fu thought about it and went to the 10,000 Swords City and the sorcerer race to ask them to help him collect information, but there was still no news. Could it be that the origin artifact was missing a piece, which was why Zhao Fu couldn't find it? This was very possible. According to the information they had obtained, origin weapons were originally burial items left behind by a noble origin race member. After the secret realm had been destroyed, the bronze shards had landed in the primal chaos world and been obtained by different people. If he wanted to know where the last piece of the bronze fragment was, then he had to figure it out. Otherwise, he would never be able to find it. Zhao Fu began to gather information about the origin race through the various major forces. One by one, ancient books were sent to Zhao Fu's room. Zhao Fu looked through them carefully, looking for relevant information. Because too much time had passed, there was very little information about the origin race. After 5 or 6 days, Zhao Fu found a legend. According to the legend, the origin race had a daughter called Yao, who fell in love with a man. They had a deep and sweet relationship, but the man died soon after. Yao went crazy and tried to revive the man, going as far as to steal the heaven's treasure. In the end, she was punished by the heavens and died. People buried her in the earth realm. Zhao Fu was not sure if this legend had anything to do with the origin artifact or not. The only similarity was that the heaven's treasure was an ancient bronze mirror. If this legend was true, then he needed detailed information about how Yao had died and how the heaven's treasure had shattered. Zhao Fu continued to look through the ancient books, but he did not find any information. The other ancient books did not mention it either. This made it so that Zhao Fu did not know the details, and he could not find the final bronze shard. Could it be that after working so hard for so long, I found out that the bronze shard could not be repaired? Zhao Fu felt a headache coming on. All his previous efforts had been for nothing. However, if he did not do that, what else could he do? The key was not just to repair the origin artifact. Zhao Fu also wanted to use it to awaken the outer world's Supreme Emperor star. If he could not repair the origin artifact, Zhao Fu's plan to awaken the Supreme Emperor star would have to be delayed. Zhao Fu's final hope was placed on those ancient books, and Zhao Fu had the large factions continue to search. Long Wushui walked in and looked at Zhao Fu flipping through the ancient books. There were books all around them, and she asked, Is there still no news? Zhao Fu looked down at the ancient books and replied, Long Wushui walked over and sat in Zhao Fu's embrace, saying, I'll help you take a look. Are you tired from reading these ancient books? Zhao Fu hugged Long Wushui and smiled as he said, I'm a bit tired, but finding the final bronze shard is more important. If I can't find it, my plans will be disrupted, and I might have to find something else to awaken the Supreme Emperor star. Long Wushui asked, What have you found over the past few days? Zhao Fu told Long Wushui about the legend that he had discovered. Long Wushui thought for a moment before asking, After the secret realm shattered, apart from the origin shard, was there anything else? Zhao Fu replied, There should have been many things, but they were taken away by various experts. Now that so much time has passed, I'm not sure where those experts are. However, they most likely don't have the final bronze shard, or else it would be impossible for there to be no news at all. Long Wushui asked, If the legend is true, then there should be Yao's corpse within the secret realm. I wonder if the final shard is related to Yao's corpse. Zhao Fu thought of something. If he could find Yao's corpse and use the 8 forbidden blood art to revive her, as long as she had a small portion of her memories, he would definitely be able to find out where the final bronze shard was. That way, he would be able to repair the origin armament. However, where was Yao's corpse? This was a new problem, and Zhao Fu did not have any information. Zhao Fu thought about it and had the large factions gather some information. The large factions were quite useful, and they were able to gather some relevant information. A long time ago, the Western Alliance obtained a set of skeletons that were rumored to belong to the Origin race. Moreover, it was a woman, and it had been kept in the Western Alliance's collection. Ordinary people would not be able to see the remains of the Origin race. Zhao Fu felt that this skeleton was most likely Yao's, or else it would have been useless. After hearing that other factions had the Origin race's skeleton, Zhao Fu decided to go to the Western Alliance to take a look. He hoped that the matter would be resolved, and thinking about that, he gave a trace of a smile. Long Wushui looked at Zhao Fu and smiled as she asked, "Has the matter been resolved?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, "However, I can't be sure yet. I'll only know after I go to the Western Alliance." Long Wushui smiled as she said, I'll wait for you to awaken the Supreme Primal Chaos Emperor star." Zhao Fu laughed and hugged Long Wushui for a while before making some preparations and flying towards the Western Alliance. Book 1, Chapter 452. After flying for a while, Zhao Fu stopped at a large city to rest. Looking at the crowds ahead, it seemed that something interesting was happening. Zhao Fu followed over curiously and saw a handsome-looking man grabbing a beautiful woman's hand. The man had a playful smile on his face while the woman struggled angrily. The handsome-looking man lightly laughed as he said, "Since you bumped into me, shouldn't you compensate me?" The woman said angrily, "It was an accident, and I've already apologized." The handsome-looking man laughed as he said, "I don't care, it's your honor that I've taken a liking to you." The beautiful woman struggled as she said, "Let go of me." The people in the surroundings watched on and no one went up to stop them, as they recognized that handsome-looking man. He was the young lord of Nine Hell region. Yujun Nine Hell region was a very powerful faction in the Western Alliance, and it was not any weaker than the 12 Moons. As the young lord of such a powerful faction, no one dared to stop him and they could only watch on. Zhao Fu watched on by the side and did not show any signs of stopping them. At this time, Yujun pulled the beautiful woman into his embrace and hugged her with both of his hands. The beautiful woman angrily struggled with all her might. Yujun smiled as he looked at the woman in his embrace. It was as if the more she struggled, the more he liked her. "Let go of my little sister." A cold cry sounded out as a seductive woman who looked somewhat similar to the beautiful woman brought a large group of people over. Looking at this woman, Yujun slightly frowned. Seeing the seductive woman appear, the beautiful woman smiled as she called out, "Big sis, this fellow is bullying me." Seeing her appear, everyone recognized her. She was the daughter of a Western Alliance leader, and her name was Siemens Meng. This beautiful woman was most likely Siemens Qing. Siemens Meng said coldly, "I'll say it again, let go of my little sister." Yujun lightly laughed, "What if I don't?" Siemens Meng said coldly, "Then don't blame me for being impolite. You won't get any benefits in our Western Alliance territory." As she spoke, the people behind Siemens Meng gave off powerful auras. If it was just him fighting Siemens Meng, he would not be worried, but if it was a group of people, he would not be a match for them. If he was captured, it would be even more embarrassing. Yujun loosened his grip and let go of Simon King with a smile. Siemens Qing hurriedly ran back to Siemens Meng. Siemens Meng asked with concern, "Sister, are you all right?" Siemens nodded. At this moment, a simple and honest voice sounded, "Let me see what's going on." The crowd dispersed, and a 2-meter-tall man with a pair of white bull horns, short white hair, and a piece of white jade embedded in the back of his throat appeared. "He's the Sky Sovereign Ox Beast Clan's young clan head, Niu Hu." Everyone looked at the Niu Hu in shock. The Empyrean Ox Beast was a powerful beast that had existed since the birth of the Primal Chaos world. It possessed a power that could shake the ancient times. Although its bloodline had fallen to a sacred tier bloodline, it was still an extremely powerful race that was not any weaker than the Chaos Dragons. The 3 people present were all famous geniuses of the Western Alliance. Seeing the 3 of them, everyone felt quite excited. Niuhu looked at Yu Jun and Siemens Meng and said with a smile, so you two are here. What happened? Siemens Meng said, nothing much. As she spoke, she turned and left with her people. Yu Jun lightly laughed as she said, Brother Ox, why are you here? Niuhu said with a simple smile, my wife is too terrifying and always hits me, so I came out to have some fun. Yu Jun came up and smiled as she said, how about I take you to some good places to have some fun? Niuhu smiled as he said, all right. Many thanks. Yu Jun and Niuhu walked towards a brothel. Xiaofu walked towards Siemens Meng and planned to rely on her to enter the Western Alliance and obtain that source skeleton. On the way, Siemens Qing looked at her big sister and smiled as she said, Big sis, I came out to gather information about the source child and the evil immortal. Did you find anything? Siemens Meng replied, according to some secret information, the immortal used the identity of the Son of Origin to infiltrate the Eastern Alliance, and finally obtained the power of the previous immortal. I don't know how he deceived the Alliance Masters of the Eastern Alliance, or maybe that immortal is also the legendary Son of Origin. Siemens Meng looked at Ximen Meng and said, Mother said that she wants to lend you to that source child, what do you plan to do, big sis? Siemens Meng sighed as she said, what else can I do? I'll just follow Mother's arrangements. Siemens Meng said curiously, this seems to be related to that skeleton in the Western Alliance. I wonder what Mother and the others are planning. Siemens Meng reminded her, the Western Alliance forbids people from talking about this, so it won't do you any good if you know. Ximen Ziqing replied, oh. Xiaofu followed behind them and thought about how to get close to them and gain their trust so that they could return to the Western Alliance together. Should he try to save the damsel in distress again? Even though this was cliché, it was quite useful. Or should he directly tell them his identity? That would not do. Although it was much more convenient, it was not conducive to his plan and would also be greatly restricted. Watching Siemens Meng and the others leave the city, Xiaofu showed a naughty smile and planned to wait for them to go a little further before taking action. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared in front of him, grabbed Xiaofu's collar with one hand, and lifted him up. Taken aback, Xiaofu looked at the person in front of him. It was a tall woman with a pair of white horns and long fluffy white hair. She was extremely beautiful, and there was a piece of white jade on her throat, which made her look relatively fierce. The fierce woman lifted Xiaofu and said coldly, Boy, I can tell that you're up to no good. What do you want? Hearing this, the people of the Western Dream also stopped and looked at the city gate. Xiaofu quickly explained, don't wrongly accuse a good person. The fierce woman snorted coldly. You're just a little thief, they'll say the same thing as you when they're caught. Xiaofu was at a loss for words. The fierce woman turned her head and shouted, Hey, wait a minute, this boy wants to play tricks on you. I'll hand him over to you now. The fierce woman casually threw Subai in front of Siemens Meng and the others with surprisingly great strength. Several people stepped forward and grabbed Xiaofu. Siemens Meng smiled and said, Thank you. The fierce woman said, No need, I can't stand villains like him always scheming behind our backs. By the way, have you seen my man? Volume 1, Chapter 453. Xin Meng asked, Are you Niuhu's wife? The fierce woman nodded. My name is Niu Chun. Xin Meng said, He's now fooling around with Yu Jun in the brothel. Hearing this, the fierce-looking woman's face was filled with anger. With a ferocious aura, she charged into the city. A person next to her asked, Miss, how should we deal with this person? Xin Meng looked at Xiaofu and said, Take off his cloak. Yes. The man obeyed and took off Subai's cloak, revealing a perfect, otherworldly face. No one present would have thought that there would be such a good-looking man in this city. It was extremely rare to see such a handsome man. Xin Meng looked at Xiaofu with fascinated eyes, and her face turned slightly red. Xin Meng had greater composure. She looked at Xiaofu and asked, What are you planning to do by following us? Xiaofu said with a smile, I don't plan to do anything, it's a misunderstanding. Xin Meng glared at Xiaofu. Hurry up and tell me. Don't think that I won't kill you just because you're so good-looking. Xiaofu looked at Xin Meng gently and said in a sincere and affectionate voice, I saw that you're so beautiful and was moved by you, so I couldn't help but follow you. Looking at Zhao Fu's perfect face, Xin Meng blushed slightly in the face of his confession. It's impossible between us. Zhao Fu pretended to be sad and asked, why? Is it because my status is low and I'm not worthy of you? Xin Meng explained with some discomfort, no, it's my mother who has already planned to marry me to someone else. Zhao Fu said dejectedly. I understand. Xin Meng looked at Zhao Fu and did not know how to persuade him. If not for her mother, she would be happy to give Zhao Fu a chance to pursue her. Xin Meng smiled and said, don't be so sad. My sister can't, but I can. Zhao Fu's expression froze as he looked at Simon King. Simon's dream also looked at his younger sister, who seemed to have fallen in love with Zhao Fu. He felt a little jealous. Simon Qing said shyly, I don't mind your identity. If you're with me, I'm willing to accept you. Zhao Fu said with a smile, I'm willing. In any case, Zhao Fu's goal was to infiltrate the Western Alliance. As for the method he used, it didn't matter. Simon Qing was flabbergasted. He did not expect that Zhao Fu would actually agree. Siemens Meng was a little angry. This person had just confessed his love to her, and now he was asking about her sister's confession. He was like a scumbag. However, at this time, Siemens Meng couldn't directly stop him. She planned to give Zhao Fu a few tests to judge Zhao Fu's character. If he was really terrible, then she would ask her sister to leave this guy. Simon Qing reacted and revealed a happy smile. With a gentle smile on his face, Zhao Fu looked like a professional scumbag who deceived people's feelings. He held Simon King's hands and said sincerely, I will treat you sincerely. Siemens Meng's face became red. She felt a wave of sweetness and nodded. Siemens Meng felt a wave of jealousy in her heart. At that moment, a figure ran out. It was Niu Chen. Her face was filled with anger and some grievance, and her eyes were filled with tears. She had just barged into the brothel when she saw a man entangled with another woman, and there were several of them. Seeing this, Niu Chen directly ran out, planning to cut off all ties with Niu Hu. Western Ziming had expected this and comforted her, take it easy. Men are all good people, and they always like the new and dislike the old. As she spoke, she looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu felt quite awkward. Niu Chen nodded, I've already divorced Niu Hu, even if he begs me in the future, it'll be useless. Western Ziming smiled as she said, we plan to return to the Western Alliance, do you want to come to our place to have some fun? Niu Chen thought about it and found that she had nowhere to go, so she said, sure. At that moment, Niu Chen noticed Zhao Fu. Looking at Zhao Fu's perfect face, she asked curiously, who is he? Western Ziming smiled as she said. He's the person you caught. Niu Chen looked at Zhao Fu in surprise, she had never thought that someone she had caught so casually would be so good-looking. Zhao Fu smiled politely at her. Niu Chen felt annoyed whenever she saw men, so she glared at Zhao Fu. The group walked towards the Western Alliance. Of course, Zhao Fu had an honest look on his face, and Western Ziming could not find anything wrong with him. She could only suppress the dissatisfaction in her heart. After walking for a long time, a gray light landed in front of them. It was Yujun. Siemens Meng said coldly, what do you want now? Yujun smiled as he explained, don't misunderstand, my target isn't you. Yujun looked at Niu Chen. Niu Chen's expression was cold as she said, why are you looking for me? Yujun smiled as he said, Niu Hu agreed to let you accompany me for a night, so I came. Come with me now. What? Niu Chen looked furious. Niu Chen had never thought that Niu Hu would be such a bastard. He did not know that she had betrayed him and still wanted to give her to someone else. Yujun smiled as he said, seeing that you're so beautiful, it's a pity to give you Niu Hu. Why don't you follow me in the future? Niu Chen said furiously, scram. Yujun smiled as he said, then I can only take you away. Western Ziming blocked in front of Niu Chen and said coldly, she's my friend now, I won't allow you to take her away. Yujun was quite angry, he had tolerated her before, but now she was acting like this again. He said coldly, hurry up and hand her over, this has nothing to do with you. Western Ziming replied, I said before that she's my friend, I won't hand her over to you. Boom, Yujun gave off an eerie and powerful aura as he quickly grabbed at Western Ziming, and an eerie and cold gale blew out. Western Ziming also gave off a powerful aura and rushed over. The two of them clashed. And waves of power continuously spread out, easily shattering the rocks on the ground and making people feel fear. As expected from two shocking geniuses. However, Yu Jun was a bit stronger and was gradually suppressing Western Ziming. At that moment, Western Ziming's people also gave off powerful auras and rushed over to join the battle. If they did not join, Western Ziming would definitely lose. With the help of his subordinates, Western Ziming's advantage became greater, and he sent Yu Jun flying with a final punch. Yu Jun called out savagely, "This prince will remember this and will definitely take revenge in the future." Swish, Yu Jun turned into a gray ray of light and shot over the horizon, disappearing. He could not defeat Western Ziming, so he naturally would not stay here. He could only run, and Western Ziming did not chase after him. Book 1, Chapter 454. Niu Chen said, "Thank you." Xin Meng said gently, "You're welcome. I never thought that Niu Hu would be such a bastard to give you to someone else." Niu Chen said angrily, "Niu Hu is quite strong, but he's just an idiot. I've already decided to cut off all ties with him, and I don't want to see him again. Even if he dies in front of me, I won't save him." Xin Meng said worriedly, "That Yu Jun is not to be trifled with, he'll be a hidden danger in the future." Xin Meng nodded seriously. Zhao Fu came up and smiled as he said to Xin Meng, "Don't worry, Ziqing, I'll protect you." Xin Meng gave a sweet smile and nodded. She quite liked what Zhao Fu said. Xin Meng frowned and said, "Apart from looking good, what else are you good for? You're so weak, yet you say you'll protect my little sister?" Now that Zhao Fu had suppressed his cultivation to a very low level, they did not know Zhao Fu's true strength. Zhao Fu explained, "I'll do my best to cultivate for Ziqing." Hearing such mushy words, Xin Meng happily smiled and said, "I believe you." Xin Meng felt even more jealous and angry, "Then cultivate well in the future." Xin Meng turned and left. Xin Meng hurriedly went up to persuade her big sister not to be angry at Zhao Fu. Even though he did not have the strength, it was enough that he had the intention. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and walked behind her, looking quite shameless. Niu Chen looked at Zhao Fu and the Shiman sisters strangely and did not know what had happened after she had left. That night, the sky was a deep blue, and there were a few stars twinkling. Niu Chen sat on a hill by herself and thought about how she had felt today, and tears welled up in her eyes. Even though she looked quite ferocious, she was a good person, which could be seen from how she had helped Xin Meng capture Zhao Fu. She didn't do anything during the day and tried her best not to be seen by others. Now that she was alone, she didn't have to hide anymore. Tears flowed out and she grabbed the grass beside her and threw it forward. She and Niu Hu had been childhood sweethearts, and their marriage was approved by their parents. Ever since she was young, she treated herself as Niu Hu's wife and helped Niu Hu with all sorts of things. Although Niu Hu was very talented, he wasn't very smart. He needed Niu Chen's help in many things. However, Niu Chen was more domineering. It made Niu Hu feel like he was controlling him. He didn't let him do anything and was often angry at him. This made Niu Hu very uncomfortable. Niu Chen thought that she was helping Niu Hu and thought that she was treating Niu Hu very well. She didn't expect that Niu Hu would betray her and give her to someone else. Thinking of this, Niu Chen became even sadder, and tears streamed down her cheeks. A handkerchief was handed over to her. Niu Chen turned her head and saw that it was Zhao Fu. Niu Chen looked at Zhao Fu's perfect face. Although this guy in front of her was a little weak, Niu Chen couldn't help but admit that Zhao Fu was very good-looking. There was almost no woman who wouldn't be moved by his looks. Niu Chen took the handkerchief and said, "Thank you." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "You're welcome." Niu Chen wiped her tears with the handkerchief. Zhao Fu said gently, "If there's anything unhappy, you'll feel better if you talk about it. You don't have to be sad for people like Niu Hu. It's not worth it. You're a good woman." Zhao Fu's words were extremely shameless. Didn't he know what kind of person he was? Moreover, his motive for coming here was not simple. After being grabbed by Niu Chen like that, Zhao Fu immediately wanted to take revenge. He wasn't that kind. Niu Chen nodded and couldn't help but talk about her past with Niu Hu. Zhao Fu listened attentively and said gently, "You love Niu Hu very much, but it's a pity that Niu Hu can't bear it. You chose the wrong person." Niao Chen nodded and said apologetically, I'm sorry about what happened today. I thought you were a bad person, but I didn't expect you to be a good person. Xiao Fu smiled like the spring sun and said gently, it's okay. I didn't care about it. Niao Chen smiled and felt much more cheerful. Xiao Fu sighed with some melancholy. Niao Chen asked curiously, what's wrong? Xiao Fu looked at Niao Chen affectionately and said, I'm wondering why I haven't met such a good woman like you. Niao Chen blushed and said in a low voice, you'll meet one in the future. Xiao Fu reached out and held Niao Chen's hand. Niao Chen blushed and retracted her hand in a fluster, don't be like this. Xiao Fu pushed Niao Chen down and looked at her affectionately and said, I like you. I can swear that I won't let you down. Niao Chen's heart was beating fast and her face was red, I'm not such a casual woman. Xiao Fu said gently, Niao Hu has already betrayed you. You don't have to think about him. Now, you have to live for yourself. Niao Chen blushed and said softly. At this moment, Niao Hu woke up from the brothel. He looked at the bewitching women on the bed and walked down from the bed. He heard the sounds from the room beside him and pushed open the door. Yu Jun was in the middle of being intimate with a woman. When he saw Niao Hu enter, he smiled and said, Brother Niao, you're awake? Niao Hu smiled and said, yes, Brother Yu Jun, I won't disturb you anymore. I'm going to look for my wife. She's probably very angry now. Yu Jun smiled and said, I was about to talk to you about this. Didn't you agree to let your wife accompany me? But your wife is with Siemens Meng. Now, come with me to bring her back. Niao Hu said blankly, when did I say I would give my wife to you? Yu Jun smiled and said, when we were drinking earlier. Niao Hu also told Yu Jun about his wife. Yu Jun gave Niao Hu a suggestion, which was to make Niao Chen jealous and suppress her arrogance. Niao Hu felt that it was a good idea to let Niao Chen see that he had a lot of women. Moreover, he did not resist the temptation. When Niao Chen saw him with the women, she turned around and ran away. Niao Hu regretted it at first, but Yu Jun persuaded him to stay and drink with Yu Jun. When Niao Hu was drunk, Yu Jun saw the beautiful Niao Chen and her fierce look. He was very interested and asked Niao Hu to let Niao Chen accompany him. At that time, Niao Hu agreed to Yu Jun's request without thinking. Now that Niao Hu knew about it, he was regretful and worried, my wife must be very angry and sad now. I'm going to apologize to her. Although Niao Hu could not stand Niao Chen's fierceness, they had a very deep relationship since they were young. Niao Hu had never thought of giving up on Niao Chen. Niao Hu went out of the brothel and chased in a direction. Yu Jun was a little bored and couldn't help but think of what had happened before. A trace of viciousness appeared on his face. Cici Ziming, you bitch, you dared to ruin my plans twice. I won't let you off. Book 1, Chapter 455, Xiao Fu. Even though Niao Hu hurriedly chased after them, Siemens Meng and the others had already gone far away, and they were still some distance away from the Western Alliance's headquarters. Niao Hu would not be able to catch up so quickly. Niao Chen's face was red as she lay in Xiao Fu's embrace and looked sweetly at Xiao Fu's face. She found that she had found someone she truly loved. Niao Chen had never experienced such a feeling before. Xiao Fu looked at Niao Chen in his embrace. It had been a few hours, and he had finally taken revenge. However, Xiao Fu had fallen in love with Niao Chen. Niao Chen thought about what had happened between Xiao Fu and Siemens Meng and said softly, Husband, tell me, what is your relationship with Siemens Meng and Siemens Meng? Xiao Fu felt quite awkward and had almost forgotten about Siemens Meng. He said, there's nothing between us, but it seems that they both like me. Niao Chen frowned and said, but I heard you say that you want to protect them and some other things. Why do I feel that I've let them down? Xiao Fu said, I don't know how to explain it, but trust me, I truly like you. I definitely won't lie to you about this. Niao Chen's face became red as she hugged Xiao Fu and said, Husband, I trust you. Xiao Fu let out a sigh of relief. Niao Chen said, but promise me that you won't do anything to hurt the Shimen sisters or make them sad. Xiao Fu smiled and said, no problem. Seeing that it was almost daybreak, Xiao Fu and Niao Chen returned to the group. Niao Chen did not look as sad as before, and she instead looked even more alluring. After daybreak, they continued onwards, as they were about to reach the Western Alliance's headquarters. Siemens Meng and Siemens Meng did not know about Zhao Fu and Niao Chen, and Siemens Qing was still happily by Zhao Fu's side while Siemens Meng looked slightly jealous. Niao Chen felt quite embarrassed and felt that she had let down the Ximen sisters. Western Alliance's headquarters. Siemens Meng looked at Zhao Fu and said, "My sister and I are going to report this. You and Sister Niao Chen can wait here for a while." Zhao Fu said with a smile. "All right." Siemens and Meng left. Zhao Fu pulled Niao Chen into his arms. Niao Chen blushed and struggled slightly as she said, "Don't be like this." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. Leave everything to me." Hearing this, Niao Chen thought for a moment and decided to obey Zhao Fu. Half an hour later, Siemens walked into the room with a smile. She looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Zijuan, my mother wants to see you." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. He told Siemens that the sisters' names were Siemens Jun. Siemens Qing pulled Zhao Fu and walked out. He didn't care about Niao Chen, whose face was flushed. They came to an exquisite hall, and there sat a beautiful woman with a graceful figure and a noble aura. Her name was Ximen Luoli, and she was the fourth alliance master of the Western Alliance. She was slightly more powerful than the other alliance masters. Ximen Luoli looked at Zhao Fu's perfect looks and lightly smiled as she said, "I've never seen such a good-looking man before. No wonder my daughter likes you so much. I can marry my daughter to you, but it depends on whether you have the qualifications." Zhao Fu asked, "What qualifications?" Ximen Luoli smiled as she said, "I don't need you to have any status. In the future, you'll be marrying into my family, but your talent can't be too bad." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Even though I'm not as outstanding as Miss Siemens Meng, I won't be too bad." Ximen Luoli took out a jade orb that was as big as an egg and said, "This jade orb is used to test talent and power. Hold it in my hand." Ximen Luoli threw the jade orb towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu caught the jade orb, and the jade orb immediately absorbed Zhao Fu's power and gave off light. At first, it was white light, then it was gray light, and then it changed a few times before finally becoming a violet light. Ximen Luoli nodded as she said, "Even though it can't be considered outstanding, it's not bad. You pass on this." Siemens Meng happily smiled. Siemens Meng looked at Zhao Fu with hidden bitterness. Zhao Fu smiled as he asked, "What other requests do you have?" Ximen Luoli's expression became serious as she said, "Also, I want you to promise that you'll only love my daughter. I know that many women will fall for your face, so I want to plant a restriction in your body. If you fall for another woman, you'll immediately die." How could Zhao Fu agree? He might die in the next second after planting the restriction. He revealed an awkward expression. Ximen Luoli's voice became slightly cold as she said, "Since you can't do it, I won't agree to you being with my daughter. Please leave." Siemens Meng hurriedly said, "Mother, I want to be with him. Even if he can't focus on me, it's fine as long as he has me in his heart." Ximen Luoli immediately refused, "No." Ximen Ziqing begged, "Mother." At that moment, Zhao Fu said, "I'm sorry, I can't focus on loving someone. I originally liked Miss Siemens Meng, but Miss Siemens Meng refused to accept me, so I ended up being with Miss Siemens Meng." Zhao Fu looked at Siemens Meng and said sincerely, "I don't just like Miss Siemens Meng, I also like Miss Siemens Meng. I can't focus on one person." Hearing this, Siemens Meng's face became red and she felt quite flustered but also a sense of sweetness. Ximen Luoli said angrily, "Are you trying to say that you want both of my daughters?" Zhao Fu said resolutely, "That's right, I want both of them." Hearing Zhao Fu's resolute words, Siemens Meng's heart thumped, and a blush appeared on her beautiful face. Siemens Meng liked Zhao Fu even more because she understood that Zhao Fu had liked her big sister first, and it was she who had snatched Zhao Fu away. Since Zhao Fu was willing to admit his feelings, it meant that he was not someone who would quickly fall in love with others. Ximen Luoli looked furious as she said, "Scram or I'll break your legs." Ximen Ziqing cried out, "Mother, no." Siemens Meng also said, "Mother, don't hurt him." Ximen Luoli looked at Siemens Meng in surprise as she said, "Don't tell me that you also like this stinking brat?" Siemens Meng's face became slightly red and she nodded seriously. Ximen Luoli said, "No, I definitely won't marry my two daughters to him. Moreover, Ziming, you know that I plan to marry you to that child of origin." Siemens Meng turned to look at Zhao Fu and her little sister and made a decision in her heart. Mother, as long as you promise not to obstruct my little sister and him, I'm willing to marry that child of origin without any complaints. Siemens Meng cried out, Big sister, don't be like this, I know you like him too. Siemens Meng smiled and said, Mother told me about this before, and I didn't object. Also, it's impossible for me and him to be together, I hope that you can be happy with him. Book 1, Chapter 456, Revenge. Shimin Luoli said with a headache, You guys can leave first. Let me think about it. The three of them left the hall. Siemens Qing said with tears in her eyes, Big sis. Zhao Fu pretended to be in pain and called out, Ziming. In actuality, Zhao Fu was the child of origin, and no matter what Siemens Meng chose, she would still be his. Siemens Meng smiled and said, You don't have to be like this. Even though I said that I'm going to marry the child of origin, there are many variables. For example, whether or not the child of origin will come and whether or not the child of origin will like me are all unknown. Perhaps if he doesn't come to the Western Alliance, I won't have to marry him. Siemens Qing smiled and nodded, I also hope that he doesn't come. Siemens Meng looked at Zhao Fu and said, I'm actually quite happy that you admitted your feelings for me today. I'm sorry for saying those things because I was jealous. Zhao Fu smiled and said, I don't mind. Zhao Fu smiled and went up to hug the Shimin sisters. The two sisters' faces were red and they lightly leaned against Zhao Fu's body. Shimin Luoli did not ask Zhao Fu about this matter. After staying in the Western Alliance for 2 days, Zhao Fu could not help but ask about the origin skeleton. To the Western Alliance, Zhao Fu was still an outsider, and the Western Alliance's people were not willing to tell Zhao Fu about such a secret. As such, Zhao Fu could only obtain this information from the Shimin sisters. That night, Zhao Fu looked at the Shimin sisters in his arms. Siemens Meng had sex with Zhao Fu on the first day, and although Siemens Meng did not want to, she could not resist the temptation. Zhao Fu said casually, I heard that the Western Alliance has an origin skeleton. Siemens Meng asked curiously, How do you know about this? Zhao Fu explained, I only heard about it. Origin skeletons are incredibly rare, so I'm quite curious. Siemens Meng chuckled and said, Our Western Alliance does have an origin corpse. It was brought back from some place by our experts a long time ago. Zhao Fu guessed that it was that historical remnant and asked, Where is the origin skeleton now? Siemens Meng replied, Such a precious item would naturally be placed in the most important treasury of the Western Alliance. Zhao Fu asked, How do I enter the treasury? Siemens Meng looked at Zhao Fu suspiciously. Why are you asking so many questions? Are you plotting against the origin corpse? Zhao Fu hurriedly explained, I wouldn't dare. You can't even defeat him now. Even if I obtained such a precious item, it would be useless. Siemens Meng said with a smile, In truth, the essence skeleton is useless to us, and we wouldn't dare to do anything to it. If the origin race comes, the Western Alliance will face a great crisis. Zhao Fu nodded and did not continue to ask. Siemens Meng smiled and said, Big sis, let's take our husband around to have some fun. He's been staying here for so long and feels quite bored. Big sis Niu Chun is the same. They did not know that Zhao Fu and Niu Chun were not bored and often had things to do. Siemens Meng thought about it and said, That's fine, we'll take them around tomorrow. The next day, the weather was bright and sunny. Siemens Meng and her sister brought Zhao Fu and Niu Chun out. Niu Chun had continuously nourished herself over the past few days and had become incredibly beautiful, making the Shimin sisters feel quite envious. At that moment, Niu Hu appeared in front of everyone and happily called out, Wife. Niu Chun stood next to Zhao Fu and looked quite shy. Seeing Niu Hu, her expression became cold as she said, Why are you here? Niu Hu gave a silly smile as he said, I'm sorry, wife, I know I was wrong. I came here to apologize to you, it's not good enough to forgive me. Niu Chun's expression was quite complicated. If Niu Hu had directly come out to apologize, she might have been able to forgive Niu Hu. However, that bastard Niu Hu had given her to someone else, so Niu Chun decided that she would not forgive Niu Hu. Moreover, she loved Zhao Fu more. Seeing Niu Hu, Siemens Meng looked quite angry, You gave big sis Niu Chun to someone else, how do you still have the face to come here? Niu Hu explained, I was drunk at that time and didn't know anything. I definitely wouldn't give my wife to someone else. I can promise that my wife will forgive me this time, alright? Niu Hu looked at Niu Chun hopefully. The Shiman sisters also looked at Niu Chun. Although they did not want Niu Chun to leave with Niu Hu, they could not make the decision for Niu Chun. Niu Chun thought about the memory she had with Niu Hu when they were young, and her heart wavered. However, when she thought about the ridiculous things she had done with Zhao Fu, she blushed and made a decision, saying, "Go back. I'm not your wife anymore." Niu Hu cried out with a sad expression, "Wife, I don't want to." Niu Chun looked at Zhao Fu affectionately, then turned to look at Niu Hu and said, "I've already said it once, and I don't want to say it again." Niu Hu looked at Niu Chun with tears streaming down his face. Siemens Meng said, "Let's go." He brought this upon himself. Niu Chun looked at Niu Hu and felt quite sad, but she still steeled her heart and left with Siemens Meng. Niu Hu did not follow. He felt that his wife was just angry at him. Perhaps if he came back in a few days, his wife would forgive him. Siemens Meng brought Zhao Fu and walked on the streets. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu. No matter if they were men or women, young or old, they had never seen such a good-looking man. They could only see that he had looks that could only be found in the celestial world. Facing everyone's gazes, the three women finally understood why Zhao Fu was wearing a cloak. Siemens Meng said with some jealousy, "Husband, do you want to keep wearing the cloak?" Siemens Meng said, "Forget it, he's our man now, and it's not good to hide it. Instead, it will cause other people to misunderstand. Moreover, with such a good-looking husband, it's quite good for us." Siemens Meng smiled and nodded. Niu Chun's face became slightly red as she looked at Zhao Fu's face. She had to admit that she had been willing to give Zhao Fu face back then. News about Zhao Fu quickly spread, and everyone came over to take a look out of curiosity, crying out in amazement. Shiman Luoli also heard about this and slightly frowned. She was somewhat worried that Zhao Fu's perfect looks would attract unnecessary trouble. As for what had happened between her daughter and Zhao Fu, she did not want to care about it anymore. After all, she knew that Zhao Fu had already done it with her two daughters, and she had personally seen it happen. Thinking about that, Shiman Luoli's face became slightly red. Zhao Fu did not care about this. What he cared about was how to obtain the origin bones. Even though Siemens Meng had not told him about the treasury, Zhao Fu had found out about it through other methods. The treasury was located in the Western Alliance's headquarters, and one needed the medallions of the 12 Alliance Masters to open it. End of chapter 2999. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.